Yi Xiao, you beast! I am your mother-in-law. Yi Xiao, why did you violate my mother? In the face of his wife's accusations, Yi Xiao replied indifferently. Mom was doing yoga earlier, and, cramped up, I merely assisted in relieving her muscles. Still trying to defend yourself? You should be condemned for laying hands on your mother-in-law. Li Gang, the father-in-law, roared. Lu Shumi, the mother-in-law, screamed, divorce. Get out of the Li family immediately and leave with nothing. As the entire Li family glared at Yi Xiao with disdain, only Li Tongtong's younger sister, Li Xiaoya, spoke up. Please don't make it difficult for my brother-in-law. 3 years ago, if it weren't for him lending us 5 million, how could the Li family be where it is today? Shut up. Li Tongtong glared fiercely at her sister. He did lend 5 million back then, but in these 3 years, he has consumed our resources and has become nothing but a useless parasite in our home. The Li family's achievements are due to our hard work, and he has nothing to do with it. As he listened to his wife's words, Yi Xiao felt a chill in his heart. He was utterly disillusioned with the Li family and Li Tongtong. If you want a divorce, then let it be. With that, Yi Xiao turned and walked back to his room. He removed his coat and entered the bathroom. As the water dripped down, a menacing wolf head tattoo was revealed on Yi Xiao's chest. Yi Xiao's true identity was not that of a mere son-in-law, but the head of the overseas financial conglomerate Greedy Wolf Consortium, as well as the renowned leader of the top underground Force Blood Wolf sect, nicknamed Lone Blood Wolf. 3 years ago, he had fought fiercely, single-handedly slaying one of the 4 strongest figures in the Dark World. Severely injured, he had hidden in Yun City to recuperate for 3 years, fortunate enough to be saved by Grandpa Li. Out of gratitude, he willingly married Li Tongtong. At that time, the Li family revered him as a promising son-in-law due to the 5 million he had provided. After 3 years of recovery, Yi Xiao had become a shadow of his former self. Yet the Li family gradually treated him as a worthless layabout. Now that the Li family had grown stronger, they sought to cast him aside. After 3 years, his injuries had healed. The Blood Wolf King was ready to re-enter the world. Water dripped from his lashes as Yi Xiao's gaze turned cold and menacing. With a swift motion, he donned his clothes and strode out of the room. Just as he stepped out, he collided with Li Xiaoya, who let out a soft yelp, her delicate body pressing against his. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she struggled to escape his embrace. Brother-in-law, where are you going? It is time for me to leave. Xiaoya, take this. If you encounter trouble in the future, use it to find me. With that, Yi Xiao handed her a wolf head badge before Li Xiaoya could respond. He had already descended the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened. He saw Li Tongtong sitting unashamedly on the lap of a well-dressed young man, feeding him grapes with her delicate hand. They weren't even divorced yet, and her actions seemed utterly outrageous. At that moment, Li Tongtong noticed Yi Xiao, and rather than retreating, she chuckled. Zhao Xiao, look, that useless man has come down. The young man, Zhao Tongren, the scion of the Zhao family, smirked. Ex-brother-in-law, are you planning to pack up and leave? 3 days from now, Tong Tong and I will hold an engagement ceremony. Don't forget to attend. It'll ensure all of Yun City knows that you, Yi Xiao, this useless man, cannot even keep your woman and have to relinquish her to me. Ha ha ha. Why? Yi Xiao's expression darkened as he prepared to erupt. Li Gang stood up, saying, Yi Xiao, do you think you can leave the Li family so easily? You have humiliated your mother-in-law, and that is unforgivable. Today, you must apologize to her before you can go. Lu Shumi sneered, blocking Yi Xiao's path. You ungrateful wretch. It's fortunate that the old man saved you back then, but who knew you would turn out to be a wolf in sheep's clothing? You violated me. If this gets out, will the Li family save face? You not only owe an apology, but must also kneel and admit your wrongs. Yi Xiao's gaze turned icy as he stared at Lu Shumi, speaking each word clearly. Do not forsake your conscience. I clearly saved you, yet you slander me. Considering the old master of the Li family, I will not hold this against you today. Now move aside. Seeing this, Li Gang marched towards Yi Xiao, beast. After committing such a despicable act, you dare to act tough? Do you believe I won't keep you from leaving this house? With a snap of his fingers, the Li family's bodyguard surrounded Yi Xiao. Just as both sides were about to clash, a panicked servant rushed in, shouting, Sir, someone is outside delivering gifts. Gifts? Li Gang was bewildered. What occasion was it today for someone to deliver gifts? Who is it? Li Gang inquired. They say it is from the Greedy Wolf Consortium, but I have never heard of it, the servant replied. Greedy Wolf Consortium? The Li family exchanged glances. Suddenly, Zhao Hengyuan exclaimed, "Oh my, Uncle Li, how could you not have heard of the Greedy Wolf Consortium? It is the foremost financial conglomerate overseas. It would not be an exaggeration to say they are as wealthy as a nation. The world's foremost consortium?" Li Tongtong's eyes lit up at the mention. The entire Li family held their breath in anticipation, except for Li Xiaoya, who glanced at Yi Xiao. No one connected the Greedy Wolf Consortium with him. "May your life be as long as the southern mountains, and may you have a golden Buddha. May your fortune be as vast as the eastern sea, and may you have a pair of jade rui. May your home be filled with gold and jade, and may you have a set of glass lamps." As they listened to the list of gifts, the Li family was dumbfounded. Celebrating a birthday? Could it be for their old master? Li Gang hurried to the gift-bearer, excitedly asking, "Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Are you here to deliver gifts to the Li family? Is this the home of Li Fengbo?" "Indeed, that is my father." "Then, that is correct. I am only responsible for delivering gifts. I know nothing else." With that, the gift-bearer turned and left, leaving no information behind. The Li family gazed at the precious treasures, nearly drooling. At that moment, Li Tongtong suddenly declared, "I know. It must be because of Zhao Xiao's influence that the Greedy Wolf Consortium sent gifts." "Exactly. It must be Zhao Xiao. None of us in the Li family have ever heard of the Greedy Wolf Consortium. Yet here we are receiving such a grand gift just because Zhao Xiao is here. It can only be due to his standing." Lu Shumi cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xiao. "It surely isn't this waste of space, is it? Ha ha." Laughter erupted among the Li family members. "Not at all," Zhao Hengyuan chuckled, but he felt deeply embarrassed as a mere scion of a second-rate family in Yin City. How could he have the merit to attract gifts from the Greedy Wolf Consortium? Although he was puzzled, he would not refuse such an opportunity. Li Tongtong turned to Yi Xiao, taunting Yi Xiao, "Do you see this? Zhao Xiao's influence is immense. He can easily secure gifts from the Greedy Wolf Consortium. And you? You have no ability whatsoever and have been living off my family for years. Marrying you was the greatest mistake of my life. Are you done? If so, please step aside, I need to leave." Yi Xiao had no desire to explain anything. He did not require gratitude from the Li family. Having repaid his debt of gratitude to Grandpa Li, he would have no further ties with the Li family. Is a few words too much for you? Useless scum. Today, I'm in a good mood. If you wish to leave, then leave. Lu Shumi, her eyes glinting with greed for the treasures, had no time to trouble Yi Xiao. Chapter 2. Undressed Yi Xiao departed from the Li family, wandering alone through the streets. His right hand instinctively rested upon the wolf head tattoo on his chest. This emblem was not only the source of Yi Xiao's mysterious powers, but also a curse. An orphan, he had been accompanied by the wolf head tattoo since he could remember. Although it endowed him with unparalleled strength, every year on the 8th day of the 8th month, he would suffer excruciating pain at his heart. A torment akin to 1,000 arrows piercing through him. Yi Xiao speculated that the tattoo was linked to his origins in 3 years prior. He had uncovered connections to the 4 formidable figures of the Dark Realm. Despite having slain all 4, he had extracted no information from them. Today marked the 8th of August once more, and he could feel the familiar pangs beginning to throb. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and suddenly, clutching his chest, he collapsed in the middle of the road. At that moment, a speeding Rolls-Royce raced towards him, seemingly on the verge of collision. The driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a screeching halt. 2 young women emerged from the vehicle. One with short hair inquired, "Sister, did we just hit someone?" The driver, sweating profusely, stammered, "Miss, I am certain I did not hit him." The long-haired woman frowned slightly and commanded, "Atai, take him to the hospital." Inside the hospital, Yi Xiao opened his eyes to find a woman of alluring charm and voluptuous figure leaning over him. He was momentarily taken aback by her exposed bosom. Noticing his gaze, she crossed her arms and huffed, "Hey, you pervert. Where are you looking?" She appeared to be around 20, with violet hair and porcelain-like skin. Her captivating eyes exuding an irresistible allure, a delicate nose, and rosy lips embodying a whimsical beauty. "Xylan, do not be rude." A melodious voice called out as another woman approached Yi Xiao gracefully. This woman possessed an elegant demeanor, a slender waist, curvaceous hips, and arms with beautiful contours. Her fair neck surpassed that of a swan in elegance, and her bright eyes could brighten anyone's day with just a glance. Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, glancing at the woman named Xylan beside him. The two women bore striking resemblances, unmistakably identical twin sisters. I am Su Mingwei, the eldest daughter of the Su family in the provincial capital. This is my sister, Su Xilan. In contrast to Su Xilan's vivacity, Su Mingwei exuded a dignified grace. Her black hair casually swept to one side, her features delicate, her gentle gaze warming the heart with her smile. Before Yi Xiao could respond, Su Xilan exclaimed in frustration. It's all your fault that my sister missed the recruitment event for the Greedy Wolf Consortium. The Greedy Wolf Consortium? Recruitment event? Yi Xiao paused, suddenly recalling that before he decided to re-enter the fray, he had instructed his subordinates to recruit a business representative for Yunqing and even Jianan. Humph. You clearly have no idea about the Greedy Wolf Consortium, Su Xilan scoffed. Originally, the three prominent families of Yunqing, the Su family, the Zhou family, and the Gu family, were all qualified to attend the recruitment event. My sister saw you on the road, acted out of kindness to save you. And that's what caused her to miss the opportunity. Enough, Xilan. Let it go. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. If it's missed, it's missed. Su Mingwei interrupted her sister, yet the regret and sorrow in her eyes were unmistakable. Is the recruitment event that crucial to you? Yi Xiao inquired, turning his gaze towards Su Mingwei. Of course. Who wouldn't he want to become a representative of the Greedy Wolf Consortium? Su Xilan interjected once more. Any family that can board the ship of the Greedy Wolf Consortium will surely rise swiftly. Moreover, that scion from the Gu family has long taken an interest in us sisters, leveraging his family's power to suppress us, trying to force us into submission. If the Gu family seizes the opportunity at this recruitment event, we will have no means of resistance. We may even fall prey to Gu Tianma. As she spoke, tears welled in Su Xilan's eyes. What a sincere girl. Hearing this, Yi Xiao turned to Su Mingwei, understanding the reason behind her troubled expression. Suddenly, he smiled brightly and said, to be honest, I happen to know someone within the Greedy Wolf Consortium. If I speak on your behalf, perhaps there might still be a chance. Yi Xiao did not directly reveal his identity, but upon hearing this, Su Xilan laughed. You? This pitiful fellow knows someone within the Greedy Wolf Consortium? I might as well claim to be the lonely blood wolf. Enough. Su Mingwei shot her sister a warning glance. You must not speak carelessly. Be cautious of ears on the wall. We still do not know your name, sir. Yi. Mr. Yi, please focus on your recovery. I have already covered your hospital expenses. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Su Mingwei offered a sorrowful smile before attempting to leave. Yi Xiao's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue as he called out, Miss Su, please wait. Hey, what do you want? Are you plotting against my sister? Su Xilan snapped, her tone unfriendly. After all, the Su family's eldest daughter was one of the most beautiful women in Yunqing, and suitors flocked to her like fish to water. Su Xilan had grown accustomed to it. Yi Xiao chuckled, Miss Xilan, you misunderstand. I merely noticed that Miss Mingyue's health seems compromised and wished to offer my kind advice. Humph, what can you discern? If you had such abilities, would you have fainted on the street? Yi Xiao chuckled lightly. She underestimated the prowess of the lonely blood wolf. In the dark realm, who did not know of the lonely blood wolf's dual nature, capable of both killing and healing? When it came to medicine, Yi Xiao boldly claimed no one in this world would dare to claim superiority. Without further ado, he declared, Miss Su, your ailment is hereditary, is it not? Su Mingwei furrowed her brow slightly, and Yi Xiao continued, if I am not mistaken, Miss Su may not live beyond 25. Su Mingyue's pupils dilated in shock. Silence. Su Xilan suddenly shouted, speak. Are you sent by the Gu family? Deliberately delaying our attendance at the recruitment event and saying such things to provoke my sister. Su Xilan's agitation was understandable. These words had once been uttered by the esteemed physician, Shui, whose reputation was well known throughout the country. More critically, tonight marked her sister's 25th birthday. Shui had made his assertion with unshakable certainty, leading to no doubts. Su Xilan suspected that Yi Xiao was indeed a pawn of Gu Tian, sent to sow discord and exacerbate her sister's condition. You scoundrel. Just wait until I deal with you. Su Xilan threatened, raising her hand to strike. Stop. Su Mingwei urgently intervened, only to gasp as she collapsed to the ground. Yi Xiao reacted swiftly, rising to catch Su Mingwei and gently supporting her upright. He furrowed his brow. This woman was indeed too frail. You scoundrel. Release my sister. Su Xilan cried angrily. How dare you deceive us with your pretense of compassion? You ought to perish. Enough, Xilan. We have yet to ascertain the facts, mister. You may not be sent by Gu Tian, Su Mingwei gasped, her delicate hand clutching her chest. Sister, how can such a coincidence exist? If you were not sent by the Gu family, he would not know of your condition. Su Xilan insisted, her urgency palpable. What a nuisance, Yi Xiao sighed. Miss Su has a hereditary congenital heart condition, the etiology of which is complex and cannot be surgically treated. However, I can cure it. Su Xilan fell silent, glancing at Su Mingwei, who returned her a look of astonishment. Yi Xiao recited a prescription, instructing the two to take note. He continued, "Prepare the medicinal materials and find a quiet room. I will administer a medicinal bath for Miss Su." With little choice left and knowing her time was limited, Su Mingwei reluctantly complied, preparing the materials as instructed, and brought him back to their family villa. While Su Xilan remained skeptical of Yi Xiao. The villa was surrounded by bodyguards, and should he dare to play tricks, she would not let him off easily. The medicinal materials and hot water were soon prepared, and Su Mingwei stood barefoot in the bathtub. Yi Xiao, blindfolded with a black cloth, turned to her and said, "Undress." Chapter 3 I am the president of the Greedy Wolf Consortium. Yi Xiao. What? Su Xilan shouted from outside the bathroom. You lecher. What do you intend to do? I need to place my hands on Miss Ming Yue's back for treatment. Su Xilan threatened, if you dare to peek at my sister. Be careful that I poke your eyes out. Su Ming Yue's face flushed as she slowly began to undress, saying, Xilan has been spoiled by me. Please do not hold it against her, Mr. Yi. If you can cure my ailment, I will be most grateful. No need for that. Yi Xiao directly refused. Miss Su has saved me before. We are even. Soon, Su Mingwei, having disrobed, entered the bathtub, and due to the need for an undisturbed treatment process, Su Xilan retreated outside. Yi Xiao sat cross-legged beside the tub, his fingers lightly touching Su Mingyue's body, causing both to shiver involuntarily. Su Mingyue's skin was exceptionally delicate and smooth, like fine jade, stirring Yi Xiao's heart. Miss Mingwei, I apologize for the intrusion. His vital energy flowed from his palm into Su Mingyue's body like a gentle stream, leaving her feeling thoroughly refreshed. Su Mingyue's congenital heart disease stemmed from a hereditary condition, resulting in uniquely composed blood that led to the blockage of her cardiovascular system. Over time, the situation had worsened, posing a grave danger. Yi Xiao infused all his vital energy to help her clear the blockages and formed a protective barrier along the blood vessels to prevent future obstructions. However, he silently shook his head. This merely treated the symptoms, not the root cause. He could ensure Su Mingyue's well-being for decades. But complete healing would require her to possess a cultivation physique like his own. An hour later, the treatment concluded. Su Xilan pushed open the door, shot a glance at Yi Xiao, and her blood pressure skyrocketed. Without a word, she slapped Yi Xiao across the face. You lecher. You're bleeding from your nose. You must have peeked at my sister. What? Su Mingyue was both ashamed and furious, hastily covering her chest. The slap sent Yi Xiao tumbling to the ground. His vital energy nearly depleted, leaving him extremely weak. He gasped for breath, struggled to rise, and removed his eye mask, saying, I bled due to reversed blood flow. Miss Mingyue, your ailment has been resolved. Seeing Su Mingyue was unharmed, Yi Xiao stood up to leave. Once Su Mingyue donned her night clothes and checked herself thoroughly, she realized she was indeed healed. Where did Yi Xiao go? Su Mingyue suddenly realized he had vanished. Who knows where that guy went? Su Xilan remarked nonchalantly. No. I must find Mr. Yi. He is my savior and deserves a great reward. Sister, didn't you save him too? He said it himself. We are even now. Yet. Su Mingwei shook her head. Xilan, a small favor deserves a tremendous return. My act of saving him was out of kindness, with no expectation of reward. Mister, you saved my life, and I promise to repay him generously. I cannot go back on my word. Unable to argue with her elder sister, Su Xilan reluctantly ordered her subordinates to investigate Yi Xiao's whereabouts. At the same time, Yi Xiao arrived at the headquarters of the Greedy Wolf Consortium in Yunqing. The recruitment meeting had concluded. Upstairs, Gu Tian was smugly shaking hands with the manager, Xiao Wen. Manager Xiao, I never expected the recruitment meeting to go so smoothly. The head of the Zhou family couldn't attend due to illness, and the two young ladies from the Su family were absent for some unknown reason. Haha, I will gladly accept the Jiangnan agency. Dressed in professional attire, Xiao Wen frowned slightly. She harbored no fondness for Gu Tian, a spoiled brat. Unfortunately, with two major families absent, he was the only one qualified for the agency. Expressionless, Xiao Wen said, I must remind you, Mr. Gu, that the agency qualification comes with a 1-week trial period. Should any issues arise during this time, the Greedy Wolf Consortium reserves the right to revoke your qualification at any moment. Yes, Gu Tian nodded obsequiously, though he dismissed her words entirely. As he exited the conference room, he proudly made a phone call. Mingwei, don't hang up. It's me, Gu Tian. On the other end of the line came a voice filled with disdain. Get to the point. Mingwei, I've liked you and your sister for a long time. Now that my Gu family has obtained the agency qualification from the Greedy Wolf Consortium, if you are wise, you and your sister should submit to me. Otherwise, the Su family will slowly vanish from Yuqing. Gu Tian brazenly threatened Su Mingwei. At this moment, Su Xilan snatched the phone, furious as she scolded, "Despicable scoundrel. You show your true colors as soon as you gain power. I curse your Gu family to go bankrupt. You're in for it. Beep, beep, beep." Unappreciative wretch. Gu Tian seethed in frustration after being hung up on. He forcefully pushed the door open, only to collide with a man. "Are you blind? Watch where you're going." Gu Tian barked at Yi Xiao. "What did you just say?" Yu Xiao's expression turned cold. This man had bumped into him and was still being rude. "I said you're blind. You don't look where you're walking. What are you going to do about it?" "I am Gu Tian, the future heir of the Gu family, the agent for the Greedy Wolf Consortium." Gu Tian, already arrogant, felt even more invincible now. He dared to shout even within the headquarters of the Greedy Wolf Consortium. "What's your name? You shouldn't be here in Yuqing." Gu Tian pointed at Yi Xiao. "Do you truly wish to know who I am?" Yi Xiao sneered. "Very well, I shall enlighten you. I am the president of the Greedy Wolf Consortium, Yi Xiao." "Ha ha, you claim to be the president of the Greedy Wolf Consortium?" Gu Tian laughed uproariously, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "With your pathetic appearance, you dare to boast? I want to slap you a few times to teach you a lesson." Just as Gu Tian raised his hand to strike, Xiaowen approached, asking, "What is happening here?" "It's Manager Xiao. This brat doesn't know where he came from and is pretending to be the president of the Greedy Wolf Consortium. I was just about to teach him a lesson." Gu Tian looked at Yi Xiao with a smug expression, as if crushing him were as easy as squashing an ant. Xiaowen raised her gaze, and upon seeing Yi Xiao, her pupils constricted sharply. The next moment, she swiftly slapped Gu Tian across the face. "Wait, Manager Xiao. You've hit the wrong person. The fraud pretending to be the president is this kid." Gu Tian exclaimed, bewildered, covering his face. "Get lost. Your agency qualification is revoked," Xiaowen said coldly. "Revoked?" Gu Tian glared at Xiaowen, indignant. "On what grounds do you revoke my qualification?" Xiaowen smirked. "Do I need to explain myself to you?" Gu Tian's expression fluctuated as he glared at Yi Xiao and Xiaowen, gritting his teeth. "I understand now. You revoked my qualification just to vent your anger for your lover. I will report this matter to your president." Xiaowen glanced at Yi Xiao, then turned serious. "This is the will of our president. You're talking nonsense." Gu Tian screamed hysterically. "My Gu family is the top family in Yuqing. Only I am qualified to be the agent here." Chapter 4, 50 million for you? Xiaowen's countenance turned icy as she commanded, "Security, throw this fellow out." Within moments, several security guards seized Gu Tian and unceremoniously ejected him from the company premises. Xiaowen then followed closely behind Yi Xiao into the president's office. "What sort of person is worthy of being our consortium's representative?" Yi Xiao furrowed his brows. "It is the subordinate's failure." Xiaowen quickly lowered her head. And after a pause, she added, "The position of representative is still vacant. Let Su Mingwei come to see me." "Understood." Xiaowen bowed and retreated, her back already drenched in perspiration. The aura emanating from Yi Xiao was simply too overpowering for her to endure. Half an hour later, Xiaowen arrived at the president's office door, accompanied by Su Mingwei. "Mr. Yi truly wishes to see me?" Su Mingwei's hands were icy with nervousness at the thought of meeting the legendary tycoon whose wealth rivaled nations. As the head of the Su family in the provincial capital, Su Mingwei was well versed in the ways of the world. Yet the prospect of facing someone of such stature filled her with trepidation. After all, he was a globally renowned magnate. Throughout the journey, Su Mingwei meticulously checked her attire and makeup, ensuring that there were no flaws. However, upon entering the office, she was taken aback. In the dimly lit room, she could barely discern the silhouette of a man, yet his face remained shrouded in shadows. Confused, she cautiously inquired, "Are you the legendary Mr. Yi?" "Indeed, that is I," came the reply. Su Mingwei's excitement surged as she slightly bowed, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Yi. The purpose of your visit today is to inform you that the Gu family has been stripped of their agency, and you will replace Gu Tian as the new representative of the Tanlang Consortium." "What?" Su Mingwei felt as though she had been struck by lightning. The enormity of this unexpected news left her momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, she exclaimed in exhilaration, "Is this truly the case?" Yi Xiao chuckled. "Would I deceive you? I wouldn't dare." Su Mingwei replied, a mix of astonishment and joy flooding her. Though she was unaware of the reasons behind Yi Xiao's decision, she recognized it as an extraordinary opportunity. You shall pause before continuing. Miss Su, I require your assistance with a task. Su Mingyue's spirit lifted as she eagerly responded, Mr. Yi, please give your orders. Having the chance to work for her idol, she had no reason to refuse. I want the Zhao group to be eliminated in the shortest time possible. Can you achieve this? No problem. Give me 3 days. Very well, you shall have 3 days. All resources of the Tanlang Consortium are at your disposal. Yi Xiao expressed his complete trust in her capabilities. Rest assured, I can accomplish this without relying on the Tanlang Consortium, Su Mingwei assured him. Yi Xiao was immediately intrigued by Su Mingwei. He wondered what methods she would employ to dismantle the Zhao group. This was her first assignment, and she was determined to make a remarkable impression. Later that afternoon, Yi Xiao returned to the Li residence, intending to gather his belongings and leave. However, upon entering, he was met with the sight of Li Tongtong and Zhao Hongyuan entangled in a compromising situation, although Yi Xiao had long since relinquished any feelings for Li Tongtong. Witnessing this scene made him feel as though he had swallowed a fly, utterly repulsive. He abandoned the idea of packing and turned to leave. To his surprise, Li Tongtong and Zhao Hongyuan noticed him, and rather than feeling shame, they sat up unabashedly. You shameless scoundrel, enjoying a peep? Does seeing your wife with another excite you? Li Tongtong scoffed, rolling her eyes. Zhao Hongyuan added with a smirk, you truly are a coward, watching as your wife is taken by another without uttering a word. No wonder Tongtong looks down on you. Are you even a man? Yi Xiao turned coldly. I simply cannot be bothered to waste my anger on a woman of such loose morals. She is not worth it. Li Tongtong retorted, do not sour grapes. Just because you cannot have me, you say I'm not worth it? I could just as easily say you are unworthy of my body. Yi Xiao refused to linger for another moment, pushing the door open and stepping outside. In the living room, he encountered his father-in-law and mother-in-law. It became evident that they were complicit in Li Tongtong's infidelity, which explained her utter lack of shame. With parents like these, it was no surprise that Li Tongtong had become so brazen. You Xiao, you've returned just in time. Are you going to let your wrongs against her go unpunished? Lu Shumi huffed upon seeing him. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback. Are you still harping on yesterday's events? I have not committed any wrongdoing. I stand by my integrity. You dare not even acknowledge your actions? You do not even spare your mother-in-law. You are truly a beast. Lu Shumi's words cut deep. Yi Xiao turned to the direction of the bedroom, aware that she knew full well what her daughter had done. Do not push your luck, Yi Xiao warned, frowning. What of it? Am I not entitled to speak the truth? Lu Shumi rolled her eyes. Enough of this nonsense with this spineless fool. At that moment, Zhao Hongyuan emerged. Fully dressed. Yi, you've made my beloved woman suffer. You must pay a price for this. Li Tongtong stepped forward, adding, Indeed, Yi Xiao, if you provide 50 million. We can consider your betrayal a closed chapter. Another 50 million? Yi Xiao was incredulous, anger bubbling to the surface. You want me to hand over 50 million just to leave the Li family? Should I fail to comply, do not hold back on your threats. Li Tongtong sneered. You have the audacity to ask for more? I would expect nothing less from you. Lu Shumi threatened, you were able to casually produce 500,000 back then. You must still have money. You should hand it all over. You turn a blind eye to your daughter's infidelity while accusing me without hesitation. Your family is truly hypocritical and shameless. Yi Xiao's patience had worn thin. Clenching his fists, he was on the verge of retaliation when suddenly, a graceful woman entered the Li residence. Dressed in a flowing gown, her figure was voluptuous, her features exquisite, and her every gesture exuded an ethereal charm. This was Su Mingwei. She walked directly to Yi Xiao, naturally linking her arm with his. Yi Xiao, I've been searching for you. Yi Xiao glanced at Su Mingwei, unsure how she had found him. Who is this little enchantress? I'm still married to Yi Xiao, and yet he's already consorting with another vixen? Li Tongtong glared at Su Mingwei, her face twisted in displeasure. Though she had long ceased to care for Yi Xiao, she could not stand to see him with someone who surpassed her in every conceivable way. Zhao Hongyuan was utterly captivated by Su Mingwei, mesmerized by her beauty, which outshone Li Tongtong in every aspect. Mind your manners. Yi Xiao defended Su Mingwei. Chapter 5. The Two Dragons Star Malevolent. Li Tongtong cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xiao, choosing to ignore him entirely and address Su Mingwei instead. Sister, so you have a penchant for second-hand goods? I have no interest in such rubbish. Why would you want to pick up a useless man? Are you seeking humiliation? Su Mingwei remained unfazed, responding with a calm demeanor. Some individuals fail to recognize value, mistaking uncut jade for mere refuse. Meanwhile, others willingly descend into depravity, finding solace in sleeping with men to ascend socially. Li Tongtong's fury ignited upon hearing this. Are you implying something? She retorted, trembling with anger, yet lacking the strength to counter her words. Zhao Hengyuan, however, was fixated on Su Mingyue, utterly entranced by her. Regaining his composure, he approached her. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Su Mingyue cast him a sidelong glance. My surname is Su. Ah, Miss Su. Zhao Hengyuan beamed with self-importance. I am Zhao Hengyuan from the Zhao family in Yunqing. Su Mingyue replied nonchalantly, I have heard of you. Zhao Hengyuan's pride swelled further. Miss Su, how fortuitous. The Zhao family has just secured a collaboration opportunity with the Su family in the provincial capital. Since you share the Su surname, isn't this a sign of fate? I wonder if Miss Su would be interested in partnering with me? Clearly, Zhao Hengyuan sought to leverage the Su family's reputation in hopes of alluring Su Mingyue. She regarded him with a knowing smile. Zhao Hengyuan of the Zhao family. I look forward to our collaboration. It seems you are the very person Mr. Yi instructed me to deal with. Your days of good fortune are numbered. Oblivious to the implications of her smile, Zhao Hengyuan believed he had a chance, eagerly offering, should you need anything, feel free to contact me. With that, he handed her his business card. Li Tongtong, witnessing Zhao Hengyuan's foolish demeanor, felt a surge of irritation and nudged him aside. Zhao Hengyuan awkwardly retreated. Li Tongtong then presented a divorce agreement, tossing it before Yu Xiao. Sign this, and you may leave. Yu Xiao narrowed his eyes. Li Tongtong, you will regret this. Enough with the chatter. Li Tongtong replied impatiently. Yu Xiao, without further ado, picked up the pen and signed, then strode out of the Li residence. Behind him, Zhao Hengyuan mockingly called out, Don't forget to attend my engagement ceremony with Tongtong in 3 days. We'll be sure to toss you the leftovers. In response, Yu Xiao merely turned his head, coolly stating, We shall see. After leaving the Li residence, Yu Xiao escorted Su Mingyue to her car. Miss Mingyue, how did you find your way here? Mr. Yi, I came to express my gratitude for saving me earlier. Please, name your price, monetary compensation, status, or anything else. I am willing to oblige, she replied. Yu Xiao shook his head. I require none of that. Farewell, Miss Su. Wait, Su Mingyue called out, halting him. She placed a hand on her forehead, her complexion resembling a blooming peach blossom. I feel a bit dizzy. Would Mr. Yi be so kind as to escort me home? Yu Xiao glanced at her, noticing a hint of malevolence in her demeanor, and agreed. In a blink, they arrived at the Su residence. Yi Zhao's eye sharpened as he sensed the heavy, malevolent energy enveloping the villa, realizing he had overlooked it during his previous visit. No wonder Su Mingyue appeared to carry a trace of that energy herself. The villa's layout exuded the aura of the two Dragon Star Malevolent. Miss Su. This villa's feng shui must have been arranged by an expert, am I correct? Su Mingyue admired his insight. Indeed, Mr. Yi, you are astute. We did seek the help of a master to arrange it. As they entered the villa, Yu Xiao initially intended to leave after dropping her off. Yet the malevolent energy piqued his curiosity. The aura was particularly strong around the southernmost room. What? That's my room. Su Mingyue exclaimed, taken aback. That poses a greater issue. Your constitution is already extremely lean. If you continue to dwell in such an environment, it will not only exacerbate your ailments but also invite misfortune. I advise against staying there for now. Su Mingyue, a commercial genius, narrowed her eyes. Are you suggesting someone wishes to harm me? Can you identify the culprit? Yu Xiao smiled. I can make the one behind this reveal themselves. With that, he entered Su Mingyue's room, rearranging the decor and sketching a talisman in the air before lightly tapping an ornament. Why is it suddenly so cold? Su Xilan, having heard the commotion, approached, expecting to find her sister. Upon reaching the doorway, she was met with an icy chill that made her shiver. As she looked closer, she spotted a tall man standing at her sister's bedside. Yu Xiao, you scoundrel! How dare you invade my sister's room? Xilan, I invited Mr. Yi in, Su Mingyue clarified. Having sensed the coldness herself and wanting to dispel any misunderstandings. As the three exited the bedroom, Su Xilan, still skeptical, inquired, Can his method truly unearth the mastermind? I trust Mr. Yi, Su Mingyue affirmed. Yu Xiao replied coolly, In less than 3 days, that person will undoubtedly expose themselves. In the Su family's living room. During Yu Xiao's brief absence to the restroom, Su Xilan frowned. Sister, why do I sense something off about your gaze towards Mr. Yi? What do you mean? Su Mingyue feigned innocence, her heart racing. There's something amiss, and as your twin sister, I cannot be deceived. Have you developed feelings for this man? Remember, he is divorced and has been cast aside. Sister, you are a radiant goddess. How could you lower yourself to a man of second-hand worth? With a resigned sigh, Su Mingyue replied, do not speak so harshly. I bear no ill will towards his past. I sense the potential of his future. Though Yi Xiao currently appeared unremarkable. Should he evolve into a formidable figure, would you not wish to marry him? Humph. He is merely a rogue, and even in 10 years, he will remain unchanged. If not, why would anyone have divorced him? Su Xilan retorted defiantly. Su Mingyue, seated elegantly on the sofa, extended a finger with a gentle smile. Shall we make a wager? A wager? What do you propose? Su Xilan perked up with interest. Quite simply, let us wager whether he will achieve greatness in 10 years. By then, I hope you will not find yourself enamored with him. Before Su Xilan could respond, Yi Xiao returned to the living room. If I desired fame, why would I wait a decade? His voice remained calm yet resonated with unparalleled confidence. Chapter 6. Repeated provocations. Su Mingyue felt her heart racing, a hint of shyness creeping onto her face. Su Xilan, however, rolled her eyes and scoffed. Just you? She scrutinized Yi Xiao, taking in his faded t-shirt and scuffed sneakers. Though she refrained from further comments, her meaning was abundantly clear: a country bumpkin, a pathetic loser. Su Mingyue quickly tugged at Su Xilan, signaling her to cease her remarks. She then stood up and retrieved the contract that had long been prepared on the table. Mr. Yi, I initially intended to express my gratitude, but I was delayed by other matters. This is the consultation fee. I kindly ask you to accept it. She respectfully offered the contract with both hands. No need. It was merely a trivial favor, Yi Xiao replied, shaking his head in refusal. Yet, Su Xilan snatched the contract and tossed it into Yi Xiao's embrace. Just take it. Stop dilly-dallying like a woman. It's as if our Su family can't afford to pay for medical expenses. Or do you wish to use this as leverage? Before she could finish her sentence, she abruptly took back the contract and quickly glanced through it. Sister, are you insane? This Luoyun villa is the most profitable asset of the Yi family, and you want to give it to this pathetic loser? Su Xilan clutched the equity transfer document tightly, her voice trembling in disbelief. It's just a hotel. Besides, Luoyun Villa isn't even the Yi family's property. Su Mingyue's voice remained calm as she extracted the contract from her sister's grasp. Indeed, the Yi family holds only a 30% stake in Luoyun Villa, but it belongs to the Tanlang Group, a guaranteed profitable venture. Establishing a good relationship with the Tanlang Group is far more crucial than having full ownership of any enterprise. Su Xilan anxiously reminded her. Yes, I understand. Su Mingyue responded nonchalantly and continued to extend the contract towards Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, please accept it. Her tone was gentle, her smile enchanting. Luoyun Villa? Yi Xiao paused, but upon hearing that it was controlled by the Tanlang Group, his interest waned. He merely flipped through it casually before tossing it back. No need. If Ms. Su truly wishes to express her gratitude, perhaps you could treat me to a meal instead? Humph, ungrateful. Su Xilan attempted to intervene as Su Mingyue offered the contract, but her frustration deepened upon hearing Yi Xiao's rejection. To her, it seemed a pathetic display of pride, wasting a golden opportunity for advancement. Such a person would surely amount to nothing in the future, since it happens to be tomorrow. The three major families, Zhou, Su, and Gu, will host a banquet at Luoyun Villa. Mr. Yi, you may accompany me with your medical skills. You shall undoubtedly be treated as an esteemed guest. Su Mingyue shared Su Xilan's assumption, believing that Yi Xiao was simply too shy to accept the contract. So she took it back. Sister, you mustn't. Your health is delicate, and that banquet is merely a venue for boasting. You have never liked such affairs, have you? Su Xilan continued to persuade her. Moreover, that Gu Tian always harasses you. If he weren't from the Gu family, I would have surely taught him a lesson. Rest assured, my health is perfectly fine now. Besides, I have missed so many banquets. Having secured the agency for the Tanlang Group, I cannot afford to be absent again, lest I be ostracized by the Zhou and Gu families. Su Mingyue explained patiently. She then turned to Yi Xiao with a smile. I wonder, Mr. Yi, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner at the banquet? Yi Xiao was taken aback, initially intending to refuse, but he could not bring himself to deny the hopeful gaze of the charming Su Mingyue. Sister, do you truly want him as your dance partner? Gu Tian will be furious. Although Su Xilan disliked Gu Tian, she recognized the close ties between the Su and Gu families. Their family business had flourished, and there had even been whispers of a potential alliance through marriage. Particularly, Gu Tian had developed deep feelings for Su Mingyue, and for years had clung closely to her. Whenever a suitor appeared, he would stop at nothing to chase them away, resulting in Su Mingyue having never experienced a romantic relationship at her age. Given Gu Tian's petty nature, if he were to see Su Mingyue attending the banquet with Yi Xiao, he would surely wish to eliminate him. Yet, as she contemplated this, She realized that perhaps it would be beneficial for Gu Tian to teach Yi Xiao a lesson. Su Minghue's eyes sparkled with determination. In stark contrast to Su Xilan's thoughts, she had made this decision with the intention of leveraging Gu Tian's reputation to elevate Yi Xiao's status. Yi Xiao remained unaware of their scheming. He had already resolved to attend Luoyun Villa the following day, having just been rescued by Su Minghue. This would serve as a means to repay her kindness and assist her. After all, Gu Tian was merely a minor nuisance, not a formidable obstacle. He nodded in agreement. Accepting the proposition, Mr. Yi, might I inquire if you have a place to stay? Once the formalities were concluded, Su Minghue's cheeks flushed, making her appear even more alluring. Please don't misunderstand. I merely noticed you had just come out, and I feared you might not have a place to stay. Would you like to stay here? She lowered her head, her voice dwindling to a whisper, eventually becoming inaudible, sensing the prolonged silence. She looked up to find Su Xilan and Yi Xiao gazing at her in astonishment. Flustered and indignant, she exclaimed, "What are you two thinking? I merely meant to say that there are many guest rooms in the villa. You can stay for a while." "Thank you, Miss Su," Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly. Disregarding Su Xilan and Appo's vehement objections, with nightfall approaching and having nowhere else to stay, he had no desire to squander time searching for another place. Seeing both parties in agreement, Su Xilan felt a tinge of defeat, yet quickly issued a warning. "You may stay, but only on the first floor. The upper floors are reserved for my sister and me, and you are not permitted to go upstairs." "Not a problem." The following morning, Yi Xiao was roused from slumber by the gentle vibrations of his phone. This habit, cultivated from years of living on the edge, was one he could neither shake off nor wish to. Following the sound, he noticed his phone lighting up with the name Li Tongtong appearing on the screen. Furrowing his brow, he first blocked her number before reading the contents of the text. "Useless, my wedding with Yuan Gu has been moved up to be held at the finest hotel in Yunqing, Luoyun Villa. Look at you. You probably haven't even heard of Luoyun Villa. The guests attending are all prominent figures from Yunqing. If you end up starving, you can kneel and apologize to me, and maybe I'll spare you a few scraps. After all, you'll never have the chance to taste such things in your lifetime." As he read the message, Yi Xiao could vividly picture Li Tongtong's scornful expression as she typed. His eyes narrowed, emanating a chilling aura. "Huh, I eagerly anticipate the moment when I attend. And you dare utter such words." Chapter 7. The exclusion of Yi Xiao utilizing the phone number of the president of the Greedy Wolf Group, Yi Xiao, under the guise of President Yi, inquired about the progress regarding the Zhao family. After receiving a response from Su Minghue that was fraught with trepidation, he smiled with satisfaction. "That's good. Zhao Hongyuan will be holding his wedding at Luoyun Pavilion today. I do not wish for him to succeed, understand?" Once this was accomplished, he returned to his slumber, perhaps enamored by the sensation of finally obtaining a peaceful night's rest, a rarity throughout the earlier part of his life. Upon awakening, he discovered that the Su sisters had already departed, leaving behind only a note and a breakfast in the living room. Glancing at the note, he leisurely began to eat. By midday, a discreet black BMW was parked at the entrance of Luoyun Pavilion. The establishment, a pinnacle of luxury in Yun City, was adorned in opulent decor. Su Minghue, clad in a stunning blue gown that accentuated her delicate collarbone, evoked a multitude of fantasies. Her slender waist contrasted beautifully with her perfectly proportioned figure, embodying an exquisite balance, neither too ample nor too slender. Her long, lustrous black hair was elegantly styled, and her delicate features bore a subtle touch of makeup. With eyes like painted landscapes and lips as exquisite as jade, radiating an ethereal beauty. Upon spotting Yi Xiao, she offered a faint smile and approached him, accompanied by several middle-aged men in black suits, who followed her respectfully. Yi Xiao paused momentarily, then dismissed Xiaowen, entering alone. "Manager Wang, this is the Mr. Yi I mentioned, a distinguished guest of the Su family. He represents our family's interests in external matters." Su Minghue instructed a sharply dressed man before turning back to Yi Xiao. "Mr. Yi, this is the manager of Luoyun Pavilion. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult him." Wang Xiangke, a long-serving member of the Su family, observed with astonishment as this young man garnered such proximity to the Su family's daughter. With a cautious demeanor, he regarded Yi Xiao and respectfully offered, "Should Mr. Yi require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask." Yi Xiao accepted the offer, knowing there might indeed be a moment today when he would need it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Minghue returned to the hotel, allowing Yi Xiao to explore at his leisure while she prepared the ingredients and arrangements for the banquet of the three major families. He had no objections, declining the service staff's offer to guide him, and ventured upstairs alone. Upon reaching the second floor, he was greeted by a festive display of red ribbons and balloons, with walls adorned with auspicious characters, creating an atmosphere of jubilation and excitement. Staff members bustled amidst the crowd, clearly busy with the wedding preparations. At the entrance, photographs of the blissful couple were displayed, and Yi Xiao cast a disinterested glance, recognizing the images of Lu Hengyuan and Li Tongtong, whom he deemed unworthy. Inside the banquet hall, friends and family filled the space, petals raining down like a dream. Li Tongtong, clad in a pure white wedding gown, appeared even more stunning, her beauty enhanced by the exquisite craftsmanship of her attire. She checked her phone, noticing the lack of replies to her messages from the morning, and a smug smile graced her lips. This Yi Xiao truly is a worthless individual. How blind was I to have ever chosen him? He has even the audacity to respond to my jibes. As she watched Zhao Hengyuan, who approached in a matching white suit, her heart fluttered. He was indeed her future husband, handsome, talented, and everything she desired. Clutching her bouquet, she walked with purpose down the aisle, her steps deliberate, as though she were triumphantly stepping over Yi Xiao. Soon, she and Zhao Hengyuan drew closer, their hands clasped, gazes locked, illuminated by the spotlight, appearing perfectly matched. The applause from the audience thundered around them. May the bride and groom enjoy a lifetime of happiness and early blessings of children. They truly are a match made in heaven. Every voice offered well wishes, enveloping them in an aura of joy. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated from the closed doors, silencing the once boisterous celebration as curious gazes turned towards the entrance. A figure emerged, brushing dust from his suspended right foot before slowly retracting it. The blinding light behind him rendered his form indistinct. Who are you? A security guard, wielding an electric baton, demanded angrily, advancing to intercept. Yi Xiao, however, paid him no mind. As the guard approached, he effortlessly waved a hand, sending the man tumbling to the ground in disgrace. Zhao Hengyuan, Li Tongtong, you summoned me here. And now that I have arrived, do not expect this wedding to proceed. Yi Xiao's icy voice echoed throughout the hall, sending a chill through the hearts of all present. At his words, the once silent hall erupted in murmurs. Isn't that the former son-in-law of the Li family? What brings him here? I heard he was a good-for-nothing, living off his family. Surely he is not here to extort money? Indeed, I heard he has been married for years without consummating the marriage. Something must be wrong with him. He seems to relish watching his wife with other men. What a disgrace. The crowd, feeling their dignity threatened by Yi Xiao, attempted to belittle him, while some guests, unaware of the context, regarded him with disdain. Zhao Hengyuan, initially taken aback, quickly regained composure and, pulling Li Tongtong closer, approached Yi Xiao. With a mocking kiss on her lips, he taunted, Yi Xiao, are you here to witness my wedding night? Rest assured, I'll allow you to watch. After all, I am magnanimous. Darling, Li Tongtong chimed, shaking Zhao Hengyuan's hand affectionately. This worthless man has come to mooch. I promised him a few scraps if he showed up. She wrinkled her nose in disgust, as though repelled by an unpleasant odor emanating from Yi Xiao. Very well. As you wish, Zhao Hengyuan replied, affectionately patting her head. Where are the security guards? Why haven't you brought out some leftovers for him to eat? I fear he may tarnish my precious darling's eyes. Zhao Hengyuan's orders resounded loudly. His choice to hold the wedding at Luoyuan Pavilion was not merely due to its status as the finest hotel in Yun City, but also because it was under the Su family's jurisdiction, ensuring formidable security. I have made myself clear. Yi Xiao remained unmoved, his lips curling slightly as he uttered, now that I am here, this wedding will not proceed. Zhao Hengyuan's smile vanished, replaced by a blaze of fury. I intended to grant you mercy, but it seems you do not value your own life. Do you realize who is present? Each one of them is a titan of their respective industries in Yun City. Offend them, and I assure you, you will not survive here. Chapter 8. Yi Xiao, your fate is sealed. Zhao Hengyuan released Li Tongtong's hand and clasped his fists, turning around. Esteemed guests, I, Zhao Hengyuan, am well aware that I am not a figure of great significance. Yet the reason I could secure an entire floor at Luoyuan Pavilion for this banquet is entirely thanks to the assistance of Miss Su. He paused, gauging the reactions of those around him before continuing. This man is the former husband of my bride, a complete failure who does nothing but laze about at home, living off his family. After Tongtong could no longer endure him, she divorced him, yet he dared to create a scene at our wedding. If you hold any regard for me, Zhao Hengyuan, I implore you to assist in silencing him. His voice rang with conviction and confidence. Although he leveraged the name of Miss Su to assert his influence, his claims were not without merit. A mere inquiry would reveal the current collaboration between the Lu and Su families, rendering disbelief impossible. After today, The ties between the Liu and Su families in Yun City would be firmly established, enabling them to soar to new heights. Initially, the guests had adopted a detached spectator mentality, but Zhao Hongyuan's words swiftly altered their stance. They began to express their support, eager to align themselves with him, exhibiting more enthusiasm than during the bidding process. The Li Group's chain supermarkets span Yun City. I will ensure he never steps foot in one again. Our firm specializes in outsourcing. Starting today, we will blacklist him. As long as he remains in Yun City, he shall find no employment. I may lack substantial prowess, but I can certainly arrange for his water and electricity to be cut. My family operates a chain of restaurants. City management. Regardless of whether they were businessmen or public officials, all present rose to declare their allegiance. If this continued, Yi Zhao's very existence in Yun City would be at stake. These individuals had effectively sealed his fate, devoid of any semblance of compassion. One stood with Zhao Hongyan, a man connected to the Su family, while the other could not even retain his wife. Even a fool would know whom to choose. The faces of those around him bore smiles, yet to Yi Zhao, they appeared as nothing more than nefarious little men. Observing their fervent antics, his gaze turned progressively colder. Do you comprehend your error? Should you prostrate yourself and bark like a dog, I might consider sparing you. Zhao Hongyuan chuckled, his heart untroubled, merely seeking to toy with this useless wretch. Do you think you can ruin my wedding? You are not worthy. Even in a society governed by law, ending your life could be as simple as a word. Yi Zhao regarded the pompous Zhao Hongyuan as one might regard a jester. Have you finished your tirade? By the way, the security you summoned should be arriving shortly. This caught Zhao Hongyuan off guard. However, before he could regain his composure, a thunderous noise erupted in the banquet hall. Clap, clap, clap. Blinding lights illuminated the entire venue, compelling everyone to shield their eyes. A group of burly men in black suits entered, encircling the guests. Ah, here they are. Prepare for your demise. Zhao Hongyuan laughed maliciously, striding forward with a sycophantic smile. Manager Wang, it is I, Zhao Hongyuan. He hurried to Wang Xiang's side, bowing and scraping, resembling an obedient lapdog. Yet, he was oblivious to the disdainful glances directed at him by those who had previously supported him. Luoyun Pavilion belonged to the Su family, and as the manager, Wang Xiangge held a status that surpassed that of an ordinary head of the household. He was a figure to be revered. Zhao Hongyuan's expression radiated joy. He could hardly believe that a mere wedding could prompt Wang Xianghe to personally attend in celebration. It seemed he had truly won the trust of Miss Su. See, even manager Wang must show respect for my husband. Li Tongtong stood behind, incessantly boasting to her friends, her heart swelling with excitement at their envious gazes. Her eyes now brimming with affection for Zhao Hongyuan. However, as she elegantly approached Wang Xianghe, her words barely left her lips. Manager Wang, I am. Good dog, stay out of the way, move aside. Before she could finish, a man in a suit shoved her aside. She stumbled back, accidentally stepping on her wedding gown. Crashing into the table, the sound of shattered glass harmonizing with her anguished cries. Yet Wang Xianghe did not spare her a glance, striding past her without a word. Ah, you scoundrels. Li Tongtong froze for a moment before shrieking, her desire to hurl insults at his retreating figure quelled by Zhao Hongyuan's swift hand over her mouth, leaving only muffled whimpers. Though Zhao Hongyuan felt a flash of indignation at being dismissed, a deeper fear coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. Wang Xiangge, despite his elevated status, was known for his affability, renowned for his kindness in Yun City. But what was happening today? The surrounding guests sensed the tension and fell silent. The banquet hall enveloped in an uneasy stillness, punctuated only by the sound of Wang Xiangge's footsteps and Li Tongtong's whimpering. Suddenly, Li Tongtong thrashed violently, breaking free from Zhao Hongyuan's grasp. Brother Yuan, it seems Manager Wang is here to confront that useless wretch. Zhao Hongyuan's face lit up with delight, his earlier concerns dissipating. Indeed, he is here for that good-for-nothing. He must have offended Manager Wang at some point. Given Wang Xianghe's expression, it appears I need not intervene. He will surely face his comeuppance. He quickly rose, casting his gaze toward Yu Xiao. Yes, he has disrupted our wedding, which Miss Su graciously permitted us to hold. Manager Wang would certainly be displeased. Li Tongtong and Appo's analysis not only enlightened Zhao Hongyuan but also made the guests around them realize that Manager Wang had come to reprimand this young man. This made sense. After all, they were in Luoyun Pavilion. If anyone could wreak havoc, how could business continue? With this thought, their eyes now glimmered with pity and sympathy for Yi Zhao. Should Wang Xianghe take action, he was not like the others present. He was a true heavyweight. To offend him could easily lead to headlines proclaiming the discovery of a mangled corpse in the sewers the following day. Manager Wang, it is this brat causing trouble. He just claimed that our wedding would not proceed, showing utter disdain for you. Zhao Hongyuan rushed forward, eager to curry favor with flattery. Chapter 9 Meeting Mr. Yi. In my opinion, individuals of this nature require a lesson. Otherwise, they may remain oblivious to their own insignificance for the entirety of their lives. It would be prudent for your esteemed self to impart some wisdom upon him, instilling a sense of respect and reverence. Wang Xianga stepped before Yi Xiao. Coming to a halt, they stood in silence, motionless, while Zhao Hongyuan buzzed around like a bothersome fly. Manager Wang, do take action. He has soiled a wedding gown. I want him dead. Li Tongtong, with a piece of vegetable stuck to her head, appeared rather comical, resembling a clown. Yet her expression was one of grotesque fury, akin to a malevolent spirit from the underworld, evoking disgust. Barely had her words faded when Wang Xianghe, who had been still, suddenly turned to her, his gaze devoid of warmth. In the next moment, he lifted his right foot and delivered a kick to her abdomen. Li Tongtong felt a sharp pain surge through her, her body crashing heavily against the table, scalding hot soup splattering across her smooth back, instantly forming blisters. She stood in a daze for a long while, unable to believe her eyes as she stared at Wang Xianghe. You dare to strike me? How dare you strike me? Li Tongtong's hair hung loosely, and she emitted a shrill, grating scream, appearing particularly obnoxious. Wang Xianghe, however, paid her no heed. He turned his attention back to Yi Xiao. To everyone's astonishment, the manager of Luyangshuan, the leading figure in Yun City's hospitality industry, actually bowed respectfully to Yi Xiao. I have the honor of meeting you, Mr. Yi. His voice was rich and resonant, echoing throughout the banquet hall. I have the honor of meeting you, Mr. Yi. Behind him, the suited men who had entered with him, along with the surrounding staff, all bent at the waist, their voices synchronized as if rehearsed. Silence enveloped the room, a deathly hush. No one dared to breathe. Zhao Hongyuan was left in a daze, biting his tongue hard enough to draw blood. Pain coursed through him, and his heart spasmed. This was no dream. Wang Xianghe had indeed addressed that worthless individual as Mr. Was this worthless fellow of such high standing that even he must treat him with respect? For a moment, he staggered, teetering before collapsing to the ground. Wang Xianghe was one of the three prominent families, the representative of the Su family, a significant figure whom Zhao Hongyuan had always sought to flatter. Yet, what right did Yi Xiao have? Li Tongtong, too, was on the verge of collapse. What did you call him? Ha ha ha, mister. He is nothing but a green-haired turtle, a useless man who cannot even voice his objections while watching his wife in bed with another. You dare call him mister? Her veins bulged in her neck as she laughed maniacally, yet this time, no one dared to agree with her. Who do you think you are speaking to? Wang Xianghe's eyes glimmered with a predatory light, resembling a famished wolf. Li Tongtong trembled in terror, retreating frantically as if she were an ostrich. Mr. Yi is our most esteemed guest at Luyangshuan, and he singularly represents the entire Su family. Though Wang Xianghe directed his words at Li Tongtong, his gaze swept over all present. Manager Wang is merely jesting. It seems he is trying to lighten the overly solemn atmosphere of the wedding. Zhao Hongyuan forced a smile, attempting to smooth over the situation. Jesting? Do you think you are worthy? Wang Xianghe's words shattered his composure, causing him to crumple to the floor, his face flushed with embarrassment and rage. Mr. Yi, may I inquire if you have any instructions? As if transformed into another person, Wang Xianghe bowed and asked. Yi Zhao's icy voice cut through the air. I do not wish to witness this wedding. Understood. Wang Xianghe raised his right hand, and the hundreds of suited men behind him sprang into action, scattering in all directions. They tore the ribbons, smashed the exhibition photos, and dismantled the wedding stage. Each movement was swift, and within mere minutes, the banquet hall bore no semblance of a wedding. The sounds of tearing and crashing filled the air. Li Tongtong even witnessed her wedding photo being tossed to the ground and trampled upon. Behind the wedding stage, her meticulously prepared gown was retrieved and ripped in half. No. That is my gown. That is 3 years of my salary. And the wedding cake, let it be. She cried out in heart-wrenching despair, attempting to intervene. But her efforts were futile. Ultimately, she could only sit on the ground, tears streaming down her face, lost in helpless sobs. Zhao Hongyuan stood beside her, his visage a blend of fury, shame, and fear. He trembled, striving to rise, yet found himself devoid of strength. After a period of panic, the guests gradually quieted down. They began to comprehend that Yi Xiao was merely targeting this wedding. Recalling Yi Zhao's earlier words, their gazes shifted toward Zhao Hongyuan, rendering him akin to a naked jester parading down the street. Zhao Hongyuan finally erupted, bellowing, "Everyone, cease at once." Yet no one heeded his command. The suited men continued their work, unperturbed. With red-rimmed eyes, Zhao Hongyuan advanced boldly toward Yi Xiao. "You are impressive, Mr. Yi. I concede this round. Though I do not know what means you employed to command Wang Xianghe's obedience, remember this. Li Yongxuan does not belong to him. Do you think the Su family will allow you to wield such unrestrained power within their domain?" Zhao Hongyuan's explosive voice jolted Li Tongtong from her despondency. "Yes. My husband knows members of the Su family. I will certainly relay everything that transpires today to them, and you will await their wrath." As they reveled in their delusions of grandeur, Yi Xiao felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Wang Xianghe, too, covered his forehead. A look of helplessness etched upon his face. In that moment, his eyes softened, replaced with pity. "Are you scared? I shall now call the eldest daughter of the Su family. The Su family is known for their strict adherence to rules. None of you shall escape," Zhao Hongyuan declared, brandishing his phone with a false bravado. "Do as you wish," Yi Xiao casually replied, utterly indifferent to his threats. Zhao Hongyuan's expression shifted suddenly, and just as he found himself in a bind, a gasp echoed from the distance. "The eldest daughter of the Su family has arrived." Instantly, all eyes turned toward the entrance, some even standing on tiptoe, straining to see outside. The eldest daughter of the Su family was widely acknowledged as the most beautiful woman in Yun City. However, her public appearances were exceedingly rare, making everyone eager for a glimpse. "The Su family's daughter is truly here." Zhao Hongyuan's countenance paled, failing to notice his phone had fallen. Yuan Gu," Li Tongtong exclaimed excitedly, tugging at Zhao Hongyuan's clothing. "I sent the Su family an invitation, and I never expected the eldest daughter to come in person." Chapter 10. The young lady of the Su family's boyfriend. In truth, in her pursuit of a grander wedding, she did not limit the invitations solely to the Su family. She extended them to every prominent family in Yun City. A splendid endeavor. Zhao Hongyuan, filled with excitement, planted a kiss on her cheek, astonished that such distinguished figures would attend his wedding. It was a moment of great pride for him. Names like Yi Xiao and Wang Xianghe appeared insignificant in her presence. Draped in a flowing blue gown, Su Mingwei gracefully approached them from the entrance. Her features were exquisite, her skin as fair as snow, and her face, untouched by makeup, radiated beauty that could rival the heavens, resembling a celestial fairy that left all in awe. The bride, Li Tongtong, paled in comparison, merely a backdrop to her brilliance. Is she the eldest daughter of the Su family? At the sight of Su Mingwei, Zhao Hongyuan was momentarily dumbfounded. He was not alone in his astonishment. Li Tongtong was equally taken aback. Little did they know that Su Mingwei was the enchanting figure who had appeared alongside Yi Xiao that day. Zhao Hongyuan, Li Tongtong. "How do you do?" Su Mingwei greeted them with a warm smile. Sweat broke out on Zhao Hongyuan's forehead as he stammered, "Thank you, Miss Su, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to attend my wedding. However, I fear I have embarrassed you with the current state of affairs." "Oh." Su Mingwei scrutinized Zhao Hongyuan, her expression revealing a playful amusement at his disheveled appearance. Zhao Hongyuan's mind raced with confusion, pondering how that good-for-nothing Yi Xiao managed to attach himself to the Su family's heiress. Li Tongtong was equally perplexed. Just then, Su Mingwei spoke up. "I just received word that Yun City intends to blacklist Yi Xiao, and you are behind it, aren't you?" Zhao Hongyuan's heart sank, and he replied, trembling, "Why, yes. It was us." The surrounding guests, unaware of the underlying tensions, began to murmur, seeing as the Su family's young lady appeared to defend Zhao Hongyuan. Indeed, the eldest daughter of the Su family is a breathtaking beauty. Her presence at this wedding elevates its prestige. True, although this wedding is turned into a farce. Who could envy it less now that Miss Su is here? Alas, it seems that Yi Xiao is in for misfortune. Yet, Zhao Hongyuan knew all too well that Su Mingwei's relationship with Yi Xiao was far from simple. It was he who might face the dire consequences. Just as expected, Su Mingwei suddenly shifted her tone. "How fortunate it is that I arrived in time. Otherwise, if Mr. Yi were truly blacklisted, it would be quite troublesome." "Miss Su, do you truly intend to protect Yi Xiao?" he stammered, his face reddening like a ripe liver. Though Zhao Hongyuan was reluctant, the gravity of Su Mingwei and Apos' words weighed heavily on him. Li Tongtong, too, felt a wave of panic. Yet her rational mind insisted that the eldest daughter of the Su family could never truly be interested in a man like Yi Xiao. With a gentle smile, reminiscent of the warmth of spring, Su Mingwei declared, "Indeed, I hereby formally announce that Mr. Yi Xiao is an esteemed guest of the Su family. To provoke Mr. Yi is to provoke my family. I trust everyone will refrain from miscalculating their allegiances. Her tone left no room for doubt. Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong turned pale. He is but a good-for-nothing, Li Tongtong muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Though soft, her words reached Su Mingyue's ears. With a disdainful glance, she replied fiercely, he is not a good-for-nothing. He is my boyfriend. The bold proclamation from the eldest daughter of the Su family stunned the onlookers. In her quest to fulfill President Ye's mission and deal with Zhao Hongyuan, Su Mingwen needed to present a convincing rationale. There was no better justification than defending her boyfriend. While this might lead to misunderstandings among the spectators, Su Mingwei was unfazed in her mission. After a moment of silence, Zhao Hongyuan stammered, I misspoke earlier. What I meant to say is that Yi Xiao is welcome to shop freely at our family's chain supermarkets, and we shall cover the expenses. Yes. I meant to say that Yi Xiao can enjoy complimentary utilities without any charges. The very guest who first suggested the blacklist was the first to retract his statement. Once he spoke, others began to awaken to the realization. Indeed, anyone who opposes them shall be my enemy. The Du family. Su Mingwei remained silent. But the crowd surged with enthusiasm, each person voluntarily beginning to ostracize Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong. Zhao Hongyuan could hardly believe that the ethereal Su Mingwei, who seemed untouched by the mundane world, had a boyfriend. It was even more shocking to him that this boyfriend was Yu Xiao. He staggered back a few steps, his face ashen. Even more incredulous was Li Tongtong. Miss Su, you must be mistaken. That good-for-nothing Yi Xiao is someone I disdain. How could you possibly be interested in him? You must be under some enchantment. Li Tongtong cried out, her eyes wide with disbelief. She relished seeing Yi Xiao humiliated and treated like a dog, devoid of dignity. Yet, she could not bear the thought of him being cherished and valued, which made her feel insignificant. Su Mingwei cast her a cold glance, a smile gracing her lips as she moved beside Yu Xiao, tenderly wiping the sweat from his forehead. Her earnest demeanor captivated all. You've worked up a sweat. Let me help you. The closeness of their bodies almost seemed to merge, and Yu Xiao could detect the faint, alluring fragrance that was uniquely hers. Yu Xiao, perceptive as ever, immediately understood that Su Mingwei was deliberately creating this intimate atmosphere. Such a suggestive display required no explanation. Any discerning observer could see that their relationship transcended the ordinary. No one dared to question his status anymore. This is truly remarkable. I thought Miss Su was merely using him as a shield, but I never anticipated their closeness. Who exactly is Yi Xiao? That he has captured the heart of the Su family's eldest daughter? It is a meteoric rise. Regardless of his true identity, he cannot be an ordinary man. Li Tongtong must be blind to have divorced someone of such caliber. The surrounding chatter pierced their minds like silver needles. I must thank you, Su Mingwei addressed Li Tongtong. For if you hadn't let Yi Xiao go, I would never have had the chance to meet him, nor to become his girlfriend. Li Tongtong stared vacantly at Yi Xiao, her former husband, whom she had treated with disdain. Yet now, he seemed a stranger to her, as if she had never truly seen him. Could it be that I was mistaken? Li Tongtong pondered, her gaze drifting toward the distraught Zhao Hongyuan, questioning her own beliefs. Chapter 11. Expulsion from Cloud City. At this moment, Zhao Hongyuan was drenched in sweat, while Li Tongtong was preoccupied with the quality of her choice in men. He was acutely aware of the ramifications of the situation. He gazed bitterly at Su Mingwei, who appeared utterly indifferent. With a tinge of desperation, he turned his pleading eyes towards the assembled guests, none of whom dared to meet his gaze. Some even wore expressions of mockery, relishing in his misfortune, as taking advantage of others' plight was their forte. The failure of the wedding was not the most daunting aspect. What truly terrified him was the apparent enmity he had incurred from the Su family. His future now seemed bleak and devoid of promise. Born and raised in Cloud City, his entire existence was intertwined with its enterprises and social networks. Li Tongtong, in a state of despair, threw herself at Zhao Hongyuan. Yet, he was like a clay idol, unable to assist even himself. He pushed her away and knelt on the ground, scrambling towards Wang Xianghe. Manager Wang, I realize my mistakes, truly. Please spare me. I do not wish to die. He wept, his tears flowing like a child caught in wrongdoing. The surrounding guests looked on in disgust at this spectacle. But Zhao Hongyuan was indifferent to their scorn. Wang Xianghe was known for his ruthlessness. Everyone on the streets knew that those who crossed him often met untimely ends. Li Tongtong, equally shaken, joined him in kneeling. What is this? I never said I would kill you. Wang Xianghe bent down and playfully patted Zhao Hongyuan's face, akin to teasing a dog. Yet, rather than feeling humiliated, Zhao Hongyuan was filled with an intense longing for survival. I only desire your hands and feet. Wang Xianghe coldly continued, leaving Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong's faces frozen in shock, their strength waning as they slumped backward. Guests nearby suddenly covered their noses, retreating several steps. "What is that awful smell?" one inquired in confusion. "It and Appos," asked the groom. "He and Appos," as so frightened he wet himself. Another shouted, pointing at a puddle of yellow liquid on the floor. They glared at Zhao Heng Yuan with disdain as they distanced themselves. Li Tongong stared at him in disbelief, gazing at the man she had once deemed worthy of leaving her marriage for. "No, Manager Wang, please. I do not wish to become disabled. I beg you, spare me." Zhao Heng Yuan continued to knock his head against the ground, blood and urine mingling, a foul odor spreading around him. Yet all that echoed in the air was Wang Xiang's icy voice. "If you do not wish to be disabled, does that mean you wish to die? I shall grant you that." Zhao Heng Yuan's body stiffened, unable to lift his bent frame. Realizing this path was futile, he crawled towards Yi Xiao, grasping at his pant leg. "Grandfather Yi, please, say a word for me. I know your words hold power. It was this woman. She seduced me. I truly understand my errors." Yi Xiao, however, expressionless, kicked him away. "You've soiled my trousers." Zhao Heng Yuan, undeterred, approached Su Mingwei, his appearance a pitiful sight, tears and blood streaking his face, which he dared not wipe away. "Miss Su, how did it come to this?" A clear, innocent voice rang out from the entrance. It was Li Tongtong's sister, Li Xiaya. Yi Xiao furrowed his brows but soon relaxed as the formerly cold expression softened. "Xiaya?" Li Tongtong was taken aback, for she had confined her sister to prevent her from opposing her marriage to Zhao Heng Yuan. "How did you escape?" Yet, upon a moment's reflection, a flicker of joy crossed Li Tongtong's face. "Xiaya, your brother-in-law dotes on you. Plead with him for mercy. I do not wish to lose my hands and feet." Disheveled and covered in grime, Li Tongtong appeared almost deranged, her face pleading. At that moment, Li Xiaya was her sole hope. Meanwhile, Li Gang and Lu Shumi, who had been hiding, finally stepped forward, trembling. "Xiaya, your sister acknowledges her mistakes. Please, speak to Yi Xiao. We want to divorce. He is still my good son-in-law." Lu Shumi, filled with regret, gazed at Yi Xiao with increasing admiration, as though she had never been the one to cast him out. Li Xiaya, still unaware of the full situation, had only seen her sister's friend's social media posts about her brother-in-law at Luo Yanxian, facing challenges from Zhao Heng Yuan. Thus, she had sneaked out to assist him. But now, why did both Zhao Heng Yuan and her sister appear so wretched? Despite her confusion, upon hearing Lu Shumi's words, Li Xiaya resolutely shook her head. "Mom, I opposed this treatment of brother-in-law before. Now it has come to this. I will not plead for him." "You ungrateful daughter." "That is your own sister," Lu Shumi scolded with newfound vigor. "I don't care. If you don't save your sister, we'll consider you no daughter of ours." Li Xiaoya fell silent, torn between loyalty to her mother and sister and her fondness for her brother-in-law. Observing her struggle, Yi Xiao's heart softened. He turned to Su Mingwei, his previously icy gaze warming. "Mingwei, you may handle them." Su Mingwei nodded slightly, having perceived Yi Xiao's predicament. Consequently, her admiration for him deepened, for despite the mistreatment he endured, he retained a glimmer of hope. With a piercing gaze directed at Zhao Heng Yuan and Li Tongtong, her countenance became as frigid as ancient ice, instilling a sense of dread. "Submit the evidence I have gathered regarding Zhao Heng Yuan's tax evasion and embezzlement to the court. Furthermore, I wish never to see these two in Cloud City again." "Yes." Wang Xiang bowed in acknowledgement, his eyes glinting. A group of suited men approached from behind, dragging the two out of the banquet hall like dead dogs. This outcome not only fulfilled President Yi's instructions but also relieved Yi Xiao from further discomfort. A win-win situation. As Zhao Heng Yuan and Li Tongtong were expelled, their parents anxiously followed, leaving only Li Xiaya standing in place, bewildered. Chapter 12. The Gigolo. The scene was in utter disarray. The guests stood frozen in place, seemingly awaiting instructions. Yet, Su Mingwei remained indifferent to the chaos, instead embracing Yi Xiao's arm and affectionately stating, "Your tasks are complete. It's now time for you to accompany me." With a sweet demeanor, she led Yi Xiao upstairs, leaving behind the heartbroken young masters of the Yun City aristocracy. Once they noticed the absence of onlookers, Su Mingwei blushed slightly and withdrew from Yi Xiao's embrace. A sense of emptiness washed over Yi Xiao as he felt her warmth depart. "So, does this mean you are no longer my girlfriend?" he inquired. Su Mingwei, a tad bashful, acknowledged her fondness for Yi Xiao but clarified that her earlier actions were merely a pretext to fulfill her own obligations. She wasn't ready to label him as her boyfriend just yet. "What do you think?" Before Su Mingwei could respond, the voice of Su Xilan descended from the upper floor, dripping with dissatisfaction. Although she was not present at the scene, she was already well aware of the events that had transpired. In her eyes, Yi Xiao was merely a gigolo leveraging her sister's influence. wholly unworthy of Su Mingwe. Yi Xiao chose to ignore her, not even casting her a glance. Su Mingwe shot her sister a disapproving look before pulling Yi Xiao towards the 5th floor. This level, the highest in the Luyun Pavilion, was typically inaccessible to most, let alone for dining purposes. Yet, at this moment, it was adorned extravagantly, filled with tables and chairs, brimming with an array of delicacies and pastries, attended by several elegantly dressed waitstaff. At the center of the grand hall stood a massive dining table, already occupied by members of the 3 prominent families. I sincerely apologize for the earlier disturbance at Luyun Pavilion. I had to attend to some matters, Su Mingwe offered as she and Yi Xiao took their seats. As soon as Yi Xiao settled in, he felt a scorching gaze directed at him, exuding unrestrained hostility. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just Xiaowen's gigolo. This is the place of the 3 families, and you are not worthy to sit here. The speaker was Gu Tian, who had recently been stripped of his position as the representative of the Wolf Financial Group by Yi Xiao, emanating animosity. There's no need for such harsh words. Yi Xiao replied matter-of-factly, I came here with Mingwe. He was merely stating the truth, yet the young man reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, leaping up with a fierce glare. Are you implying you are Su Mingwe's companion? Gu Tian's narrow eyes squinted, his bloodthirsty gaze fixated on Yi Xiao, his anger intensifying. In Yun City, it was common knowledge that Su Mingwe was the object of Gu Tian's affections, and Yu Xiao's audacity to encroach upon that was infuriating. Indeed. She has asked me to be her companion. Is that a problem? Yu Xiao retorted. Gu Tian's expression darkened as he admonished, I may not know who you are, but you would do well to keep your distance from Mingwe, or I will make you regret ever entering this world. Not long ago, he had encountered Yu Xiao at the headquarters of the Wolf Financial Group. To him, Yu Xiao was merely a pretty face. The audacity of that woman to rescind his representative status while he had yet to settle the score with her was intolerable, especially as he now saw Yu Xiao flirting with his betrothed. Before Yu Xiao could respond, Su Mingwe interjected, Who gave you permission to call me Mingwe? I warn you. Gu Tian, dare to lay a finger on Yi Xiao and see what happens. Gu Tian's countenance darkened ominously. He had not anticipated Su Mingwe's public rebuke. If Yi Xiao was her companion, then what did that make their engagement? At that moment, Wang Xianghe entered with a bottle of fine wine, cautiously pouring drinks for the distinguished guests. Please enjoy. If there is anything amiss, do not hesitate to inform. He began, but before he could finish, Gu Tian slapped him to the ground. Why the hell didn't you pour for me first? Do you look down on me? Gu Tian wiped his hands with a napkin and carelessly tossed it onto Wang Xianghe. Wang Xianghe's face turned ashen, since becoming the manager of Luyun Pavilion. No one had dared to treat him this way, let alone strike him. What are you staring at? I'm doing you a favor, Gu Tian scolded. You dare to wear that sour expression? Kin and Amp. Oppos. Do you even say thank you? Though Luyun Pavilion had the backing of the Wolf Financial Group, Wang Xianghe belonged to the Su family. Everyone knew that Gu Tian was taking out his frustrations on Wang Xianghe. However, the onlookers merely observed with indifference. No one was foolish enough to offend Gu Tian for the sake of the Su family's servant. Wang Xianghe's expression remained flat. He understood the gravity of retaliation. To do so would change the situation entirely, and even the Su family would not be able to protect him. He swallowed his rage silently. Su Mingwe's expression darkened considerably. Bang! Su Xilan slammed her palm on the table, causing the dishes to tremble. Su Mingwe tugged at her, subtly shaking her head. They had their own motives for being at this banquet. Following the death of the Su family's patriarch, the influence of the Su family within Yun City's 3 major families had diminished significantly. Now that Su Mingwe had finally secured a representative position with the Wolf Financial Group, she had yet to solidify her standing. Gu Tian was clearly provoking the Su sisters, attempting to incite them into a trap. Are you still unconvinced? Gu Tian observed Su Mingwe's silence and boldly rose to his feet, grasping Wang Xianghe's chin and delivering a hard slap. The sound echoed through the hall. Wang Xianghe's cheeks swelled, and his veins bulged as his nails dug into his palms, drawing blood, yet he dared not utter a word of defiance. Thank you for your generosity, Gu Gongzi. Wang Xianghe understood the precarious situation of the Su family. After uttering those words, his gaze darkened, and the vigor that once filled him faded, collapsing to the ground like a withered old man. Is your apology merely for show? Get down on your knees. Gu Tian nodded with satisfaction and resumed his seat. Wang Xianghe suddenly lifted his head, looking at Gu Tian, a flicker of light igniting in his dull eyes before it vanished once more. My hand hurts a bit now, and it's all your fault. Bow to me 3 times, and I might let you off easy. Aren't I benevolent? Wang Xiang's face was etched with bitterness, his movements feeble. He set the wine bottle down and slowly bent his knees to kneel before Gu Tian. Zhou Ruhai, the head of the Zhou family, sat watching the spectacle unfold, his gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Mingwei. After the passing of the Su family's elder, the entire family relied on these two sisters, though he felt a sense of pity. If these sisters lacked the capability to resolve their predicament, he would have to reconsider the partnership between their families. Chapter 13. The Pain in My Hand. Kneeling to apologize, the inability of the family head renders the Su family devoid of any value, making it more advantageous for Zhou and Gu to divide the spoils between them. The agent of the Greedy Wolf Consortium is, in essence, a double-edged sword. Possessing skill could elevate the Su family's status, yet lacking it would lead to their swift demise. Su Mingwei naturally noticed Zhou Ruhai's gaze, although anxiety brewed within her. She found herself powerless to act. Gu Tian eagerly awaited the moment Su Mingwei would turn against the situation. She must not fall into the trap laid before her. However, as she helplessly witnessed her subordinates being humiliated, it felt as if a heavy stone lodged itself in her heart. Amidst her fatigue, a calm voice reached her ears. "You must be the young master of the Gu family. This is the first time I have encountered such a shameless scoundrel. It truly opens my eyes. Come, allow me to toast you." This statement sent a tremor through the crowd, shifting their attention from Wang Xianghe to Yi Xiao. Gu Tian's previously smiling countenance transformed into a snarl. Su Xilan hissed at Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, do you even comprehend what you are saying?" Su Mingwei regarded him with concern, her mind racing for a solution, yet yielding nothing. Yi Xiao stood, holding his wine glass aloft. Su Mingwei attempted to intervene, but he effortlessly evaded her grasp. He strode slowly to Gu Tian's side and halted. The onlookers gawked at Yi Xiao, yet none dared to speak. Particularly among the Zhou family, Zhou Ruhai furrowed his brow at the anxious Su Mingwei, bewildered as to why she chose a reckless youth as her companion, reinforcing his belief that women were fit only to serve as ornamental figures. Su Xilan stared at Yi Xiao in disbelief, muttering, "Has this fool lost his mind? Does he think he has lived too long?" No sooner had she spoken than an even more unexpected event transpired. Yi Xiao tilted his wine glass, allowing its contents to cascade over Gu Tian's head, momentarily stunning the previously menacing young master. Before Gu Tian could regain his composure, a resounding slap echoed through the hall, a sharp sound that shattered the silence. The crowd stood frozen, as if ensnared by a spell. "Why you dare hit me?" Gu Tian exclaimed in disbelief. "Don and Apos, mention it." Yi Xiao replied earnestly. "Your previous remarks were indeed correct. My hand is quite painful. Perhaps if you bow your head now, I might let you off the hook." Gu Tian's face reddened with rage, while Su Mingwei's countenance turned pale. Su Xilan gritted her teeth in frustration. "Sister, what do we do now? This fool probably thinks he is quite impressive. He must truly be out of his mind." Gu Tian spoke with an air of confidence, but it was clear that this debt would ultimately fall upon them. If Yi Xiao sought death, there was nothing they could do. The crowd regarded him as if he were already a corpse. The Su family was indeed in decline. Zhou Ruhai sighed, sensing that after today, Yun City might experience a significant upheaval with the Su family as its target. "Did you not see me being struck? Where is everyone?" Gu Tian shouted, overturning a nearby wine glass in his fury. As his voice echoed, a dozen tattooed thugs surged into the room. "Who dares strike young Master Gu?" The leader, a burly man, filled his tailored suit to its limits, exuding an intimidating presence. "What are you waiting for? That brat over there, take him down." Gu Tian pointed menacingly at the composed Yi Xiao. In the brief moments from Gu Tian's slap to the thug's entrance, even the fearless Su Xilan felt a tremor of fear, instinctively drawing closer to Su Mingwei. This is it. Gu Tian is truly enraged. That despicable rogue is finished, and the Su family will be dragged down with him. She muttered, casting a glance at Zhou Ruhai, who displayed no sign of sympathy. Su Mingwei seemed oblivious to the commotion, her gaze fixed on the unfolding scene. Her lips pressed together in contemplation. Just as the thugs prepared to charge at Yi Xiao with bottles in hand, she sprang to her feet. "Stop right there." Su Mingwei's commanding voice resonated throughout the banquet hall. Confronted by the fierce determination of Su Mingwei, the thugs exchanged uncertain glances before ultimately halting their advance. Yet, this only served to amplify Gu Tian's fury. Anyone would be unsettled to witness their betrothed standing up for another man, especially someone as prideful as he. Previously, he had been informed that Su Mingwei, during a wedding below, claimed another man was her boyfriend to defend him. Gu Tian had merely laughed it off, confident no one knew Su Mingwei better than he did. having long regarded her and her sister as his possessions. Had it been Su Xilan, he might have entertained the notion, but Su Mingyue's aloof demeanor made her defense of another man implausible. Yet, the truth became unmistakably clear to him now. Mingyue, do not involve yourself in this matter. I shall not let this scoundrel go unpunished, and if you insist on defending him, our families and Appo's alliance will be nullified. Furthermore, the Gu family will exert its full might to crush the Su family's enterprises. Gu Tian threatened, fully aware that while Su Mingyue was stubborn, she would act rationally when the Su family was at stake. This time, however, he was destined for disappointment. Su Mingyue inhaled deeply, her resolve unyielding as she declared, Young Master Gu, you shall save my life. Though the Su family is currently in decline, we shall not repay kindness with enmity. Therefore, I implore you to remain composed and extend our family a measure of respect. Her words, though courteous, bore an unshakable firmness. Gu Tian's forehead throbbed with indignation. He had not anticipated that Su Mingyue would risk the entire Su family for Yi Xiao. Did she truly harbor feelings for this fool? He felt as though a green hat had been placed upon his head, inciting his wrath. Very well. Gu Tian spat through clenched teeth. Su Mingyue, do you truly believe the Su family remains as it once was? Su Mingyue's complexion paled. Her family was in a precarious position, with numerous clans coveting the reputation of the three great families. Should the Gu family decide to target the Su family, their influence would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. Zhou Ruhai shook his head, lamenting how events had unfolded. He recalled how the late Master Su orchestrated matters with finesse, contrasting it with the current Su heir's inadequacy. With this thought, he prepared to rise and take his leave. There was no longer a reason to remain at this gathering. Gu Tian suddenly turned towards the leader of the thugs. Scarface, as a man of the underworld, you should know what to do. I want him to wish for death. The burly man grinned menacingly, his knuckles cracking ominously. Chapter 14 by Jiangbo was evidently a formidable character, yet he was not truly a man of Gu Tian. Recently, Gu Tian had forged a connection with Bai Jiangbo, the notorious leader, and thus had sent him to assist. I shall crush your bones inch by inch, discarding them into the sewer for the maggots to feast upon your flesh, ensuring your prolonged torment. The scarred man revealed a grotesque grin as he slowly approached Yi Xiao. Wait. Yi Xiao raised his hand, seemingly struck by a thought. Did you just claim to be involved in the underworld? I have a friend who is also entrenched in that realm. Let me make a quick call. His tone suggested he did not regard the scarred man with any seriousness, igniting a flame of fury within him. Fine. Go ahead and call. I'll ensure that the person you summon joins you in the sewer. Yi Xiao retrieved his phone, and after a brief exchange, he stated, I am currently on the 5th floor of Luoyan Pavilion. You should hurry. With just a few words, he hung up. Who are you calling? The scarred man, observing Yi Xiao's calm demeanor, began to feel a sense of trepidation. Could it be that he truly knew some influential figures in the underworld? Bai Jiangbo, he will be here shortly. Yi Xiao casually mentioned a name. The banquet hall fell silent for a moment before erupting into a cacophony of derisive laughter. Ha! Gu Tian and the scarred man, along with their cohorts, doubled over in mirth. Do you think you can summon Bai Jiangbo with a mere phone call? You must truly wish for death. The scarred man's expression darkened. Bai Jiangbo is my elder brother, a godfather-like figure in the Yun City underworld. You think a single call will bring him here? You are truly courting disaster. You shall learn that sometimes, death can be a merciful release. His voice thundered, echoing through the corridor. Meanwhile, Bai Jiangbo was inhaling deeply, and upon hearing the brash words, a cold sweat drenched his back. He had run over and was now breathless, collapsing to the floor in shock. Su Xilan rolled her eyes at Yi Xiao in the banquet hall. Truthfully, when Yi Xiao made the call, she had held a flicker of hope, thinking he might not be as inept as he appeared and perhaps actually knew some significant figures. However, hearing Bai Jiangbo and Appo's name sent a chill through her. What an audacious liar. She shot a fierce glance at Yi Xiao but immediately froze, her gaze fixed on the entrance. Could it be? Her bright eyes widened in disbelief as they reflected the imposing figure of a man. Bai Jiangbo. He truly had arrived. The scarred man and Gu Tian turned to look. Instantly silenced, like quail caught in the open. Sister, did you see that? Is that really Bai Jiangbo? Su Xilan and Appo's expression was one of incredulity. Yi Xiao had indeed summoned Bai Jiangbo with just a phone call. Bai Jiangbo's face was ashen as he surveyed the banquet hall. His gaze finally settled on Yi Xiao. Just as he prepared to approach, Yi Xiao caught his eye, prompting him to halt and scan the room again, landing on Gu Tian. Young Master Gu, you were dining here as well? Bai Jiangbo's tone was flat, devoid of any inflection, as if merely inquiring about the weather. Gu Tian and the scarred man and Appo's S expressions gradually relaxed upon hearing this, as Bai Jiangbo appeared not to recognize Yi Xiao. They had nearly been fooled. How could this pretty boy possibly know someone like Bai Jiangbo? Bai Jiangbo must have merely been dining here, and, upon learning Gu Tian was present, decided to come over for a chat. Gu Tian and the scarred man exchanged glances, feeling they had unraveled the truth. Well, Bai Jiangbo, I was indeed dining here. But this insufferable brat has ruined my mood, so I was just about to have the scarred man teach him a lesson. Gu Tian pointed at Yi Xiao nonchalantly. Bai Jiangbo followed his finger, glancing at Yi Xiao before averting his gaze, seemingly unwilling to stare too long. Bai Jiangbo exuded an imposing aura, after all. He was the foremost figure in the underworld. His mere presence commanded the attention of the entire banquet hall, with none daring to meet his gaze without feeling a pang of guilt. Yet unbeknownst to all, Bai Jiangbo was also feeling a surge of anxiety. When Yi Xiao called, he had merely mentioned a conflict requiring his intervention. He never anticipated that it was his own subordinate who had provoked Yi Xiao. For Yi Xiao to call upon him for resolution was a considerable concession. Gu Tian, do you still have the audacity to twist the narrative? The situation is not as you depict. Su Mingyue gritted her teeth and stepped forward, undeterred by Bai Jiangbo's formidable presence. She understood that while she could protect Yi Xiao from Gu Tian's wrath, should Bai Jiangbo be swayed, Yi Xiao would find himself in dire straits. Bai Jiangbo regarded the resolute Su Mingyue and then turned to the taciturn Yi Xiao, as if grasping the underlying truth. Very well, you may tell me what transpired. He donned a congenial expression as he addressed Su Mingyue. Though fear coursed through her, Su Mingyue clenched her jaw and recounted the events as they unfolded. Only then did Bai Jiangbo grasp the full scope of the situation. It was all a result of Gu Tian's provocations. Is what you say true? Bai Jiangbo inquired solemnly. Gu Tian, unfazed, replied, Indeed, I was struck, and I had the scarred man retaliate. What is the issue? You sent him to ensure such situations arose, did you not? Gu Tian, accustomed to his brazen demeanor, was confident that Bai Jiangbo, having vested interest with him, would not jeopardize his relationship with the Gu family over a mere upstart. However, he was unprepared for the fury that ignited in Bai Jiangbo's eyes upon hearing his words. Very well, let me tell you why I am here. Bai Jiangbo and Apos, S voice turned severe. First, you shall kneel and bow 3 times, seeking his forgiveness. Then, slap yourself until I say stop. Bai Jiangbo fixed an intense gaze upon Gu Tian, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. Gu Tian, elated at Bai Jiangbo's response, exclaimed, Indeed, that is Bai Jiangbo. Did you hear that? Quickly go and apologize. Remember to make it loud. Perhaps in a few years, I might forgive you. Chapter 15. Jiangyi Gu Tian's expression was one of haughty arrogance, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Did he not hear young Master Gu's words? Did he expect me to take matters into my own hands? The scarred thug glared menacingly at Yi Xiao, attempting to intimidate him. Just as he approached, ready to strike, a heavy foot kicked him hard against the wall, sending him crashing to the ground. As he fumed, wondering who dared to kick him, he spotted Bai Jiangbo retracting his right foot. Boss. The scarred thug struggled to rise, propping himself against the wall, resembling a schoolboy caught in mischief. Too afraid to move. As Bai Jiangbo's most capable subordinate, he had never been treated in such a manner, but he understood that the boss was genuinely enraged. Humph. Wait until I get back to teach you a lesson. Bai Jiangbo coldly snorted, causing the thug to shiver. Gu Tian, too, regarded Bai Jiangbo with confusion. Unexpectedly, Bai Jiangbo fixed his gaze on him, enunciating clearly, I am speaking to you. Do not kneel and apologize? You want me to apologize? To him? Gu Tian pointed at himself, as though he had just heard the most ridiculous joke. It seems your hearing is dulled. Would you like me to assist you in removing it? Bai Jiangbo's words carried the weight of jest, yet none present perceived it as humor. He possessed the capability and confidence to back it up. A chill enveloped Gu Tian, causing him to tremble involuntarily, caught between anger and fear. You want me to apologize? He repeated the phrase, struggling to digest the absurdity. The others looked on in shock, the hall falling into an oppressive silence. On what grounds? He is merely a pretty boy. Why should I apologize? Gu Tian's eyes reddened, blood vessels prominent, and his previous trepidation towards Bai Jiangbo evaporated. What is Bai Jiangbo to me? I called you and Apos, boss and Apos, out of respect, but without it, you are merely a dog under Jiang Yi and Apos, as command. If Jiang Yi were here today, I would immediately apologize without hesitation, but on what grounds do you command me? Gu Tian kicked a chair across the room, his agitation palpable. The Jiang Yi he mentioned was well known to all, Bai Jiangbo and Apos, as former superior, who, although now in seclusion, still held sway over the underworld forces of Yun City. Bai Jiangbua regarded Gu Tian, his eyelids twitching slightly. He recognized that while Gu Tian's claims were somewhat exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth therein. Although he commanded the entire underworld, the resources at his disposal were finite. The Gu family was no ordinary force. While they did not rival him, provoking them could lead to significant complications with the authorities. Typically, Bai Jiangbua would prefer to avoid confrontation, as evidenced by the protection he had arranged for Gu Tian. However, Gu Tian had chosen to provoke Yu Shao, a figure sacred to him, akin to the sun, a singular faith in his life. He would not retreat an inch, even if it meant his utter destruction. Young Master Gu, your family is indeed formidable, but do not forget that my influence within the underworld is all-encompassing. After today, should the Gu family seek vengeance against me, I shall be prepared. However, do not expect to emerge unscathed. Bai Jiangbua's words dripped with menace. Yet he had anticipated this outcome and remained resolute. Meanwhile, in a private room on the 4th floor of Luoyun Xian, Su Jiang's brow furrowed. Those within the room lowered their heads, not daring to breathe. Had the scarred thug arrived, he would recognize the leaders of various underworld factions of Yun City gathered here. What is Bai Jiangbua doing? Why hasn't he returned? The closest individual, speaking cautiously, replied, Jiang Yi. It is said that Bai Ge has encountered some trouble. What trouble remains unresolved? Su Jiang expressed his dissatisfaction. How can I trust him with Yun City? It appears that young Master Gu is causing difficulties for the young master, and Bai Ge is still in a standoff with him. Upon hearing this, Su Jiang's fury ignited. Although aging, his voice remained robust. Does the Gu family dare to bully the young master? Are they courting death? Let us go find them. On the 5th floor, Gu Tian fought to suppress his inner fury, attempting to maintain composure as he spoke. Bai Jiangbua, are you truly willing to turn against the Gu family for him? With your abilities, you are unworthy of being my family's adversary. Do not deceive yourself. And what of me? A frail yet authoritative voice interjected. Do I, Su Jiang, lack the strength? An elderly man with youthful features strode confidently into the banquet hall. Jiang Yi. Upon seeing him, Bai Jiangbua and the scarred thug hurriedly greeted him with respect. Jiang Yi, it is nothing serious, but young Master Gu is rather obstinate, refusing to apologize, which has led to some complications, Bai Jiangbua explained, lowering his gaze. Gu Tian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, terror filling his eyes. To him, Yu Shao is but an insignificant insect. Bai Jiangbua, while troublesome, could be managed. However, Su Jiang was an altogether different matter. His understanding of Su Jiang's power, as one of Yun City's elite, surpassed that of most. Years ago, when Yun City was governed by 4 prominent families rather than 3, the Ma family inadvertently killed Su Jiang's youngest son. The next day, the Ma family was eradicated. At that time, even the authorities could only attribute the incident to a gas leak, fearing to provoke Su Jiang's wrath. The heirs of these noble families were taught from a young age to never provoke him. Failure to heed this lesson could lead to death and the disgrace of their families. Though Gu Tian displayed arrogance, he was not foolish. Despite his fear, he approached Su Jiang respectfully and bowed. Greetings, Jiang Yi. I am Gu Tian, and I once met you alongside my father, Gu Nan, in my youth. I wonder if you still remember me? Since the death of Su Jiang's youngest son, he had retreated from power, remaining secluded in his estate. Even the elite families rarely had the privilege of seeing him. For many, encountering Su Jiang was an honor. Gu Nan's son, Su Jiang regarded him briefly before shifting his gaze away. Indeed, your father often spoke of you at home, praising your remarkable talents. Gu Tian was filled with excitement, showering Su Jiang with flattery. However, Su Jiang raised a hand to silence him. I am not well acquainted with Gu Nan. Once you finish your praises, kneel and confess your wrongdoing. Chapter 16. Kneeling. Once the words were spoken, it was time to kneel and admit fault. Su Jiang's voice resonated with authority, leaving no room for doubt. Gu Tian stood frozen in place. Jiang, Master Jiang, do you also wish for me to kneel and apologize? Gu Tian felt as though the world had gone mad. He had merely chastised a pretty boy. Why was even Su Jiang speaking on his behalf? Bai Jiangbua, why are you still in a daze? Either make him apologize or let him perish. Su Jiang, observing Gu Tian's continued defiance, felt his patience waning and called out harshly to Bai Jiangbua. Yes, Master Jiang. Bai Jiangbua responded, lowering his gaze. He then surveyed the area, picked up an elderly man's cane, and pointed it at Gu Tian. As Master Jiang said, you are well aware of the situation. Now, declare whether you will kneel or not. Should your answer fail to satisfy me, I shall break your legs. Fear gripped Gu Tian, yet from an unknown source. He mustered the courage to retort, Master Jiang, you must consider carefully. My Gu family is not the Ma family of over 20 years ago. And you are not the Su Jiang who once commanded storms 2 decades past. Gu Tian pointed at Su Jiang, asserting, times have changed. There is nothing that time cannot eliminate. Is your Zhu family akin to the Ma family of 20 years ago? Your words alone carry no weight. Why not inquire with the head of the Gu family? Su Jiang replied, his tone calm yet resolute, filled with disdain. Very well, I shall call my father. Gu Tian's eyes burned with anger and resentment as he glared at them, his hand moving to dial his phone. Make it quick. I shall give you only 1 minute. When the time is up, I will proceed to break your legs. Su Jiang paid him no heed, instead instructing Bai Jiangbua. Yes, Master Jiang. Bai Jiangbua began to rap the cane against his palm, regarding Gu Tian with a long dormant bloodlust glimmering in his eyes. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines. The arrogant Gu Tian could only act like a compliant child in front of them, acknowledging his faults and seeking parental intervention. He had no doubts about Su Jiang's words. A minute was indeed a minute, and thus he spoke with urgency. Dad, Master Jiang demands that I kneel and apologize, or he will kill me. You must save me. On the other end of the line, Gunan was still processing the situation, bewildered as he asked, what Master Jiang? As time slipped away, Gu Tian grew increasingly frantic. Shouting, Master Jiang is Su Jiang, the leader of the Scar-faced by Jianghua. You must hurry. Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing this, Scarface wished he could vanish into the ground. Gu Tian had truly lost his sanity. Dad, please save me. He said if the minute passes, he will take my leg. Gu Tian continued to scream. But on the other end, a profound silence enveloped the conversation, punctuated only by heavy breaths. You will apologize immediately. Gunan's voice was icy, devoid of emotion. What? Gu Tian could hardly comprehend. Father, I am the future heir of the Gu family. You want me to apologize to a pretty boy? I have other sons. Who inherits the Gu family is my decision. If you do not comply with Master Jiang today, do not return to the Gu family ever again. With that, Gunan hung up, leaving no room for Gu Tian's protests. Listening to the busy tone in disbelief, Gu Tian struggled to accept it. He had been pampered since birth, afforded the best of everything. Even the acquisition of the Greed Wolf Group's agency was facilitated by his family, all to gild his image. Although that endeavor ultimately failed, his father had never before been so dismissive. Now, he found himself without a lifeline. With a wan smile, Gu Tian looked around the hall. First at Su Jiang and Bai Jiangbua, then at the sisters Su Mingwei and Su Xilan, finally resting his gaze on Yi Xiao. This entire predicament stemmed from him. Yet Yi Xiao remained unfazed, as though this was merely a child's farce, unworthy of his interest. However, figures like Su Jiang and Bai Jiangbua, capable of shaking Yin City with a mere stomp, were here because of Yi Xiao. You have 7 seconds remaining. Noticing Gu Tian's unwavering stare, Yi Xiao glanced at his phone and reminded him. Gu Tian and Appo's lips twitched, instinctively taking a step back, panic etched across his face. You worthless fools. Why do you just stand there? Protect me. He yelled at the bodyguards he had brought. I dare anyone to try. Scarface stepped forward, addressing the restless crowd with a booming reprimand. As they were all his men, they naturally obeyed. Get out. At Scarface's command, the thugs scrambled towards the exit, leaving Gu Tian alone, engulfed in despair and indignation. Time had elapsed. Bai Jiangbua approached him, cane in hand, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Tian's legs, clearly intending to incapacitate him. Please, no. I apologize, I admit my fault. Terrified, Gu Tian fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I'm not human. I beg you to spare me. Each word escaped his lips as if forced through clenched teeth, sounding grotesque. After uttering those words, he tried to flee. But as he turned, Bai Jiangbua's cane, slicing through the air, halted mere inches from his eyes. One more step, and he would lose his sight. I said. After admitting fault, you must slap yourself. Only after he forgives you may you rise. Bai Jianbua's tone was frigid, unwavering, sending shivers down Gu Tian's spine. Despair enveloped him as he glanced at Su Jiang, only to find an expression of indifference that plunged him into an abyss of hopelessness. Now he comprehended that in the eyes of these men, he was no different from any ordinary individual. His status as the heir of the Gu family was utterly meaningless. With a vacant expression, Gu Tian approached Yi Xiao and knelt heavily before him. This gesture took with it not only his dignity, but also his very essence. I'm sorry, I was wrong. With a forceful swing, Gu Tian slapped his own cheek. Rage consumed him as he resented Su Jiang and Bai Jiangbua for their tyranny, loathed Scarface for his cowardice, blamed Wang Xianghe for instigating this chaos, and cursed the Su sisters for their aloof observation. Yet, his deepest resentment was reserved for the pretty boy, Yi Xiao. The sharp, resounding slaps echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 17. The snap of the fingers. The sound of slaps echoed throughout the hall, incessant and relentless. Gu Tian, with his head bowed and expressionless, struck his own face. His gaze fixated on Yi Xiao's pant leg, a blaze of fury simmering within him. As his cheeks swelled, transforming into a grotesque visage, a cool voice emanated from above. Enough, you may rise now. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian immediately stood up, eager to delay not a moment longer. He looked directly at Yi Xiao, who stood close by, turning his back to Su Jiang and Bai Jiangbua. In a tone only they could hear, he declared, Yi, I shall repay this debt today. Just you wait. Yu Tian merely smiled faintly at this, dismissing it from his mind. As he prepared to depart, a voice leisurely drifted back to him. I forgive you. But he has yet to forgive you. Yu Xiao pointed at Wang Xiangge beside him, smiling as he spoke. Today, your unruliness at Luoyun Pavilion warrants an apology to the manager here, does it not? Wang Xiangge, taken aback by the unexpected implication of his involvement, felt deeply moved. Yet he shook his head in a flurry, exclaiming, No, it's nothing, just a trivial matter. His face was still swollen, yet he hurriedly refused. Gu Tian's icy gaze bore into him, the threat unmistakable in his demeanor. Haha, manager, you jest. This incident is indeed my fault. I implore your forgiveness. Will you accept my apology now? Each word was enunciated as Gu Tian stepped toward Wang Xiangge. Wang Xiangge's heart raced, the pain on his face momentarily forgotten, as the intangible pressure rendered him breathless. Seeing Gu Tian ready to strike himself again in a gesture of apology, he rushed forward to stop him, even attempting to assist him. However, Gu Tian brusquely shook off his hand and approached Su Jiang, stating, Master Jiang, I have completed what you requested. May I take my leave now? His voice was calm, as though he had not just been humiliated. Yet, Su Jiang hesitated to take unilateral action. His gaze flickered over to Yi Xiao. You may leave, Su Jiang nodded. Very well, everyone. Gu Tian swept his gaze over the assembly, his tone frosty. This banquet has been satisfactory. I shall treat you all to another meal in the future. With that, he turned and strode out, not once looking back. What a frightening presence. Once Gu Tian departed, the oppressive atmosphere in the banquet hall dissipated. Su Xilan, patting her rounded chest, sighed in relief. With me here. What is there to fear? This is not the daring Su Xilan we know. Yu Xiao, having endured Su Xilan's taunts, seized the opportunity to retort without reservation. Humph. What is it to you? Su Xilan flushed, playfully chiding. What do you mean, with you here? This was resolved thanks to Master Jiang and Boss Bai. She curled her lip, her disdain for Yi Xiao palpable. The Luoyun Pavilion was not solely the property of the Su family. It also belonged to the greedy wolf group. It was only natural for others to intervene when someone was causing a ruckus on their turf, lest they be thought to have been called upon by him. Indeed. Thank you to Master Jiang and Boss Bai. Today, we truly appreciate your assistance. Su Mingyue echoed this sentiment, bowing deeply to Su Jiang and Bai Jiangbua in gratitude. The two men, however, appeared awkward, unsure of where to place their hands and feet. Su Jiang, a veteran of the Blood Wolf sect, had served since the previous sect leader's reign, yet he could hardly bear being honored by the sect leader's wife. Though Yi Xiao was already the leader of the Blood Wolf sect, the elders still preferred to refer to him as Indapos, young Master Indapos, in private. Seeing this, Su Jiang and Bai Jiangbua hastily bowed in return, even deeper than Su Mingyue had done. Su Mingyue was taken aback by their actions. These two were the current underworld titans of Yunqing, and anyone would be startled to receive such deference from them. Once again, an awkward silence enveloped the room, and Su Jiang and Bai Jiangbua, noticing the shift in atmosphere, quickly sought an excuse to depart. Sister, Master Jiang and Boss Bai truly embody the stature of underworld figures. Their poise is remarkable, Su Xilan exclaimed, moving closer to Su Mingyue, her voice brimming with excitement. Indeed, we were fortunate they happened to be dining here. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss on how to persuade Gu Tian to spare Yi Xiao. Su Mingyue, still shaken, agreed. But it's best not to mention this incident. Yet, once the topic arose, Su Xilan's previously bright mood evaporated. Did you hear? Your abilities may be limited, but your knack for causing trouble is impressive. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've brought upon the Su family? Had it not been for Master Jiang and Boss Bai's intervention, we could hardly have protected you, let alone ourselves. You truly are something. If you're tired of living, find a place to hang yourself. Don't keep dragging the Su family into your mess. Su Xilan unleashed a barrage of sharp words toward Yi Xiao. Oh, how do I sense your concern for me? Yi Xiao replied with a smile, unfazed. I wish you would perish. Su Xilan's voice involuntarily rose. At the table, Zhou Ruhai observed the entire exchange with a look of approval in his eyes. This young man is impressive. Just based on his composure, he is destined for great endeavors. He was uncertain whether Yu Xiao was simply fortunate or had anticipated that Bai Jiangbo and Su Jiang would dine there, and had calculated their timely arrival to intervene. The former was acceptable, but if it were the latter, this young man was truly formidable. Yu Xiao nodded, watching Zhou Ruhai prepare to leave, when suddenly his expression sharpened. And he called out, Master Zhou, wait a moment. Zhou Ruhai halted, glancing back at Yi Xiao. Is there something else? Your ring of fingers is shrouded in ominous energy. I suggest you cease wearing it as soon as possible. Yi Xiao advised. He had discerned that the ring on Zhou Ruhai's thumb emanated a foreboding aura. Should he continue to wear it, it might adversely affect his health. Though he had refrained from assisting him earlier, he felt compelled to offer this warning. However, Zhou Ruhai's demeanor darkened, his gaze toward Yi Xiao losing its earlier admiration. This ring was a gift from my son. Are you implying that he wishes to harm me? Master Zhou, I merely wish to convey. Yi Xiao attempted to elaborate, but Zhou Ruhai did not grant him the opportunity, his expression indicating a desire to dismiss the matter entirely. Chapter 18. Talismans. Very well. I shall disregard that statement. Such malevolent energies are nothing but feudal superstition, a belief I have always rejected. You do as you please. Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, yet proceeded to inscribe a series of numbers on the tablecloth with the black pen he always carried, then tore it off and handed it to Zhou Ruhai. Should you encounter any unclean matters, simply give me a call. Zhou Ruhai merely regarded Yi Xiao with a cold stare, refusing to accept the tattered piece of cloth. Unclean? I see the true uncleanliness lies in encountering you. I initially thought you were a cunning young man, but it appears you are merely superstitious. It seems your previous successes were mere luck. With this thought, he turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. Yu Xiao watched Zhou Ruhai's retreating figure, muttering, 3 days. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruhai paused momentarily but continued to exit the banquet without a trace of doubt. Su Xilan, puzzled by Yi Xiao's cryptic remark, inquired, What do you mean by 3 days? What are you two discussing? 3 days hence, the other party's health will deteriorate, and anything could transpire. He will reach out to me then. With that, he turned to Su Minghua. Miss Su, I am truly grateful for your assistance this time. Whether it was the wedding downstairs or the maintenance during this banquet, although I could have managed alone, it is indeed pleasant to feel cared for. Su Mingwei responded with a gentle smile, It is no trouble at all. However, after all we've been through, why do you still address me as Miss Su? Wasn't it more natural to call me Minghua before? Wasn't that meant for pretending to be a couple? Yi Xiao scratched his head. Then I shall continue to call you Minghua. Su Minghua playfully chastised him. What a simpleton. With 2 of the 3 prominent families already departed, further continuation of the gathering seemed futile. Hence, she decided to conclude the event early, though she still needed to convey some matters. Instructing Yi Xiao to return home alone for the time being. As Yi Xiao strolled down the street, he felt a prying gaze upon him. Turning, he discovered it was the small-time leader from the previous banquet, Scarface. Yi Tian halted in his tracks. What? Do you wish to stand up for Gu Tian? Scarface shook his head vigorously, lacking the earlier bravado, his face now replete with fawning. Mr. Yi, I was blind to your worth and offended you before. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. I have distanced myself from Gu Tian. We share no connection. I intend to seek your favor. Command me, and I shall comply. Scarface pounded his chest in earnest assurance. Yi Xiao regarded him with indifferent eyes, seemingly curious as to what he intended to propose. Scarface, sensing the scrutiny, clenched his teeth and produced a pre-prepared bank card. He understood that he was not of the same ilk as Gu Tian. However, I am a simple man, unfamiliar with those extravagant gestures. This is a token of my goodwill. I hope you will accept it. Scarface gazed at Yi Xiao with a pitiful expression, evoking an unexpected sense of charm. Yi Xiao hesitated before accepting it. However, not wishing to owe any debts, he rummaged through his belongings and finally extracted several talismans. When he had assisted Su Minghua with the arrangement the previous day, he had been unable to use talismans and had resorted to drawing in the air. Although that had little impact, it had prompted him to craft a few talismans when the opportunity arose. After some contemplation, he selected one from the collection and handed it to Scarface. This talisman is for you. It will ensure your safety. Scarface's face lit up with joy as he reverently tucked it into his pocket. However, inwardly, he began to scoff. Yi Xiao was indeed stingy. How could a few talismans compare to the 2 million contained in the bank card he had offered? The amount could easily fund the establishment of a temple, where he could draw talismans daily. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, Scarface maintained an outward demeanor of respect, not daring to show any sign of disdain. I have one more request I need your assistance with. Yu Xiao suddenly recalled something and addressed him. Mr. Yi, please go ahead. In Yun City, I still possess some influence. It's not a troublesome matter. I currently lack a place to stay, so I need your help in finding accommodation. Preferably somewhere I can move into today. Residing in a young lady's house is not suitable, so it would be best to relocate sooner rather than later. No need for such trouble. I have a villa in Yun City that has been sitting idle. I had intended to sell it, but due to its somewhat remote location and limited space, it remains unsold. If Mr. Yi does not mind, I could let it go for 200,000, alleviating a burden for me. Scarface felt as if his heart were being gouged out. The pain was excruciating. The location was undeniably prime, and the space ample. He had spent $1 million in agency fees just to secure it, not to mention the cost of the property itself. Yet, for the sake of gaining Yi Xiao's attention, he had no choice but to swallow his grievances. Yu Xiao nodded. The talisman he had given was priceless, so he felt justified in the exchange for the villa. Listen to the water pavilion. This was a high-end villa district, where the residents were either affluent or noble, and the security was notably stringent. Scarface's villa was situated within this area. The 3-story building was adorned in a style reminiscent of classical architecture, and upon inspection, Yu Xiao found it quite satisfactory. The villa was regularly maintained by housekeeping staff, so it required no tidying up. He could move in immediately. As he reclined on the sofa, a phone call interrupted him. Yu Xiao, the master who assisted me with the feng shui arrangement, has returned. He mentioned he would come by tomorrow. What do you suggest I do? It was evident that Su Mingwei was anxious. Simply act as though you are unaware. When he arrives, just inform me. At 7 in the morning. Su Mingwei notified Yu Xiao. When he arrived at the Su residence, the feng shui master had yet to appear. Yu Xiao, could this masterly truly harbor ill intentions towards me? That cannot be. He is quite renowned. Su Mingyue's nervousness compelled her to chatter incessantly as a distraction. What does his fame matter? It does not guarantee his character. Whether or not he is trustworthy, I shall discern when he arrives. Yi Xiao remained noncommittal, his confidence infectious to Su Mingwei. Half an hour later, an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, resembling a celestial being, arrived at the Su household. Li Ban greeted with a beaming smile. Miss Su, it has been a while. You appear to be in much better spirits. However, the previously cheerful Su Mingwei now wore an expression devoid of emotion. Chapter 19. Formation Masterly, you need not concern yourself with my health. Su Mingwei replied with an air of indifference. Li Banyi paused, yet his smile remained intact. Miss Su, I merely heard that you had been gravely ill recently. Hence I hurried over to assess whether the feng shui you arranged had been compromised. He stroked his beard, resembling a Taoist sage. Very well. Su Mingwei conceded after glancing at Yu Xiao, who remained unmoved by the exchange. As Li Banyi followed her, he rambled incessantly about feng shui, cautioning her against altering her arrangements indiscriminately. If disturbed, the results could be harmless at best, but it may also transform into a catastrophic situation, potentially inviting calamity. Su Mingwei walked ahead, her expression frosty, offering no response. She was acutely aware of whom to trust between Yu Xiao and Li Banyi. Upon entering the bedroom, Li Banyi gasped in horror. This is wrong, wrong. Such an arrangement cannot be placed here, he exclaimed, hastily repositioning the decorations that Yu Xiao had altered. What are you doing? Su Mingwei admonished, her voice sharp enough to startle Li Banyi. If it weren't for someone adjusting this layout, I might have already perished. Now that you've arrived, you wish to revert everything? Are you intent on continuing to harm me? Her countenance darkened as she reprimanded him. Li Banyi's face fell, his demeanor shifting under her reproach. Miss Su, I am unaware of what others have told you, but this feng shui cannot be arranged like this. My reputation and conscience are my guiding principles. I would never wish you harm. However, if you choose to trust the words of charlatans over mine, I am powerless to assist you. You may arrange it however you please. I shall take my leave. With that, he stormed toward the exit. Now you wish to leave? Why did you not do so earlier? A figure suddenly appeared at the doorway. Li Banyi cast a glance at the newcomer, his expression shifting to one of shock, and his heart trembled with unease. Though he had never encountered Yu Xiao, he sensed a menacing aura emanating from him, a clear signal of danger. Though uncertain of Yu Xiao's strength, he was certain he could not withstand it. Before he could utter a word, the atmosphere around him felt altered. The sunlight filtering through the window dimmed, and a chilling, ominous presence enveloped the room, sending shivers through his once impervious body. The threatening aura before him intensified, and had he not cultivated for years, he would have been paralyzed with fear. "Who are you?" Li Banyi gazed around, terror-stricken, desperate to flee, but found himself unable to move. As the room grew darker, lines of blood gathered above his head, weaving into a sinister formation imbued with lethal intent. Trapped within, no matter how he struggled, he could not escape. Is this the formation of malevolent energy? Li Banyi recognized the array, his fear deepening into despair. He realized that he might meet his end here today. As the blood energy formation took shape above him, under Yu Zhao's command, it surged downwards, engulfing him entirely. Pale and devoid of color, Li Banyi understood he was doomed, resigned to await his fate. A burst of light erupted, saturating the room with sanguine energy before gradually dissipating. After a moment, Li Banyi cautiously opened his eyes, perplexed yet unharmed. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao exhibited no malice, stepping back slightly and observing him with an expression of mild indifference. "The one who has wronged you is not he," Yi Xiao stated, addressing Su Mingwei. "Who else could it be?" Su Mingwei furrowed her brows, puzzled. "I do not know. However, if this individual were the perpetrator, he would have perished by my formation's backlash by now. His survival indicates that he did not alter the feng shui." Li Banyi stood to the side, bewildered by their conversation, yet as he basked in the warm sunlight streaming over him, he suddenly perceived the beauty of life, even feeling his cultivation loosening. Indeed, in the balance of life and death, great opportunities arise. "The true culprit has arrived," Yi Xiao suddenly remarked, sensing an anomaly within his formation. He proceeded toward the living room, with Su Mingwei following closely behind. Upon descending the stairs, he observed a gaunt man expertly opening the front door and approaching him. As they reached the living room, the man was startled to find Yi Xiao calmly watching him from the staircase. Though curious about how Yi Xiao had evaded his senses, the man did not slow his pace, producing several silver needles from his robe. He flung them towards the group, 2 aimed at Yi Xiao and 3 at the still baffled Su Mingwei. It appeared he remained focused on his mission, intent on assassinating her even after his previous attempt had failed. "Break," Yi Xiao uttered, and in an instant, the silver needles aimed at them reversed course, striking the assailant instead, propelling him several meters away to crash heavily onto the ground. Su Mingwei distinctly heard the sound of bones fracturing. The gaunt man struggled to rise, leaning against the sofa, but the agony etched on his face revealed the severity of his injuries. "Junior brother?" Li Banyi finally reached the staircase, his eyes widening in alarm at the sight of the man in the hall. His presence captured Yi Zhao's attention, and the man seized the moment, transforming into a swarm of bats and escaping through the window. "You just referred to him as your junior brother?" Yi Xiao inquired, eyes narrowing at the now empty living room. Li Banyi shook his head. "His name is Tang Shan. He was indeed my junior brother once, but due to his fascination with the dark arts, he was expelled from the sect. The last I heard, he had joined the Sanxing sect." As he spoke, he shook his head, guilt washing over him as he turned to Su Mingwei. "After all, we share the same master. He may have manipulated my feng shui to set you up." "And what is the Sanxing sect?" Su Mingwei asked, curiosity piqued, for she bore no ill will toward Li Banyi now that she knew he was not the villain. Hearing this, Yi Xiao also turned to Li Banyi, intrigued, as he too was unfamiliar with the name. Chapter 20. The Assassin. I extend my gratitude to Miss Su for her magnanimity. As for the Sanxing sect, it is an ancient faction, not affiliated with our geomancy community, but rather with shamanic medicine. Shamanic medicine? Yi Xiao felt a twinge of confusion. How could one who studies geomancy venture into the realm of medicine? Such a vast departure. Perhaps sensing Yi Zhao's bewilderment, Li Ban continued. The Sanxing sect is considered the most enigmatic among shamanic practitioners. Surely you have heard of the Sanxing stone? It is said that in ancient times, the mother of the earth transformed into the 6 paths, and the legend of the Sanxing stone has endured since that era. Although merely a legend, shamanic medicine is inextricably linked to such mystical tales. The intentions of the Sanxing sect remain unclear, but within its ranks lie countless ancient shamanic formations, making them formidable despite their limited numbers. Upon hearing this, Su Mingwei sighed. "I have no grievances with this Tang Shan, nor have I ever heard of the Sanxing sect. It seems someone intends to harm me, now that he has escaped. I wonder how long it will be before he returns." Her tone was tinged with melancholy. "Do not worry. I shall establish a new formation. As long as you remain within its confines, no one shall be able to harm you," Yi Xiao reassured her. "For the next few days, endure a little discomfort. Once I apprehend this individual, you may emerge." As he spoke, his fingers began to emit a radiant glow, meticulously inscribing the formation throughout the room. Listening to his calm demeanor, Su Mingwei felt an increasing sense of tranquility. Observing his silhouette, an innate sense of safety enveloped her. The villa was expansive. Managing it alone would demand considerable time. Thus, he enlisted Li Ban as an assistant. Despite Li Ban's white hair and beard, which seemed incongruent with the role of a laborer, he worked with great enthusiasm. After this experience of arranging the formation, he felt his understanding of such arts had deepened significantly. Time passed, and the two gradually concluded their labors. "It is done. I will take a moment to rest now," Yishao remarked, surveying the room filled with formations, weariness etched on his face. "I will see you off," Su Mingwei offered, her heart aching at the sight of him. "No need. You should remain at home. Stay inside unless absolutely necessary." Hearing Yi Zhao's concerned voice, Su Mingwei shyly nodded, appearing quite obedient. While Li Ban observed them with a satisfied expression, Yi Zhao soon returned to his villa. After bathing, instead of resting, he sat cross-legged to replenish his expended spiritual energy. The moonlight bathed him, and the leaves around him stirred without a breeze, swirling rich spiritual energy toward him like a tornado. Suddenly, a sound of a door unlocking echoed through the room. A shadow, clutching a dagger, stealthily entered, moving with the grace of a wildcat, soundless and agile. Upon spotting a figure on the terrace, turned away from him, he raised the dagger, aiming for the heart. "Die, you scoundrel!" A dainty voice rang out. Yi Zhao raised his hand and effortlessly deflected the lethal strike. "Who are you?" they both exclaimed in confusion. "You're not the scarred one." The woman gasped in surprise. With a flick of her wrist, she released the dagger and swiftly leapt down, vanishing into the night. "I almost killed the wrong person," she muttered as she disappeared. Yi Zhao, exasperated, glanced at the blade in his hand and contemplated before retrieving his phone to dial the scarred one's number. The call connected instantly. "Mr. Yi, I was just about to call you. Do you still have that talisman?" His voice was laced with excitement. Yi Zhao rolled his eyes. Speaking curtly, "Do you think my talismans are endless? I have none left." The scarred one's enthusiasm waned. Yesterday, when Yi Zhao had given him the talisman, he deemed it trivial and had thought it might end up in the trash had it not been for Yi Zhao's reputation. Little did he know it was a treasure that had saved his life. While traveling in a vehicle that day, he had been struck head-on by a large truck. The driver perishing and the vehicle's front crumpled. Yet he emerged unscathed. It was only during his shower that he discovered the talisman in his pocket had turned to ash. This miraculous occurrence led him to realize that the talisman had indeed saved him. Remembering that Yi Zhao possessed several more talismans, he conceived a plan. If he could procure such items, whether for personal use or sale, it would yield a substantial profit. After all, the wealthier one becomes, the more one fears death, a common ailment of the affluent. However, Yi Zhao's immediate refusal left him no choice but to bury his ambitions deep within. "Mr. Yi, may I inquire what business you have with me?" The scarred one suddenly recognized the purpose of Yi Zhao's call. "You tell me. I just moved in yesterday and was nearly assassinated. What kind of operation are you running?" The scarred one's heart raced, panic lacing his voice. "Mr. Yi, I swear this was not my doing. I will come to the villa immediately to make amends." Within 10 minutes, the scarred one arrived at the villa in a frenzy. Upon seeing Yi Zhao, he immediately knelt, vehemently insisting he had no connection to the assassin, lest he face dire consequences. Yi Zhao, aware that the assassin was not dispatched by him, merely sought to gauge the scarred one's attitude. Now that he had observed it, he had no intention of making things difficult for him and allowed him to rise. The scarred one, still trembling, followed closely behind. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, "Mr. Yi, about that talisman." His gaze faltered, and he nearly knelt again. "I understand that you no longer possess it. But if you could tell me the materials used in its creation, I could assist you in procuring some. I only ask for a few talismans in return." Yi Zhao could see through his intentions. "You wish to sell talismans?" The scarred one stammered, unable to articulate a response. "Very well, we shall split the profits evenly." Yi Zhao nodded, recognizing that offering a share of the benefits was necessary to secure loyalty. Moreover, it required little effort on his part. Just as the scarred one's face lit up with joy, a familiar figure emerged before them. Yi Zhao recognized her immediately, the woman who had just attempted to assassinate him. Unbeknownst to him, she had procured another dagger and was now poised to strike at the scarred one with ruthless intent. Chapter 21. Apprenticeship at this moment. Scar stared at the dagger, which was perilously close, his face etched with despair. There was no escaping this. Just then, a hand as pure as jade reached out from the side. grasping the sharp blade and squeezing it with such force that the dagger was crushed into a mere iron rod. The woman looked on in astonishment at the scene before her. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiao struck her back several paces with a single palm. Scar, seeing the woman retreat, hurriedly ran behind Yi Xiao and shouted, "Who sent you to kill me? I'll pay you twice the amount. Just go back." "Pa, who wants your filthy money?" "I am here to avenge my father," the woman retorted, her eyes ablaze with hatred as she produced another dagger from her bosom and lunged at Scar with lethal intent. Every strike was merciless, aimed to take a life. With a simple wave of his hand, Yi Xiao made the dagger vanish, and the woman was subsequently knocked to the ground by an overwhelming force. At this moment, Scar, hearing the commotion, cautiously peered out to look at the woman. After a long moment of uncertainty, he asked, "Are you Sun Wei?" "Indeed. My father took you in out of kindness. Yet you killed him and usurped the power of my Shanghai gang. My mother recently succumbed to despair, and I must avenge them. It is a pity that your underlings were too formidable. They failed to eliminate you," Sun Wei declared, pounding the ground with her delicate hand in frustration. You shall listen to the earlier exchanges with intrigue, but upon hearing the latter part, his forehead furrowed with disbelief. "Who do you call underlings? Can you even speak properly?" Sun Wei said nothing, her large eyes fixated on Yi Xiao, igniting a simmering resentment within him. "Enough. I shall not interfere in your affairs." Yi Xiao tossed the dagger to the ground and stepped aside, revealing Scar behind him. Scar watched him nervously, but Yi Xiao merely remarked, "This is your conflict. I will neither assist you nor her." He certainly would not refrain from intervening, for he had already gauged Scar's potential when he took him in. Though not a paragon of virtue, he was certainly not ungrateful. Observing Scar's despondent expression, Yi Xiao inquired, "Do you have anything else to say?" "Sun Wei, whether you believe me or not, I never intended to kill your father," he confessed, looking at her with a hint of guilt. "However, if given another chance, I would still make the same choice." "Oh." Yi Xiao's curiosity was piqued, eager to uncover the truth. "At that time, I had just started navigating the underworld. I was deeply grateful to the leader for taking me in, and thus I worked tirelessly for the gang. Yet, I did not anticipate that the leader, fearing my rising power, would deceitfully lure me to the high seas with the intent to kill me. However, he did not realize that those he sent to deal with me chose not to act upon learning of his intentions. The leader, in a fit of rage, suffered a heart attack, and by the time we reached the hospital, he had already passed. I am not deceiving you. The brothers present at the time can attest to this, as can some of the elder members who followed the leader." Sun Wei stood frozen, disbelief washing over her. "No, I refuse to believe it. You must be lying to me." She clutched her head, unable to accept the reality, but the murderous aura surrounding her had dissipated. She recognized that such an obvious truth did not warrant deception. "Now that the matter is clear, you may leave." Yet unexpectedly, Sun Wei no longer pursued Scar, but instead began to entangle herself with him. "I do not know where I should go. With your remarkable skills, why not take me as your disciple?" The woman indeed possessed a curious mind. Her thoughts grew increasingly peculiar. Yi Xiao inhaled deeply. "What I meant to say is, you should leave." Before he could finish, Sun Wei drew yet another dagger from her chest. "If you refuse to take me as your disciple, I shall continue to pursue him." She pointed the dagger at Scar. "I know you are powerful, but you cannot be by his side at all times. I will eventually succeed. Alternatively, you could kill me." Sun Wei stared defiantly at Yi Xiao. Scar looked at her, a hint of fear creeping in. He couldn't shake the feeling that she was somewhat unhinged. Perhaps it would be wise to keep his distance in the future. Yi Xiao, feeling exasperated, said, "Very well. I will accept you as my disciple, but I must make one thing clear. My acceptance is not out of concern for Scar's life, but rather due to your, tenacity, or perhaps your shamelessness. However, after becoming my disciple, there are rules you must adhere to," he added. Sun Wei eagerly nodded, her excitement palpable. "Master, please instruct me." Her promptness to address him as such was amusing. Yi Xiao's expression turned serious. "As my disciple, you are forbidden from engaging in any criminal activities. If I discover you do, I will personally strip you of your martial abilities and expel you from my tutelage. Can you abide by this?" "Disciple, I can abide," Sun Wei quickly affirmed. Yi Xiao nodded, retrieving several talismans from his pocket and handing them to her. "Since you are now my disciple, I must present you with a gift. This talisman can, I know, it can save someone from death in a car accident," Sun Wei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she fondled the talisman with great affection. "So, the accident I had was also your doing?" Scar mused silently, though he kept his thoughts to himself. After all, Sun Wei was now Yi Xiao's disciple, which made their relationship far more significant than his own. Moreover, he felt a lingering guilt. Although he had not directly caused the leader's death, it was ultimately due to his actions that it came to pass, which weighed heavily on him. Yi Xiao turned to Scar and warned, "Now that Sun Wei is my disciple, I will not tolerate any retaliation against her from you. Regardless of past grievances, the consequences of such actions need not be elaborated." Scar, at a loss for words, felt as though he had lost count of how many times he had been rendered speechless. Yet, these individuals continued to provoke his ire. "Very well. I had no intention of dealing with her anyway," he acquiesced, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as this matter was resolved. The events of the day had indeed taken an unexpected turn. He had unwittingly acquired a disciple, which he found utterly absurd. After dismissing Scar, Yi Xiao proceeded to prepare a guest room for Sun Wei to stay in. Yin City Zhou family. Zhou Qing stood at the door, watching renowned doctors come and go, his anxiety palpable. Each physician entered with confidence, only to emerge with their heads hung low, sighing in defeat. After a banquet with 3 families, Zhou Nan returned home, had just finished dinner, and collapsed, remaining unconscious ever since. Zhou Qing had sought out every esteemed doctor available. Yet the prognosis remained the same: prepare for the worst. However, Zhou Qing refused to accept this. His father had always been in good health and could not have suffered an inexplicable calamity. Chapter 22. Tang Shan. It is a universal truth that misfortune does not befall a person without cause. In the end, several relatives suggested that it might be due to malevolent forces at play, and that a master should be consulted for a remedy. Initially, Zhou Qi was skeptical of such notions, yet in this dire situation, he had no choice but to seek help. And thus he paid a handsome fee to invite a master named Tang Shan. Tang Shan appeared vibrant and unscathed, a stark contrast to the grievous wounds he had previously endured. Upon approaching Zhou Nan, he merely cast a glance and uttered an expression of surprise. It was evident that Zhou Nan was afflicted by a sinister aura that was rapidly extinguishing his vitality. As he examined Zhou Nan, he discovered a verdant ring upon his left hand. When he noticed an identical ring adorning Zhou Qing's right hand, a peculiar expression crossed his face. "Master Tang, is there any hope for my father?" Zhou Qing inquired anxiously from the side. "I cannot save him," Tang Shan replied after a long, contemplative gaze, shaking his head and expressing his powerlessness. Despite having recovered somewhat, he was still significantly weakened. Even at his peak, confronting such a formidable malevolence would yield no results. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing's expression darkened momentarily, only to be replaced with a flicker of hope. "You cannot save him? Is there someone else who can?" Zhou Qing implored. "Please, Master Tang, tell me who can assist my father. If he is indeed saved, I assure you that your reward will be substantial." Tang Shan stroked his goatee, nodding in satisfaction. Not only could he deceive Zhou Qing, but he might also earn a little extra. "Are you aware that the young lady from the Su family has a boyfriend now?" The danger posed by the malevolence was profound. If Yi Xiao intervened, he would undoubtedly be harmed by the very aura he sought to combat. In that moment, Tang Shan saw an opportunity to eliminate Yi Xiao. While if he refrained from action, he could still claim his reward, citing the inadequacy of Zhou Qing's resources. "Master, are you referring to Yi Xiao?" Zhou Qing, although preoccupied with his father's condition, was aware of the significant development regarding the Su family's daughter. However, he had also learned from his father that Yi Xiao was merely a fortunate youth. Despite his reservations about Yi Xiao, the impending loss of his father rendered him desperate for hope. "Yes, if Yi Xiao intervenes, he will surely resolve your father's ailment, but it must be done swiftly," Tang Shan asserted with conviction, knowing that his own inability to help would not affect him as long as Yi Xiao acted. "Very well, Master Tang. I choose to trust you. I shall seek him out at once." Zhou Qing produced his phone, locating Su Mingyue's number and dialing without delay. "Miss Su, this is Zhou Qing," he stated upon the call connecting, swiftly articulating his request. "Is Yi Xiao with you? I need him to assist with my father's illness." Su Mingwei paused in astonishment. "Are you saying that something has truly happened to your family head?" "Indeed," Ma Chao's voice was urgent. "You must summon Yi Xiao to my home immediately." However, her authoritative tone caused Su Mingyue's expression to shift, her face growing cold. "Whether Yi Xiao wishes to come is not my concern. That is entirely up to him." Though she expressed this indifferently, recalling how Yi Xiao had previously provided Zhou Nan with his contact information made her uncertain of his willingness to help. "I will provide you with his contact details. You may reach out to him directly." After hanging up, she swiftly sent Yu Zhao's number to Zhou Qing. When he heard the busy signal, he momentarily lost focus. But upon receiving the text, he hastily dialed the number. Su Mingwei contemplated calling Yi Xiao to inform him of the situation, ensuring he was mentally prepared. However, as soon as the call connected, an urgent voice came through. Is there danger? I'm on my way. Hearing Yi Xiao's concerned tone brought an unexpected sweetness to Su Mingyue's heart. What? If there is no danger, I can't call you? She teased playfully. Of course not. You may call me about anything, Yi Xiao replied, momentarily taken aback before a smile graced his lips. For reasons unknown. Both felt an unusual joy upon hearing each other's voices, reluctant to end the call. Su Mingwei soon forgot the initial purpose of her call, and they engaged in light-hearted conversation, losing track of time. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing was in a frenzy at the Zhou residence. You all, go to the water pavilion. If you cannot locate Yi Xiao, do not return. He overturned a cup on the coffee table, incessantly dialing a number that remained unreachable. Before him stood a dozen men in suits, who immediately set off towards the address provided, taking no chances. After running several red lights, they reached Yu Zhao's villa in under 10 minutes. Where is he? Is anyone here? Despite their formal attire, their demeanor was crude. Some pounded their fists while others kicked at the door, yet none pressed the doorbell. What's all this ruckus? Are you calling for your mother? Sun Wei emerged from the courtyard, opening the door without a hint of fear at the sight of the assembled muscular men. Where is Yu Xiao? We need him to come with us, they demanded. This was Zhou Qing's oversight. He had failed to include a word of courtesy in his request. These men were essentially outlaws, tasked with the Zhou family's clandestine affairs, and the concept of civility was alien to them. Sun Wei regarded them with a cold glare. My master is busy. If you have business, you may speak with me. However, I am not fond of your attitude, so this matter is off the table. Standing at the doorway, her petite frame was a stark contrast to the robust men before her. Our attitude? One of the suited men laughed heartily. Your young master is doing us a favor. What more do you want from us? Yet, as his words fell, Sun Wei relaxed her grip, allowing the door to swing shut. Ignoring their commotion outside, she skipped back to the living room, engrossed in her unfinished animation. The group outside exchanged glances, bewildered by the turn of events. They had never encountered such defiance since their employment with the Zhou family. Uncertain of what to do next, they resorted to calling Zhou Qing. What is happening? Why is there such a commotion? Yi Xiao, still clutching his phone, emerged from his room. Chapter 23. Medical consultation. Yi Xiao emerged from his room and inquired, What is it? I don't know. It seems they came looking for you. However, their manners were quite foul, so I kept them outside. The security will deal with them shortly, Sun Wei remarked nonchalantly, munching on potato chips. I know who it is. Su Mingyue's voice echoed through the phone. It was only then that she recalled the reason for her call and succinctly relayed the situation. I noticed something was amiss with that jade ring, but I didn't expect them to arrive so swiftly. Yi Xiao reflected on the encounter from that day, speaking in a subdued tone. Are you going to rescue him? Su Mingyue ventured. I see that Zhou Qing didn't even bother to visit personally. It appears he lacks faith in your ability to save his father. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. You are right, if he shows no concern. Then I certainly shall not either. The two soon shifted their conversation to other matters, leaving this topic behind. At the Zhou residence, the group returned empty-handed. Zhou Qing, disregarding his frustration, was alarmed to see Zhou Rahai's breathing grow faint. If treatment was not administered promptly, he might not survive the night. He hastily grabbed his car keys and rushed towards the Ting Shui Xie, with his subordinates trailing closely behind. Ding dong. This time, it was the doorbell. Sun Wei answered once more. And you are? She asked, her tone rather brusque, wishing to return to her animated series. Zhou Qing, I need to see Yi Xiao. Step aside. He barked at Sun Wei, attempting to push past her. Did Sun Wei allow such insolence? She deftly seized his arm, causing him to kneel in pain. Ouch. That hurts. Zhou Qing cried out, only for her to gradually release her grip. My master is on a call inside. You may wait patiently. I will inform him once he is done. Sun Wei stepped back, prepared to close the door. But Zhou Qing braced himself against it. Despite his right hand throbbing with pain, he insisted, I need him to save my life. Calls can be made at any time, but a life is singular. With that, he disregarded Sun Wei and Amp, Oppos, S strength and charged inside. Sun Wei and Amp, Oppos, S expression turned icy. A dagger appeared in her hand, its glint betraying its lethal intent. Be careful, young master. A suited man behind Zhou Qing, his pupils dilating in alarm, yanked him back by the collar just in time. The sharp blade narrowly missed Zhou Qing's eye. Crazy woman. Do you know what you're doing? Do you realize who our young master is? Call Yi Xiao out immediately, or you will regret this. The subordinates grew increasingly arrogant, one even daring to point a finger at Sun Wei's cheek, inching closer. With a swift motion, Sunway calmly rotated her palm, lowering her fingers, casting a chilling aura over the groaning man. Zhou Qing, snapping out of his shock, recognized the girl was not to be trifled with. He dared not continue his arrogance. My apologies. I was overly anxious. My father is in dire straits, and I hope you will not take offense, Zhou Qing said, his tone now respectful. Upon hearing that his urgency stemmed from his father's condition, Sunway's initial irritation subsided, yet she remained resolute. I have stated before, regardless of the gravity of the situation, you must wait until my master concludes his call. Zhou Qing felt an overwhelming sense of despair. I beg you, allow me to speak with Mr. Yi. My father truly cannot hold on much longer. This was the first time in his life he had pleaded so earnestly. Well, if it is truly that urgent, why did you let them come earlier? Sunway retorted, pointing at the man still clutching his injured hand. Zhou Qing found himself at a loss for words. It was indeed their fault before, yet apologies had been made. What more did she desire? Should he kneel? Just as he resolved to play the devoted son seeking miraculous medicine, Yi Xiao emerged from the room. Who was calling for me? It was me. It was me. Zhou Qing exclaimed, nearly jumping in excitement. Mr. Yi, I am truly at my wit's end. We have consulted every renowned physician to no avail. I have heard that you possess the ability to save my father. Please, accompany me to see him. Having been worn down by Sunway's insistence, Zhou Qing spoke with remarkable politeness, fearing Yi Xiao might treat him as she did. Very well, Yi Xiao replied, observing Zhou Qing's demeanor before nodding in agreement. In Yunqing, at the Zhou residence, within Zhou Ruhai and Apos' bedroom, the space was filled with medical equipment, the incessant beeping of the ECG growing increasingly grating. Yet, for those who listened closely, the sound was gradually slowing. Tang Shan sat beside the bed, a radiant smile gracing his face upon seeing Zhou Qing successfully summon Yi Xiao. Master Yi, it has been a while. The last time we met, you left a profound impression on me. I dare assert that only you and Yunqing possess the capability to save the Zhou family patriarch. I implore you to spare no effort. Yi Xiao paused, taken aback by Tang Shan's presence. It was apparent that this individual sought to elevate him, so that if he failed, it would reflect poorly on Yi Xiao, perhaps even inciting the Zhou family's ire. However, under the circumstances, with a patient in dire need, he refrained from confrontation. Yi Xiao cast a piercing gaze at Tang Shan, a cold smile gracing his lips. This time, I fear I shall disappoint you. Despite his disdain for Tang Shan, the Zhou family held him in unwavering trust. Mr. Yi, I implore you, save my father. Zhou Qing's face was etched with sorrow, his eyes brimming with concern. Though he harbored doubts about the efficacy of a man younger than himself compared to Tang Shan, the latter's repeated praise compelled him to believe. Yi Xiao approached the bedside, gazing at Zhou Ruhai. He was shrouded in malevolent energy, his complexion a ghastly pallor. The dark aura had reached his neck, should it ascend to his head. Even a celestial being would struggle to save him. Yi Xiao frowned and turned his attention to Tang Shan, who wore a smug expression. This was a calculated scheme. Once you arrived, whether you acted or not, the outcome would be fatal. Should you intervene, regardless of whether you succeeded, your energy would be depleted, leaving you vulnerable to retaliatory wrath. Chapter 24. The Ring. If one refrains from taking action, it would be tantamount to underestimating the Zhou family. After the demise of the Zhou patriarch, one might then persuade them to join forces to eliminate him. Haha. Tang Shan could not help but chuckle at such a thought. As long as Yi Xiao made the slightest move, was Su Mingwen not merely a fish on the chopping board, ready for slaughter? Mr. Yi, do you think this ailment can be cured? Zhou Qing inquired, somewhat apprehensive. Indeed, but it may require an item of yours, young Master Zhou, Yi Xiao replied, casting a glance at Zhou Ruhai on the bed and then at Zhou Qing. An item of mine? Zhou Qing echoed instinctively, perplexed as to what could be needed for a medical consultation. Precisely. I require the ring you have on your right hand, Yi Xiao indicated. Zhou Qing hastily removed the jade ring and handed it over. Yi Xiao took the ring, examining it in the palm of his right hand. Suddenly, he extended his left hand, hovering it above Zhou Ruhai. Zhou Qing observed this, bewildered. Yet, almost instantly, Zhou Ruhai, who had been in a deep stupor, opened his eyes wide, bloodshot and with pupils stained crimson. Father! Zhou Qing exclaimed, rushing forward in excitement upon seeing Zhou Ruhai awaken. However, as he spoke, Zhou Ruhai let out a bone-chilling scream that echoed to the heavens, nearly causing Zhou Qing to collapse in fright. Roar! Roar! Zhou Ruhai emitted a sound uncharacteristic of a human, his face contorted in agony. With each scream, tendrils of dark gas poured forth from his facial orifices, akin to fragrant sandalwood burning with black smoke. flowing incessantly. The room was soon filled with a noxious odor, reminiscent of a mound of refuse left unattended for months in the summer heat, evoking nausea. Tang Shan held his breath, retreating to the doorway as if faced with a formidable adversary. It was his first encounter with such a dense aura of malice. Fortunately, he had sensed something amiss beforehand. Otherwise, even a mere inhalation of this atmosphere could taint his own spiritual essence. Now, it was Yi Xiao who had become the victim of this corrupted power. Indeed, the youth was a reckless fool. A few flattering words could spur him into a reckless frenzy, risking his life in vain, a testament to his naivety. Tang Shan regarded Yi Xiao's back with a glint of malice. However, as he continued observing, his composure began to wane. This is impossible. He watched in disbelief as the dark energy he had sought to avoid surged eagerly towards Yi Xiao, seemingly intent on infiltrating his being. By all logical deductions, Yi Xiao should have been consumed by the malevolent energy, rendered senseless. Yet, to his astonishment, Yi Xiao maintained his demeanor, even appearing more vibrant. As the last remnants of the dark energy were absorbed into his body, Zhou Ruhai ceased his anguished cries. His previously contorted visage now relaxed, resembling that of a man peacefully slumbering. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao employed his hands to execute a peculiar series of gestures, refining the absorbed malevolence into his own spiritual power. After a brief interval, Yi Xiao lowered his hands, feeling invigorated, his aura seemingly stronger than before. "Mr. Yi, is my father's condition improved?" Zhou Qin asked, his heart still racing from the earlier events. "At present, all is well. However, if this item remains in your possession, it may trigger a relapse," Yi Xiao cautioned. "I shall no longer wear it. I had no idea that these two small rings could cause my father harm," Zhou Qing remarked, shaken. "Master Yi is indeed remarkable, discerning the issue at a mere glance. When I gifted this ring to my father, it was solely for its considerable value, believing that jade promotes health. I never anticipated it could cause harm. I shall refrain from purchasing such items in the future." Yi Xiao shook his head. Not all objects are malevolent. In this world, there exists both harm and benefit. This pair of rings, while unknown in name, possesses the ability to absorb one's vital essence and transfer it to another. In the hands of others, it may be a cursed object, yet in mine, it serves as a tool for salvation. He conveyed his observations to Zhou Qing. "So, my father and Appo's unconsciousness was due to my essence being absorbed by him?" Zhou Qing stood frozen, overwhelmed with guilt. "Indeed, though the signs were not apparent until now." Yi Xiao replied thoughtfully. "I am curious, from where did you acquire this ring?" Zhou Qing's expression turned conflicted, but ultimately he chose not to disclose its origins. Instead, he retrieved both rings and hurled them to the ground in an attempt to shatter them. "Stop." Yi Xiao swiftly seized the rings, preventing their destruction. "These artifacts hold some value for me. Consider this as payment for my services." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Qing hastily replied, "Very well. I had no desire to keep them anyway. However, Master Yi, the Zhou family values gratitude. You have saved my father, thus you are our benefactor, and I must compensate you for your services." Zhou Qing's expression turned serious as he spoke. Who knows if such an occurrence will arise again? It is prudent to settle matters in advance, rather than being miserly over a trivial sum. Unable to refuse, Yi Xiao acquiesced. Yet, he found himself at a loss for what he truly desired, as he was not in need of wealth. Perhaps some rare medicinal herbs? After much contemplation, he realized that was the most reliable option, for rare herbs were often unattainable even with wealth, hoarded by powerful factions. "Of course," Zhou Qing responded, somewhat surprised. "My family possesses a treasure trove of rare herbs. I shall fetch them at once." He promptly exited, returning an hour later with numerous boxes. Ginseng, huangjing, lingxi. Zhou Qing presented a variety of precious herbs, unsure of what Yi Xiao specifically sought, and thus laid out all his valuable items. Yi Xiao did not intend to take everything. He planned to select only a few, as although the items were costly, their practical value was considerably diminished. It was not until he spotted an ordinary wooden box that his gaze shifted dramatically. He quickly opened it to reveal a solitary orchid, its heart of vivid yellow surrounded by red petals, ordinary in appearance, indistinguishable from commonplace flora. "Ah, my apologies, I seem to have taken the wrong one. This is merely an ordinary orchid," Zhou Qing said with a hint of regret, attempting to replace it. Yet Yi Xiao swiftly closed the box. "This is precisely what I desire. May I take it?" "Naturally, that is acceptable," Zhou Qing responded, puzzled. Among such an array of herbs, including centuries-old ginseng, Yi Xiao chose a simple flower. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao was filled with an exhilaration that he could scarcely contain. Chapter 25. The Death of Tang Shan. This is no ordinary orchid, or perhaps it is, but a mutated variety known as the dragon bloodflower. Only when a beast imbued with the true bloodline of a dragon is wounded, and its blood spills onto the flora, can it mutate into a dragon bloodflower. The probability of such an occurrence is infinitesimal, and to encounter a specimen as ancient as this one renders it all the more precious. Naturally, Tang Shan witnessed this scene, his eyes turning crimson with jealousy. Yu Xiao was overjoyed. After jotting down a prescription, he handed it to Zhou Qing. This formula, when consumed daily, would replenish lost vitality. Once he had given his instructions, he took the wooden box and intended to return home. Master Yi, could you please check if there are any malevolent items in my house? I am feeling rather uneasy, Zhou Qing implored. Having been bitten by a snake. He was cautious of ropes for a decade. After glimpsing the other side of the world, he felt an unsettling anxiety. As Yi Xiao examined the various ornaments and antiques Zhou Qing presented, he discovered nothing amiss. However, after some contemplation, he selected a jade talisman from the collection. Using his magical prowess, he inscribed a small heart-calming array upon it and handed it to Zhou Qing. As long as you carry this jade talisman, you shall remain impervious to malevolent energies, provided you do not remove it, Yi Xiao instructed, prompting Zhou Qing to express his profound gratitude. Though this was a mere act of convenience on Yu Xiao's part, it granted the Zhou family an additional protective artifact. He shook his head, after having gained so much. It was only right to offer something in return. Zhou Qing escorted him out of the villa, hoping to accompany him home, but Yi Xiao declined. After following me for so long, are you not going to reveal yourself? Yi Xiao did not head home immediately. Instead, he ventured into a secluded corner, gazing at an unremarkable tree in the distance. Tang Shan emerged from behind it. Leave the dragon blood flower and those two artifacts, and I shall let you go, he said, a sinister smile creeping across his face, laced with greed. Oh, it seems you have forgotten our encounter a few days prior. Would you like me to refresh your memory? Yu Xiao replied coldly. Humph. Last time I merely fell into your trap. This time, you shall witness my true prowess. With a flourish of his hand, Tang Shan conjured a glimmering black needle that hovered ominously in the air, surrounded by swirling darkness and an inexplicable aura. Seeing Tang Shan make his move, Yi Xiao exhibited no sign of fear. Very well, let us see what you have. The black needle, emitting a mournful wail as it sliced through the air, hurtled towards Yi Xiao with alarming speed. Just as he prepared to intercept it, the needle multiplied into countless identical figures, each possessing the strength of the original. My Xianming needle is no trifling matter. If it pierces you, the dark energy will invade your organs, ultimately freezing you to death. With so many Xianming needles, let us see how you evade them. Tang Shan's malevolent laughter echoed in the distance as he gestured with his hands, directing the flying needles towards Yu Xiao. Yet Yu Xiao remained undeterred. Enveloped in a golden aura, with a casual gesture, he unleashed a stream of dark energy that reached out towards the approaching Xianming needles. You think you can simply seize my Xianming needles with your bare hands? Such folly. Tang Shan's excitement grew as he increased the speed of his needles. Unfazed by Tang Shan's antics, Yu Xiao focused intently on capturing the needles. With a cacophony of piercing sounds, he grasped one of the Xianming needles in his hand. His hand became a blur as he swiftly snatched more from the air, soon amassing a pile on the ground. Is this all you've got? Yi Xiao scoffed. Humph. Do you think I would yield so easily? Tang Shan retorted with a cold snort. Rise. He formed a seal with his hands. But the needles that had fallen to the ground remained immobile. The artifacts I have captured cannot be manipulated by you. Upon hearing this, Tang Shan's gaze fell upon Yi Xiao's hands. No, it cannot be, he exclaimed in shock. How can such powers exist? What is that dark energy? Yet, he was doomed to remain ignorant of the answers. Yi Xiao advanced steadily towards him. Do not approach me. Stay back. Without the Xianming needles, Tang Shan had lost all confidence in battle and fled in desperation. However, with a mere flick of his toes, Yi Xiao appeared before him. Why did you wish to harm Su Mingwei? Yi Xiao inquired coldly. I was merely carrying out orders for payment. It is not my concern. Tang Shan cried out in terror. Who is your employer? Tang Shan shook his head frantically. As Yu Xiao's expression darkened, the dark energy around him surged ominously. No. I swear I do not know. It is true. The person only left the money and the task in one place. I never met them. Tang Shan's fear escalated, tears streaming down his face. What about the Three Life sect? Yi Xiao's voice was devoid of emotion. Tang Shan's face paled further. I am not from the Three Life sect. I did wish to join, but they rejected me for my lack of comprehension. At this moment, Tang Shan completely shattered. dropping to his knees. Master Yi, I have told you all I know. I beg you spare me. But Yi Xiao did not halt his stride. He seized Tang Shan by the crown of his head. When he released him, Tang Shan lay lifeless on the ground. Since you sought to harm Ming Wen, I cannot let you go, Yi Xiao murmured to himself before departing the scene. Upon returning home, Yi Xiao reviewed his spoils, the dragon blood flower, the Xianming needle, and the pair of rings. His gaze finally settled on the rings. While treating Zhou Ruhai, he had absorbed all the malevolent energy contained within them, leaving only a mysterious power behind. This power endowed the rings with a unique function, regardless of the distance between them, that could siphon energy from one another. As Yi Xiao observed the two energies, a sense of malevolence stirred within him, prompting a desire to annihilate them. Yet at that moment, he felt the energies quivering. As if in fear. Could they have attained sentience? He pondered curiously, casting a speculative glance at the rings. He promptly commenced the process of refining the artifact. As time flowed, a night passed swiftly, and his refinement of the artifact neared completion. It was not until the following morning that he awoke to a call from Zhou Qing. Could there have been a change in his condition? Chapter 26. Humiliation upon awakening. Yi Xiao noticed the missed calls on his phone. Had something happened to your father's condition? He seized his phone and dialed Ma Chao's number. No. My old man can walk on his own now. He specifically asked me to invite you to dinner. He wishes to express his gratitude in person. Master Yi, do you have time now? The excitement in Zhou Qing's voice was unmistakable, reflecting genuine joy over Zhou Ruhai's improvement. Initially, Yi Xiao had no desire to attend. But after refining the ring, a warm sensation emanated from the wolf head tattoo on his chest, filling him with comfort. Thus, his curiosity about the ring intensified, and he resolved to inquire about its origins from the Zhou family. After agreeing, the doorbell of the villa rang within a minute, indicating that Zhou Qing had someone waiting outside for his response. Sun Wei, keep a close watch at home, and remember to practice the cultivation method I gave you diligently. As he descended the stairs, Yi Xiao reminded Sun Wei, who was seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. He then entered the Bentley arranged by the Zhou family, heading towards the city center. Heaven on earth. This establishment is the largest restaurant in Yun City, comparable to the Falling Cloud Pavilion, yet they serve different purposes. The Falling Cloud Pavilion is a hotel, primarily for dining and hosting events such as banquets and weddings. In contrast, Heaven on Earth is primarily a dining venue, ideal for business gatherings and corporate team building. A suited man opened the car door, respectfully inviting Yi Xiao to exit. He did not hesitate and walked directly into the restaurant. Upon entering the spacious, opulent lobby, Yi Xiao prepared to call Zhou Qing to inquire about their private room number. However, before he could make the call, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Yi Xiao, long time no see. A somewhat unfamiliar voice came from behind, lacking the excitement typically associated with a long absence. Instead tinged with a hint of mockery. Yi Xiao turned to find a man with a square face and squinting eyes standing behind him, Lu Jiangwo, someone he had met during Li Tongtong's wedding. Previously, he had considered Lu a good brother, but after losing 5 million to the Li family, Lu had vanished, and the Li family had since looked down upon him. Yet, Lu Jiangwo had transformed. Dressed in a tailored suit with his hair slicked back, he resembled a wealthy, oily middle-aged man. How do you like my outfit? It cost over 100,000. Lu Jiangwo noticed Yi Xiao's scrutiny and spun around, his face beaming with pride. I haven't seen you in a while. Today, my friends are gathering here. Come join us. He glanced at Yu Zhao's attire, made up of low-quality garments, and added, I can introduce you to a job. It's better than living off others. Oh, by the way, I heard you got divorced. You definitely need to find a job now. Lu Jiangwo patted his forehead as if just remembering, devoid of any genuine remorse. He continued to chatter, never allowing Yi Xiao a chance to speak. No need. I don't know your friends, so I'll pass. Yi Xiao had long seen through Lu Jiangwo's character. When he had money, Lu had followed him around, calling him Brother Yi, but now that he was down on his luck, Lu had dropped the pretense and addressed him by name. Dining with such a person was a waste of time. What do you mean you don't know? You'll get acquainted once you're inside. There are familiar faces too. Lu Jiangwo refused to accept Yu Zhao's refusal, pulling him towards the private room with an air of superiority. I'll tell you, there are some executives inside. If you're attentive and serve them tea, you might land a good job. As they reached the private room on the first floor, Yi Xiao noted its exquisite decor, with the space already filled with people. The attendees ranged from portly executives to youthful women who looked freshly graduated. Is that Lu Zong? Old Lu, why did you arrive so late? You owe us a drink. As they entered, a chorus of greetings erupted. Lu Jiangwo released Yu Xiao, donning a sycophantic smile as he mingled among the guests, seeking to ingratiate himself with everyone. After circulating the room and downing a few drinks, he finally turned to Yi Xiao, relishing the moment. Previously, he had trailed behind Yi Xiao like a subordinate. And even now, despite having established his own company, he could not shake off the past. Yi Xiao had fallen from grace, yet Lu Jiangwo had risen. And he could not resist flaunting his success. "Why haven't you taken a seat yet?" Lu Jiangwo called out loudly, his voice overshadowing the conversations around them, drawing everyone's attention. "Oh, no seat? My bad." Lu Jiangwo slapped his forehead with a broad grin. "Waiter, bring in another chair, just place it here." After instructing the waiter, he returned to his seat, completely ignoring Yi Xiao. The waiter entered and placed the chair at the entrance before leaving. Yi Xiao, however, displayed no sign of discomfort. Instead, he sat down calmly, as if returning home, devoid of any restraint. He scanned the table, recognizing most faces as unfamiliar, save for one, Wang Dan, a close friend of Li Tongdong. He had been expelled from the Li family under accusations of attempting to seduce her. Yi Xiao had not anticipated seeing her here. Given her previous rapport with Lu Jiangwo, Wang Dan had shown him considerable affection in the past, hinting at her feelings, but he had steadfastly maintained his boundaries. As Li Tongtong was his wife, an elderly had once shown him kindness. "Lu, aren't you going to introduce us?" A middle-aged, portly man squinted at Lu Jiangwo, inquiring. This gathering was intended for company representatives. While they were not major firms, entry was not granted to just anyone. "Oh, this is my friend." Chapter 27. A splash of fine wine. Lu Jiangwo chuckled heartily. This man was once affluent, capable of casually disbursing millions, yet ultimately squandered it all and now remained in obscurity. As he spoke, Lu Jiangwo raised his glass, feigning concern as he inquired, "Yi Xiao, what are you doing these days? I noticed you've been lounging at home, rarely venturing out. Surely, you haven't yet secured employment?" He added, "But fret not. All present are successful entrepreneurs. I could inquire if any of them are seeking security personnel. Perhaps I can assist you in that regard." Lu Jiangwo's words dripped with sarcasm, and even the dullest observer would grasp the insinuation, especially given the perceptive company gathered. Instantly, they labeled Yi Xiao as a slothful spendthrift. "No security positions available. But our company is in need of a janitor. Would you be interested in cleaning toilets?" The jeering continued, with someone else chiming in, "Yi Xiao, I suggest you don't be choosy. First, fill your belly." Lu Jiangwo chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. At that moment, the previously silent Wang Dan interjected. "Mr. Lu, you might not be aware, but Yi Xiao has caught the eye of the young lady from the Su family. He might soon be living off her generosity. So he won't go hungry." Her statement elicited laughter from the group, leaving Lu Jiangwo momentarily speechless. What is so wrong with being a kept man? Many would envy such a position, but no one desires to be taken in that manner. Wang Dan, amused by her own words, joined in the laughter. She turned her gaze to Yi Xiao, who remained unperturbed, and continued her derision. "If a person is worthless, they will remain so for life. To squander all your wealth and end up destitute, now that is quite a talent." Wang Dan harbored deep resentment towards Yi Xiao. When he had once lent millions to save the Li family, she had set her sights on him. Alongside Lu Jiangwo, she had feigned friendliness, but had only managed to secure a mere 100,000 in cash. After all, she had devoted her time to him, neglecting her own romantic life. Wasn't her youthful vigor worth something? Such vast sums concealed and hoarded, never shared. Ultimately, it was all pilfered by the Li family. Leaving her with nothing, she would have been better off had he given her that money directly. She nursed a grudge against Yi Xiao, conveniently forgetting that the funds she and Lu Jiangwo used to start their venture had all been borrowed from him. Perhaps they were aware of it, yet they remained unbothered. This was one of the reasons they branded Yi Xiao a fool. He had lent money without a promissory note. A quintessential case of a Navi man with deep pockets. Gazing at Wang Dan, who was now on a tirade, Yi Xiao refrained from retorting and instead remarked, "You have something on your face." "What?" Wang Dan exclaimed, momentarily abandoning her mockery. Rummaging through her bag, she retrieved a mirror, anxiously inspecting her flawless visage. "Look closely. It's right there on your face," Yi Xiao urged, a smile gracing his lips. "What? Did I apply my makeup poorly today?" Wang Dan felt a twinge of anxiety. She had taken great care in her appearance. How could there be a flaw? She scrutinized her reflection, even pulling out her makeup kit for a touch-up. "No, it's just more wrinkles," Yi Xiao stated lightly. For someone whose mind is constantly calculating, it's only natural to age faster than the average person. "Perhaps this is your comeuppance." Wang Dan's complexion turned ashen, her grip on the mirror tightening, producing a creaking sound. The last thing a woman wishes to hear is that she is aging. To combat this, she had devoted nearly all her earnings to cosmetic clinics and beauty salons. Yi Xiao. Wang Dan slammed the mirror onto the table, shattering it into fragments. She extended her manicured fingers, now tinged with envy, pointing accusatorily at him. What retribution? Have I committed any wrongdoings? You willingly allowed the Li family to deceive you, and now you want to blame me for your misfortunes? Her expression was one of fury, her cheeks betraying a hint of distortion, as if contorted by her rage. And what about the money I borrowed from you? I'm a burgeoning entrepreneur now, surely. It's time for repayment? Yi Xiao regarded her with a mocking gaze. Yi Xiao, my company is just starting to take off. It's not that I want to repay you, so why the rush? I'm not a deadbeat. Even without a promissory note, I will repay you every last cent. Wang Dan added quietly. As for when that will be, who knows? Though the thought of defaulting had crossed her mind, it was a precarious gamble. If it landed in court, the financial records would expose the truth. Even if she denied the loan, the funds would be frozen, leaving her equally powerless. Enough of this. Lu Jiangwo interjected, eager to diffuse the brewing conflict. He had no intention of repaying any debts himself. The others in the private room remained silent, merely spectators to the unfolding drama. To them, whether Wang Dan or Yi Xiao was humiliated mattered little. It was simply entertainment. They might have even snacked on seeds had they been available. Come now, Yi Xiao, Wang Dan has a point. The money will definitely be repaid. Lu Jiangwo poured himself a generous glass of red wine and approached Yi Xiao. On his way, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Dan, who promptly took out her phone to record the spectacle. Ah, I'm about to fall. Lu Jiangwo shouted dramatically before stumbling forward. However, his movements were surprisingly steady until he reached Yi Xiao, at which point he propelled the glass forward. The crimson liquid, reminiscent of spoiled blood, cascaded from the glass, flowing over Yi Xiao's head and down his face. Laughter erupted among the onlookers at this sight. My sincerest apologies. I tripped and accidentally splashed your face, Lu Jiangwo said, feigning regret while wearing a broad smile that betrayed no hint of sincerity. I'm truly sorry, but I know you're not the petty type. You wouldn't hold this against me, would you? Otherwise, I genuinely fear the wrath of Miss Su. Chapter 28. Brotherhood. Lu Jiangwo patted his chest, feigning fear. Yi Xiao remained silent, merely extending his hand to gently wipe the red wine from his face. Lu Jiangwo observed from the side, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude, fully confident that Yi Xiao would not retaliate against him. I'll just borrow this. I'll compensate you later. Yi Xiao calmly regarded the red wine before the girl, the bottle unopened, its exquisite contents shimmering under the flickering lights. All right, all right. The girl stood frozen, instinctively agreeing. Before she could regain her composure, the wine before her vanished. With a resounding crash, the sound of shattering glass echoed through the private room. The wine bottle arced gracefully through the air before striking Lu Jiangwo on the head, instantly splattering red wine and a hint of blood in all directions. Blood trickled down Lu Jiangwo's forehead, a stark reminder of the unanticipated blow that caught everyone off guard. The laughter that once filled the room was abruptly silenced, replaced only by the sound of liquid dripping onto the floor. Whether it was wine or blood remained unclear. My apologies. I accidentally let it slip. I have no idea how the bottle suddenly flew out. Yi Xiao's voice emerged, laced with a hint of mockery. You lie. You did that on purpose. After a moment of calm, Wang Dan suddenly screamed at Yi Xiao, her voice piercing the silence. Are you all right? Should I take you to the hospital? Wang Dan rushed to support Lu Jiangwo, her demeanor unexpectedly tender. Their relationship seemed far from ordinary, which surprised Yi Xiao. He recalled that when they first met, Wang Dan openly derided Lu Jiangwo, mocking him as a country bumpkin. Get away. Lu Jiangwo forcefully shoved Wang Dan aside, his eyes glaring at Yi Xiao, filled with rage and humiliation. Seizing a pearwood chair nearby, he swung it at Yi Xiao. How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay for this. Lu Jiangwo's eyes blazed with fury as he charged towards Yi Xiao, appearing utterly menacing. Those standing near Yi Xiao quickly shuffled aside, fearing the impending clash. Yet, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, leisurely rising to his feet and even yawning. He had spent the entire previous night refining his artifacts without a proper rest, although his current strength allowed him to endure sleeplessness for days. His body had grown accustomed to rest, leaving him slightly fatigued. As Lu Jiangwo approached, the wind from the swinging chair tousled Yi Xiao and Appo's hair. Slowly, he sidestepped, allowing Lu Jiangwo's strike to miss entirely. The force caused Lu Jiangwo to nearly lose his balance, bending awkwardly as he struggled to stay upright. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiao raised his right foot and brought it down forcefully upon Lu Jiangwo's head, causing him to collapse. Ah! Lu Jiangwo let out a pained cry. Yi Xiao's movements were too swift. Even if Lu Jiangwo had seen it coming, he would have been unable to react in time. Crumpled on the ground, he clutched his injured head, wailing in agony. The sheer force of the prior blow combined with Yu Zhao's kick meant that his head not only suffered from the impact but also made intimate contact with the floor beneath him. Blood flowed freely, and a few teeth were knocked loose, leaving him a ghastly sight, bloodied and miserable. The air within the room grew thick with the metallic scent of iron, causing discomfort among the onlookers. After lying on the floor for what felt like an eternity, he finally regained his senses, mumbling incoherently, his words slurred as if his mouth were filled with water. What do you mean? Yi Xiao leaned closer, feigning ignorance, deliberately raising his voice. His mocking demeanor only fueled Lu Jiangwo's rage. Since leaving Yi Xiao to pursue his own ventures, he had never endured such humiliation. With a fierce glare, Lu Jiangwo stormed toward the exit, leaving the majority of the onlookers bewildered, unable to comprehend his abrupt departure. Had he conceded defeat? However, Wang Dan wore a smirk, regarding Yi Xiao with the same disdain one might reserve for a corpse, relishing the unfolding drama. How dare you strike Lu Jiangwo? In this establishment, no less. Ha! Her gaze sparkled with a peculiar light as she settled back, seemingly anticipating the spectacle to come. Yi Xiao, how could you treat Manager Lu this way? He graciously brought you here to broaden your horizons, and yet you repay his kindness with violence, leaving him bloodied. Truly, someone like you has no place here. As others began to echo Wang Dan's scornful remarks, it became evident they were privy to the situation. The girl who had been seated beside Yi Xiao cautiously approached him, torn by the surrounding discourse. After a moment of hesitation, she quietly advised, "Are you all right? If you and Appos re unhurt, you should leave quickly. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to escape later." Her lips moved softly, her voice barely audible. Just enough for Yi Xiao to hear. Why should I leave? Instead of departing, Yi Xiao sought a clean spot to sit down. Oh dear. The owner of this establishment is a friend of Lu Jiangwo's. You cannot contend with him. You must leave at once, or when he returns with his associates, you will truly be trapped. The girl's voice grew urgent, prompting her to raise her volume slightly before a middle-aged woman pulled her away. Goodness. Even now you find time to converse with a girl. Should I commend your composure, or deem you a fool? Wang Dan scoffed at the sight of someone still aiding Yi Xiao, her mockery unabated. The girl, now separated, longed to retort, but fell silent under the stern gaze of the middle-aged woman. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the unlatched door, and Wang Dan prepared herself to witness the unfolding drama, phone in hand, ready to capture Yu Zhao's downfall. You should leave. The girl couldn't help but urge once more. Yet, as her words left her lips, figures began to emerge from the doorway. Lu Jiangwo entered, flanked by a cadre of sharply dressed men. His forehead was still bandaged, and although his voice was hoarse from professional treatment, it remained clear enough to be understood. Chapter 29. A slap in the face. Lu Jiangwo looked at Yi Xiao and respectfully addressed the young man in formal attire beside him. Is it you who has been causing trouble here? Ma Gue arrogantly confronted Yi Xiao. Do you even know whose territory this is? Yi Xiao obediently shook his head. What? You don't even know this is the Zhou family's domain, yet you dare to cause a ruckus? Are you aware of the Zhou family? The very family that could drown you in a single spit? Individuals like you, no matter how hard you strive for 1,000 years, will never be worthy of uttering a word to the Zhou family, Wang Dan mocked, observing Yi Xiao and Appos' indifferent demeanor. Oh, you mean the Zhou family, Yi Xiao suddenly realized. Now I understand why they invited me here for a meal. Is this restaurant owned by that Zhou Qing? Zhou Gui's expression turned cold. How dare you speak like that? Given your name resembles Zhou Qing's, could it be that you were related to him? Unperturbed, Yi Xiao inquired curiously. My name is Yi Xiao. Zhou Qing is my cousin. Now, do you feel frightened? Zhou Gui contemptuously scrutinized Yi Xiao, as he relished the usual fear his name instilled in others. Fear? I believe the one who should be afraid is you. You wouldn't want to face your cousin's wrath, would you? Yi Xiao replied leisurely. If not, then step aside. Such composure left Zhou Gui bewildered, glancing at Lu Jiangwo in apprehension of provoking someone he ought not to. Brother Zhou, don't mind him. He's just a pretty boy. This Yi Xiao married my friend before and has since been living off his family. Now he's found a wealthy woman to support him. Nothing but a leech. He is destined to be kicked out one day, left to roam the streets. Yet here he is, still looking down on everything with such arrogance. Lu Jiangwo dropped all pretense of camaraderie, reveling in the insults. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's silence, Zhou Gui felt a surge of confidence, though a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. He felt as if he had heard the name Yi Xiao before but couldn't recall where. Indeed, Yi Xiao has no background. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. If the Zhou family truly supported him, I would immediately repay every penny I owe him with interest, Wang Din added in agreement. With their words, Zhou Gui ceased to ponder further. If he couldn't remember, then clearly Yi Xiao was of no significance. Let us deal with him, he commanded, gesturing to the men in black suits around him. Attack. Break his legs for daring to kick one of my brothers. Lu Jiangwo, if you have anything to add, feel free. Strike wherever you wish. As long as it doesn't lead to death, I'll take responsibility. Zhou Gui's bravado was palpable. Brother Zhou, I am immensely grateful. I shall ensure you receive the finest treatment later, Lu Jiangwo grinned, revealing his injured teeth, a trickle of saliva escaping his lips, oblivious to his plight. As their conversation unfolded, the group of suited men lunged at Yi Xiao. Stop. A cold voice rang out from a distance, laced with fury. Upon hearing this, the group instinctively halted, but their lack of balance led to a comical tumble to the ground. Yi Xiao observed the heads that had fallen near his feet, his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxing as he picked up a nearby wine glass and took a slow sip. The young girl who had used the glass blushed, having taken a sip herself moments earlier. What are you doing? Can't you even handle a simple beating? Truly useless, Lu Jiangwo ranted, lost in his own thoughts. Failing to register the earlier interruption, seeing the fallen man, he cursed in frustration. He could hardly wait to see Yi Xiao bloodied and begging for forgiveness. Who dares? The enraged voice grew louder and nearer. The suited men scrambled to their feet, frozen in place, glancing towards the entrance. Who the hell is trying to act tough? Don't you know Zhou Xiao is here? What makes you think you can speak? Lu Jiangwo continued to berate without a second thought. The person at the door paused momentarily before hastily approaching Lu Jiangwo, delivering a heavy blow that nearly sent Lu Jiangwo's head spinning. Curse it. If I could transform into a ghost right now, I would undoubtedly become the Ghost King, Lu Jiangwo lamented inwardly, his heart brimming with resentment as he felt blood pooling within. He had come to attend a banquet, yet before he could even taste the food, he had been struck with a wine bottle and kicked to the ground, losing several teeth in the process. To add insult to injury, he had sought help only to be met with further humiliation. Now, it seemed anyone could bully him without consequence. Observing the young man before him, who was not only his equal but perhaps even younger, Lu Jiangwo refrained from striking first. Instead, he cried out to Zhou Gui, Brother Zhou, did you see? This young man is even more arrogant than Yi Xiao. He dared to strike me while you're still here. Once you leave, he might even kill me. I've collaborated with your restaurant for a considerable time. You must stand up for me. Lu Jiangwo feigned victimhood, unconcerned about the implications of Yi Xiao's connection to Su Mingwen, for his own business relied on the Zhou family. He thought, what does it matter if I offend the Su family? They can't do anything to me. Yet Zhou Gui, the person he had pinned his hopes on, remained unresponsive. With a forced smile, he looked at the newcomer. Cousin, today isn't a day for inspections. What brings you here? He wore a broad smile, ingratiating himself in a manner reminiscent of Lu Jiangwo and Appo's earlier sycophancy. Though he was indeed Shou Qing's cousin, he was acutely aware of the tenuous nature of their connection. His position as the lobby manager was a mere act of mercy from Zhou Qing, given that he lacked both education and management experience. Thus, his reverence for Zhou Qing surpassed even that for the head of the Zhou family. What, cousin? Lu Jiangwo's gaze remained fixed on Zhou Qing, whose face still bore an expression of fury, yet his mind was clouded with disbelief. He is the eldest son of the Zhou family, the boss of the realm above and below. Zhou Qing? It was only now that the realization struck him. Disbelief etched across his features. Chapter 30. Expulsion. Lu Jiangwo's expression was one of disbelief. After years of collaboration with Tian Shangrenjian, this was the first time he had truly encountered Zhou Qing. Previously, he had merely been following Zhou Gui's lead, supplying goods to the restaurant. Indeed, think about what you just said. You still refuse to admit your mistake. Zhou Gui kicked him in the knee, his anxious voice ringing in Lu and Appo's ears. Yes, I admit my mistake. I acknowledge it right now. Lu Jiangwo and Appo's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. However, he quickly regained his composure, choosing instead to kneel on the floor. Young Master Zhou, I truly did not recognize you. Just now, I was referring to Yi Xiao. I was talking about him. Please, young Master Zhou, don't be angry. I promise I won't do it again. Zhou Qing had no intention of continuing to engage with this man, but upon hearing his words, he halted his steps and turned to look at the trembling Lu Jiangwo. He then moved to stand beside Yi Xiao. Master Yi, I apologize for my tardiness. Zhou Qing approached Yi Xiao and bowed respectfully. It's all right, this is not your fault. I should have waited for you in the hall. Yi Xiao replied with a smile, showing no sign of reproach. Thank you, Master Yi, Zhou Qing said immediately, his tone brightening. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in stunned silence, their expressions filled with astonishment. In elite families, particularly among the 3 top families in Yun City, information was not leaked unless it aligned with personal preferences. Thus, these individuals were unfamiliar with Zhou Qing. Yet, they had heard of his name. Once they grasped the significance it carried, their shock transformed into sheer terror. Lu Jiangwo's face reflected disbelief, his pupils dilating instinctively, as if the world around him was spinning. Wang Dan's hand trembled as he held up his phone, causing the image on the screen to wobble. He had merely intended to capture a scene of Yi Xiao's downfall, to mock him later, never expecting that the young master of the Zhou family would appear. Treating Yi Xiao with such respect, Zhou Gui's mouth fell open in shock. Since he stopped studying, he had been helping here and had seen Zhou Qing interact with many prominent figures from the capital. Yet, not a single one had warranted such serious respect from him. Cousin, is this your friend? Why didn't you inform me before coming here? I should have been cautious not to offend him, Zhou Gui shouted internally. Recalling the earlier incident with Lu Jiangwo, inform you in advance? Zhou Qing's expression turned cold. Did I not tell you earlier that a distinguished guest would be coming today? Why did you still bring people here? Without waiting for Zhou Gui's explanation, he understood the situation perfectly. Such power often led to such issues. He himself occasionally behaved similarly. However, now that Zhou Gui had offended his esteemed guest, the matter was different. Master Yi is not only my distinguished guest but also my father's, he added. Zhou Gui turned pale with fear. Yi Xiao? Why does that name sound so familiar? He realized it was the Yi Xiao who had saved the head of the Zhou family. This was a significant event for the entire Zhou family and was hardly a secret. However, in Zhou Gui's mind, many doctors had been unable to cure Zhou Rahai's condition. If Yi Xiao could, he must be exceptionally skilled, likely not just an old man with a white beard, but a middle-aged man. Yet, he was astonished to discover how young Yi Xiao truly was. At that moment, Zhou Gui felt as if he wanted to die, having offended the savior of the Zhou family. Are all these people here at your call? Zhou Qing scanned the faces of the suited men, finally resting his gaze on Zhou Gui. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's inquiry, Zhou Gui trembled all over, too terrified to respond. Is it or is it not? Zhou Qing's cold snort rang in Zhou Gui's ears like thunder, causing his clothing to become drenched with sweat. Yes, but I did not mean to offend Master Yi. I just didn't fully understand the situation. Zhou Gui's voice dwindled, and the last 2 words were barely audible. He wished to continue explaining, but Zhou Qing had no desire to hear more. As long as you admit it, that is sufficient. Save your other explanations for your parents. You are no longer the manager of Tianshang Renjian. I believe you are better suited for farming in the countryside. The Zhou family has no place for you anymore. With just a few casual remarks, Zhou Qing stripped Zhou Gui of his identity as a member of the Zhou family. Zhou Gui was immediately reduced to the state of a frightened child, tears streaming down his face. Losing his position was one thing, but being stripped of his family identity meant he would truly have to till the soil, with no hope of ever rising again. Cousin, you can and oppose, do this. Zhou Gui clung to Zhou Qing's legs, his eyes filled with terror. Why not? This is the price you must pay for offending Master Yi. You should be grateful that you were still considered a member of the Zhou family. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been as simple as just being dismissed. A cold smile crept onto Zhou Qing's face as his words sent chills down Zhou Gui's spine. Amidst Zhou Gui's wails, a suited man dragged him away. Lu Jiangwo watched the rapid transformation in disbelief, completely at a loss for what to do, his mind blank. And you? Zhou Qing cast a glance at him, and a knowledgeable individual leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Lu Jiangwo, he runs a food chain company. Lu Jiangwo's vision darkened. He felt as if he were a prisoner being led to the gallows, awaiting the executioner's blade to fall. Notify the restaurant to blacklist him. Inform all individuals in the food industry connected to the Zhou family that any collaboration with him will be considered an affront to the Zhou family. The weight of Zhou Qing's words left Lu Jiangwo's face ashen. No, you cannot do this. Suddenly, recalling something, Lu Jiangwo became frantic. I am a member of the Gu family. Yes, the Gu family. You cannot blacklist me. Lu Jiangwo clung to this hope, repeating the phrase in desperation. The Gu family? Zhou Qing instinctively glanced at Yi Xiao. He was aware of the enmity between the Gu family and Yi Xiao. So, you claim the Gu family is behind this? Were they the ones who instigated you against me? Yi Xiao, puzzled, noted that he had not been in contact with Lu Jiangwo for years. making his sudden appearance here all the more curious. Chapter 31. Is Li Hong sent by the Gu family to target me? Lu Jiangwo trembled all over. No, but he indeed has connections with the Gu family. He provided me with your whereabouts and instructed me to humiliate you severely here, even wanting me to record it and send it to him. Hesitantly, he divulged what he knew. Heh, and who is that person? Yi Xiao chuckled, confirming Lu's suspicions. If I reveal it, will you spare me? Hope glimmered in Lu Jiangwo's eyes. Damn it, you're still trying to bargain. Before Yi Xiao could respond, Zhou Qing kicked him. If you don't speak up, I won't let you leave this place. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo, without further ado, hurriedly confessed, it's Li Hong. He said that if I send him the video, he would introduce a major client to me. Yi Xiao, I truly did not mean it. You have to believe me. This was all Li Hong's idea. If you're angry, you should confront him. Lu Jiangwo desperately shifted the blame onto Li Hong, trying to extricate himself from the situation entirely. Li Hong. Yi Xiao recalled that Li Hong was indeed Li Tongtong's younger brother, who had been sentenced to 5 years for robbery and should have about a year left to serve. He realized he had never met Li Hong, only hearing about him from Li Tongtong during his 3 years with the Li family. Yes, that's him, Lu Jiangwo continued. I heard that someone from the Gu family helped him get out, which is why I claim to know people from the Gu family. His voice lacked confidence. He only knew of the tension between Yi Xiao and the Gu family, and when Li Hong approached him, he was enticed by the prospect of a business connection with the Gu family. Yi Xiao, I truly regret my actions, given our past friendship. Could you perhaps let me off this time? I promise never to appear before you again. I will stay far away. Lu Jiangwo, terrified, pleaded with Yi Xiao, realizing that only he could save him with just a word. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao was unwilling to utter a single word in his defense. When you agreed to Li Hong's proposition, did you ever consider our friendship? Yi Xiao looked at Lu Jiangwo, his expression devoid of emotion, as if they were mere strangers. Lu Jiangwo stood frozen, his lips parting several times to explain, but he could not find the words. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he desperately sought any event that could validate their past friendship, yet nothing came to mind. See, you can't even articulate it. Yi Xiao, regrettably shaking his head, recognized that Lu Jiangwo had squandered his last chance. Zhou Qing, witnessing this, quickly grasped Yi Xiao's intent. Take him out and inform the future responsible parties that I never wish to see him in this establishment again. Zhou Qing shot a glance at the surrounding suited men and gave the order. He then took out his phone and captured Lu Jiangwo and Appo's current state, subsequently sharing it in their work group. From now on, you will not be welcomed wherever the Zhou family is present. If you disagree, then consider yourself free to leave Yin City. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiangwo collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. After this statement, all his fighting spirit vanished. His eyes vacant, devoid of any vitality. He couldn't and Appo's to even recall how long it had been since he was dragged out. And you, Yi Xiao continued. Didn't you say that as long as a member of the Zhou family intervened for me, you would repay the debt, including interest? At this moment, Yi Xiao remembered Wang Dan. So what do you think? He glanced at Zhou Qing. Does it seem like he is standing up for me? Wang Dan's legs turned to jelly, and her phone fell to the ground, shattering the screen. All eyes in the private room shifted back to her. But she no longer felt the pride of being the center of attention. Just moments ago, she had boasted in front of him, and now she was reaping the consequences. Though her debt to Yi Xiao wasn't substantial, it still amounted to several $100,000. With interest, it could easily approach $1 million. This was no small sum. She had no business acumen. Her company merely existed because of her looks, making her a socialite. Moreover, to maintain her appearance, she visited beauty clinics every month, which also cost a significant amount. Previously, she had hoped Lu Jiangwo would support her, but now that he was struggling to save himself, he could hardly assist her. I said that, but I currently have no money. Wang Dan's face turned pale, devoid of any color. No money? And yet you dare to come here? It seems you never intended to repay your debts. Zhou Qing's face darkened as he looked at Wang Dan, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Are you not men? You band together to bully a weak woman? Tears welled in Wang Dan's eyes as she spoke, eliciting a wave of incredulity from those present. How outdated are you? The Qing dynasty has fallen. Gender discrimination has no place here. What's wrong with being a woman? Does being a woman mean one is not human? Does it mean one can owe money and not repay? Zhou Qing was not one to pity the weak. Raised by Zhou Rahai, he had been exposed to various business matters from a young age and had witnessed numerous sordid dealings involving unpaid debts. He was long accustomed to Wang Dan's tactics. You claim you have no money, but that's fine. You own a company, a house, and a car. These are all assets. Rest assured, I will ensure each one is accounted for. Shou Qing's mere words plunged Wang Din into utter despair. I have a dedicated legal team for such matters. Trust me. They are highly professional and will ensure you lose not a single penny. After speaking, he turned to Yi Xiao and respectfully stated, Master Yi, you can rest assured. With me here, she won and Oppos, T escape. As for Li Hong, if it is inconvenient for you to take action, I will handle it. Now, shall we begin the feast? Zhou Qing asked tentatively. Yes. Yi Xiao nodded, indicating for him to lead the way. They exited the private room, leaving behind a crowd in shock and a despondent Wang Dan, tears streaming down her face. Yin City, Li family. Today, the Li family was bustling with excitement, for their precious son, Li Hong, had finally been released from prison. For years ago, due to his youthful indiscretions, he had committed some wrongdoings. However, he had now deeply recognized his errors, leading to his early release. Chapter 32. The arrest 4 years ago, due to his youthful indiscretion. He committed a series of misdeeds. However, he has since come to a profound understanding of his errors, leading to his early release. This narrative was relayed by Li Gang to the relatives he had invited. To celebrate Li Hong's return from incarceration, an extravagant banquet was organized, inviting all relatives to witness that their beloved son, despite having served time, had undergone rehabilitation, even earning the prison's consent for an early release. Rest assured, sister, should that Yi Xiao dare to bully you, I shall not let him off lightly, Li Hong declared at the banquet, as he helped himself to the dishes with an air of bravado. You have always been the better one, brother. That Yi Xiao is nothing but a waste. Only knowing how to provoke me, Li Tongtong chimed in, doting on Li Hong as she served him more food. Alas, it is all my fault. Had I been more capable, Tongtong would not have endured so much suffering, Zhao Hengyuan sighed dramatically. Brother-in-law, how can you blame yourself? If it weren't and Oppos, T for your connection to the Gu family heir, I might still be languishing in prison. In my view, the blame lies entirely with Yi Xiao. My sister should never have married him, Li Hong retorted, angrily tossing his chopsticks to the ground. Elder brother, Li Xiaoyao attempted to intervene, always believing that her sister was at fault. Yi Xiao had done nothing to offend them. Yet, before she could voice her thoughts, she caught a cold warning glance from Lu Shumi. During the days of berating Yi Xiao at home, she often found herself defending him. Over time, as their attempts at retaliation against Yi Xiao proved futile, the family began to turn their disdain towards her, their own flesh and blood. This realization left her feeling deeply aggrieved, yet she felt powerless to act. She longed to confront Yi Xiao, but the current state of affairs between their families left her without the courage to do so. Little Hong is right. It is all because of that Yi Xiao. Lu Shumi displayed a starkly different demeanor towards Li Hong, offering him a new pair of chopsticks when she noticed his had fallen. Li Hong accepted the chopsticks and resumed his meal, entirely dismissing Lu Shumi as if her actions were expected. Fear not. I have a plan to deal with that Yi Xiao. Just wait and see. Upon hearing this, Li Tongtong's expression shifted. Brother, please do not act rashly. That Yi Xiao has the support of a young lady from the Su family, and we are no match for them. She was haunted by the events of that wedding day, a memory seared into her mind. Sister, do not worry. I shall not act directly. I will have others teach him a severe lesson. With the Gu'er backing us, what is there to fear? Li Hong responded with a smug smile, confident in his knowledge of the situation, perhaps even more than Li Tongtong. For instance, the Li family should have vacated Yin City, as the Su family's eldest daughter had already made her intentions clear. Yet, with the Gu'er's intervention, they were still thriving in Yun City without any trouble. I know, my early release is entirely thanks to the Gu'er's assistance, Li Hong remarked, wiping his mouth and smearing grease across his clothing. How can it be that so much time has passed without news? He pondered, perplexed, as the information had come from the Gu'er himself. There was no doubt that Yi Xiao is currently in a precarious situation. Although Lu Jiangwo and Wang Dan were his own choices, their abilities should not have led to any missteps. Sister, just wait a moment. Soon I shall receive the video of Yi Xiao's humiliation. Just be patient, he declared, placing his newly acquired phone on the table to ensure he would see the news promptly. Li Hong thumped his chest confidently, and the Li family, including Zhao Hengyuan, radiated excitement. Brother, you truly are remarkable. You are indeed my dear brother, Li Tongtong said, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek, expressing her exhilaration. It is nothing. The Gu'er has promised me that, provided I manage this affair well, he will accept me as his subordinate. Li Hong's eyes sparkled with ambition. During his 4 years in prison, he had heard incessantly about the 3 prominent families, with the Gu family being the most formidable. He had longed to join their ranks. And now, It seemed an opportunity had presented itself, all thanks to the reckless actions of his former brother-in-law, Yi Xiao. Had it not been for Yi Xiao's offense towards the Gu heir, which led Zhao Hongyuan to contact him, he would still be incarcerated, unable to enjoy this newfound freedom. Indeed, once you enter the Gu family, what is Yi Xiao? Merely a plaything of the Su family's daughter, easily disposed of at will. While the family reveled in their lofty imaginings, the front door of the Li residence was suddenly kicked open. A group of individuals stormed in without hesitation, leaving the Li family and their invited guests in shock, speechless with fear. Do you realize that you are trespassing in broad daylight? This is illegal, Li Gang bellowed, slamming his wine glass onto the table, his face flushed and reeking of alcohol. Dad, it's the police. Li Xiaoya tugged at her father's sleeve, urging him to comprehend the gravity of the situation. What police? These are clearly special forces. Li Hong scoffed, having seen such individuals during his incarceration, mocking Li Xiaoya's concern. While he maintained his bravado, not everyone shared his fortitude. Many were paralyzed with fear, petrified of being mistaken for assailants, and facing dire consequences. Which of you is Li Hong? A middle-aged man stepped forward, scanning the banquet attendees with an imposing presence. The weight of his authority compelled those who met his gaze to lower their eyes, unwilling to maintain eye contact for long. What business do you have with me? Li Hong stepped forward, unafraid. I must inform you that the Gu heir has already communicated with your official representatives. I have been exonerated and am no longer required to serve my sentence. Humph. Committing a crime means you are guilty, regardless of what anyone says. The middle-aged man scoffed, instructing a soldier nearby to record Li Hong's statement. You there, apprehend him. If anyone obstructs the enforcement of the law, detain them as well. The Special Forces personnel, regardless of their individual skills, adhered strictly to protocol. Before the last word left the man's lips, Li Hong found himself subdued by two Special Forces agents. Despite his vigorous struggles, they proved utterly futile. Chapter 33. Under investigation, let me go. You've got the wrong person. Li Hong continued to shout desperately. If you don't believe me, just ask young Master Gu. He'll tell you I'm innocent. Sister, Dad, Mom, brother-in-law, little sister, please save me. I don't want to go back. Please, help me. Gripping the leg of the table, Li Hong refused to let go. However, the Special Forces soldiers showed him no leniency. They swiftly broke the table leg and carried him away. The Li family's expression soured, and the relatives were bewildered. Did they not say they were celebrating Li Hong's early release? Why did it seem like a prison escape, even involving Special Forces? As this realization dawned upon them, their faces changed. Did this mean that when Li Hong was released again, they would have to host another banquet? Would they have to give gifts once more? With that thought, they hastily made their excuses, vowing internally never to attend any future invitations. Li Tongtong was too preoccupied to notice their departure. Lu Shumi, on the other hand, collapsed to the ground, wailing, My Hong, why is your fate so cruel? Eventually, it was Li Gang, after sobering up from his drunken stupor, who reacted. Hongyuan, quickly call young Master Gu. He urgently instructed Zhao Hongyuan. Yes, call young Master Gu. Li Tongtong echoed, urging him on. Trembling, Zhao Hongyuan retrieved his phone. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he dialed Gu Tian. You see, my brother-in-law was just released today, but he was suddenly taken back in. Can you help? Zhao Hongyuan's voice was filled with trepidation. How can you still ask? What kind of fool is your brother-in-law? I just got him out. And now he's entangled with some powerful figure, causing me endless trouble. Gu Tian's voice was laced with frustration, showing no mercy in his rebuke. What? Impossible. The Li family members reacted immediately, disbelief etched on their faces. They had been by Li Hong's side. If he had offended someone, how could they not know? Impossible? I only just learned that a higher-ranking official than myself has suddenly decided to investigate Li Hong. I'm currently spending money to smooth things over. Otherwise, I would be in trouble myself. Damn it. Why should I concern myself about your brother-in-law? I'm just trying to save my own skin. Gu Tian's anger was evident. But more so was his frustration over the situation. He had expended considerable effort to secure Li Hong's release, while money could be regained. The debt of gratitude he owed was harder to repay. Yet, despite his efforts, Li Hong was once again detained without having accomplished anything. This was infuriating. At this moment, the Li family fell silent. Faced with official power, their only ally was Gu Tian. However, observing his attitude, it was clear he could no longer assist them. It's over. This time, Honger is in deeper trouble. Even Lu Shumi understood that if this situation couldn't be clarified, Li Hong would undoubtedly be charged with escaping from prison. This was a serious crime, and the penalties could be exponentially harsher. Yet, her son had less than a year remaining until his release. She couldn't help but sob uncontrollably. It was all Yi Zhao's fault. Every time he was mentioned, calamity befell their family. In that moment, Li Tongtong wished she could tear him apart. However, no matter how furious she felt, it was futile. For Yi Zhao was now at the pinnacle of the world, residing in the exclusive VIP box of the Zhou family. Under Zhou Ruhai's insistence, he occupied the seat of honor, while Zhou Ruhai and Shou Qing flanked him, continually toasting him. Master Yi, if it weren't for your intervention, I fear I would have perished long ago. This toast is to express my gratitude, and from now on, should you require anything, the Zhou family will spare no effort to assist you. Zhou Ruhai was genuinely impressed when Yi Zhao had first pointed out issues with the ring. He had been skeptical, thinking Yi Zhao merely a charlatan. To his surprise, he was indeed a man of extraordinary skill. Such words from the head of the Zhou family are too flattering, Yi Zhao replied with a modest smile. However, I do have a matter I wish to inquire about. Master Yi, please ask. I shall answer without reservation, Zhou Ruhai declared, brimming with confidence. This ring, let us call it the twin birth ring, symbolizes mutual complementarity. It is indeed a rare artifact, but I am curious as to its origin. Yi Zhao finally had the opportunity to pose this question. Previously, Zhou Qing had been reluctant to speak, unsure if Zhou Ruhai was aware of the ring's origin. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ruhai paused, glancing at Zhou Qing, for it was he who had brought the ring back. Even he was unaware of its origins. Had he not known his son well, he might have suspected Shou Qing of trying to conspire against him. Qing and Appos, you explain, Zhou Ruhai said, casting a serious look at Shou Qing. Zhou Qing sighed with a wry smile. I hadn't intended to bring this up, but since Master Yi is so eager to know, I will recount the truth. He pondered briefly, organizing his thoughts before continuing. Years ago, on my journey to the southern frontier, I encountered a gravely injured elder and saved his life. He claimed to be from the realm of the living and asked me what I desired. At the time, I had no particular wishes, so I simply hoped for my father's health. In return, he gifted me these two rings, stating they could fulfill my wish. Consequently, I gave one ring to my father and kept the smaller one for myself. As he recalled this, Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel a chill. But I truly had no idea that this so-called health was to be obtained through the absorption of others' vitality. The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. While Zhou Qing continued to narrate his experience, Yi Zhao fell deep into contemplation. The southern frontier, that was a land rife with sorcery. It was said that the Miao people there were descendants of the shamanic lineage of Qiyu. To think that the realm of the living had activities in Miao territory was truly unexpected. Chapter 34. Underground Fighting Arena. It is no surprise that the Sanxing sect, being practitioners of witchcraft and medicine, has intricate ties with the Miao region. After a brief exchange among the three, Yi Zhao examined Zhou Ruhai's injuries once more, prescribed a few doses of medicine, and was subsequently escorted downstairs by Zhou Qing. In the lobby on the first floor, Wang Dan was seated on a sofa, surrounded by a group of lawyers who were meticulously explaining the contents of a contract and elucidating relevant legal provisions. Yi Zhao, young Master Yi, please save me. These individuals are coercing me into selling my house to repay my debts. I assure you, I will return every penny owed within 2.5 years. Her eyes were filled with desperation as she gazed at Yi Zhao. The properties in question were her most valuable assets accumulated over the years, yet they were still encumbered by mortgage debts. If she were to mortgage them now, the financial loss would far exceed 1 million. How could she not feel heartache over this situation? Regrettably, her current financial situation left her with no choice, or she would not be in such a predicament. Miss Wang, have I not made myself sufficiently clear? If you choose to mortgage these properties now, that may be acceptable. However, should you refuse, we will initiate legal proceedings, at which point your assets will be reassessed and sent to auction. The selling price may not even reach what we are offering you now. The lawyers, with their swift and calculated words, effectively shifted Wang Dan's focus entirely onto her dwindling finances. Zhou Ruhai did not descend with them, primarily due to the significant age gap with Yi Zhao, which often hindered meaningful conversation. More importantly, his current health condition necessitated ample rest, preventing him from engaging in strenuous activities. Fortunately, the Zhou family was affluent enough to hire numerous caretakers to assist with his daily needs. Master Yi, the day is still young. Allow me to take you to an intriguing locale. Although it may have its legal ambiguities, it is quite secure. I often accompany friends there to unwind. Zhou Qing observed a glimmer of excitement on Yi Zhao's face as they reached the vehicle. Yi Zhao cast a fleeting glance at him before redirecting his gaze. Not everyone finds pleasure in such diversions. I possess a certain aversion to it. Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Master Yi, you misunderstand. I am not referring to that kind of place. I mean an underground fighting arena where occasional unsanctioned bouts take place. He quickly added, if you are interested in such venues, I can certainly facilitate that. Very well. Let us proceed to the fighting arena. I realize I have not visited such places often before, Yi Xiao replied, shaking his head with a smile. Understanding that Master Yi was now in a relationship, Zhou Qing remarked with a knowing smile, I comprehend. It is entirely reasonable for you to refrain from such establishments. Within merely half an hour, Zhou Qing arrived at a secluded area on the outskirts of Yun City. This locale boasted vast green pastures where dozens of magnificent horses galloped freely, and many individuals could be seen attempting to ride with the assistance of trainers. However, this was merely a facade, for it concealed the underground fighting arena, which was far from the regulated nature of legitimate competitions. Fatalities were not uncommon occurrences. The sound of hooves, combined with the presence of novice riders, effectively masked the cheers of the underground enthusiasts and the true intentions of those who frequented the area. Zhou Qing adeptly guided Yi Xiao to a low, expansive warehouse. Inside, a solitary figure lounged, seemingly idle. Yet, to Yi Xiao and Appo's discerning eye, it was evident that the individual was deceptively relaxed, ready to spring into action should the need arise. Access to this venue required membership, typically granted through sponsorship from established patrons. However, those of lesser means, despite their tenure, lacked the standing to usher newcomers inside. Zhou Qing produced an exquisite gold embossed card and waved it in front of the doorman. The man promptly opened the door with utmost respect, securing the entrance behind them once they entered. The warehouse was spacious, filled with supplies and miscellaneous items, appearing entirely mundane, just like any ordinary storage facility. However, Zhou Qing approached a section of the floor, manipulating something unknown, and inserted the golden card into a crevice. With a mechanical whir, a dark passageway revealed itself before them. Upon entering, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices and an electrifying atmosphere. It was as if they had stepped into an entirely new realm, populated predominantly by the affluent and powerful. The underground fighting arena resembled an ancient coliseum, with spectators seated high above, while the combatants battled within a sunken pit. The arena was not lavish. Even the walls surrounding the pit were constructed from packed earth. At that moment, two burly men were engaged in a fierce duel, their bodies devoid of any protective gear, resulting in a visceral display of bloodshed that incited wild cheers from the audience, their faces alight with fervor. Hurry, I want to place another bet, cried some spectators, their eyes ablaze as they waved their betting slips. Master Yi, would you care to partake? There is still time to place bets. Should you win, the rewards are yours, and if you lose, it is of no consequence, Zhou Qing offered, brandishing the golden card for wagering, which was the standard for placing bets here. Yet, Yi Xiao declined, stating, I shall merely observe. Although he did not harbor sympathy for these fighters, after all, they willingly entered the underground arena for monetary gain, he had no desire to gamble with their lives unless absolutely necessary. After all, he was not in dire need of funds. As Yi Xiao attentively watched the duel, a gaze filled with animosity approached from a distance. Zhou Qing, I never imagined you would sink so low as to associate with this pretty boy, the newcomer mocked as he approached Zhou Qing and Yi Xiao. What did you say? Zhou Qing spun around, barely concealing his anger. He could tolerate disparaging remarks about himself, but any slight against Yi Xiao was intolerable. Upon recognizing the speaker, however, he froze. At that moment, Gu Tian glared at Zhou Qing, his expression seething with rage, accompanied by a close associate, Yi Xiao. Well, if it isn't the young Master Gu, who once received a slap in the face at Luoyuan Pavilion. Chapter 35, The Savage Lion, is your face better? Yi Xiao noticed Gu Tian's fierce demeanor and took the initiative to retort. Humph, you arrived just in time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have faced Lord Zhang's punishment. Just wait. You won't be laughing for long, Gu Tian sneered at Yi Xiao. Wait? Well, I shall wait eagerly. Yi Xiao scoffed, completely indifferent to Gu Tian's anger. Once one has knelt, no matter how much they deny it internally, they remain a dog, incapable of causing him harm. You little pretty boy, you are merely lucky. Last time was just a stroke of bad luck for me. I never anticipated that Boss Bai and Lord Jiang would be at the hotel. Now that Su Mingyue is absent, what do you have to resist with? Gu Tian's eyes glinted with malice as he fixed his cold gaze upon Yi Xiao. Do I truly lack presence in your eyes? Yi Xiao spoke coldly to Gu Tian. You wish to assist him? Gu Tian seemed genuinely taken aback. In a mere few days since their last meeting, Yi Xiao had garnered the support of the three prominent families of Yun City, including the Zhou and Su clans. Indeed, Yi Xiao is my friend. Anyone who dares to trouble him will undoubtedly face the wrath of the Gu family. Yi Xiao's form radiated a maturity beyond his years as he fixed his gaze on Gu Tian. Zhou Qing, are you out of your mind? What is your relationship with him that you would oppose me for his sake? Before Gu Tian could finish, Yi Xiao delivered an unhesitating slap across his face. Gu Tian howled in indignation. It appears you truly lack intellect. Only through punishment can you speak sweetly. Though the underground fighting arena was vast, the sound of that slap echoed through the air. Their gazes turned toward the eager onlookers surrounding them. You dare strike me? Gu Tian glowered at Yi Xiao, his expression darkening ominously. Wherever I am, I can strike you, Yi Xiao replied, unperturbed, exuding an air of dominance. Very well, then let it be on the arena. Gu Tian cracked his knuckles, unwilling to back down. Everyone heard that. This is your own promise. However, this does not mean I will duel you. A conspiratorial smile crept onto Gu Tian's face as he took out his phone and began dialing a number. Zhou Qing rushed forward, attempting to seize the phone. What are you doing? His voice was laced with urgency. Zhou Qing, you are a frequent visitor here. Do you not realize that I am the boss in this place? Gu Tian was entirely unafraid of Zhou Qing. If you continue to make a scene, you will make an enemy of my Zhou family. Zhou Qing conveyed this warning to Gu Tian. Yet Gu Tian merely smiled faintly. Zhou Qing, what I must inform you is that I have a grudge against this man. If you obstruct me further, even as the scion of the Zhou family, I will show no mercy. Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me? Gu Tian's voice was icy, devoid of emotion, yet their gazes sparked with hostility. Within the three great families of Yin City, the Su family had gradually waned, while the Zhou and Gu families maintained comparable power, often cooperating and refraining from conflict. However, with the arrival of the patriarchs, neither would yield to the other. The entrance to the underground fighting arena swung open, and a group of muscular men strode forward, led by a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall. The savage lion had arrived. A spectator suddenly exclaimed, capturing the attention of those nearby. This savage lion was the proprietor of the underground fighting arena, with rumors suggesting he had once been a professional fighter. However, his matches often ended with opponents either severely injured or dead, as he fought as though oblivious to the rules of the competition, resulting in the revocation of his professional license. Restless, he established his own underground fighting arena, where he would often demonstrate his prowess. Each appearance led to fatalities, and thus, no one dared challenge him. In time, his name faded, leaving only the moniker Savage Lion. Young Master Gu, you seek me for something? The Savage Lion approached Gu Tian, nodding with a voice that resonated powerfully. Zhou Qing's expression shifted dramatically. Gu Tian was correct. This underground arena was indeed their territory. When the Savage Lion sought to host underground fights, Gu Tian, with his ample resources, had provided him with everything he needed, ensuring profits from the subsequent events. With such a connection, the Savage Lion was more than willing to assist Gu Tian. I should have brought my bodyguards. Zhou Qing muttered regretfully, yet he knew that against the Savage Lion's strength, no one stood a chance. While Zhou Qing pondered, Gu Tian began to provoke Yi Xiao further. Pretty boy, Warren and Oppos, are you eager to fight me? Now that I and Oppos, V brought my man, when will you step up? He excitedly gestured toward the Savage Lion. Yi Xiao regarded him with intrigue. With him? What of you? Yi Xiao withdrew his gaze. You must first defeat my subordinate before I will consider fighting you. The muscular henchman of the Savage Lion fixed a keen gaze on Yi Xiao, while the others in black gathered around him. Gu Tian, is it fair to let Yi Xiao fight alone? Zhou Qing inhaled deeply before speaking. And you dare mention fairness? Gu Tian chuckled derisively. I care not for such matters. My only desire is to see him dead. He finally articulated the thoughts that had been simmering within him, recognizing Gu Tian's unwavering resolve. Zhou Qing felt a surge of urgency. Master Yi, rest assured, I will summon help immediately. Zhou Qing dialed his family's bodyguards, hoping they could reach Yi Xiao in time to save him. Gu Tian cast a glance at Zhou Qing and signaled to the Savage Lion. The latter promptly understood, disabling the entire underground fighting arena's network. Simultaneously, Zhou Qing noticed his phone had no signal whatsoever. A signal jammer? He stared at Gu Tian in shock. This venue was not just theirs. Many esteemed guests were present. Activating a signal jammer meant they were entirely trapped underground. This is a matter of my Gu family. You need not concern yourself further. Gu Tian, exasperated with Zhou Qing's obstinacy, left the conversation. He approached the viewing platform and waved his hand. causing the iron gate of the underground fighting arena to lock with a deafening clang, a sound that clawed at his heart, leaving him feeling rather uneasy. Chapter 36. The Life and Death Duel begins. The underground fighting arena was devoid of exits, leaving the spectators unable to convey any messages to the outside world. Yet, the guests were not filled with trepidation. Instead, they grew increasingly exhilarated. Finally, it has arrived. Haha, this is the true duel. One that determines both victory and life or death. In the pit, the two combatants who had been engaged in battle halted their actions simultaneously and swiftly made their way to the backstage. Above, on the high platform, countless voices erupted in cheers and excitement. Even without knowing who would take the stage, bets had already begun to be placed. What are you still doing here? Are you not going up? Gu Tian looked at Yu Xiao with a teasing expression. Yu Xiao maintained an impassive demeanor as he slowly descended toward the pit, moving with deliberate steadiness. To his surprise, after only a few steps forward, a figure rushed ahead. Zhou Qing stood at the center of the pit, fixing his gaze on a distant silhouette. Fierce lion, if you wish to make a move, you must first pass through me, he declared loudly. The fierce lion, who had been preparing to enter the pit, paused, seemingly seeking Gu Tian's guidance on how to proceed. As Gu Tian's subordinate, he was bound to follow his orders. However, Zhou Qing was no ordinary individual. Given the Zhou family's influence in Yun City, even if he could defeat Zhou Qing, he would not dare to do so. Zhou Qing's emotions were complex. He had contemplated this course of action for quite some time. Ultimately, he descended without hesitation, wagering that the fierce lion would not dare to strike him. If he refrained from attacking Zhou Qing, he would be unable to engage with Yu Xiao. Just as Zhou Qing noticed the fierce lion hesitating, Gu Tian suddenly spoke. Why not proceed? Go ahead, just ensure you don't kill him. Severely injuring him will suffice. I will bear all consequences. He fixed his intense gaze on the fierce lion, a chilling tone in his voice. Yes, since the young master has commanded it, I shall comply. The fierce lion understood Gu Tian's resolve. Yet, instead of taking action himself, he gestured grandly. A heavily tattooed man, towering at 6 feet tall, made his way toward the pit, his face adorned with a sadistic grin as he eyed Zhou Qing with excitement. Zhou Qing, however, was devoid of good humor. Being aware of his own limitations, he was but a novice in combat. While he might manage to commentate on a fight, practicing it himself was a different matter. He feared he would not stand a chance against the man before him. As the hulking figure approached the arena, Zhou Qing felt the pressure mounting. Amidst his turmoil, he suddenly noticed Yu Xiao at the entrance of the arena, gesturing toward him. Where is the jade token I gave you? Yu Xiao inquired as Zhou Qing approached. The jade token? Zhou Qing was initially puzzled but soon recalled, retrieving a red cord from around his neck, which bore the jade token. This was the formation Yi Xiao had drawn for him after treating Zhou Rahai. Yi Xiao examined it briefly, then with a smile, said, No matter, you may go. Zhou Qing regarded Yi Xiao with confusion, casting several glances at him before returning to the arena. He could not comprehend what Yi Xiao wanted from him, having just called him over only to send him back. His own confidence was palpable, yet internally, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Nevertheless, as the scion of the Zhou family, he maintained an outward demeanor of bravado. After all, having reached this point, he could not simply declare his withdrawal and flee. Could he? He was certain that should he forfeit, both the fierce lion and Gu Tian would immediately release him. Yet, such an act would tarnish the Zhou family's reputation. As a rapid drumbeat surged through the arena, the atmosphere electrified, igniting a fervor within every heart, testosterone surging. The colossal man roared, striding purposefully toward Zhou Qing. Even before his arrival, the fierce wind from his punches bore down with suffocating intensity. This was merely a straightforward punch, one even a child could throw. Yet, it was precisely its simplicity that rendered it more effective. He had practiced this punch countless times. It came as instinct, executed with remarkable speed. Zhou Qing barely had time to react before a fist, large as a sandbag, hurtled toward him. Zhou Qing instinctively shut his eyes, a thought racing through his mind. I must have been disfigured. However, after what felt like an eternity of darkness, no pain ever came. Instead, the large man let out a cry of anguish, cradling his right hand against his abdomen, curling up on the ground, his voice filled with despair. What just happened? Zhou Qing stared in bewilderment, utterly confused by the unfolding events. It hurts. The man continued to wail. The fierce lion and Gu Tian exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, while the spectators erupted in jeers. From their vantage point, they had seen everything clearly. The hulking man had not even grazed Zhou Qing, remaining a significant distance away. Was this a stage fight? Surely, such blatant deception was not permissible in this underground arena. It was only natural, with the fierce lion present. He would not dare to strike a scion of the Zhou family, let alone a mere minion. What a letdown. Was there even anything worth watching? Now, was it still possible to withdraw bets? Amidst the cacophony of voices, Gu Tian's face turned ashen as he overheard the murmurs. He glanced at the equally perplexed fierce lion, who wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Blood Bowl, I told you not to hold back. If something goes awry, I will bear the responsibility alongside young Master Gu. What are you afraid of? He admonished the man on the arena floor. I didn't hold back. Blood Bowl grunted through the pain. I gave it my all. Don't make excuses. You didn't even touch the hem of his clothing. Young Master Gu is watching. So put on a better show. The fierce lion's impatience was palpable, his tone brusque. Blood Bowl looked toward Zhou Qing, who stood at a distance, his expression innocent. Zhou Qing had just felt his jade token warming slightly. Connecting this to Yi Zhao's earlier summons, he suddenly understood. This must be the token's influence. Though he was unsure how it worked, as long as it offered him protection, that was sufficient. With this thought, he regarded Blood Bowl with a hint of excitement. Humph. That was merely an accident. Let's see if you can rely on luck again. Blood Bowl withdrew his right hand, still trembling and in pain, yet undeterred from continuing the fight. After a moment's hesitation, he charged toward Zhou Qing once more. This time he eschewed his fists, leaping high and aiming a vicious kick at Zhou Qing's head. Chapter 37. The deceptive strike. This maneuver is among the most perilous actions in a duel, as there is no leverage to be gained mid-air. Thus, any attack directed towards him would result in being struck away. However, Zhou Qing was not a professional, and thus did not take heed. Despite its apparent flaws, this strike held formidable power. Should it land, Zhou Qing would likely suffer severe consequences, perhaps even a concussion, rendering him unconscious. Perhaps bolstered by the sense of security provided by the Jade token, Zhou Qing remained unfazed upon witnessing the scene. Instead, he clenched his fists and charged towards the Blood Bowl. I shall strike. His voice resonated with confidence. Yet, before his fist could connect, the Blood Bowl had already clutched his right leg, wailing upon the ground. My leg. My leg. He rolled about, his complexion pale. Boss, save me. He pleaded with the crazy lion. Why don't you just admit you don't want to fight him? Stop pretending, or I swear, if your leg isn't broken, I will break it myself. The crazy lion's expression was one of fury, feeling that his reputation for running this underground fighting arena had been thoroughly tarnished. If word got out that the matches here were staged, patrons would cease to come. Yet, despite his displeasure, he ordered someone to drag the Blood Bowl away. Ha. Come what may, I am ready for anyone today, Zhou Qing declared confidently, adopting a pose reminiscent of a martial arts master. With one hand behind his back and the other extended forward, initially intent on dealing with Yi Zhao severely, he found himself at a loss against Zhou Qing's unexpected display of prowess. Gu Tian's eyes darted, and he suddenly shouted towards Yi Zhao, "You coward. If you have the guts, don't hide behind others. First, it was Su Mingwa shielding you, and now that she is absent, you take refuge behind Zhou Qing." The crazy lion also mocked Yi Zhao. What is this? Now you, this pretty boy, indulge in both men and women? Hiding? You think I'm hiding? Yi Zhao scoffed. Addressing Zhou Qing, you should rest. Allow me to handle this. Master Yi, don't let Gu Tian provoke you. Zhou Qing hastily interjected, only to realize his concern was misplaced. Since Yi Zhao had bestowed upon him such an extraordinary jade token, his capabilities surely surpassed Zhou Qing's. It was likely that he could handle the entirety of the underground arena single-handedly. With this thought, Zhou Qing relinquished his worries and stepped down, allowing Yi Zhao to ascend to the arena. Good, splendid. Gu Tian exclaimed with exhilaration upon witnessing Yi Zhao actually enter the arena. Crazy lion, find me the fiercest contender. I want him dead. His eyes glinted with malice as he spoke through gritted teeth. Yes, Fiend Tiger, you are up. Fiend Tiger was the signature fighter of the underground arena, second in strength only to the crazy lion. Once matched against an opponent, the latter would typically concede within 3 moves, and his prowess was merely half a notch below that of the crazy lion. You're out of luck, kid. It's your time to die. Fiend Tiger charged forth without waiting for Yi Zhao's response. While his muscles were not as exaggerated as those of the mad dog, they were notably firm and well-proportioned, signifying a man of considerable martial skill. Rest assured, young Master Gu, Fiend Tiger has trained in martial arts since childhood. In the underground arena, he has never taken more than 3 moves to defeat an opponent. His strength is only slightly less than mine, the crazy lion boasted, clearly brimming with confidence in Fiend Tiger. All right, Make sure to thoroughly trounce that scoundrel Yi Xiao. It would be best if you could incapacitate him. Gu Tian's expression remained grim, still rattled by the previous encounter. Fear not, this is Fiend Tiger. His ferocity is no mere fade. Once he enters the fray, he will unleash his full savagery. Even if young Master Zhou is present, his strikes will lack restraint, the crazy lion asserted confidently. Oh, fascinating. Yi Xiao regarded Fiend Tiger with a hint of surprise. External energy, is it? He had not anticipated the presence of an external energy martial artist within an underground arena. However, his astonishment was fleeting. External energy was hardly formidable. Yi Xiao's own energy surged within him. Humph. Fiend Tiger remained silent, his expression growing increasingly cold. The force of his fists intensified, seemingly aimed at delivering a fatal blow to Yi Xiao. Chuckling softly at the impending strike, Yi Xiao retaliated with a punch of his own. The two fists met midair with a resounding impact. Bang! The tremendous sound echoed as if a great wall had collapsed. The spectators soon witnessed a figure propelled backward at an astonishing speed, crashing into the earthen wall of the arena, sending dust swirling and obscuring their view. As the dust settled, the crowd stood in stunned silence, captivated by the scene before them. The arena was engulfed in an eerie quiet, with none daring to speak. All astonished by the unfolding reality. Embedded in the wall was a figure, barely recognizable, sunk several centimeters deep. Fiend Tiger was drenched in blood, yet curiously, he bore no visible wounds. Instead, blood erupted from his capillaries, saturating his clothing. His body appeared limp, clearly indicating that his bones had shattered completely. Wow! Someone gasped in astonishment. The underground arena erupted with noise as discussions ignited among the crowd. The crazy lion could hardly believe his eyes, and Gu Tian was no exception. Watching his subordinate cautiously assess Fiend Tiger, he felt a pang of dread, realizing how fortunate he had been not to have been struck dead by Yi Xiao's earlier blow. Zhou Qing, brimming with excitement, mused, martial prowess, magical abilities, and the skill to create artifacts. Does he even need my protection? Yi Xiao is truly remarkable. What now, crazy lion? Gu Tian asked, panic evident in his demeanor. The crazy lion, furious, turned to his subordinates, berating them. Useless. He is just a pretty boy, and you cannot even handle him. Fear not, young Master Gu. I shall personally take action. I will show no mercy and ensure he meets his end in the arena. The crazy lion and Apos' voice boomed like thunder. Having witnessed his strength, it was clear why he could afford to build the underground fighting arena. With a great leap from the platform, the crazy lion descended heavily, stirring a cloud of dust. As he approached, the crowd realized a deep crater had formed where he had landed, a testament to his formidable weight. In truth, the crazy lion was merely a head taller than the average person, with a robust physique, but the density of his build contributed to his intimidating presence. As the crazy lion took to the arena, the previously stunned crowd erupted into thunderous cheers. Chapter 38. Dare to challenge me? A fool's errand. In comparison to Yi Xiao, the reputation of the Mad Lion was evidently more illustrious. Many spectators had gathered, drawn by the allure of witnessing the Mad Lion in action. For them, even a fleeting glimpse would justify their attendance. The young man was doomed. The Mad Lion's onslaught would surely defeat him. As a favored guest of young Master Zhou, one might wonder if the Mad Lion would continue to feign defeat. However, given the Mad Lion's temperament, it seemed unlikely, even in the presence of young Master Zhou. He would not hesitate to break a few legs. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, one voice stood out sharply. Mad Lion, first break his hands and feet, and make him suffer, Gu Tian exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement. Rest assured, young Master Gu, the Mad Lion responded, glancing at Gu Tian before turning his attention to Yi Xiao. You are indeed impressive. Your recent display suggests you wield dark energy, am I correct? No wonder you were able to best the fierce tiger. He spoke to himself, stretching his muscles, but among dark energy practitioners, there existed a hierarchy. As luck would have it, I have reached the pinnacle of dark energy. He cast a scornful glance at Yi Xiao, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Without waiting for the signal to commence, he lunged at Yi Xiao like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey. Yi Xiao nodded. Indeed, the Mad Lion possessed commendable skills. Yet they were merely commendable. As the Mad Lion charged, Yi Xiao anchored himself on one leg, launching his right foot like a steel whip aimed at the Mad Lion's midsection. The Mad Lion, undeterred, roared in defiance and continued his assault, confident that his strength far surpassed Yu Zhao's. He believed that if he could withstand this strike, Yu Zhao's hands would be rendered useless. A savage grin played on the Mad Lion's face. However, Before he could make contact, an overwhelming force struck his waist. In that instant, it felt as though he had been hit by a truck. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the once formidable Mad Lion was sent sprawling through the air by a single kick. When he landed, the back of his head shattered against the wall. The crowd collectively gasped, their eyes fixed on the Mad Lion. He can't be dead, can he? Gu Tian speculated, staring at the motionless figure of the Mad Lion. He approached and delivered a vicious kick. You were acting, weren't you? Just a powerless brat. What do you have to fear? Yet, he soon paled. Under his kick, the Mad Lion's head turned slightly, blood oozing from his orifices. His chest heaved faintly, barely clinging to life. Fear coursed through Gu Tian's veins, prompting him to flee. Gu Tian, why are you leaving? Did you not claim you would keep me company? Now, I am ready to engage. Yi Xiao taunted, observing Gu Tian's panic. What are you in such a hurry for? I'll summon someone immediately. Gu Tian retorted loudly, albeit retreating towards the exit. He hoped the Mad Lion's subordinates would intervene. But upon seeing their leader incapacitated, they had already fled. No matter how much Gu Tian shouted, no one responded. Oh, young Master Gu, what seems to be the matter? Are you so frightened that you wish to escape? Shou Qing remarked, blocking Gu Tian's path with a few deft steps. Gu Tian's expression darkened visibly. Witnessing the fate of the fierce tiger and Mad Lion, he clearly lacked the courage to confront Yi Xiao. Shou Qing's grin was as broad as his internal fury. Shou Qing, do you truly lack the courtesy to let me pass? Gu Tian's voice was frigid, his face a mask of displeasure. Strange. Were you not the one who first disrespected me? Now you seek my favor? Shou Qing mocked. You. Gu Tian found himself momentarily speechless. Do you still wish to fight? I am pressed for time. Yi Xiao remarked, idly toying with his nails while urging Gu Tian. Humph. Only a petty thug resorts to violence to resolve issues. I would never engage in such a disgraceful act, Gu Tian retorted, adjusting his collar with deliberate nonchalance. Does that imply you intend to breach our agreement? Yi Xiao and Apos. S. gaze hardened, his tone chilling. You are not incorrect. Indeed, I am in breach. What do you intend to do about it? Kill me? Gu Tian, realizing his escape route was blocked by Shou Qing, cast aside his pretense of dignity and resorted to desperation. Yi Xiao, your martial prowess is but a trifle. I warn you not to be so arrogant. Many can defeat you in this world. You must learn to be humble, or you may find yourself meeting a grim fate. If you doubt me, I shall find someone to challenge you. He sneered at Yi Xiao, yet secretly pondered who among his acquaintances could possibly rival him. After considering his options, he dismissed the notion, reasoning that it would be more prudent to hire an assassin. After all, skill is no match for a blade. Have you yet to grasp your predicament? Yi Xiao stepped out of the pit, advancing towards Gu Tian. The placid smile that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a chilling expression that sent shivers down spines. What do you intend to do? Gu Tian stammered, voice trembling. Stay back. I abhor trouble, Yi Xiao stated, almost to himself. My earlier leniency was not due to your esteemed status, but rather the complications that would arise from your demise. Yet today, you have demonstrated that not eliminating you only invites relentless trouble. He means to kill me. Flee. Gu Tian thought, bolting away without hesitation, unsure of his destination, yet finding solace in the act of running. Where do you think you are going? Yi Xiao effortlessly appeared before him in an instant. Regardless of how many times Gu Tian changed direction, Yi Xiao always anticipated his next move. After several futile attempts, Gu Tian finally understood the futility of escape. Seizing an unexpected surge of courage, he swung a punch at Yi Xiao's face. Dare to strike me? A fool's errand. Yi Xiao scoffed, finally springing into action. With a mere flick of his wrist, he grasped Gu Tian's fist. Ah, it hurts. Gu Tian's cries resonated through the air as his right hand twisted painfully backward. He gazed at Yi Xiao in terror, as if confronting a demon. Yet, Yi Xiao had no intention of showing mercy by the time Shou Qing arrived. Gu Tian's legs lay broken, a pitiful sight indeed. Chapter 39. The Paper Talisman Warrior Master Yi. What are you doing? Shou Qing gazed at Gu Tian in dismay. This was the scion of the Gu family, the future heir. Now, Yi Xiao had brazenly incapacitated him in front of so many witnesses. An act that could only be described as courting disaster. We must leave. Shou Qing grasped Yu Xiao's hand and hurriedly made for the exit. At that moment, the fierce lion finally regained consciousness. Upon seeing the pitiful state of Gu Tian, his eyes swiftly scanned the crowd, and upon locating Yi Xiao, he bellowed. Stop that scoundrel, Yi. Before long, they found themselves surrounded by over 100 people. The mobile signals here were jammed, making it impossible to call for help from the Zhou family. Shou Qing's face turned pale. This is a disaster. Just then, A thunderous noise erupted from the direction of the door. The sound of chains being moved grew louder until, with a resounding crash, the door was flung open. A large group of people surged in from outside. "Young Master Yi, are you all right? I hope I'm not too late." The coarse voice of Scar echoed in the underground fighting arena. "Scar, what brings you here?" Yi Xiao responded, somewhat surprised. "I received word to come here," Scar replied. Just then, the imposing figure of the fierce lion loomed before him, his face smeared with blood, looking particularly menacing. "You all will remain here." "Yi, you've injured young Master Gu and still think you can escape?" Scar narrowed his eyes. "You dare to lay a hand on young Master Yi? Fierce lion. Even if you are an adept in the dark arts, as long as I, Scar, am around, you will not prevail." He stepped protectively in front of Yi Xiao, staring seriously at the fierce lion. Scar was indeed qualified to make such a declaration, considering the formidable backing he had in by Zhonghua, as well as the elite men he brought along. The fierce lion's expression darkened. "Scar, why have you brought so many people here? I thought I had jammed communications?" Scar chuckled. "Rivals are always lurking. Over the years, I've strategically placed spies around you, all to prepare for a decisive blow when the time was right. Do you think you can challenge me with this meager band of followers?" The arena belonged to the fierce lion, and although Scar had gathered his men beforehand, their numbers still fell short. With a glance, the fierce lion signaled his men. Instantly, over 100 individuals surrounded Scar and his crew. Yet, Scar showed no fear. Instead, he grinned and urged his men to raise their clubs. Indeed, their numbers may have been fewer, but they were more than sufficient to deal with you. Humph. A fool's dream. Though the fierce lion was severely injured, his words remained commanding. Seeing Scar still audaciously speaking amidst the encirclement only fueled his anger. "Let us see if that is true," Scar shouted, charging forward. In an instant, a fierce brawl ensued. Scar and his men, wielding iron rods, showed no sign of fear, shrugging off the blows they received as if they were mere inconveniences, even retaliating in kind. The fierce lion's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. "What? Scar, is this formidable? Is he really using my talismans like this?" Yi Xiao rubbed his forehead. These were life-saving items, yet he was employing them in a brawl? The tide of the battle swiftly turned in Scar's favor. He was elated, realizing the talismans were extraordinarily powerful. He even envisioned equipping each of his men with a talisman. Could they then unify the underground forces of Yin City? Of course, such thoughts were merely speculative. Faced with by Zhonghua and Master Jiang, he dared not act rashly. Ultimately, the fierce lion's faction was routed. "Scar, remember this. Come August, we shall settle the score." The fierce lion, with no choice but to retreat, ordered his men to take Gutian and carefully exit. In the underground fighting arena, Scar approached Yi Xiao without a hint of shame. "Young master, could you possibly grant me some more talismans? With your method of use, even if I were to give you more talismans, they would be squandered." Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. "Well, young master, I didn't think it through. I knew you were in danger, but my men are few, so I had no other ideas. If you are displeased, I beg your forgiveness." Scar spoke earnestly. Hearing his words, Yi Xiao's inner fury subsided. After all, it was for his own sake. "This item is meant for saving lives. I'll prepare some more for you when I return. But please refrain from using them this way next time." "Thank you, young master. Thank you. By the way, there is one more thing I need your help with. In August, there will be a martial arts competition. I've offended the fierce lion for your sake. He will not let this go." Yi Xiao casually inquired. "What exactly is this competition?" Zhou Qing interjected. "It's a gathering of the underworld. The various leaders will compete to delineate their territories in Yun City for the year. Unlike prior years, there have been no turf wars or duels among these factions." Scar nodded in agreement. "That's right. Are the opponents formidable?" Yi Xiao asked Scar. "Indeed. As they can enlist external help, everyone will bring in the strongest warriors to secure greater resources for the next year." "Understood. Just come find me when the time comes." Given that Scar is now allied with me, it's no trouble at all to lend him a hand. After receiving Yu Zhao's affirmation, Scar left in excitement. At that moment, Zhou Qing looked astonished. "Master Yi, what exactly are these talismans? Do you require my Zhou family's assistance to sell them?" Yi Xiao explained the nature of the life-saving talismans. Zhou Qing soon grasped why Scar's few men could overpower over 100 adversaries. It was all thanks to the power of the talismans. "Can I purchase this item?" Zhou Qing asked eagerly, for those among the wealthy were most concerned about their safety. And the possibility of acquiring such a miraculous item with money felt like a significant gain. "Did you see the jade token I gave you? That item is far more valuable than the talismans. It can be considered a semi-artifact capable of repeated use, though it requires some time to accumulate energy." Oh, I see. Then, may I request a few more? Zhou Qing asked, somewhat sheepishly. Chapter 40. Gunan's visit. Zhou Qing felt a surge of excitement. After all, such life-saving items were invaluable and one could never have too many. Moreover, many people in his family lacked this crucial asset. With a channel established, it would be ideal for everyone to possess one. It was feasible, albeit at a premium. Rest assured, financial matters pose no obstacle. Just state your price, Master Yi. Once I secure a set for my relatives, I shall introduce a few customers to you, Zhou Qing declared, waving his hand as if money were of little consequence. Naturally, those who befriended Zhou Qing were equally affluent. With his endorsement, it was unlikely they would be overly scrupulous. That can work. But please refrain from having them approach me directly. Just jot down their requirements and relay them to me, Yi Xiao replied, preferring to appoint Zhou Qing as an intermediary, albeit one without a profit margin. However, Zhou Qing appeared quite pleased. To him, this was not merely a brokerage role, but an opportunity for representation. By firmly grasping this connection, both he and the Zhou family could cultivate ample goodwill and networks, which were far more precious than mere monetary gain. Regarding the talisman paper from Scarface, I charged 2 million for it. However, yours is somewhat more intricate, so let us set the price at 20 million. You may choose the design, whether it be a necklace or a ring, it matters not. Ideally, it should be something that can be worn close to the body. Additionally, please do not disclose to anyone that I am the creator of these items. Truly a master at work, keeping things discreet. Zhou Qing immediately agreed, assuring that he would keep the origin of the items a secret. This arrangement marked the inception of a second venture for Yi Xiao, who felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It was not due to a dire need for funds. On the contrary, if he desired wealth, few families in Huaxia could rival his own, let alone the 3 prominent families of Yun City. Yet, he relished the thrill of earning and could practice his formation simultaneously, which was simply splendid. In just a few days, news of the underground fighting arena had spread throughout Yun City. In the Su family's living room. This must be a hoax. How could this be possible? If you said Yi Xiao fought Gu Tian, that might be plausible. But how could he possibly incapacitate him? Gu Tian had so many bodyguards around him. Are they merely idle? To allow someone to be crippled in his own territory is utterly preposterous. Regarding the gossip about Su's island, Su Mingwei expressed her disbelief. While others might be oblivious, Su Mingwei was well aware that the underground arena was Gu Tian's domain. To be crippled on one's own turf seemed unbelievable. Furthermore, she had heard that Gu Tian was acquainted with a formidable fighter known as the Mad Lion, renowned for his strength throughout Yun City. Sister, this is true. I too was skeptical at first, so I specifically inquired with those who returned that day. They all corroborated the same story, Su Xilan insisted, visibly anxious as she pounded her chest. Witnessing Su Xilan's fervor, Su Mingwei felt a significant shift in her belief, promptly dialing Yi Xiao and Appo's number. If this were true, then Yi Xiao had stirred a hornet and Appo's nest. The head of the Gu family, aside from his familial concerns, cherished Gu Tian above all else. Should anyone dare to harm Gu Tian, he would pursue vengeance at any cost. Sister, what do you intend to do? I'm calling Yi Xiao to warn him about the Gu family's possible retaliation, Su Mingwei replied. Sister, do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? Yi Xiao has incapacitated Gu Tian. The Gu family will not let him off easily. The Gu family's wrath could potentially engulf our Su family as well, Su Xilan responded, exasperated. Since Su Mingwei met Yi Xiao, her sister had become utterly enamored. He has enmity with Gu Tian, stemming from my involvement, so I cannot remain indifferent. Su Mingwei asserted. It's all that Yi Xiao and Appo's fault. Su Xilan exclaimed, venting her frustration. At that moment, an urgent voice interrupted them. It was the Su family and Appo's steward. Mrs., the head of the Gu family seeks an audience. Instantly, both Su Mingwei and Su Xilan's expressions turned serious. They had anticipated Gunan's visit but did not expect it to occur so swiftly. Come, let us witness the formidable presence of the Gu family head, Su Mingwei declared, leading the way, with Su Xilan closely following. Passing through the first-floor hall, they arrived at a grand open doorway. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit stood outside, his posture impeccably straight, exuding an air of tension that was palpable. Gu family head, since you have arrived, why not step inside and make yourself comfortable? Su Mingwei smiled, gesturing for him to enter. Then I shall graciously accept your invitation, Gunan replied, proceeding into the living room and taking a seat at the elevated position typically reserved for the hosts, seemingly oblivious to this customary decorum. He even sampled the tea on the table. Yi Xiao, do you know him? Gunan inquired, his tone carrying an undercurrent of coldness. My boyfriend, Su Mingwei replied, her expression impassive. Are you aware that Yishao has rendered my son incapacitated? Gunan's voice trembled with barely concealed fury as he spoke of the grievous fate that awaited his son, who would likely spend the remainder of his life in bed. Immediately, Su Xilan rose, stating, Gu family head, this matter has nothing to do with the Su family. If you seek someone, it should not be us. She hurriedly distanced her family from Yishao. Oh, does Miss Su share this sentiment? Is the Su family unwilling to protect that fellow? Gunan's grip tightened on the arm of the sofa as he fixed his gaze on Su Mingwei, clearly indicating that should she concede, he would not hesitate to send someone to eliminate Yishao. However, Su Mingwei appeared resolute. Yi Zhao's affairs are indeed our Su family's concern. Regardless of what the Gu family head intends to do, I, Su Mingwei, along with the Su family, shall stand firm. Her words were stirring, eliciting a glint of admiration in Gunan's eyes. Yet, despite his appreciation, he remained steadfast in seeking revenge for his son. Well, I did not expect Miss Su to be such a person of conviction, standing against my Gu family for the sake of a mere nobody. In that case, do not blame me for failing to warn you. Vengeance for my son is inevitable, and anyone who dares to obstruct me shall find themselves at odds with the Gu family. With that, Gunan strode out. Sister, where are you going? Su Xilan exclaimed in a panic. At this moment, Su Mingwei had already grabbed her bag, preparing to leave. I'm going to find Yu Xiao. Let go of me. Su Mingwei's voice was urgent. She needed to ensure Yu Xiao's safety. Sister, you cannot go, at least not now. Su Xilan insisted, refusing to release her grip. Do you comprehend the peril of Gunan's retaliation? I must go. Su Mingwei's determination was unwavering. Su Xilan clung to her, declaring, if you truly wish to be with Yu Xiao, you cannot involve yourself in this matter. What do you mean? Su Mingwei asked, bewildered. Chapter 41. The insignificant Gu family, I can annihilate them with a flick of my hand. She gently guided Su Mingwei to the sofa, where she settled down. Yi Xiao is merely a destitute young man. Even if you are indifferent, the rest of the family will not approve. However, if he manages to resolve this crisis through his own capabilities, it would demonstrate that he possesses merit. In that case, even the elders of the Su family would refrain from making further comments. Thus, this matter serves as a test for Yu Xiao. Su Mingwei fell into contemplation. Pondering her sister's words, Su Xilan continued to coax her. When Yu Xiao can no longer endure, I will step in as well. Su Mingwei nodded. Then I shall go and give him a hint. That does not count as aiding him, right? Seizing the opportunity, she grabbed her bag and dashed outside before Su Xilan could react. Great, that was pointless. Su Xilan hurriedly changed into another outfit and followed her sister towards the Tingshui pavilion. In the villa, upon opening the door, Yi Xiao discovered the Su sisters standing side by side at the entrance. As soon as they met, Su Mingwei hurriedly exclaimed, Yi Xiao? The head of the Gu family has begun to retaliate against you. You must be cautious. Yi Xiao was taken aback, then smiled. I know. It came a bit slower than I anticipated. Come in. Would you like something to drink? He gestured invitingly to the two sisters. However, Su Mingwei remained visibly anxious. Why don't you just escape now, go abroad for a few years, and then return? I've already purchased your plane tickets. Yi Xiao chuckled in response. Why should I flee? Hearing this, Su Xilan felt like scolding him for being foolishly kind. Su Mingwei, perplexed, asked, So, what do you intend to do? Yu Xiao was about to articulate his thoughts when Su Mingwei interjected. I understand this is sudden, and you might not have a strategy ready. But don't worry. I thought of a few plans while on the way. Su Xilan protested. Did we not agree to leave it be? Yi Xiao was taken aback. Huh? First, we should leave Yun City. And where do you expect me to go after leaving Yun City? Yi Xiao inquired, noting her enthusiasm and reluctantly playing along. Though foreign lands may seem appealing, I just considered that it could be chaotic and potentially more perilous. We could go to the capital. It is the ancestral home of the Su family. No matter how formidable Gunan is, he would merely be a minor player there. What other plans do you have? Yu Xiao shook his head, acknowledging that he could not remain in the capital indefinitely. The second plan. Su Mingwei hesitated before revealing, you should come home with me. Sister. Su Xilan could no longer contain herself. If her sister, who was supposed to be a protective elder, did not take action soon, she feared her sister might even sell herself out and hand over the proceeds to this rogue. Currently, in Yun City, it is just the two of us girls from the Su family. What do you think it means to have him return home? Moreover, he is still a scoundrel. A complete pervert. But Staolan, this is the only way to ensure Gunan does not dare to come directly to collect people. At least he will be safe. Su Mingwei gazed at Su Xilan. You spoke to me a different way at home. Why have you forgotten all that the moment you saw this pervert? Su Xilan was thoroughly exasperated. Had her love-struck sister not been her own sibling, she would have walked away without a second thought. Su Mingwei fell silent, realizing she had indeed forgotten. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, her mind had been consumed with thoughts of his safety. Yi Xiao regarded Su Mingwei with a bemused expression. For my safety, you want me to go to your home? You could come to mine as well. At this, Su Mingwei's cheeks flushed crimson. She was at a loss for words, standing there awkwardly. In contrast, Su Xilan scoffed. Stay at your place? Wouldn't I have to wash your clothes, cook for you, and manage the household while protecting you? That wouldn't be out of the question. A whisper escaped Su Mingwei and Appo's lips. Su Xilan and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, staring incredulously at her sister, unable to fathom that she had just uttered those words. Turning her gaze towards Yi Xiao, who was chuckling to himself, she shot him a glare. Cooking and cleaning are unnecessary. My home still has maids, the ones who don't charge. Just you? Su Xilan scoffed. After this playful banter, Su Mingwei felt a bit more relaxed. Yi Xiao, which of these two paths do you wish to choose? Su Mingwei spoke earnestly. Having contemplated these options for quite some time, considering them the best solutions available, I choose neither. Upon seeing Su Mingwei's seriousness, Yi Xiao felt it inappropriate to continue jesting. However, he expressed his gratitude. I have my own path. Do not worry too much. Though he spoke lightly, how could he expect Su Mingwei not to be concerned? While respecting his wishes, she could not help but ask, are you planning to leave Yun City all alone? Her tone carried a hint of reluctance and sadness. Certainly not. To be honest, I have no intention of leaving Yun City at present, and even if I were to depart, it would be in a dignified manner. Not as a fugitive. Yi Xiao shook his head in denial. After hearing this, the sadness on Su Mingwei's face lessened somewhat. Then what do you plan? I have already dealt with Gu Tian. If the Gu family can end it here, that would be fortunate, and I would consider it a stroke of luck for them. However, if the Gu family remains obstinate, they must not blame me for being unmerciful. Yi Xiao's voice bore a chilling edge. Ha, you've cracked me up. Su Xilan laughed. You, unmerciful towards the Gu family? Who do you think you are? Yi Xiao did not continue the conversation. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Su Xilan. Perhaps you believe the Gu family is formidable. Yet, in my eyes, they are no more than ants. The insignificant Gu family I can extinguish with a mere flick of my hand. Yi Xiao's rare outburst startled Su Mingwei, who gazed at him as if he were radiant, her heart brimming with admiration. Even Su Xilan was momentarily speechless, her attitude subtly shifting, though it was so slight that she herself did not perceive it. All right. I shall remember your words. Su Xilan stared at Yi Xiao for a long moment before reverting to her previous air of disdain. I am keen to see how you intend to proceed. After earnestly stating this, she headed towards her vehicle. Sister, we should leave. Su Mingwei readily agreed, no longer hesitating as she had before. This time, both sisters found the answers they sought. Chapter 42. The awakening heart of a young girl. Yi Xiao escorted the two sisters, each with distinctly different styles, to the door. As Su Mingwei reached the entrance, she gently bit her lip and shyly turned to glance at the man standing there. Their eyes met. Su Mingwei's gaze was flustered and darting. Goodbye, she exclaimed, barely able to suppress the urge to say more, as Su Xilan swiftly hopped into the car, her speed catching Yi Xiao off guard. By the time he regained his composure, all that remained was the fading glow of the red taillights. A faint smile crept across Yi Xiao's lips. These sisters were indeed intriguing. However, as soon as he closed the door, his expression instantly turned cold. Come out, he commanded, settling into a cross-legged position on the sofa. The two sisters remained oblivious to the shift in the atmosphere around them, yet he sensed every nuance with clarity. Even if one were to vanish into thin air, they could not escape his perception. As expected, no sooner had he spoken than the air around him began to ripple, quickly revealing a translucent figure. Soon, a woman clad in tight leather appeared before Yi Xiao. Master, she greeted, her demeanor icy and serious, with a hint of lethal intent gleaming in her eyes. Sun Wei, I sensed a strong aura from you just now. Do you have an opinion about these sisters? Yi Xiao remarked indifferently, slowly lifting a teacup from the table. Standing beside him, Sun Wei frowned slightly. To be honest, I do have some reservations about them. The things they said were intolerable. Who do they think they are to underestimate you like that? What is this Gu family anyway, that you should feel compelled to hide from them? It's utterly absurd. Observing her agitated expression, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, his thoughts drifting back to Su Mingwei's anxious face, softening his own features. I certainly do not regard the Gu family as significant. However, the sisters acted out of goodwill, as they are unaware of my true nature. Sun Wei straightened her posture and inclined her head slightly. I understand now. I was overly emotional earlier. I hope Master can forgive me. Yi Xiao waved his hand lightly. Your vigilance is commendable, but this is merely a matter of social etiquette, something you're not yet adept in. I do not hold it against you. Now, you may leave. Yes. Sun Wei clasped her hands in respect and promptly vanished from Yi Xiao's sight. Yi Xiao glanced at the 3 teacups on the table, and the image of the sisters reappeared in his mind, his smile widening once more. On the way back, Su Mingyue gazed out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery. Her mind consumed with thoughts of Yi Xiao, her lips gradually curving upward. Beside her, Su Xilan, catching sight of her sister's reflection in the window, could tell without a doubt that her sister's thoughts were entirely preoccupied with Yi Xiao. Having been inseparable since childhood, she had never seen Su Mingyue wear such an expression. She resembled a girl in the throes of first love. Sis, what are you thinking about? Su Xilan suddenly interrupted Su Mingyue and Appo's reverie. You can't possibly have truly fallen for that Yi Xiao, can you? Her anxious expression was unmistakable, her brows knitting together in concern as she scrutinized her sister. At that moment, Su Mingyue's thoughts were laid bare, and a blush crept onto her face. Xilan, what are you saying? She retorted, glancing at the driver ahead. Then raising the partition between them, transforming the backseat into a secluded space to ensure their conversation remained private. Seeing Su Mingyue's demeanor, Su Xilan realized her guess was accurate. Sis, I admit Yi Xiao may possess some capabilities, but you know nothing of his true background. How could you harbor feelings for him? Faced with Su Xilan's probing, Su Mingyue refrained from providing extensive explanations. She felt confused, especially when confronted with Yi Xiao. Each encounter left her flustered, utterly lacking her usual decisiveness. All right, it and Appo's, that's not that serious. Let me have some peace. My thoughts are in disarray, she said, turning her gaze back to the window, her brow furrowing slightly. The earlier shyness dissipating. In its place was a deep concern for Yi Xiao. He had offended the Gu family, and their patriarch was now personally seeking him out. They would undoubtedly not let him off easily, yet his stubbornness rendered him unwilling to compromise. The thought alone sent a dull ache through Su Mingyue and Appo's head. Meanwhile, at the Su family's expansive estate in the capital, the mansion blazed with light. Outside stood rows of bodyguards clad in black suits, hinting at the family's significant status. In the living room, Gunan sat grimly on a leather sofa, flanked by 2 bodyguards, their presence signaling that he was not there for pleasantries. Seated in the main position was Su Mingyue's father, Su Zhenhai, wearing gold-rimmed glasses that reflected a shrewd glint in his eyes. Following the death of the elder Su, he was expected to take the reins of power. However, a year prior, he had feigned illness to thrust Su Mingyue into the spotlight while he operated from the shadows. Su Zhenhai maintained his composure. Gu, my dear brother, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit from so far away? Gunan shot him a disdainful glare. Spare me the pretense. The 2 young ladies of the Su family are fully aware of my purpose for coming. Su Zhenhai chuckled lightly, adjusting his glasses. Where shall I begin? My daughter has been somewhat spoiled. If there is anything that has offended you, I hope you can forgive her. His words held truth. In Cloud City, Su Mingyue had always been the one to manage affairs. She was composed and adept, handling matters with the same finesse as any capable man. Yet sometimes, her thoughts ran too deep, often kept to herself. Now that the matter had escalated to this point, the reasons remained unclear. Gunan, observing Su Zhenhai, sought to glean information from his expression but found nothing. Previously, when Su Mingyue seized the agency rights of the Greedy Wolf Consortium from my son, I chose to remain silent, as we all rely on our abilities. Gunan's demeanor shifted to one of fierce intensity. Now, they have colluded with Yi Xiao, leaving my only son in a state of disfigurement. He is currently in intensive care. He slammed his hand down on the coffee table to emphasize his outrage. At that moment, Su Zhenhai realized the gravity of the situation. Gu Nin had come to seek retribution. Mr. Gu, there must be some misunderstanding. Before he could finish, Gunan interrupted. What do you mean by misunderstanding? Are the injuries my son suffered not real? He may well spend the rest of his life bedridden. Faced with Gunan's fury, Su Zhenhai's eyes flashed with impatience. Clearly, this man was here to stir trouble, and he was determined to uncover his true intentions. Chapter 43, The Fox and Appo's tale is revealed. It appears that Mr. Gu is in quite a foul mood today. Let us not speak in riddles. Do share your purpose for traveling such a distance. As he leisurely picked up a cigar, his bodyguard immediately understood and lit it for him. Surely, this cannot merely be a pretext for retribution. Both are seasoned players in the business realm, and Mr. Gu is well aware that Gu Nan is a man who rises only for profit. He has always sought opportunities, and now that a genuine crisis has arisen, he is intent on extracting a price from the Su family. You are also a forthright individual. Let us speak plainly. I present you with two resolutions. First, you must hand over the perpetrator who harmed my son, ensuring that you sever all ties with him. Second, you are to return the agency rights you previously seized, along with transferring the shares of Luo Yunxian under the Su family to our name. Upon hearing this, Su Jinhai's hand holding the cigar paused momentarily. Indeed, the fox's tail had already been revealed. Everyone knows that Luo Yunxian is the most lucrative enterprise for the Su family, reliant on the Greed Wolf Consortium. If viewed from a long-term perspective, he sought not merely a hotel, but the opportunity to collaborate with the consortium. The profits from deepening this partnership would be immeasurable. Therefore, Su Jinhai could never relinquish this prized asset. What if I choose neither option? Su Jinhai exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing through the thin veil of white at the furious Gu Nan. Neither? That Yishao happens to be your eldest daughter and Appo's boyfriend. Do you truly believe you can distance yourselves from him? With that, he tossed a stack of photographs onto the coffee table. The images depicted two individuals gazing into each other's eyes, lost in their affection. Though taken from various angles, they were reminiscent of familiar scenes. Previously, someone had shown him similar photographs, and he found it hard to believe that Mingwei, that girl, would be so brazen as to publicly escort someone away. Yet, he was curious about how she had come to associate with such a man. Noticing Su Jinhai's bewilderment, Gu Nan's eyes gleamed with a triumphant light. Clearly, this father was unaware of Yi Zhao's true identity. Do you know who your daughter's boyfriend is? He asked, his gaze narrowed with a mischievous glint. Eager to witness the myriad expressions that would cross the elder fox's face upon learning the truth about his daughter's companion. How could Su Jinhai be oblivious to this man's identity? By the time the photographs reached his hands, an investigative report on Yi Zhao had already been provided. Observing Gu Nan's gloating demeanor, Su Jinhai chuckled softly, flicking the ash from his cigar. Oh, Mr. Gu, do enlighten me. Who is this man in the photograph? Hee. This man is the son-in-law of the Li family in Yun City. Perhaps you haven't heard of the Li family, but locally, he is quite well known as a man living off a woman's earnings. The excitement in Gu Nan's eyes was almost palpable as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Su Jinhai frowned slightly. Really? He looks quite capable. Who would have thought him to be such a dependent? As he exhaled a smoke ring, his brow furrowed. Yet his eyes sparkled with shrewdness. Seeing this, Gu Nan chuckled with satisfaction. Who doesn't he know that your eldest daughter, Su Mingwei, is a formidable character? And now she has chosen a man who relies on others, and one who is divorced at that. If this news were to spread, it would indeed be detrimental to the Su family. So, do you still intend to protect that fellow? Gu Nan felt he had grasped Su Jinhai's lifeline, and a sense of triumph surged within him. However, was Su Jinhai truly so easily manipulated? I do not quite grasp what you mean, Mr. Gu. At this, Gu Nan snorted disdainfully. Humph, without your family's protection, how could a man like him, who has been cast out from the Li family, act so arrogantly? Su Jinhai leaned slightly forward, extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. Let us not forget that it has yet to be confirmed whether his relationship with my daughter is genuine. Even if it were, it is merely a romantic involvement. The grievances between you and that man cannot possibly implicate our Su family. Gu Nan and Appo's expression darkened instantly. Without granting him further opportunity to speak, Su Jinhai said, Mr. Gu, debts have their sources. You should directly confront Yi Zhao. As for my daughter, we shall certainly call her back for a proper reprimand. With that, he turned, signaling, escort our guest out. Gu Nan narrowed his eyes, watching Su Jinhai's retreating figure. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. Once in the car, Gu Nan's phone began to vibrate. Hello. The voice on the other end conveyed information that eased Gu Nan's previously grim demeanor. After hanging up, the bodyguard in the front seat turned slightly. Mr. Gu. Has the young master emerged from danger? Gu Nan nodded lightly. Indeed, he was safe from peril, but this account must be settled. The bodyguard immediately began to roll up his sleeves, eager for action. Yes, we must confront that Yi Zhao fellow directly. However, you witnessed Su Jinhai's attitude today. Perhaps we should teach the Su family a lesson. Gu Nan scoffed softly. Humph, they will see what is in store for them. For now, gather all our brothers. The bodyguard turned, affirming, understood. He continued, let us avenge the young master. At the Shueixia villa, a convoy of black Land Rovers halted at the entrance. The security guards were already awestruck by such an intimidating display. Good day. May I inquire who you are here to see? Do you have an invitation? If so, please register. His voice trembled slightly as he extended a shaking hand with a pen. The bodyguard at the front glanced back at Gunan, frowning. Who do you think you are to demand registration? I advise you to open the gate promptly, or you shall face the consequences. The security guard realized that these individuals bore ill intentions but was bound by duty. Allowing them entry could cost him his lucrative position. Please register, he reiterated. If you do not comply, I'm afraid you cannot enter. With that, he positioned himself in front of the vehicle. The other guards cowered inside the building, terrified to venture out. To do so would be tantamount to courting death, save for the obstinate one who refused to yield. Before long, two security personnel clad in black suits emerged from the vehicle and swiftly subdued the guard. Even the barrier in front was torn apart. Move. Chapter 44. The barking of the hounds. A procession of several black Land Rovers surged through the villa district, leaving a security guard who had attempted to block their path severely battered. Yi Xiao observed the tumultuous scene outside. It appeared that the inevitable had arrived. Sun Wei, who had been concealed moments earlier, reappeared behind Yi Xiao, her expression seething with rage as she gazed out at the vehicles. Master, it seems the Gu family has come knocking. However, rest assured, these individuals are merely tools for me to stretch my muscles, she declared. No sooner had she spoken than the doors of the vehicles swung open, revealing a group of burly men who began to shout frantically, Yi Xiao, get out here. The neighboring residents, witnessing the unfolding chaos, recognized the hostility of the visitors. Although they too were affluent, none dared to step forward and assume the role of a hero. Master, let me go out, Sun Wei implored, unable to contain her fury any longer. She was poised to charge out at Yi Xiao's command. These ruffians are nothing but barking dogs. I shall teach them a lesson. With her words barely spoken, Sun Wei's figure vanished in an instant, appearing at the door's edge. Outside, the raucous crowd continued their taunts. Yi Xiao, get the hell out here. The villa's grand entrance creaked open, and as the crowd beheld who emerged, they froze momentarily before erupting into laughter. Huh, who would have thought Yi Xiao would send a mere girl to shield him? Truly, he's always living off the soft food. This girl is rather attractive, with a figure that turns heads. Any of us here could treat her better than Yi Xiao. Come with us, and I promise you'll experience ecstasy in bed. What do you say? Sun Wei, observing their lewd grins, remained cold and unyielding, her fists clenched at her sides. I see you are courting death. Their lewd comments were met with disdain, as Sun Wei's fiery beauty was perceived as mere flirtation to the thugs. Oh, quite the spicy one. I like that. I wonder if Yi Xiao, the spineless one, can rise to the occasion in bed. Is he still a virgin? Before they could utter another word, a shadow darted past, and in a heartbeat, one thug found himself receiving a powerful blow. Two of his teeth, stained with blood, flew from his mouth, their rapidity leaving all present in shock. As they processed the scene, the man crumpled to the ground, howling in pain. Keep barking. You pack of dogs, Sun Wei sneered, her aura radiating lethal intent. The dozen or so black-clad men swallowed hard, glancing nervously at the vehicle. Brothers, let's go. We won't let this little girl bully us. With that command, the group surged forward, but Sun Wei remained unfazed. Instead, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, growing more adept with each blow, as some men fell before they even had a chance to retaliate. The sickening sound of breaking bones filled the air. In mere minutes, the once boisterous gang was reduced to a chorus of groans. One black-clad man staggered to his feet, attempting a sneak attack, only to be swiftly pinned beneath Sun Wei's foot. Humph, you sons of bitches can only resort to underhanded tactics. Who's next? As she spoke, the great door swung open, and Yi Xiao emerged from the villa. The fierce Sun Wei immediately transformed into a docile lamb upon seeing her master. Master, I have dealt with these intruders. Yi Xiao stood in the open space, his gaze piercing through the tinted windows of the vehicles, sensing watchful eyes trained upon him. Sun Wei bowed respectfully, Master. Please rest inside. I will handle everything here. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, raising a hand as powerful energies emanated from the vicinity. The doors of the vehicles creaked open, revealing a well-dressed middle-aged man who stepped out, his eyes scanning Yi Xiao with barely concealed fury. Other doors opened, and several imposing men in black suits emerged, though the true strength did not seem to emanate from them. Clearly, there were more formidable individuals within the vehicles. The thugs who had been toppled by Sun Wei were mere cannon fodder. The real power was yet to show itself. Advancing step by step, the man stood behind Gunan, approaching Yi Xiao. Sun Wei leaped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Yi Xiao, her vigilance unwavering. Yi Xiao gently pushed her shoulder, and Sun Wei turned, concern etched on her brow. Master Yi Xiao smiled slightly. It's nothing. I don't regard these individuals as a threat. In a blink, Gunan and his entourage stood before Yi Xiao. So, you are the one living off others? Yi Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Is this label truly inescapable? I assure you, I have a good appetite. Living off others does not suit me. Is this inquiry your sole purpose for coming here? Gunan's brows knitted in irritation. Today, I intend to seek justice for my son. The thought of the son, Gu Tian, with multiple fractures, ignited a fire of rage within him. After all, his adversary was right before him. You truly are father and son. I had thought you possessed some cunning, Gunan. It appears you resolve matters solely through brute force, Yi Xiao remarked disdainfully. No wonder you raised a failure like Gu Tian. It all stems from the source. Seething. Gunan retorted, our family has built its reputation in Yun City through strength. This rule cannot be altered by anyone, including you. He punctuated his words by jabbing a finger forcefully into Yi Xiao and Amp, Appo's chest. Sun Wei had never witnessed anyone daring to treat Yi Xiao with such contempt. Her fists clenched, ready to intervene, but Yi Xiao restrained her. He raised his gaze to meet Gunan's imposing visage. Since you rely on brute force, you will inevitably strike a hard surface. I am that surface. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind Gunan, lunging forward and seizing Yi Xiao and Appo's collar. Stop being so arrogant in front of our leader. We are not the pathetic losers who engage in underground fights. Yi Xiao cast a cold glance at the aggressor, his expression darkening. Gunan, brimming with confidence, interjected, you now have a chance to live. Kneel before me and bow 100 times, then go to the hospital. I may consider sparing your wretched life. Yi Xiao's eyes glinted with a ruthless intent. You should worry more about your own life. Chapter 45, The Twin Assassins. After speaking, he raised his hand and swiftly grasped the robust man's wrist, causing a distorted expression to surface on the latter's face. With another firm grip, the man's arm audibly snapped. A cry escaped his lips as he clutched his broken limb, dropping to one knee, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. The onlookers remained momentarily stunned, while Yi Xiao placed his foot upon the man and Appo's shoulder, an expression of ease adorning his face, rendering the man utterly immobile. Yi Xiao then nonchalantly lifted his gaze to the tense Gunan, asking, what now? Do you still feel invincible? Gunan glanced at the burly men standing behind him, all hired at great expense, refusing to believe that this man could surpass these seasoned fighters. With that thought, his earlier panic dissipated. What are you all waiting for? Attack him at once. With a slight kick, Yi Xiao sent a black-clad man crashing to the ground, at which point Sun Wei had already surged forward. Despite the ferocity of the assailants, she was more than capable of handling them. Clad in a tight leather outfit, she produced a short whip, her demeanor exuding confidence in the face of the black-clad adversaries. Her expression shifted to one of exhilaration as the previous skirmish had loosened her muscles. Her elongated figure darted among the burly men, the whip leaving trails of afterimages in the air. Wherever the whip struck, the clothing of the burly men bore bloody gashes. Amidst the chaos, Gunan and Appo's eyes flashed with concern. These fools had entirely fixated on the woman. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. He beckoned, and the car door swung open once more, revealing two slender men clad in identical black Zhongshan suits, each adorned with a silver mask, exuding an air of mystery. Their intent was clear, to target Yi Xiao. Sun Wei sensed the impending danger, but found herself encircled by the burly men, unable to reach Yi Xiao for protection. At that moment, a momentary lapse in her focus resulted in a dagger slicing her arm. Yi Xiao let out a cold huff, admonishing, don't lose focus. I can handle this. No sooner had he spoken than the two men advanced from either side. Yi Xiao, today you shall meet your end. One struck with a fist while the other kicked, their coordination impeccable. These appeared to be members of the Twin Brotherhood, a group consisting entirely of twin assassins, whose brutal training required not only synchronized techniques but also a mental connection akin to that of a single entity. Thus, those who remained in the Brotherhood were exceptionally formidable. The twin assassins moved with agility, each strike aimed at claiming Yi Xiao's life. Yet, Yi Xiao was no mere novice. He exerted himself, his speed of attack multiplying several times over. Though alone, his assaults seemed to originate from two distinct sources. His hand transformed into a blade, cleaving into one assassin's leg while his other hand, clenched into a fist, struck the opponent's chest with ferocity. A pained cry erupted from the assassin as he was sent sprawling. Brother! The remaining assassin shouted, rushing to his comrade's side. They exchanged a glance, their resolve intensifying as they redirected their focus toward Yi Xiao. their eyes brimming with murderous intent, having emerged from a pool of twins. Their strength had been forged through relentless trials, and to be bested by this mere youth was a profound humiliation. The stakes were dire. Failure in their mission would lead only to a grim fate upon their return. The twin brotherhood had no tolerance for failures. With a surge of determination, the two lunged forward, daggers gleaming menacingly in the sunlight as they aimed for Yi Xiao's throat. Simultaneously, a man standing nearby charged forth, forming a triangular assault on Yi Xiao. He furrowed his brow and swung his arms, unleashing powerful gusts of wind that repelled the attackers. "Humph, you possess some skill." Gunan, observing Yi Xiao's effortless defense against the twin assassins, sneered, raising his hand to unleash hidden projectiles. With a sharp sound, several steel balls shot forth from his sleeve. Yi Xiao's expression hardened as he locked onto the incoming projectiles. He stomped the ground and nimbly evaded a lethal steel ball, quickly closing the distance to the two assassins. Grasping their wrist, he yanked their daggers free and swiftly kicked them to the ground. Witnessing this, Gu Nan and Apos' expression darkened ominously. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Xiao leaped to the side of the two assassins, driving his knee into one's abdomen while placing his foot on the shoulder of the other. Gripping their arms tightly, he sneered, "Is this the extent of the twin brotherhood's prowess?" His gaze locked onto Gu Nan, who stood by with a glint of malice in his eyes. "Is your family merely a bunch of petty underlings wielding hidden weapons?" His eyes gleamed with disdain. The two assassins, pinned beneath Yi Xiao and Apos' foot, exchanged resolute glances. "We have engaged you in battle, Yi Xiao. We concede defeat," they declared, raising their daggers in unison, aiming to end their own lives. Faced with death, they chose immediate self-termination over disgrace. Yet, they felt no pain. Upon closer inspection, they found Yi Xiao had intercepted their daggers. "What is your intention?" they questioned, bewildered. "Self-termination is the code of our kind." Yi Xiao slowly released his grip, his expression indifferent. "Your customs are of no concern to me, but I refuse to allow you to perish at my doorstep. I wish to avoid unnecessary trouble." The two assassins nodded slightly. After their encounter, it was evident that Yi Xiao was far from the pampered man of rumors. Instead, he exuded formidable strength. It was apparent he had yet to unleash his full potential, and no amount of training could surpass his abilities. "Yi Xiao, we concede defeat. We take our leave." With that, they turned and departed. Chapter 46. Retreating with tail between legs with a slight exertion of his legs, he vanished from the gaze of the crowd like a fleeting shadow. Damn it, these two are utterly useless. What a farce this so-called twin birth hall is, merely a pile of nonsense. I can't believe I wasted so much money. Gunan cursed vehemently. As he watched Yi Xiao gradually approach, he noticed that the group of burly men had all been subdued by Sun Wei. Now he stood alone. Though fear gripped his heart, he feigned composure. "Humph, I truly believe that Gu would conquer the world with his fists. Who would have thought he resorts to the underhanded tactics of a coward?" Gunan swallowed hard, retreating several steps. "Why you? Don't come any closer." Yi Xiao gazed at him coldly. "Rest assured, I have no intention of dirtying my hands with you. Let me make this clear, Don and Apos, be arrogant. Just because you lean against the Su family's mighty tree doesn't mean you can rest easy. I have visited the head of the Su family. They do not acknowledge you as their son-in-law." Yi Xiao scoffed dismissively. "The Su family? I have some understanding of Su Zhenhai. He is nothing more than an old fox. Over the years, as the Su family has waned, he is hidden in the shadows while allowing his daughter to take the spotlight. If the Su family truly intended to intervene, Gunan would not be standing here alone today. It was clear that Su Zhenhai wished to avoid entanglement in this affair. Having faced setbacks with the Gu family, he had come here to settle scores. "Master, stop wasting words with this man. Let me incapacitate him to eliminate future troubles." Sun Wei's suggestion sent a shiver down Gu Nan's spine. This woman is merciless. To her, killing seems like a mere game. Despite Gu Nan's composed facade, his trembling hands betrayed his current terror. Look how frightened our esteemed Gu is. If he were to perish before my villa, I would become a criminal. I must at least show some respect." Upon hearing this, Gunan exhaled sharply, his rationality returning somewhat. "Yes, if your master kills me, he would be at war with the entire Gu family." The usually aloof Sun Wei found amusement in his words. "You truly are trying to play the victim while taking advantage of the situation. You overestimate yourself. Do you believe I want to dispose of you right now?" As she raised the blood-stained whip, Gunan dove into his car in fright. "You useless lot, if you're still alive, get in the car." With Gunan's furious shout, the previously disheveled black-clad men struggled to rise from the ground, clutching their wounds as they slowly approached the vehicle. One of them, With unfortunate timing, asked Mr. Gu, does this count as a work-related injury? Will the medical expenses be reimbursed? At this, Gu Nan's face turned a shade of green with rage as he slapped the man across the face. What the hell are you thinking? It's a time like this, and you're still worried about reimbursement? Do you want me to make you pay for that too? Sun Wei, however, couldn't help but burst into laughter at his plight. With a wave of her hand, the group hastened into the car and sped away. After they departed, Sun Wei scrutinized Yi Xiao, relieved to see he bore no injuries. Master, do you think Gu Nan will let this go? Yi Xiao shook his head slowly. I doubt it. After all, he is a notable figure in Yun City. Having suffered a loss at my hands, how could he simply walk away? Sun Wei put away her whip. If we let him return, wouldn't that be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains, leaving future troubles for ourselves? Yi Xiao turned slowly, regarding Sun Wei with a calm gaze. A streak of blood marked her otherwise fair cheek, and he gently reached out, brushing his fingers across the stain. Injured? He confirmed there were no wounds beneath the blood. Seems like it's just the blood of those men. With a smile, he turned to leave, causing Sun Wei's heart to skip a beat. The spot he had touched seemed to spark with electricity. She felt a wave of warmth wash over her mind blank as she lost her ability to respond. Sun Wei, Sun Wei. Yi Xiao called her name a few times, snapping her out of her reverie. Master. Yi Xiao's voice carried a hint of annoyance. What are you thinking? Aren't you coming inside? Oh, Sun Wei replied, dashing into the villa. Meanwhile, the servants emerged with hoses to clean the bloodstains left by the black-clad men. Seated on the sofa, Yi Xiao pondered Sun Wei's earlier words. It wasn't that he feared eliminating Gu Nan, rather, he found it beneath him to act. A fierce tiger would not waste its time squabbling with mere ants. If truly provoked, a single slap would suffice. The demise of the Gu family was but a matter of a few spoken words. In truth, Yi Xiao relished his current identity and the camaraderie with the Su sisters. If he were to use his power to obliterate the Gu family, he feared that his true identity would be exposed. Thus, while the Gu family required a lesson, it would not lead to loss of life. Meanwhile, Sun Wei's mind was filled with the image of Yi Xiao's approach. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Despite channeling all her energy, she could not quell the sensations within her. She unconsciously brushed her fingers over the spot Yi Xiao had touched, his touch gentle yet slightly cool. What is this feeling? At that moment, both were lost in their own thoughts when suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Sun Wei swiftly moved to the floor-to-ceiling window. Spotting 2 police cars parked outside, the youthful thrill she had felt earlier vanished. Master, the authorities have arrived. No sooner had she spoken than the doorbell rang. Sun Wei opened the door to find officers standing outside, who greeted her with a salute. Hello, we received reports of a brawl occurring here. Let them in. Yi Xiao's voice commanded, and Sun Wei stepped aside to allow the officers' entry. The officers surveyed the room before their attention settled on Yi Xiao, who stood before the sofa. Mr. Yi, good day. We received a report of a brawl taking place here, and we need you to accompany us to the station to provide a statement. Yi Xiao offered a polite smile. Indeed, a few thieves did come by earlier, but they have since left, and we suffered no losses. We didn't even report it to the police, so his dismissal was unmistakable, yet the officers remained firm. I'm sorry, but although you have not experienced any loss, the community security personnel were injured. This incident arose from your actions. So we hope you will cooperate with our investigation. Yi Xiao sighed, somewhat helpless. Very well. But I'll first visit the hospital to check on the injured security personnel as a form of consolation. I will then personally come to the station to assist with your inquiries. Chapter 47. Pain, excruciating pain. Upon uttering these words, Yi Xiao promptly stood up, preparing to accompany the official. Sun Wei gazed at Yi Xiao anxiously, hesitating to speak. Master. Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Do not be alarmed. I shall return shortly. After a visit to the hospital and accompanying the official for a statement, all pertinent questions were addressed, and Yi Xiao awaited an unexpected visitor. Why are you here? Su Mingyue smiled and replied, I came to find you. Sun Wei mentioned you were brought here, so I came along. They exchanged glances and shared a smile. They returned to the villa in Su Mingyue's car, and upon seeing Yi Xiao return unscathed, Sun Wei finally exhaled, her tension dissipating. With a gentle smile gracing his face, Yi Xiao gestured, Today is a splendid day. Let us celebrate properly. Come, let us change our attire. With that, he stepped through the doorway first. Su Mingyue intentionally lagged behind, catching Sun Wei's arm and hesitantly saying, Sun Wei, could you perhaps persuade Yi Xiao? A true gentleman knows when to yield. No matter how strong he is, making too many enemies can lead to peril. Sunway chuckled and shook her head. That is impossible. In my heart, my master is the strongest of all, and he has always adhered to the principle of not provoking others unless provoked. You should be more concerned about them. After casting a meaningful glance at Su Mingyue, she turned and entered the house to change. Yi Xiao sent a message to the Gu family, and not only did Su Mingyue receive it, Zhao Hingyuan, upon hearing the news, excitedly rushed to the Li family. I have splendid news. The Li family, engulfed in fear due to Yi Xiao's formidable presence, worried he might retaliate for past grievances. They had been shrouded in gloom. But now, hearing of good tidings, their eyes sparkled with hope. Li Tongtong could not contain her excitement. Darling, what is this good news? Hurry up and tell us. We're dying of curiosity. Zhao Hengyuan scanned the faces of the Li family, cleared his throat, and began. I have received news that the relationship between Yi Xiao and the young lady of the Su family has not been officially recognized by the Su family. They are merely together in private. Moreover, that lad has crossed the Gu family, and they have declared they will make Yi Xiao repay 100-fold. They intend to incapacitate him for life as penance for Gu Tian. This revelation was akin to a sudden burst of sunlight for the Li family. This is fantastic. I thought Yi Xiao had risen to prominence, but it turns out he is merely a kept man. Haha. This time, he is finished. Without the Su family's protection. I wonder how Su Mingyue can safeguard Yi Xiao. Lu Shuming nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Tong Tong is right. This is undoubtedly great news, deserving of a proper celebration. Let's go out for a meal. Today, any treats? The Li family reveled in their schadenfreude, immersed in fantasies of Yi Xiao's impending downfall. Only Li Xiaoya, unable to restrain herself, weakly remarked, After all, Yi Xiao almost became my brother-in-law. Shouldn't we be a bit more considerate? Her words had scarcely left her lips when Li Gang delivered a sharp slap to Li Xiaoya's face. His expression hardened with anger. You ungrateful girl. Be quiet. If you cannot stand united with the Li family, then get out. Li Xiaoya covered her cheek, looking into the cold faces of her relatives, her heart heavy with sorrow. She turned and left the house. After much hesitation, she finally dialed Yi Xiao's number. Brother-in-law, where are you now? Do you have a moment? The commotion on Yi Xiao's end was considerable, and after a while, he replied, We are dining outside. Is there something you need? I have something important to discuss with you. I work part-time at the cocoa milk tea shop on Jingyang Street. Can you come to find me? Li Xiaoman, unlike the others in the Li family, was someone Yi Xiao did not despise. Her gentle and kind nature made her the only one willing to extend goodwill towards him amid everyone else's ridicule. Thus, Yi Xiao had always regarded Li Xiaoman as a sister. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. At Yun City Hospital, Gunan stared at his son lying unconscious in the bed, his expression particularly grim. He had initially thought Yi Xiao would be easy to deal with, only to find himself in a dire predicament. While contemplating how to confront Yi Xiao, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, fleeting at first but then intensifying. The pain spread rapidly. Within mere minutes, Gunan collapsed to the floor, curling up in agony, his face turning ashen. Hearing the commotion, the doctor hurriedly pushed open the ward door. Gunan's last memory was of the doctor rushing towards him. When he awoke again, he struggled to open his eyes, only to be greeted by various medical apparatuses, an oxygen mask on his face, and his body adorned with equipment. He moved his lips to speak. What has happened to me? I feel like my head is about to split open. Doctor, doctor. His voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito and Apo's buzz. Fortunately, luck was on his side as the doctor arrived for a routine checkup. Upon seeing Gunan awake, they immediately summoned several specialists. Surrounded by the experts, Gunan furrowed his brow, suppressing his irritation as he inquired, What is going on? What is wrong with me? The specialists exchanged peculiar glances at his question. Gunan, growing impatient, urged, Speak. After a few brief exchanges, sweat poured down his face from the pain, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Mr. Gu, we sincerely apologize. As of now, we have not determined what illness you were suffering from. After waiting for so long, Gunan received such a response. And with the intense pain overwhelming him, he could no longer bear it, rolling his eyes back and fainting. The specialist panicked, calling out, Quickly, take him to the emergency room. The patient's condition is rapidly deteriorating. Hurry. They spent the entire night in emergency treatment, yet Gunan remained in danger. Various medications were administered, but even basic pain relief was ineffective. Gunan felt as though he teetered on the brink of despair. The hospital's specialists and the director convened throughout the night, yet no accurate treatment plan emerged. After a night of torment, Gunan could no longer hold back his tears, which flowed like a broken string of pearls, as he sobbed, "I have money. Who among you can save my life?" In that moment, Gunan finally grasped that sometimes no amount of wealth could restore a good health. The specialists exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of regret and guilt. Chapter 48. Take me to find him, Mr. Gu. I am truly sorry. We have exhausted all possible methods, and we are utterly powerless. The only course of action now is to transfer you to another hospital. However, given your current condition, once you are removed from these machines, I fear you may not survive the transfer. The director spoke these words with a glimmer of compassion in his eyes. A healer's heart is compassionate. If there were a way, they would certainly not disregard a life in peril, yet at this moment, they were genuinely helpless. No amount of wealth could save Gunan's life. Upon hearing this, Gunan's gaze became vacant, tormented by excruciating pain that made him feel as though he might scream in madness or crash his head against the wall. Yet, in truth, he could do nothing but lie there. Was there truly no hope? Was he destined to await death? After his words fell, a young doctor in the back hesitated before speaking up. I heard that the head of the Zhou family seems to have suffered from the same ailment as Mr. Gu. Gunan, who had been consumed by despair, suddenly sat up with a start, his eyes fixed intently on the doctor. And then what? What happened to him? The director, reminded of the case, nodded thoughtfully. I recall now. It seems he recovered. He must have sought the help of a genuine folk healer. After all, true talents often emerge from the common folk, and this is no mere exaggeration. Gunan hastily signaled for his secretary to call Zhou Rahai. For Gunan, half an hour felt like an eternity. When Zhou Rahai appeared before him, Gunan was nearly overwhelmed with emotion, grasping Zhou Rahai and Apos' arm tightly. The Zhou and Gu families had business dealings and were on friendly terms. Zhou Rahai was taken aback. The once spirited head of the Gu family had so swiftly transformed into this pitiful state. He appeared emaciated, with skin tinged a ghastly purple, looking both eerie and unsettlingly familiar. Old Gu, what has happened to you? How did you end up like this? Gunan, scarcely able to speak, gasped. You were once like me. How did you recover? His voice was hoarse, his eyes wide with desperation, resembling a specter clamoring for life. Zhou Rahai finally recognized the source of his unease. It was my son who found a skilled healer for me. I am not sure how he cured me, but I have his contact information. You may wish to inquire. His name is Yu Xiao. Upon hearing this name, Gunan felt his strength drain away. Collapsing back onto the bed, repeatedly murmuring Yu Xiao. Zhou Rahai, perceptive as he was, sensed the change in Gunan's demeanor and, unable to contain his concern, inquired. Old Gu, you Haven and Apos, crossed paths with Mr. Yi, have you? What have you done? Mr. Yi is truly remarkable. After a lengthy pause, Gunan finally found the strength to speak again. Could you help me invite him here? Zhou Rahai shook his head swiftly. I cannot assist you with that. Since you have offended him, you must find a way to make amends yourself. All I can offer you is his contact information. If you do not wish to pursue it, I am powerless to help. With that, he stood to leave, casting one last glance at Gunan before hastily departing. Gunan lay dazed on the bed for what felt like an eternity before suddenly opening his eyes, forcing himself to sit up, resolutely declaring, prepare for my discharge. I must leave this place. The director, alarmed by Gunan's words, waved his hands in protest. No, Mr. Gu. You cannot leave these machines. You will die. Do you not value your life? Gunan, unable to contain his fury, shouted back, you useless fools. If you cannot cure my illness, I will seek out those who can. Get out of my way. All of you, leave this place. At Gunan's insistence, his secretary summoned 2 burly men, who carried Gunan out of the hospital. Enduring immense pain, Gunan climbed into the vehicle, instructing the driver to seek out Yi Xiao. Upon arriving at Yi Xiao's residence, they were met with a closed door. The secretary knocked repeatedly, but there was no response. Glancing at the time, he grumbled, Boss, that fellow seems to be out, or perhaps he is deliberately avoiding us. Gunan, frustrated, kicked the secretary and shouted, whether he is in or not. Ask the security guard at the entrance. The secretary, dejected, returned after a round of inquiries. The guard said he saw Yi Xiao leave about half an hour ago with 2 beautiful women. They were likely his apprentice and a young lady from the Su family. Gunan scoffed, then let us not waste time. Hurry and find him. A man of his stature must be dining at this hour. Damn it, I am in agony. And he dares to indulge in a meal. Had it not been for the excruciating pain coursing through him, everyone in the vehicle would have felt his wrath. After a moment, he called out to the departing secretary, gritting his teeth, immediately send someone to the Su family. That good-for-nothing Yi Xiao, they might know his whereabouts. When Gunan arrived at the Su residence, he found Su Xilan lounging in the living room, applying a facial mask while watching television, occasionally popping grapes into her mouth, relishing her comfort. Upon hearing Gunan and Apos' arrival, she stood up in surprise, exclaiming, "Why is he here? Could he be looking for Yi Xiao? What immense hatred must he harbor to come to the Su family?" As she spoke, she peeled off her face mask and strode toward the entrance. Upon seeing Gunan being carried in, Su Xilan stumbled back, nearly screaming in fright. The current state of Gunan resembled a mere walking skeleton, struggling against his pain. Gunan forced a twisted smile and politely inquired, "Miss Su, may I ask if Yi Xiao and your sister are home?" Recovering her composure, Su Xilan shook her head. "Why are you at our home looking for Yi Xiao? He is not here, nor is my sister. What do you want with them?" Gunan managed a weak laugh. "You can see my current state. I have heard that Yi Xiao possesses remarkable medical skills, and I wish for him to treat me." Though outwardly polite, Gunan's heart seethed with curses for Yi Xiao. Fearing his sincerity might be insufficient, he added, "Miss Su, please call Yi Xiao for me. My condition cannot be delayed any longer. I truly may die, and you would not want that to happen at your doorstep, would you?" Chapter 49. Breaking into the Su residence, Gunan harbored resentment towards Yi Xiao, but given his dire state of health, he had lost all semblance of dignity. Therefore, upon hearing this plea, Su Xilan felt a pang of sympathy. She furrowed her brow and replied, "Mr. Gu, it is evident that you are in considerable discomfort. However, seeking me out is futile, as Yi Xiao is no longer here." Su Xilan perceived Gunan as a man who had reaped the consequences of his misdeeds, leading to his current predicament. He sought Yi Xiao for healing, yet Yi Xiao had just departed without revealing his destination, reportedly summoned by a relative. As Su Xilan contemplated explaining that Yi Xiao was genuinely absent, Gunan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the news. "He is not here? Is this how the Su family treats people?" His outburst startled Su Xilan. "Treating unfairly?" She regarded Gunan with confusion, struggling to comprehend his words. "Isn't it unfair?" Gunan's secretary interjected sharply, "Mr. Gu is already in such agony. Are you not hastening to summon a doctor, while you deliberately state that the doctor is unavailable? We have verified that Yi Xiao is indeed here. I suggest you hand him over, or else Mr. Gu's wrath could spell disaster for your modest Su family." How dare a mere secretary speak to her in such a manner? Su Xilan's demeanor instantly turned icy. She regarded Gunan, who now wore a mask of anger rather than desperation, and let out a cold laugh. "Ah, so Mr. Gu believes I am lying? Very well, then leave." As the daughter of the Su family, she possessed her own temperament. Her willingness to allow Yi Xiao to assist him stemmed from her inherent kindness. But Gunan and Apos' sudden hostility made her realize that aiding him would be tantamount to saving a snake that would inevitably turn on its benefactor. "What? You dare to tell me to leave?" Gunan, racked with pain, was nearly overwhelmed by fury. After his outburst, he raised a trembling hand, pointing at Su Xilan, struggling to articulate a plan to deal with the Su family. Sensing his demeanor, Su Xilan felt a surge of panic. If trouble were to befall the Su family, her sister would be exasperated once more. Compared to the cunning Gunan, Su Xilan appeared somewhat naive, her anxiety betraying her composure. Upon noticing her emotional turmoil, Gunan commanded his subordinates, "Go and retrieve Yi Xiao for me. How dare this insignificant Su family conceal the person I seek?" Gunan had long harbored dissatisfaction with Yi Xiao's previous actions, but had restrained himself from confronting him directly due to the Su family's influence. Yet now, with his life at stake and faced with the inexperienced Su Xilan, he felt emboldened to send his men to search for Yi Xiao. A group of intimidating bodyguards surged forward, leaving Su Xilan momentarily stunned. It wasn't until they stormed inside that she realized they dared to invade a private residence. Her expression shifted in disbelief as she looked at Gunan. "Mr. Gu, how can you be so disrespectful to the Su family, given that we hold a position here?" Su Xilan, aware that Gunan regarded her with disdain, invoked the weight of her family's name. Gunan hesitated. It was indeed unwise to sever ties with the Su family so brazenly. Just as he contemplated his next words, the secretary interjected. "Miss Su, you are mistaken, given Mr. Gu's grave condition. Your refusal to allow a physician to attend to him is far more unreasonable. What right do you have to criticize Mr. Gu?" Upon hearing the secretary's words, Gunan felt a surge of indignation. The Su family was clearly in the wrong for refusing to assist him. He raised his chin defiantly, declaring, "Indeed, it is your Su family that lacks reason. I see no issue in sending someone to search." He was about to unleash further accusations at Su Xilan when a cool voice interrupted. "Oh, so it is our fault, then?" The crowd turned to see Su Mingwei approaching. Her mere presence exuded an air of aloofness. Even the secretary, who had been so vocal in defending Gunan, felt an uncomfortable embarrassment and instinctively lowered her gaze. Though Gunan had shown no regard for Su Xilan, he dared not treat Su Mingyue with disrespect, given her standing within the Su family. He intended to portray himself as a victim, explaining his dire health and the necessity of sending bodyguards into the Su residence. However, before he could utter a word, Su Mingyue spoke coldly. Mr. Gu, although the Su family may have had some misunderstandings with you due to Yi Xiao, I have always regarded the Gu family as a trustworthy partner, and you are my elder. Yet, your decision to invade the Su residence is utterly unacceptable. The Gu family shows no respect for the Su family. I must make it clear that from this day forward, the Su family will no longer welcome any members of the Gu family. In business, our paths shall diverge, and we will sever all ties. As Su Mingyue spoke of ending relations with the Gu family, it sounded like an emotional outburst, yet Gunan could clearly detect the fury in her eyes. Did the Su family intend to become enemies with the Gu family? How could this be? A wave of panic washed over him even as he was astonished by Su Mingyue's anger. He was not afraid of a conflict between the two families, after all. The Gu family had its own foundations, and the Su family could not simply erase their existence. He realized that Su Mingyue's fury stemmed from the fact that Yi Xiao was, indeed, absent. Only the Su family's lack of intent to conceal him could provoke such ire in Su Mingyue. With this realization, Gunan's heart raced. He looked at Su Mingyue's frosty visage and forced a smile, saying, "Ah, my dear girl Su, I am gravely ill and fear this ailment may claim my life. I acted out of desperation. Please do not be angry with your uncle. Kindly contact Yi Xiao and have him come to treat me." In an instant, Gunan reverted to his initial obsequious demeanor. He believed he was being sincere, but Su Xilan had witnessed his transformation and recognized him for what he truly was. Just as she was about to inform her sister of the earlier events, urging her not to involve herself with Gunan, Su Mingyue spoke again. "Mr. Gu, I have made myself abundantly clear. If the Gu family refuses to respect the Su family, then there shall be no further dealings between us. I cannot assist you, and even if I knew Yi Xiao's whereabouts, I would not divulge them to you." Chapter 50. Guest Harassment. Who provoked you first? As soon as Su Mingyue's words left her lips, Gunan's subordinates emerged from the Su residence. They had ransacked the place thoroughly, but found no trace of Yi Xiao. The leading bodyguard reported the search results to Gunan, whose face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that matters would take such a dire turn. Yi Xiao was neither at his own home nor at the Su family's abode. Where could he possibly be? Gunan looked at Su Mingyue with a bewildered and helpless expression, hoping for an explanation. However, Su Mingyue disregarded him and turned back toward the villa. At that moment, the Su family and Apos' bodyguards appeared, blocking Gunan, who was intent on pursuing her for answers. How could the Su family be so dismissive? The female secretary, with an irritable tone, began to complain, though she was ostensibly defending Gunan. He was already frustrated by the lack of leads regarding Yi Xiao's whereabouts. Infuriated, he raised his hand and slapped her across the face. "Shut your mouth. If it weren't for your unnecessary comments, Miss Su wouldn't be so upset." The secretary, taken aback by the unexpected assault while trying to assist Gunan, bit her lip, stifling her urge to cry. She was scared into silence by Gunan's notorious demeanor. Gunan's gaze fixed on the entrance of the Su residence. After a prolonged silence, he instructed his subordinates, "Search for Yi Xiao. Before tonight, he must be found and brought to me for treatment." Being an astute individual, Gunan could discern from the sisters' attitudes that Yi Xiao was indeed not present, and they were equally oblivious to his whereabouts. Thus, the only course of action was to send people out to look for him. In his urgency to locate Yi Xiao, Gunan even offered a bounty of 20 million yuan, promising it to anyone who could assist the Gu family in finding him. Although Gunan's intentions were to seek medical assistance for Yi Xiao, his previous threats had led others to assume his motives were vengeful. Despite the misunderstanding regarding Gunan's purpose, the substantial reward spurred many into action, each hoping to secure a fortune for themselves. At that very moment, Yi Xiao, the object of the search, stood outside a cocoa milk tea shop. Li Xiaoya had summoned him to convey the news of the Gu family's intentions against him. Her brief message, though succinct, left Yi Xiao momentarily stunned. He was already aware of the impending retaliation from the Gu family. Yet receiving this information from Li Xiaoya took him by surprise. He felt a distinct difference between her and that family. Gazing at the girl he had always regarded as a sister, Yi Xiao smiled gently. "I will be cautious. You need not worry. I can handle them." Seeing his confident demeanor, Li Xiaoya felt a blush creep to her cheeks. She realized her warning might have been unnecessary, as Yu Xiao was evidently already informed. Suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed, she smiled at him. I merely wanted to remind you to be safe. I must return to work now, or the manager will dock my pay. Li Xiaoya hurriedly turned back to the shop, feeling awkward for having taken up Yi Xiao's time. Yi Xiao, oblivious to her thoughts, watched her rush away with a puzzled expression. Nevertheless, he appreciated her concern. Not lingering at the milk tea shop, Yi Xiao took a few steps forward, intending to wander about and purchase a few items. However, he had scarcely walked 10 meters before halting and turning back toward the shop. Moments earlier, he had noticed a lecherous-looking fat man pass by, muttering about capturing the pure milk tea girl and taking her to bed. There was only one milk tea shop in the vicinity where Li Xiaoya worked. Yu Xiao had seen the staff inside, and apart from two men, there was only a middle-aged woman and Li Xiaoya. Who could the pure milk tea girl be? If not her? Yu Xiao immediately turned to intercept the man. To his surprise, the fat man, despite his bulk, moved swiftly and darted into the milk tea shop in an instant. Inside, Li Xiaoya had just finished preparing 2 cups of milk tea for a couple when she turned to see a shadow lunging toward her. The assailant came at her with force. Fortunately, Li Xiaoya reacted quickly, dodging to the side. The shadow missed her but crashed into a nearby table. With a loud thud, the onlookers witnessed the fat man clumsily tumble to the ground. Although he had startled her considerably, it was still within the confines of the milk tea shop. And seeing him sprawled out like that compelled Li Xiaoya to check if he was all right. After handing the milk tea to the couple, she approached the fat man, squatting down to inquire about his condition. However, as she crouched, she felt a clammy hand seize her ankle. What are you doing? Let go of my foot. You pervert, she shrieked. How dare he touch her ankle? Li Xiaoya's face flushed with rage. Just as she was about to rebuke the audacious man, the couple sitting nearby interjected. Why can't you enjoy your milk tea in peace? What is the fuss over a mere touch? He didn't touch anything inappropriate, did he? The couple looked at Li Xiaoya with disdain, as if her reaction was entirely unwarranted. Li Xiaoya, who had intended to scold the lewd man, was momentarily taken aback by their comments. Her world was simple. Her life revolved around school and her job at the milk tea shop to earn some pocket money. Many had remarked on her simplicity, claiming she had never had a boyfriend and was therefore too conservative in her thinking. Had she truly been in the wrong? Lost in thought, the greasy fat man scrambled to his feet. Oh dear, I was just running too fast and almost collided with you. When I tried to get up, I accidentally brushed against your ankle. It's no big deal. Don't be so agitated. I apologize, okay? While he feigned an apology in the next moment, the fat man seized her hand when Li Xiaoya wasn't paying attention. Chapter 51. The relentless pursuer. The corpulent man's sticky hand repulsed Li Xiaoya, evoking a wave of nausea within her. Let go of me. She instinctively attempted to shake him off, but the man's grip was unyielding, leaving the frail Li Xiaoya utterly powerless against his strength. Heh. The rotund man smirked smugly. Little beauty, spare me the pretense. I know girls like you, working students, come here to snare a wealthy suitor. Don't you want money? I have plenty. Just come with me, and I can offer you even more. His lecherous gaze made Li Xiaoya feel sick to her stomach. Release me. Who would want your filthy money? How disgusting. Her face flushed with anger. Though her family was not affluent, she had always preferred to earn her keep through honest labor, never once contemplating the idea of trading her body for financial gain. The man's words were nothing short of an affront. Li Xiaoya was incensed, her anger escalating to the point where she began to curse. Despite her evident unwillingness, the man remained unfazed. Heh. He chuckled lecherously, addressing those around him. Ha ha ha. This is my girlfriend, just having a little quarrel. Li Xiaoya's expression shifted dramatically. She had never encountered someone so shameless. Yet before she could deny their association, the man yanked her closer, attempting to embrace her. Heh, little beauty, stop pretending. Once you witness my prowess, you will fall for me. He leered. With his overwhelming force, Li Xiaoya could only gaze helplessly as he closed the distance between them, utterly unable to escape. Just then, Yi Xiao burst onto the scene, raising his leg and delivering a swift kick to the approaching man. Bang! The sound reverberated through the air. No one anticipated Yi Xiao's directness. The hefty man, caught off guard, fell to the ground, eyes widened in astonishment. The onlookers were taken aback by Yi Xiao's decisive action against the harasser. Li Xiaoya stared blankly at Yi Xiao. Logically, he had distanced himself earlier. So why had he returned? Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Yi Xiao offered her a faint smile. As I brushed past him, I overheard him plotting against someone in the milk tea shop. I feared for your safety, hence I came to check on you. to spare Li Xiaoya any embarrassment. Yi Xiao refrained from being too explicit, merely mentioning the man's intent towards someone in the shop. Unbeknownst to him, this vague explanation enhanced his image in Li Xiaoya's eyes. "Oh, I see. Thank you," she replied, feeling a warmth spread through her heart. She was unaware that Yi Xiao had deduced the hefty man's target was her, and instead, she perceived him as exceptionally kind for returning out of concern for her safety. Truly a good person. Li Xiaoya, unlike her sister, always regarded Yi Xiao as a commendable man. Though he lacked wealth, his character was undeniably admirable. She could not fathom why her sister had chosen to part ways with him. Just as Li Xiaoya prepared to express her gratitude, the hefty man rose from the ground, cursing. "You little punk, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? I work for the Gu family as a department manager. I've met Gu Nen on numerous occasions. If you dare strike me, you're courting death. Believe me, I will inform Boss Gu and ensure you have no place here." The man looked down at Yi Xiao with disdain, as if he held dominion over his fate. What? The Gu family? Upon hearing Gu Nan and Appo's name, Li Xiaoya's face drained of color. She had never imagined that her warning to Yi Xiao about being cautious of the Gu family would lead to such trouble. Realizing the danger Yi Xiao could be in, her heart sank. If anything were to happen to him because of her, she would regret it for a lifetime. Li Xiaoya swiftly turned to the hefty man, apologizing. "I'm sorry, sir. My friend was just concerned for me and acted out of impulse. Please forgive him. I apologize on his behalf. I hope you can overlook this incident." The hefty man scoffed at her words. "Oh, you want to apologize? Then you'll come with me today and keep me company for a month. Once I'm satisfied, you can return. What do you say?" As he spoke, his greasy gaze roamed over Li Xiaoya, the implication of his offer unmistakable. Li Xiaoya's face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated such an outrageous demand. Just as she was about to refuse, the hefty man narrowed his eyes at her, coldly threatening, "If you dare reject me, I will contact Boss Gu right now and have him deal with this little punk." No. The thought of Yi Xiao's safety made Li Xiaoya call out to the hefty man, yet she hesitated to agree immediately. Biting her lip, she found herself ensnared in a dilemma. She didn't want Yi Xiao to face danger due to her, but she also couldn't bring herself to comply with the hefty man's demands. Amidst her turmoil, Yi Xiao suddenly pulled her close. "Xiaoya, there's no need to waste your time on such a person. Even if he is merely a department manager of the Gu family. Even if Gu Nan himself stood before me, he would kneel and beg for my mercy." Yi Xiao spoke with conviction, for he was well prepared, knowing Gu Nan would soon come seeking him. However, to the onlookers, Yi Xiao's statement sounded like mere bravado. The hefty man erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, you little brat. You truly are full of yourself, claiming that even Boss Gu would kneel before you. Do you even know who you are?" Just as the hefty man was about to elaborate on Yi Xiao's reputation, he suddenly halted. He scrutinized Yi Xiao for several seconds, swiftly pulling out his phone to scroll through it, then erupted into another fit of laughter. "Ha ha ha, it seems the heavens are smiling upon me. I've stumbled upon a monumental opportunity. No wonder you're so audacious. You are indeed Yi Xiao. Today, your end has come." With that, he dashed towards the entrance of the milk tea shop, using his bulk to block the door. The crowd was bewildered, unsure of his intentions. The hefty man shouted to everyone, "You fools! Can't you see he is the very Yi Xiao that Boss Gu is searching for? Boss Gu has promised a generous reward for anyone who finds him. I've essentially hit the jackpot." Chapter 52, The Siege Several Tens of Millions. A Bounty. Upon hearing these pivotal keywords, the crowd began to scrutinize Yi Xiao with newfound intensity. To their astonishment, they realized that he was indeed the individual being hunted by the Gu family. Many who were aware of the bounty were overtaken by regret, pounding their chests in dismay. They had been so engrossed in the spectacle that they failed to recognize that Yi Xiao was the very person the Gu family sought. It was akin to losing an enormous fortune. How could this happen? Li Xiaoya felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. She had initially believed that the Gu family would merely deal with Yi Xiao covertly. Little did she know the extent of their animosity, culminating in a bounty. Should Yi Xiao fall into the hands of the Gu family, his fate would surely be dire. Li Xiaoya's heart was flooded with anxiety as she looked at Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, no. Brother-in-law, I know you are a good person, and you've treated me well. I cannot bear to watch as the Gu family takes you away. You must escape through the back door now. That is the only way you can evade this disaster. Rest assured, I will hold them off." This was the only plan that Li Xiaoya could conceive. Resolutely, she positioned her petite frame in front of Yi Xiao, urging him to flee through the rear exit. Although her voice was barely above a whisper, the portly man nearby caught her words. Upon realizing that Yi Xiao intended to escape through the back door, His expression shifted dramatically. This cannot be allowed. He had focused solely on blocking the front entrance. Oblivious to the existence of a rear exit in the milk tea shop, not wishing to let a cooked duck fly away, he shouted to the others. What are you standing around for? Don't you want the reward? Hurry, block the back door. Do not let him escape. I promise you, when the bounty comes through, I will share millions with you. Hearing about the potential reward, the onlookers ceased their amusement and rushed towards the back, fearing Yi Xiao's escape. Those unable to reach the rear swarmed to the front, sealing all exits to prevent Yi Xiao from escaping. As the back and front were both barricaded, despair and helplessness washed over Li Xiaoya. She looked at Yi Xiao with overwhelming guilt. I'm so sorry, brother-in-law. I never anticipated it would come to this. It's all my fault. I've brought you this trouble. Li Xiaoya was consumed by remorse, feeling that if Yu Xiao had not returned to aid her, he would have never been caught by the Gu family today. The more anxious and guilty she became, the more elated the portly man appeared. Huh, you're absolutely right. It's all your fault. If you hadn't pretended to be innocent, your little boyfriend wouldn't be in this predicament. Regret it now? Too late. This is the person our boss Gu specifically wanted. When he arrives, breaking a leg will be the least of his worries. The portly man glared at Yi Xiao with venomous spite. The earlier kick had not been a light one, leaving him embarrassed on the ground. He relished the thought of witnessing Yu Xiao's humiliation at the hands of Gu Nan. The man's malicious expression caused Li Xiaoya's face to pale further. In the end, her concern for Yi Xiao left her trembling with fear. Noticing her distress, Yi Xiao placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Li Xiaoya, there is no need for such anxiety. If you believe I am a good person, then trust in my capabilities. I can resolve the matter with the Gu family. Even if Gu Nan himself arrives, I will be fine. Do not let fear consume you. Yi Xiao's demeanor was calm and steady as he regarded Li Xiaoya, instilling a flicker of reassurance within her. However, she quickly shook her head. She understood the immense power of the Gu family. How could someone of Yi Xiao's humble background contend with them? Her brother-in-law was merely trying to comfort her. It was all her fault. The more she pondered, the more frantic she became, nearly brought to tears. Just as Yu Xiao was at a loss for words, seeking further ways to console her. The sudden screech of brakes sliced through the air. The door of the milk tea shop was forcefully thrust open, catching the portly man off guard, who stumbled and fell once again. Yet, he dared not express his anger. Instead, he scrambled to his feet with alarming speed, greeting the newcomer with an obsequious smile. Yi Xiao focused intently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ah, Gu Nan, what a surprise to see you here so soon. He surveyed Gu Nan, feeling a twinge of astonishment. Though he had employed some tricks against Gu Nan, he had anticipated that the man would not seek him out until the following day or the day after. This affliction had manifested more swiftly than expected. It appeared that years of indulgence had ravaged his health, compounded by a life of questionable deeds. As this realization dawned on Yi Xiao, his expression darkened slightly. The mere shift in his countenance left Gu Nan trembling in fear. He had already angered the Su sisters, and now he feared that Yi Xiao might also be aware of the situation with the Su family and refuse to treat him. In the time spent searching for Yi Xiao, Gu Nan had summoned several renowned physicians in the city to attend to him. Yet they all claimed that his ailment was peculiar and beyond their expertise. It became clear to Gu Nan that only Yi Xiao could remedy his condition. If Yi Xiao did not intervene, he would surely succumb to his suffering. The Gu family was powerful, and there were many experiences he had yet to enjoy. He could not afford to perish. With this thought, Gu Nan offered Yi Xiao an awkward smile, preparing to utter a few pleading words. However, the portly man, eager to claim credit, strode directly to Yi Xiao and shouted, "Humph! You, insignificant little thug, dare to claim that my boss would kneel and plead before you? You must be utterly oblivious to your own insignificance. What is the matter? Are you frightened now that you see my boss? I advise you, if you wish to avoid a miserable fate, kneel before me and Boss Gu, admit your mistakes, and perhaps you will be spared a worse fate." The portly man began to wield his newfound authority, attempting to compel Yi Xiao to bow an apology, unaware that Gu Nan's very life rested in Yi Xiao's hands. Upon hearing the portly man's audacious words, Gu Nan's face turned ashen with rage, nearly causing him to faint. With every ounce of strength he possessed, he kicked the portly man in the back. "Who do you think you are to speak here?" The suddenness of the kick sent the portly man sprawling to the ground. Chapter 53. A resounding slap, however. This time he fell spectacularly, face first into the ground, losing one of his front teeth, which only added to his disheveled appearance. Struggling to rise, he looked at Gu Nan in disbelief. "Boss, what are you doing? Wasn't it you who personally issued the bounty to capture that scoundrel Yi Xiao? How can you strike me, your employee, for his sake?" Have you forgotten? You praised my diligence just last time. This portly man had previously crossed paths with Gu Nan at a banquet, believing he had gained the boss's favor. Little did he realize that Gu Nan had merely offered a polite remark, promptly forgetting him thereafter. Gu Nan, however, paid no heed to his words and fixed a penetrating gaze upon him. I care not whence you hail. Having offended you today, you have also offended me. Someone, toss him out. Immediately, the bodyguards accompanying Gu Nan surged forward, ready to eject the man. Caught off guard by his boss's treatment, the portly man struggled fiercely, seeking an explanation. Yet, before he could voice his protests, Yi Xiao spoke up coolly from the side. Wait, he cannot leave just yet. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Gu Nan trembled in fear, turning to Yi Xiao with a sycophantic smile. Is there anything else you wish to command? His tone dripped with palpable subservience, unsettling the portly man further. He could scarcely believe his eyes. Gu Nan, known for his bullying ways, was now being bullied himself. The portly man dismissed Yi Xiao as a mere street thug, unable to fathom the gravity of his predicament. Just as his confusion deepened, Yi Xiao continued. He just harassed my sister. Do you truly believe allowing him to leave would suffice to alleviate my sister's fright? At the mention of Yi Xiao's sister, Gu Nan's demeanor shifted dramatically. His face hardened as he regarded the portly man, contemplating how to deal with him. Yet the portly man remained obstinate, casting a defiant glance at Yi Xiao. Your sister is far too delicate. I merely took her hand. I did not commit any egregious act. Why should you assume I frightened her? If she was scared, it is her own cowardice. It has nothing to do with me. Unaware of the formidable individual he had offended, the portly man maintained his haughty posture, believing his words to be justified. However, Gu Nan erupted with a furious roar. What audacity! This is a friend I hold in the utmost respect, and you dare to be disrespectful to him and harass his sister. Someone, teach this ignorant fool a lesson. Beat him to a pulp. Upon receiving Gu Nan's command, the bodyguards advanced menacingly towards the portly man. Before he could react, a barrage of fists began to rain down upon him. The bodyguards, all trained fighters, struck with such force that he cried out in agony. With each blow, his protests turned into desperate pleas for mercy. Despite the portly man's pitiful state, Gu Nan showed no inclination to intervene. It was only when the man could no longer muster a sound that Gu Nan finally nodded in satisfaction and smiled at Yi Xiao. Ah, are you satisfied now? Ahem. Young lady, I also owe you an apology. I should not have employed such a worthless individual. I assure you, the Gu family will never entertain such a character again. Gu Nan's light-hearted remarks were a devastating shock to the nearly incapacitated portly man. He could hardly believe his eyes. Having done a service for the Gu family by locating Yi Xiao, how was he met not with gratitude, but rather a brutal beating and the loss of his job? Desperate to understand the reason behind this betrayal, he attempted to voice his confusion, but the bodyguards wasted no time, dragging him away and unceremoniously tossing him outside the bubble tea shop. At this moment, Gu Nan felt he had resolved the commotion and managed a weak smile towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, I have dealt with that disrespectful fellow. Could you perhaps tend to my ailment now? He believed he had shown utmost sincerity. Yet, Yi Xiao merely returned a lukewarm smile. Ah, Mr. Gu, it seems you have a tendency to forget your own words. If memory serves, you issued a death threat against me. Do you now wish to pretend as though nothing has transpired? It was entirely reasonable for Gu Nan to seek Yi Xiao's assistance after falling ill, and Yi Xiao had anticipated that a bounty would be placed upon his head. However, prior to this, Gu Nan had explicitly expressed his desire for Yi Xiao's demise. Otherwise, Li Xiaoya would not have heard such talk at home, hastily warning him to be cautious, for someone had set their sights on his life. Yi Xiao regarded Gu Nan with an expression that suggested he awaited further elaboration. Gu Nan, bewildered, realized he had unwittingly entangled himself in a predicament of considerable complexity. Faced with Yi Xiao's demand for accountability, he was at a loss for how to respond. Just then, a sharp pain pierced through Gu Nan's chest. Having strained to remain upright while conversing with Yi Xiao, the sudden agony caused him to collapse to the ground. A wave of terror enveloped him at the thought of death. In that instant, Gu Nan cast aside all pride and crawled towards Yi Xiao, repeatedly bowing his head. Yi Xiao, I implore you, save me. You are my only hope. Please do not hold my past grievances against me. I was blinded by foolishness, believing my son did not deserve punishment. I now see clearly that he brought this upon himself. No matter the severity of his beating, it is justified. Even if it leads to his demise, it would be a service to society. Though Gu Nan had harbored resentment towards Yi Xiao for the previous incident, when faced with his own mortality, he cast aside all such thoughts. His desperate words implied that without Yi Xiao, he would have resorted to extreme measures against his own son. Seeing Gu Nen kneeling and pleading, Yi Xiao's expression softened somewhat. He nodded at Gu Nan. If you possess this awareness, I can rest easy. Your son is indeed no virtuous character, and while I am no villain, he requires correction. I trust that henceforth you will conduct yourselves wisely. As long as you refrain from causing trouble, I shall not trouble the Gu family. With that, Yi Xiao approached Gu Nan and delivered a sharp slap to the crown of his head. The crisp sound reverberated, leaving all present in stunned silence. Chapter 54. Disappear quickly. The sight of Gu Nan kneeling to apologize to Yi Xiao was nothing short of shocking. The slap that Yi Xiao delivered was even more astonishing. For someone of Gu Nan's stature, this was an egregious humiliation. Gu Nan himself was taken aback. He stared blankly at Yi Xiao, utterly unprepared for such a method of humiliation. His face flushed with embarrassment, shifting from red to black, then green. After several moments of internal struggle, Gu Nan ultimately reasoned with himself that, despite Yu Zhao's excessive behavior, he could not afford to sever ties. After all, his life was in Yu Zhao's hands. Taking a deep breath, he bowed his head and continued to plead with Yu Xiao. Yu Xiao, it was our Gu family that was in the wrong. I apologize to you here. I implore you to show mercy and save my life. His voice trembled with the threat of tears. He feared that Yu Xiao would impose further conditions to torment him. However, to his astonishment, Yu Xiao appeared utterly perplexed. Mr. Gu, why do you continue to speak so much? Did I not just cure your ailment? You need not kneel on the ground any longer. Please, rise. What on earth? Gu Nan could hardly believe his ears as he looked up at Yu Xiao. When had this insufferable brat treated him? Everyone present shared in the confusion. Was this a joke? They had witnessed the entire farce and had seen no actions from Yi Xiao that indicated he had treated Gu Nan. Boss, do not heed his nonsense. He simply refuses to treat you and is deliberately toying with you. The secretary who had previously been slapped by Gu Nan now pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Nan immediately furrowed his brow. Indeed, he too felt that Yi Xiao was mocking him. Traditional Chinese medicine necessitates a thorough examination, and Western medicine requires tests and scans. How could Yi Xiao merely slap him on the head and claim to have cured him? His expression darkened as he pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xiao, yelling, Yi Xiao, I sincerely came to you for treatment, and yet you humiliate me like this. Do you truly disregard the Gu family? Dare to mock me. And I will ensure that both you and the Su family suffer dire consequences. Realizing that he was nearing death, Gu Nan, upon recognizing that Yi Xiao had no intention of treating him, resorted to threats without hesitation. His complexion changed rapidly, and his voice grew louder, causing Li Xiaoya to tremble in fear and instinctively retreat behind Yi Xiao. Noticing her fright, Yi Xiao's expression hardened. Gu Nan, I have chosen to overlook past grievances and extend my willingness to treat you, which is already a considerable act of grace. Yet you dare to assert that I have not treated you? Let everyone present observe, are you still in that near-death state? Yi Xiao's words awakened everyone in the vicinity. They scrutinized Gu Nan closely and realized that he indeed appeared as Yi Xiao had described. Upon entering, Gu Nan had seemed to be clinging to life by a thread. But now, he was engaged in a heated argument with Yi Xiao, his complexion healthy and his voice robust. He was an entirely different person. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that Yi Xiao had merely slapped Gu Nan on the head and miraculously cured him? Meanwhile, Gu Nan sensed the change within himself. The peculiar pain had vanished. The suffocating feeling was gone. He was healed. Realizing this, Gu Nan's demeanor shifted once more. Ah, Mr. Yi, thank you. I truly misunderstood you, believing you had not treated me. My apologies, my sincerest apologies. His tone was laden with regret, and everyone present could discern that he genuinely regretted the misunderstanding regarding Yi Xiao. As the onlookers speculated what sort of gratitude Gu Nan might offer Yi Xiao, the latter raised a hand, cutting him off. Hold on. While I have intervened to save you today, my stance towards the Gu family remains unchanged. Should you dare to provoke my displeasure again, I will not hesitate to take action against your family. Do not say more. Simply vanishing from my sight is the greatest gratitude you can offer me. Ultimately, Yi Xiao harbored a deep-seated disdain for the Gu family. In truth, Gu Nan had yet to contemplate how he would express his gratitude to Yi Xiao. Upon hearing that he was being dismissed, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, though he still wore an expression of regret, awkwardly smiling at Yi Xiao as he departed with his entourage in a dejected manner. However, as soon as Gu Nan exited the tea shop, his demeanor chilled. No longer reflecting the remorse he had just displayed, he walked toward his car with a dark expression. The driver, well acquainted with Gunan, understood that this expression signified a profoundly poor mood. Thus, he chose not to speak further and quietly drove him to the hospital. Today, the young master had a critically important surgery. Should it fail, he could be rendered incapacitated. The driver pondered that if anything were to happen to the young master, Gunan would likely be even angrier. It was uncertain what he might do to Yishao, the very one who had saved him. After Gunan's departure, the tea shop fell into a haunting silence. Everyone turned their gaze toward Yishao, eager to discern the identity of this young man who could compel Gunan to kneel in supplication. Li Xiaoya, too, regarded Yishao with confusion. According to her sister, Yishao was a man of little standing, devoid of capability, wealth, or any merit, save for his good looks. Yet, if her sister's claims were accurate, how could Yishao possibly have made Gunan beg for mercy? Li Xiaoya was convinced that her brother-in-law was not as inept as her sister had suggested. She yearned to inquire about the recent events in Yishao's life, but he did not afford her the opportunity to continue questioning. Yishao offered her a gentle smile. How is it? Are you at ease now? The Gu family means nothing to me. They are only capable of bowing and pleading. You need not worry about me. Upon hearing his words, Li Xiaoya felt an inexplicable heat rise to her cheeks. She quickly nodded at Yishao. Brother-in-law is truly formidable. Thank you for your assistance earlier. Without you, I truly would not know how to proceed. Well then, I shall not take up any more of your time and will return to work. At a loss for words, Li Xiaoya opted to return to her duties. Yishao, not wishing to linger in the tea shop, nodded before turning to leave. Originally, after bidding farewell to Yishao, Li Xiaoya intended to work as usual. However, upon learning of her extraordinary brother-in-law, the staff at the tea shop no longer dared to allow her to work. They treated her like royalty, insisting she rest nearby and forbidding her from touching any tasks. Eventually, they even proposed that she leave early while retaining her full pay. Chapter 55. Unyielding obsession. Though Li Xiaoya felt embarrassed by the actions of her colleagues at the milk tea shop, she did not decline the suggestion of leaving work early. It was not out of a desire to gain an advantage, but rather a necessity to inform her family about Yishao, to make them understand that they had misjudged him from the very beginning. Yishao was not the inconsequential man they believed him to be. He was, in fact, a capable figure of substantial merit. They simply had not recognized it until now. Once Li Xiaoya resolved to speak up, she disregarded the slap she received from her family before leaving and hurried home to recount the day's events. She spoke with great enthusiasm, yet unexpectedly. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by her sister Li Tongtong's laughter. Ha! You've got to be kidding me. Sister, can you come up with a more plausible story? Gunan is a true, big shot. Would he kneel before Yishao? Absolutely impossible. Li Tongtong looked at Li Xiaoya as if she were a fool. And even their mother shook her head in resignation. Honestly, you are being rather foolish. Do you have any idea how powerful the Gu family is? Although our family has been doing well, none of my sisters have ever envied us. Just the other day, your wonderful brother-in-law met the young master of the Gu family, and my sisters were envious beyond measure. They said we would soon be living a great life. Just knowing someone from the Gu family is enough to incite envy. You should realize how formidable they truly are. She shook her head in disbelief, clearly viewing Li Xiaoya as hopelessly naive. Yishao is simply not the kind of person who can rise to prominence. Otherwise, I wouldn't support your sister's decision to part ways with him. As someone who has been around, I can assure you that your sister is quite astute. We can all see that Yishao is nothing but a failure. Your current brother-in-law is a true man of substance. You should sever all ties with Yishao from now on and refrain from defending him. You silly girl. You are being used without even realizing it. In their eyes, Li Xiaoya's defense of Yishao was merely a sign of her being exploited. Will Yishao ever amount to anything? It's utterly impossible. Seeing that the others remained unmoved in their opinions of Yishao, Li Xiaoya felt a pang of anxiety. She wished to continue her defense, but Zhao Hingyuan, who had been sitting nearby, suddenly stood up. Little sister, I understand that you have known Yishao for quite some time and think well of him, but I urge you to refrain from making such jokes in the future. A man of Yishao's caliber could never exhibit the kind of bravado you describe. In my view, rather than wasting time on someone who only tells lies, it would be far better for you to broaden your horizons with me. How about this? This afternoon, I will take you to meet the Gu family. Upon hearing Zhao Hingyuan's proposal, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Can you really take us to meet the Gu family? Li Tongtong exclaimed, nearly beside herself with enthusiasm. The Gu family was not just any family. Forming a connection with them could lead to great prosperity. Zhao Hingyuan, noticing her excitement, nodded with pride. Of course, I have a very good relationship with the Gu family. Gu Tian is my good brother. Meeting him will be a piece of cake. Since you are all so eager, it would also be a chance for Li Xiaoya to gain some insight. Let us pick up some gifts and visit Gu Tian at the hospital. Zhao Hongyuan had longed to flaunt his connection with the Gu family in front of everyone, and Li Xiaoya's earlier remarks provided him with the perfect opportunity. Li Tongtong, ecstatic at the thought of meeting Gu Tian, began rallying everyone to prepare gifts for the visit. Li Xiaoya, disheartened by her family's unyielding stance despite her efforts, retreated to her room, locking the door behind her, seeking solitude. In her eyes, Zhao Hongyuan and the others' visit to Gu Tian was merely an exercise in vanity, unaware that her family was plotting something far more sinister. After Li Xiaoya retreated, Li Tongtong stopped her mother, who had intended to continue persuading her, giving her a knowing look. Mom, I believe this opportunity to meet young Master Gu is fortuitous for me. What do you mean? Her mother was somewhat perplexed by her daughter's words. Sighing heavily, Li Tongtong replied, Can you not see Yi Xiao's true intentions? He wants to continue entangling himself with me, so he deliberately approached my sister, using her innocence to voice these ridiculous claims. Ultimately, he still harbors feelings for me and wishes to win me back. This man is insufferable, and if I want to rid myself of him completely, I must leverage the power of the Gu family. Then, with a wink at Zhao Hongyuan, she continued, Darling, being constantly pursued by a pest like Yi Xiao is untenable. We must rid ourselves of him. I've heard he has offended the Gu family, and they are eager to teach him a lesson. Since you are close to young Master Gu, could you possibly persuade him to take decisive action, perhaps ensuring that Yi Xiao disappears from this city for good? It would grant us some peace. Zhao Hongyuan nodded vigorously. You are absolutely right. A troublesome man like Yi Xiao must be dealt with harshly. Otherwise, it will be impossible to rid ourselves of this nuisance. Rest assured, I will speak with young Master Gu and ensure he teaches Yi Xiao a lesson. Ideally, we'll incapacitate him for life, rendering him incapable of bothering you ever again. In mere moments, they had devised a plan to exploit Yi Xiao's misfortune with the Gu family, intending to strike while he was down. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao remained blissfully unaware of the machinations unfolding around him. His situation was a consequence of Li Xiaoya's attempts to alter her family's perception of him. Yet it only led Li Tongtong, an exceedingly proud woman, to believe that Yi Xiao was pursuing her, concocting a malicious scheme to counter him. At that moment, in Gu Tian's hospital room, Gunan seethed with rage, gnashing his teeth as he uttered Yi Xiao's name. Just moments ago, the doctor had delivered the disheartening news regarding the surgery. Despite having enlisted the expertise of renowned specialists, they could not restore Gu Tian's health. The prognosis was grim. Gu Tian was utterly incapacitated, with no hope for recovery. The thought of his beloved son, once vibrant and full of life, now reduced to such a state, ignited a furious blaze within Gunan's heart. He was consumed by a singular thought. Yi Xiao must pay dearly for this. Chapter 56. The only way I must kill him. Gunan gritted his teeth, and an unmistakable aura of menace enveloped him, felt by all the doctors present. The hospital director, upon meeting Gunan's gaze, broke into a cold sweat, fearing for Gu Tian's life. The director was acutely aware of Gunan's formidable reputation. The Gu family had invested significantly in the hospital over the years, hoping to safeguard their kin in times of dire need. Yet, this time, the hospital was utterly helpless against Gu Tian's condition. In an effort to avoid inciting Gunan's wrath over the hospital's perceived inadequacy, the director racked his brain for a solution. Finally, he conceived a plan. Mr. Gu, please remain calm. There still appears to be a glimmer of hope for your son, he said cautiously. What? Gunan bellowed. You have a solution to save my son? Why waste my time here? As Gunan prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, the director hastily elaborated. Please, Mr. Gu, just take a moment to breathe. I believe I have an idea about someone who can save young Master Gu. What do you mean? Gunan's reaction was far from joyous. The reason was simple. He found it difficult to discern whether the director's words held any truth. All the renowned doctors had given the same grim prognosis, claiming they were powerless to assist Gu Tian. How could this director suddenly conjure up a capable physician to treat his son? Gunan scrutinized the director with suspicion, who tentatively continued. Have you perhaps forgotten the most skilled one? The very one who treated your ailment? What? Gunan was momentarily taken aback, and Ye Xiao's visage immediately flashed before his eyes. His heart fluttered with a jolt. The director was right. Perhaps Ye Xiao truly possessed the means to save his son. Previously, when the doctor himself had declared Gunan's condition untreatable, Ye Xiao had merely slapped his forehead and miraculously cured him. It seemed this indeed might be a viable option. Conceding to the director's suggestion in his heart, Gunan wasted no time and set off with his subordinates to seek out Ye Xiao. This encounter was markedly different from the last. Previously, Gunan felt humiliated for seeking help from the villain who had harmed his son. However, now, recognizing Ye Xiao's true prowess, he felt no shame in requesting his assistance for his son's recovery. With a swift pace, Gunan headed towards Ye Xiao's residence. For a father, no matter the circumstances, seizing the hope of saving his child was paramount. Meanwhile, Ye Xiao was unaware that Gunan would be paying him another visit regarding Gu Tian. He strolled leisurely, purchasing a few items on his way home. To his surprise, upon opening the door to his abode, he was greeted by two stunning young women, the Su sisters. "What brings you two here at this hour?" Ye Xiao inquired, perplexed. It was unusual for these affluent young ladies to venture to his residence without cause. The sisters reacted differently to Ye Xiao's question. Su Mingyue smiled helplessly. And before she could respond, Su Xilan stepped forward. "Isn't it perfectly normal for us to come over? You constantly find yourself in trouble, and our hearts are in our throats. We wish we could keep an eye on you every day." Her words bore a hint of reproach, yet her gaze scrutinized Ye Xiao, seemingly checking for any injuries. Ye Xiao, taken aback by her peculiar comments, furrowed his brow. "What are you talking about? When did I ever cause trouble?" Noticing that her sister's words had displeased Ye Xiao, Su Mingwei hurriedly clarified, "She means well. Her intentions were just poorly articulated. We are concerned that the Gu family might create trouble for you." Upon hearing Su Mingyue's explanation, Su Xilan shot Ye Xiao an exasperated look. "Sister, I'm not being harsh. He is indeed the one causing trouble. The Gu family's wealth is substantial, and our Su family cannot afford to confront them head-on. Gunan is a crafty old fox. Even our elders have warned us to be cautious around him." Ye Xiao had publicly compelled someone to kneel, and how could that not breed enmity in return? "What?" Ye Xiao was visibly taken aback by Su Xilan's words. "How do you know about my situation?" Seeing his bewildered expression, Su Xilan shook her head. "You really are oblivious. Of course, we know what is going on. Gu Tian is a significant figure, and your actions have spread like wildfire." As she spoke, Su Xilan's brow furrowed deeply. Ye Xiao striking Gu Tian had already escalated into a major incident, and now compelling Gunan to kneel in public had brought immense humiliation. Henceforth, it was likely not only would Ye Xiao face difficulties, but the Su family would also bear the consequences. Rest assured, this matter will not implicate the Su family. Today, Gu Tian wished to kneel of his own accord. It has nothing to do with me. His disgrace cannot be blamed on anyone else. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Xilan rolled her eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. I won't believe that. A person of Gu Tian's stature would never kneel unless you forced him." Seeing Su Xilan's unwavering certainty, Ye Xiao wished he could summon a witness from that moment to testify on his behalf. He had said not a single word. Gunan had simply collapsed in front of them, bowing and apologizing. Ye Xiao was inherently a reasonable person and had never coerced anyone to kneel. If the other party knelt voluntarily, what could he do about it? Ye Xiao was adamant, eager to clarify the circumstances. However, Su Xilan displayed no inclination to listen, turning her back on him, adopting an attitude of dismissal. While her exterior seemed unreasonable, deep down, she was profoundly astonished. Her interactions with Ye Xiao had been limited. Yet he was quite transparent. Everything was written on his face. If today's events had indeed unfolded as Su Xilan believed, that Ye Xiao had compelled Gu Nan to kneel, then he would have never engaged in further argument. The fact that he had managed to elicit such a humble apology from Gu Nan was nothing short of astonishing. It seemed she had misjudged him. Su Xilan felt a twinge of regret. She had always held a slight bias against Ye Xiao, deeming him unworthy of her perfect sister. If Ye Xiao truly possessed such capabilities, could it be that, lost in her thoughts, Su Xilan was unaware that Ye Xiao had no time to ponder her inner musings? He turned to Su Mingwei and smiled. "I truly did not expect such a trivial matter to cause you both such concern." Su Xilan, somewhat headstrong, acted on impulse, while Ye Xiao found no surprise in her visit. However, Su Mingyue's presence genuinely astonished him. Was she here to express concern for him? Before he could contemplate further, Su Mingyue spoke up. Chapter 57. A return visit. "We have heard about your situation with Gunan, and we are genuinely concerned. Gunan is not a person of broad-mindedness. We fear he may cause you trouble later on, which is why we drove over to check on you." The two were indeed worried about Yu Zhao's safety, and Su Mingwei did not deliberately conceal her concerns. Upon hearing her words, Yu Zhao nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "There's no need for your worry. I have long prepared for the matter concerning the Gu family. His approach was anticipated, and he will seek me out. No one else can cure his ailment but me. The price I have him pay is already the lowest. It is only fitting he kneels before me." Yi Xiao explained with a calm demeanor. His words relieved Su Mingwei, but Su Xilan, standing nearby, abruptly turned to Yi Xiao. Sister, I told you this situation was likely orchestrated by Yi Xiao, yet you dismissed that possibility. Now, hearing it directly from him, you should understand that Gu Nan and Appo's sudden illness is entirely Yi Xiao and Appo's doing. Upon hearing this, the sisters began to analyze the situation, recalling how robust Gu Nan had appeared during their last meeting, only to be struck down by such a severe illness in the blink of an eye. This affliction had not only manifested swiftly but was also exceedingly complex. Numerous esteemed physicians had failed to treat it, leaving Yi Xiao as the sole hope. They found it implausible that Yi Xiao was not behind this. Noticing that they had already deduced his involvement, Yi Xiao smiled at the sisters. You two are quite astute. Unlike Gu Nan, who remains oblivious to this fact. Upon receiving Yi Xiao's praise, Su Xilan felt no joy, rolling her eyes at him. She was about to respond when Yi Xiao and Appo's expression suddenly shifted, and he gestured for her to remain silent. Do not speak. Gu Nan is just outside. What? The sisters were taken aback. Based on Yi Xiao's earlier remarks, Gu Nan's illness would render him incapable of seeking trouble with Yi Xiao. However, his reappearance at Yi Xiao's door suggested otherwise. This was clearly an act of retribution. It appeared that today's events would not conclude smoothly. The Su sisters grew tense, signaling the bodyguards nearby to ensure their safety alongside Yi Xiao. Yet, Yi Xiao remained unfazed. Upon opening the door and seeing Gu Nan, he stated nonchalantly, "Speak your mind." Before coming, Gu Nan had contemplated various scenarios, even fearing Yi Xiao might misinterpret his visit as an act of hostility. Thus, he had prepared numerous explanations along the way. However, Yi Xiao's composure took him by surprise, as if he had anticipated Gu Nan's arrival. Mr. Yi, to be frank, I have a request. Gu Nan spoke with trepidation, hesitating to finish his sentence, bowing his head in a pleading manner, clearly waiting for Yi Xiao's response to gauge his attitude. Gu Nan's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, which puzzled Yi Xiao. Why do you seek my help now? Did I not already cure you? Yi Xiao inquired, his displeasure evident. Gu Nan's expression shifted immediately, and he hurriedly clarified, Mr. Yi, please do not misunderstand. We have no doubts about your medical prowess. I feel remarkably well now, thanks to you. However, countless others suffer from ailments, such as my disappointing son. Mr. Yi, I am aware of the friction between you and my son, but as a father, I cannot bear to see him bedridden, reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Therefore, I implore you to extend your hand and save my son. In uttering these words, Gu Nan felt quite humiliated, knowing that his son's current state was entirely dependent on Yi Xiao's intervention. The fact that he had not sought vengeance against Yi Xiao for his son's suffering and now approached him in such a state of supplication was both laughable and infuriating. If there had been any other option, Gu Nan would not have come to plead with Yi Xiao. Yet, the doctors at the hospital had stated that there were no alternatives. The only hope lay in seeking Yi Xiao's assistance. Should Yi Xiao choose to act, his son would not be condemned to a lifetime of mockery as a disabled individual. Seeing Gu Nan's sincere demeanor, Yi Xiao's gaze shifted slightly. Just as Gu Nan believed Yi Xiao was about to acquiesce to his request, Yi Xiao cleared his throat. I am unwilling to treat your son due to our past grievances. However, if you can agree to a few of my conditions, I may consider it. Su Xilan, assuming Yi Xiao would unconditionally assist Gu Nan, was about to admonish him not to make any hasty promises when she heard him propose conditions instead. She couldn't help but give Yi Xiao a thumbs up behind his back. This was the ideal man in her eyes. One must make the other pay for the losses incurred. It was only just. Su Xilan eagerly awaited Yi Xiao and Appo's demands, hoping they would resonate with the gravity of the lesson Gu Nan and Appo's family needed to learn. To everyone and Appo's astonishment, Yi Xiao did not make exorbitant demands. Instead, he simply stated, my request is modest. I only hope that your family will refrain from causing trouble for the Su family in the future. What? Everyone present was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Yi Xiao would seize this golden opportunity to negotiate with Gu Nan, asking for neither wealth nor material goods, only that the Gu family cease their harassment of the Su family. Gu Nan, momentarily stunned, nodded in agreement. Rest assured, we will comply. He still held authority over this matter. Yet, Yi Xiao did not relent after Gu Nan and Appo's nod. Instead, he silently glanced at Su Mingwei. Gu Nan, you must take me to the hospital now. I want your son to personally assure me that he will no longer provoke the Su family. Only then will I be willing to treat him. Yi Xiao's demand was not excessive, merely seeking a guarantee. Thus, Gu Nan did not hesitate, promptly leading Yi Xiao to his son's hospital room. Seeing Yi Xiao accompany Gu Nan, Su Mingwei and Su Xilan exchanged glances and chose to follow. They understood Gu Tian's temperament. Persuading him to apologize to Yi Xiao would be nearly impossible. The sisters were keen to witness what would unfold at the hospital. Gu Nan was also aware of his son's peculiar disposition, but he believed that faced with the threat of losing his life, his son would choose to apologize to Yi Xiao. Chapter 58. Unexpected tolerance. Little did he know, the son he was so worried about was concocting something that would leave him trembling with fear. Gu Nan, in a most humbling manner, was pleading for a lifeline for his son, Gu Tian. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong had already arrived at Gu Tian's hospital room. While inquiring about Gu Tian's well-being, they were subtly slandering Yi Xiao. The duo had only one objective in mind, to leverage the Gu family's influence to eliminate Yi Xiao entirely. Gu Tian harbored deep resentment towards Yi Xiao, and their insinuations resonated with him profoundly. He nodded vigorously after only a few words from the couple, although they lacked substantial abilities and often hindered his progress. Their words rang true. Yi Xiao must die. His arrogance was intolerable, and allowing him to remain in this world was a calamity. It was imperative to employ ruthless measures. The previous encounter had caught him unprepared, leading to his current state of disarray. However, he reassured himself that with the Gu family as connections, he could certainly hire top-tier assassins to extinguish Yi Xiao's life. At this moment, Gu Tian remained blissfully unaware of the formidable presence Yi Xiao represented, naively believing that with his meager wealth, he could enlist capable individuals to eliminate Yi Xiao, thereby reclaiming his dignity. Gu Tian's lack of insight was glaring. He was lost in his fantasies, while Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong were equally oblivious to the fact that before Yi Xiao, the Gu family appeared as nothing more than refuse. The couple nodded in agreement, convinced they had found the right person. Li Tongtong, feigning tears, expressed her gratitude. "Oh, young Master Gu, thank you ever so much. That Yi Xiao has been relentlessly pursuing me for reconciliation, and I find myself utterly helpless. Thus, I sought your assistance. If you could help me rid myself of Yi Xiao, it would be an immense favor." She fluttered her lashes at Gu Tian, hoping to capture his attention. But he merely acknowledged her with a nod before resuming his repose, eyes closed in contemplation. Sensing something amiss, Gu Tian found himself distracted by the rather attractive Li Tongtong. Yet his inability to lift his own body, coupled with a nagging intuition of impending doom, filled him with unease. He turned to signal his subordinates to summon his father, Gu Nan, only to learn that Gu Nan had stepped out on business and had not yet returned. A servant informed him that his father was supposedly seeking out Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian erupted into laughter. "Ha! I knew my father would not let me suffer in vain. He will undoubtedly take action against Yi Xiao to restore my honor. Oh, how fortuitous that you are here. Just wait, it won't end Appos. TB long before you witness a video of Yi Xiao being taught a lesson, or perhaps my father will even take his life." As he spoke, he mimicked a throat-slitting motion, causing Zhao Hongyuan to shudder. Though Li Tongtong had not anticipated the Gu family would resort to murder so easily, the thought of Yi Xiao meeting such a fate filled her with a sense of impending tranquility, and a smile crept across her face. While Yi Xiao had treated her decently in the past, now that they had parted ways, she relished the idea of his downfall, hoping to use the Gu family's might to obliterate him. Of course, Yi Xiao was entirely unaware of her malicious intentions. He was still following Gu Nan, eager to check on Gu Tian in the hospital room. However, as he walked, Yi Xiao suddenly halted. The conversation from within the room reached his ears, revealing Gu Tian's collusion with Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong to plot his demise. "Oh, Mr. Yi, why have you stopped? My son's hospital room is just ahead." Gu Nan, with concern etched on his face, looked anxiously at Yi Xiao, fearing he might have a change of heart. After all, Yi Xiao had not made any specific demands, and Gu Nan was genuinely apprehensive that he might decide to leave, thereby depriving his son of any hope for treatment. Initially, Yi Xiao intended to leave, but Gu Nan's expression evoked a sense of sympathy in him. He gestured towards the hospital room and coldly remarked, "While it is not impossible for me to save your precious son, you would do well to listen to what he is discussing in there first." Gu Nan, having heard nothing from inside, sensed the gravity of the situation upon seeing Yi Xiao and Appos' demeanor. He feared his son, in his ignorance, and because of Yi Xiao, had brought this calamity upon himself, and was likely uttering words that would provoke Yi Xiao's ire. Realizing this, Gu Nan panicked, disregarding the presence of his subordinates, and hurried towards Gu Tian's room. As he neared, he could hear Gu Tian boasting to Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong about how formidable his father was, claiming that his father could easily teach Yi Xiao a lesson. Gunan's face drained of color upon hearing such bravado. He anxiously glanced at Yi Xiao, his lips twitching as he struggled to find the words to explain. Gunan was increasingly concerned that someone like Yi Xiao, possessing unique abilities, was indifferent to monetary compensation, acting solely on his own whims. What if he chose to leave? This was their last hope. Just as Gunan feared Yi Xiao would turn to depart, Yi Xiao spoke again. If you wish for me to assist in saving him, I can indeed lend a hand. However, he must be taught to show proper respect. If his demeanor lacks sincerity, I will not intervene. The Su sisters, trailing behind, were taken aback by Yi Xiao's willingness to help. To them, his agreement to visit was already an act of great benevolence. Given Gu Tian's current attitude, should they save him, it was unlikely he would express gratitude. He might even harbor resentment instead. The sisters, especially Su Xilan, found themselves bewildered by Yi Xiao's mindset. Why couldn't he adopt a firmer stance? It was truly exasperating. Su Xilan felt anger bubbling within her, while Gunan seized upon a glimmer of hope. Ah, thank you, Mr. Yi, for your magnanimity. He was astonished by Yi Xiao's generosity and, without further ado, pushed open the door to the hospital room. Everyone, silence. Gunan shouted as he stormed into Gu Tian's room. Chapter 59. An apology is necessary. With a resounding slap, Gunan struck Gu Tian without uttering a single word. The unexpected blow left Gu Tian momentarily stunned. Dad, what are you doing? His face flushed crimson, humiliated before others by his father's actions. Have you gotten so used to hitting Yi Xiao that you've even turned on your own son? He was utterly perplexed by Gunan's behavior. Gunan, however, offered no explanation and delivered another slap. Be quiet. Mr. Yi is a renowned physician who just saved my life. Show him some respect. He gestured towards the door. You will apologize to Mr. Yi immediately. Apologize. The bystanders were taken aback. Everyone knew that Gu Tian's current state was entirely due to Yi Xiao. Had it not been for Yi Xiao's ruthless actions, he wouldn't be bedridden now. Gunan's command was bewildering, leaving Gu Tian speechless. Li Tongong stepped forward, incredulous. Mr. Gu, are you out of your mind? How can you expect young Master Gu to apologize to that scoundrel Yi Xiao? He is utterly incompetent, just a lowly person. He has merely had a stroke of luck, achieving a few things, but that doesn't mean he possesses any real ability. Why should young Master Gu suffer the indignity of apologizing to his enemy? Her eyes brimmed with confusion and frustration directed at Gunan. Initially, she had intended to garner attention from the Gu family to facilitate her own plans. Yet, Gunan's irritation intensified at her words. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Ah! Li Tongtong was taken aback, her scream echoing in the room. She clutched her face in disbelief. Questioning Gunan, Mr. Gu, what are you doing? I was merely stating the truth. Just because I spoke a few words for young Master Gu. You can't hit me. Seeing her still daring to speak, Gunan sneered coldly. Who do you think you are to meddle in the affairs of the Gu family? I have already stated that Mr. Yi is my savior. Regardless of any prior conflicts with my son, his act of saving my life equates to saving the Gu family. My son's apology is a matter of course. What? Do you not recognize me as your father? As his words hung in the air, Gunan's gaze turned intensely towards Gu Tian. Gu Tian was taken aback by his father's insistence on forcing him to apologize to Yi Xiao. Lowering his head, he contemplated. Suddenly realizing that his father must have a compelling reason to submit to Yi Xiao, he recognized that in order for this matter to resolve, he too must apologize. Though Gu Tian had acted rashly and foolishly against Yi Xiao, he was fundamentally a businessman and grasped the deeper implications of Gunan's words. Acknowledging that his father had plans for the future, Gu Tian wasted no time and began to apologize to Yi Xiao. However, before he could utter the words, Li Tongtong rushed in again. Oh, young Master Gu, you cannot apologize to that scoundrel Yi Xiao. If you do, where will your dignity go? After halting Gu Tian, she turned to Gunan with a pitiful expression. Mr. Gu, you must understand that Yi Xiao is worthless. He knows nothing and possesses no talent. I once dated him, and it was nothing but a humiliating experience. A man like him is unworthy of young Master Gu's apology. Your recovery was merely luck. It was not his doing. Li Tongtong was vehemently disparaging Yi Xiao, attempting to sever any ties between the Gu family and him. She mistakenly believed the Gu family had been deceived by Yi Xiao, unaware that they had sought him out. Seeing the disruption, Gunan's expression hardened. Someone, throw them out. Do not allow them to cause chaos here. As soon as the command left his lips, several bodyguards advanced, positioning themselves beside Li Tongtong, preparing to eject her. Taken aback by Gunan's indifference, she screamed in panic. At that moment, Zhao Hengyuan approached. Mr. Gu, We are only looking out for your interests. You must know that Yi Xiao is nothing but a lowly drifter, with no prospects whatsoever. He survives by deceit. His claims of treating you are mere fabrications. My dear friend is correct. He simply had a stroke of luck, making you believe he saved you. It's your own good fortune that brought you through, not him. A man like Yi Xiao does not deserve an apology from young Master Gu. In fact, his very presence taints the air of the Gu family. Zhao Hongyuan's gaze turned venomous as he fixed his eyes on Yi Xiao. In my opinion, such a person deserves to be dealt with permanently. As Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong revealed their true sentiments, they conspired to eliminate Yi Xiao, believing that disparaging him would sway Gu Nan's opinion. However, to their astonishment, Gu Nan's expression grew icier with each word. Who do you think you are, daring to point fingers and instruct me? Gu Nan beckoned his secretary. Investigate this fellow's background. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Mr. Yi in my presence and suggest I harm him is certainly up to no good. Once we uncover his lineage, devise a plan. I will not allow his family to remain in this city. Gu Nan's sudden orders left everyone present in shock once more. They never anticipated that the supposed enemy, Yi Xiao, would command such respect from Gu Nan. To the onlookers, Zhao Hongyuan's comments had seemed harmless, simply offering a few words of support for Gu Tian. They could not fathom that his words might lead to the obliteration of his family's reputation. What? Zhao Hongyuan stood there, dumbfounded, slowly grasping Gu Nan's meaning. Mr. Gu, you cannot do this. I merely spoke a few truths. Why target my family? Gu Nan's wrath would undoubtedly decimate Zhao Hongyuan's modest family, rendering them defenseless against such a powerful onslaught. Bankruptcy would soon follow. Li Tongtong had only allied with Zhao Hongyuan due to his more favorable circumstances. Chapter 60. The plan for revenge upon witnessing Zhao Hongyuan on the brink of bankruptcy due to a mere utterance from Gu Nan. She felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly approached Gu Nan. Mr. Gu, you cannot act in this manner. Our dear one is a good brother to young Master Gu. How can you allow him to face ruin? It was you who initially encouraged Gu Tian to approach the Su sisters, and we were merely strategizing in the background. We are, in essence, partners. How can you treat us thus? Li Tongtong's words rendered Gu Nan's expression quite grim. Previously, he had believed that Gu Tian was merely infatuated, determined to target the beauties of the Su family. Now, it appeared there was a more calculated motive behind his approach. Silence. Gu Nan, sensing Yi Xiao's unusual demeanor, swiftly admonished her to be quiet. Noticing her intention to continue, he immediately commanded his subordinates, "What are you still doing? Take her away at once. Anyone daring to disturb my son's rest deserves a harsh lesson." How could this be? Upon hearing this, Li Tongtong's face drained of color. She never anticipated that a few spoken words would result in such dire consequences. As she attempted to voice her protest, she was swiftly escorted out. The bodyguards, displaying remarkable acumen, also took Zhao Hongyuan along. Outside, the air was filled with their anguished cries. Gu Nan did not perceive his actions as excessive, rather. He approached the first subordinate. Mr. Yi, I have cleared away those bothersome individuals. You may now listen to my son's apology. After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Gu Tian. Gu Tian, though still harboring resentment towards Yi Xiao, understood the necessity of appeasing his father and complied with the apology. Upon hearing his words, Yi Xiao showed no inclination to complicate matters further. He stepped beside Gu Tian and placed a hand over his heart. What are you doing? Gu Nan exclaimed in alarm at the sight of Yi Xiao's action, instinctively fearing that Yi Xiao intended to harm his son further. Gu Nan, in his vulnerable state, understood that a physical altercation could prove fatal. Rest assured, having claimed to save him, I shall not engage in any other actions. Yi Xiao shot Gu Nan a displeased glare. As silence enveloped the surroundings, he channeled a surge of spiritual energy into Gu Tian's body. In an instant, Gu Tian felt as if a refreshing spring had cleansed him entirely. His previously weakened state was restored to optimal health. He gazed at Yi Xiao in disbelief, astonished that he had indeed been saved. However, a flicker of malice and calculation danced in his eyes. He would not express gratitude to Yi Xiao. Had it not been for him, he would not have required rescue in the first place. This Yi Xiao had injured him initially and then compelled his father to plead for his assistance, making it seem as though he was a benefactor of the Gu family. In truth, he was but a petty man, digging pits for them while forcing their hands to seek his favor. Gu Tian was seething with resentment towards Yi Xiao, yet he maintained a facade of cordiality. After being healed, Yi Xiao said little more. Following his assurance of not troubling the Su family again, he departed with the Su sisters. As they stepped out of the ward, Su Xilan cast an irritable glance at Su Mingwei. How could Yi Xiao be so foolish? I could discern the palpable hostility from that father-son duo. Although they apologized today, they will undoubtedly scheme against him later. Why not take advantage of the situation to severely undermine them instead of engaging in such futile gestures? Does he perceive the Su family as weak and in need of protection? Su Xilan harbored disdain for Yi Zhao's lack of business acumen, her discontent evident. She had anticipated her sister would share her sentiments, only to discover that Su Mingwei was smiling at Yi Xiao. A sense of foreboding arose within her. Sister, why that expression? Surely you are not pleased with Yi Zhao's request. Her eyes widened in fear of Su Mingyue's agreement, as if summoned by her thoughts. Su Mingwen nodded earnestly. Sister, I believe Yi Zhao's actions are indeed for the benefit of our Su family. You should not harbor such grievances against him. This is his genuine intention. Is this truly happening? Su Xilan felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She stared incredulously at Su Mingwe. Typically, her sister was the epitome of rationality, having established herself firmly within the Su family enterprise. Yet now, the most level-headed of them seemed elated over Yi Zhao's trivial request. A dreadful thought began to brew within her. Sister, you cannot possibly be infatuated, can you? Like those so-called love-struck individuals online. Her wide-eyed expression caused Su Mingyue's cheeks to flush. With feigned irritation, she shot a glare at Su Xilan. What nonsense are you spouting? I am quite rational. How could I be one of those absurdly infatuated individuals? I merely wish to convey that you should cherish Yi Zhao's intentions. Rather than constantly deeming him an inadequate businessman for failing to pursue profit, you must recognize that individuals possess many admirable qualities, and capability is not solely defined by wealth accumulation. Su Mingwe earnestly advised Su Xilan, hoping she would adopt a kinder attitude towards Yi Xiao. Unaware that in her sister's eyes, whatever she said only reinforced the notion that she was hopelessly smitten. As the two sisters conversed, they remained oblivious to the malicious gaze fixated upon them from a distance. After Zhao Hengyuan and Li Tongtong were mercilessly beaten by Gunan's subordinates, they were discarded like refuse by the roadside. In that moment, they bore no resemblance to their previously dignified selves, appearing utterly disheveled, especially for the meticulously adorned Li Tongtong. Her makeup was smeared, and her hair lay in disarray from the altercation. With a fierce glare directed at the boisterous Su Mingwei, she vowed, I will ensure that you and Yi Xiao do not have it easy. I shall exact my revenge. In her view, the reason for her beating lay squarely with Yi Xiao. Thus, she resolved to retaliate against him and those in his vicinity. You speak so lightly of revenge. How do you propose to retaliate against a wealthy heiress? Zhao Hengyuan regarded Li Tongtong with disdain. In the midst of their beating, a realization struck him. Had it not been for Li Tongtong's loose tongue insisting on obstructing Gu Tian from apologizing to Yi Xiao, they would never have found themselves in such a predicament. In other words, Li Tongtong had brought this misfortune upon him. Chapter 61. Methods of Revenge. Upon reflecting on this, Zhao Hengyuan's gaze towards Li Tongtong grew increasingly disdainful. However, Li Tongtong remained oblivious to his change in attitude, clinging to his arm and whispering mysteriously about various matters. The two of them, in their furtive demeanor, did not go unnoticed by Gunan and his son. Inside the hospital room, Gu Tian, who had just apologized to Yi Xiao, now spoke through clenched teeth. Dad, look at that kind of trash. They are already plotting against Yi Xiao. So why did you make me apologize to him? Although Yi Xiao had cured his ailment, Gu Tian was unaware of the severity of his predicament. In his view, Yi Xiao had dared to offend the Gu family and humiliated him. Thus, he should pay the price. Ahem. Gunan coughed disapprovingly. My child, when will you learn to be a bit more cunning? Yi Xiao is a capable individual, not some inconspicuous thug on the street. If we wish to act against him, we must devise a long-term strategy. Upon hearing this, Gu Tian's eyes brightened immediately. Dad, I knew you wouldn't let your precious son suffer such indignity. Please, share your idea. The Gu family was not known for their kindness, and Gu Tian's temperament was clearly inherited from Gunan. He firmly believed that his father would not easily let Yi Xiao off the hook. I have long since devised a plan. Gunan squinted his eyes, for he never bowed to his enemies. From the moment he sought out Yi Xiao for treatment, he had already contemplated how to eliminate him. Murder does not necessarily require our direct involvement. Yi Xiao enjoys competing and showcasing his abilities, does he not? We shall provide him with an opportunity to display his skills. With that, Gunan produced an invitation card. Gu Tian's eyes sparkled at the sight. Dad, your schemes are truly exquisite. In Gunan's hands was an invitation to the Southern Martial Arts Conference, a grand event where notable figures from the 13 southern cities gathered for martial arts competitions. Given Yi Zhao's personality, he would undoubtedly attend to prove his prowess. The competitors in this contest ranged from top-tier experts to insignificant delinquents. In past competitions, accidents frequently occurred, leading to severe injuries or even fatalities. Gu Tian quickly grasped his father's intentions. He planned to use this competition as a means to eliminate Yi Xiao, allowing a formidable opponent to take his life. In doing so, the Gu family could rid themselves of their thorn in the flesh without leaving behind any troublesome evidence. For them, this was the optimal method of revenge. Seeing that his son understood his meaning, Gu Nan nodded in satisfaction. He pointed disdainfully at Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongdong in the distance, declaring, "This matter is settled. You must not, under any circumstances, seek out trouble with Yi Xiao like those two fools. The Su family possesses considerable influence. Do not provoke these powerful families in the capital unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, I shall lose face because of you." Despite Yi Xiao's extraordinary medical skills that saved both of their lives, Gu Nan felt that, given his social standing, it was utterly shameful to apologize to someone of Yi Xiao's lowly status. Not to mention, the humiliation of having to kneel before Yi Xiao today was an affront he could not endure. The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. Plotting to find an exceptionally ruthless opponent for Yi Xiao, ensuring his demise would not be a swift one. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong were also scheming on how to deal with Yi Xiao. Zhao Hongyuan firmly believed that a woman as thoughtless as Li Tongtong could devise no effective means of revenge against Yi Xiao. Yet, Li Tongtong merely shot him a glance and mysteriously led him back to the Li residence. Upon arriving home, Li Tongtong promptly dashed into her bedroom. After a considerable period of time, she emerged, and Zhao Hongyuan was taken aback by her appearance. He pointed at her belly, asking, "Why are you concealing a pillow under your clothes?" Li Tongtong glared at him. "Why would you ask such a thing? What normal woman carries a pillow? I am, of course, pretending to be pregnant. This is my plan. I will make Yi Xiao be scorned by Su Mingwei. Once he loses the backing of the Su family, he will be utterly powerless." "What do you mean?" Zhao Hongyuan was perplexed, unable to comprehend her reasoning. What did her pretended pregnancy have to do with the Su family? Noticing his confusion, Li Tongtong began to elaborate. "Today, Boss Gu was willing to assist Yi Xiao in dealing with us, undoubtedly out of consideration for the Su family. If we dismantle his support, then Boss Gu will not act against either of our families. Is that not a splendid plan? This child will be the key to turning Yi Xiao and the Su family against each other. Rest assured, when the time comes, not only will we be able to severely undermine Yi Xiao, but we will also gain considerable benefits for ourselves." After detailing her scheme, Li Tongtong looked at Zhao Hongyuan with a triumphant expression. After careful contemplation, Zhao Hongyuan nodded in agreement. "What you say does indeed hold merit. The Su family's willingness to support Yi Xiao stems from Su Mingwei's affection for him. The condition is that Yi Xiao must have completely severed ties with Li Tongtong, having no connections whatsoever. However, if a child were to appear, Su Mingwei would undoubtedly believe that Yi Xiao had deceived her. A woman as proud as Su Mingwei would never tolerate such treachery. The emergence of this child would irrevocably sever Yi Xiao's ties with the Su family." "Brilliant!" Zhao Hongyuan exclaimed with delight. By removing Yi Xiao's support, they would indeed turn the tide in their favor. However, just before leaving, Zhao Hongyuan hesitated, a worried expression crossing his face. "Will this ruse work? I can see at a glance that you are merely hiding a pillow. Su Mingwei is an astute woman. Would she not notice?" Chuckling at Zhao Hongyuan's concerns, Li Tongtong rolled her eyes again. "You truly do not understand women. I believe Su Mingwei genuinely cares for Yi Xiao. If she truly cherishes him, she will act foolishly and not delve too deeply into any discrepancies. The moment I claim that I am bearing Yi Xiao's child, it will surely leave her in a daze. She will not discern the truth from falsehood, only fixating on questioning Yi Xiao. When the time comes, we merely need to present our demands and simultaneously reap our rewards, thereby resolving everything." Her confidence was infectious, and Zhao Hongyuan nodded in agreement. If everything could unfold as smoothly as she suggested, it would indeed be quite favorable. Though he remained skeptical about Li Tongtong's ability to execute such plans, Lu Guimei, standing nearby, immediately approached her daughter after hearing all of this. Chapter 62, Blind Confidence. "Ah, my dear child, do you truly doubt our daughter's brilliance? She is no ordinary person. If it were not for the insufficient wealth of the Li family, a mere Su Mingwei would hardly be worthy of being compared to our daughter." Lu Guimei, with her air of superiority, left Zhao Hongyuan feeling quite embarrassed. Although he had become involved with Li Tongtong in his heart, he believed that a woman like her could not possibly compare to the exceptionally intelligent Su Mingwei. One could not help but wonder where Lu Guimei's confidence stemmed from. Nevertheless, he found himself somewhat more favorably inclined towards Li Tongtong's pregnant state. Zhao Hengyuan understood that if the Gu family truly intended to take action against his family, there would be no room for resistance. At that moment, he could think of no alternative. Li Tongtong's proposal seemed to be the best course of action available. After coming to this conclusion, he personally escorted Li Tongtong to her destination, the Su family villa. Upon arrival, Li Tongtong was the first to exit the vehicle. With her head held high and one hand resting on her stomach, she approached the Su family villa with an air of immense pride. She intended to storm in with an attitude of utter disregard. However, to her surprise, the Su family's bodyguards appeared just in time to block her way. "I am sorry, miss, but you cannot enter," the bodyguard said politely, yet he firmly grasped her arm, preventing her from advancing. Li Tongtong did not expect to be obstructed in such a manner, her face flushing with indignation. "Who do you think you are to stop me? Do you have any idea who I am? I am a distinguished guest of your Miss Su. If you provoke me, your Miss Su will not be pleased. At that point, your job may very well be in jeopardy." Her haughty demeanor caused the security guard to frown. Although he disapproved of her manner of speaking, he was concerned that she might indeed be an important guest of the young lady, prompting him to hastily report the matter. When Su Minghua learned that Li Tongtong had arrived with family in tow, she was momentarily taken aback. To her, it seemed that Li Tongtong had severed ties with Yu Xiao, and her presence now felt somewhat intrusive. Su Minghua harbored no fondness for Li Tongtong and waved her hand, signaling the bodyguard to escort her away. However, the bodyguard hesitated, saying, "Miss, I would like to remove her, but she is quite obviously pregnant, and it would be inappropriate for me to forcibly remove her." He was merely a worker, and should he harm Li Tongtong, he would certainly face repercussions. He could tell that this woman was not to be trifled with. Very well, Su Minghua frowned, initially wishing to dismiss Li Tongtong, but upon hearing the bodyguard's reasoning, she decided she should at least meet this pregnant ex-wife. Thus, she invited Li Tongtong into the living room. Su Minghua held a strong aversion to Li Tongtong, viewing her as someone who had not experienced the world and had caused harm to Yi Xiao. To pass up a man as capable as Yi Xiao was a clear sign of folly. Despite her negative perception of Li Tongtong, Su Minghua was adept at concealing her emotions. Her expression remained impassive, betraying nothing of her thoughts. As Li Tongtong entered and observed Su Minghua's demeanor, she felt a tinge of anxiety. Those who have nothing to hide fear no scrutiny. She was genuinely apprehensive about being exposed by Su Minghua. However, after taking a few steps, she noticed that Su Minghua's expression remained unchanged, allowing her to relax. Zhao Hengyuan had seen through her faux pregnancy, but judging by Su Minghua's reaction, it was evident that she had not discerned any discrepancies. Just as I suspected. Being overly concerned with Yu Xiao has rendered her oblivious to my charade. Li Tongtong thought triumphantly, feeling victorious overall. Su Minghua scrutinized her with furrowed brows. "Speak your mind. Do not waste my time here," she urged Li Tongtong, who did not feel any sense of urgency. Instead, Li Tongtong lifted her chin, seated herself on the sofa, and arrogantly sipped her coffee. "You would do well to speak to me with a bit more respect. After all, I am a significant threat to you." In her own eyes, she appeared exceedingly noble and proud, yet to others, her demeanor was somewhat laughable. Su Minghua stifled a smile and pretended to be cautious as she inquired, "What are you talking about? What threat do you pose to me? Our backgrounds are vastly different. There is no basis for comparison between us." Though Su Minghua did not overtly display hostility, her direct statements instilled in Li Tongtong an inexplicable sense of discomfort and unease. Taking a deep breath, Li Tongtong feigned calmness, saying, "Oh, spare me the pretense. Can you not see my current situation?" As she spoke, she deliberately straightened her posture to draw Su Minghua's gaze to her stomach. Su Minghua examined her belly closely, puzzled, and asked, "What issue do you think you have?" Seeing that she still did not comprehend, Li Tongtong rolled her eyes dramatically. "Su Miss, you need not feign ignorance. We all know the nature of my previous relationship with Yu Xiao. We were once married. It is entirely normal for a couple to engage in intimate relations. And it is only natural that I became pregnant. Look at how large my baby is now. It needs a father, and given your closeness to Yu Xiao, do you not think it cruel for an unborn child?" Upon hearing this, Su Minghua finally reacted. "So, you mean to say that I should leave Yu Xiao so that you two can reconcile?" Anger crept onto her face. Noticing Su Minghua's displeasure, Li Tongtong's eyes brightened with excitement. "Oh, that is not what I meant. As women, we should support one another, not create obstacles. I understand that you have genuine feelings for Yu Xiao, and I am not one to force matters. However, this child requires acknowledgement. Otherwise, It would be utterly unfair to me. Her words circled back to the child repeatedly, causing Su Mingwei to grow impatient. You should state your intentions clearly. I do not wish to engage in riddles with you. As Li Tongtong sensed her urgency, a triumphant smile flickered in her eyes. Chapter 63 Unconditional Trust. Oh dear. Miss Su, there is no need for such agitation. I am not here to discuss anything of great significance. I merely hope you will acquiesce to a few modest requests. What requests? Su Mingwei inquired. They are quite simple. Li Tongtong replied with a smile, revealing her purpose for visiting. After absorbing the words of the individuals present, Su Mingwei found herself in a fit of laughter. Did Li Tongtong truly think so highly of herself? To claim she was pregnant and thus entitled to meddle in the affairs of the Su family, and even expect the Su family to intervene in matters concerning the Gu family. Such fanciful notions. The conditions presented were straightforward. Su Mingwei was to assist the Li and Zhao families, ensuring they were not consumed by the Gu family, all in consideration of the child. Furthermore, Su Mingwei would be required to provide Li Tongtong with a substantial sum as an abortion fee. She even threatened that failing to comply would lead Su Mingwei to regret her choices profoundly. Initially, Su Mingwei had approached the conversation with a sense of curiosity, intrigued by what Li Tongtong might demand. However, upon hearing such unreasonable requests, her faint smile vanished. With a cold gaze fixed on Li Tongtong, she remarked, "My dear lady, you possess quite the penchant for jest. I understand your demands all too well, yet I find one aspect particularly perplexing. Ye Xiao and I share no special connection. Even if you are indeed carrying his child, that should not grant you the liberty to impose such demands upon me." She regarded Li Tongtong as one might a madwoman. A flicker of panic crossed Li Tongtong's features upon hearing Su Mingyue's words. Zhao Hengyuan, who had accompanied her, also exhibited a hint of discomfort. He had previously assumed Su Mingwei held Ye Xiu in high regard, but witnessing her current demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of financially supporting Ye Xiao, left him questioning if he had misjudged their relationship. Did they truly lack any special bond? Just as he contemplated leading Li Tongtong away, she abruptly stepped forward. Her eyes locked onto Su Mingwei. "Miss Su, do not feign ignorance. I overheard your conversation at the hospital. You are fond of Ye Xiao and hold him in great esteem. I believe a strong woman would never tolerate her husband being indecisive, nor would you want him to be preoccupied with thoughts of mother and child while in your company." Li Tongtong exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Su Mingwei had initially wished to disregard this woman. Yet Li Tongtong's revelation of her feelings for Ye Xiao stirred a flicker of displeasure within her. Consequently, she lowered her gaze and dialed a number on her phone. As Li Tongtong anticipated that Su Mingwei would heed her demands, a familiar voice suddenly resonated from the other end of the line. "Hello, Mingwei, is there something you need?" "I have a small matter to confirm with you," Su Mingwei replied coolly. "What is it?" Ye Xiao inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. Su Mingwei glanced at Li Tongtong. "It's not a significant issue. Your ex-wife is at our villa with a prominent belly. I would like to know if you have her family's contact information so they can send someone to retrieve her. Otherwise, it may consume far too much of my time." "What?" Before Ye Xiao could respond, Li Tongtong's eyes widened in disbelief. She had not anticipated that upon hearing of his situation, Su Mingwei would remain calm rather than confront Ye Xiao, instead merely requesting he contact her family to take her home. This was unacceptable. Li Tongtong felt urgency. If she were to leave in such a manner, her objectives would remain unfulfilled, and she would be left humiliated. "Miss Su, did you not hear my words? My requests are entirely reasonable, especially since I am carrying Ye Xiao's child." She spoke with an air of invincibility. Ye Xiao's voice came through the phone again. "Mingwei, I will contact her family shortly to have this lunatic taken away. Furthermore, this child has no connection to me. My marriage to Li Tongtong was merely a means of repaying a debt, and since then, I have been focused solely on recuperating. I have neither the time nor the inclination to engage with her in any capacity. This child could belong to anyone, but it will certainly not be mine." His tone was flat, as if merely stating a mundane fact, yet his words caused Li Tongtong's face to flush crimson. Zhao Hengyuan, standing beside her, gazed at her in disbelief. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Mingwei turned to Li Tongtong. "Miss Li, you have heard Ye Xiao's response, have you not? I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." She issued her command with unyielding authority, rendering Li Tongtong increasingly uncomfortable. Clenching her fists, Li Tongtong summoned her resolve and exclaimed, "You cannot expel me so easily. Even if Ye Xiao claims this child is not his, he is still my husband. How can this child not be his? You know little of him. Do not be deceived by his sweet words. I was not even divorced from him at the time this child was conceived. You must think carefully before taking action against me. If you harm me and Ye Xiao loses his child, he will resent you for eternity. Li Tongtong was aware of Su Mingyue's deep concern for Ye Xiao, which she exploited to threaten her. However, her tactic proved ineffective. Su Mingyue regarded her with an icy stare and shook her head. It is true that I have feelings for Ye Xiao. I indeed perceive him differently. However, I must impart an essential truth. When one harbors genuine affection for another, they unconditionally trust that person. Therefore, if Ye Xiao asserts that this child is not his, then in my eyes, it is indeed not his. You should cease wasting time in the Su household and leave at once. What? Li Tongtong could hardly believe that Su Mingyue would place such unwavering trust in Ye Xiao. She opened her mouth, eager to salvage the situation, but Su Mingyue preemptively raised her hand to silence her. Do not waste my time with your words. I hold great faith in Ye Xiao. Furthermore, there is one crucial matter. The next time you plan to extort money by leveraging your pregnancy, perhaps consider the intelligence of others. Your belly is so pronounced that it could be seen from across the room. Do you genuinely believe you can deceive anyone? Su Mingyue's tone dripped with disdain and mockery, leaving Li Tongtong momentarily stunned before her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger as she realized the gravity of her situation. Chapter 64. Not a good thing. From the moment Su Mingyue entered the Su family villa, Li Tongtong was already aware of her intentions. Yet, this individual did not expose her. Instead, she quietly observed her performance, treating her like a mere jester. Li Tongtong's indignation grew, realizing that this was Su Mingyue's territory, and someone of her status was unworthy of engaging in a quarrel with her. Upon learning that she was not pregnant, the bodyguards ceased to be hesitant and began to usher her out. You despicable person! You truly are a scoundrel! Li Tongtong exclaimed angrily, wanting to say more, but was promptly thrown out of the villa by the bodyguards. How humiliating! Zhao Hongyuan felt a burning shame on his face. He had initially believed in Li Tongtong's scheme, only to be left embarrassed once more. First, he was beaten by the Gu family, and now, in the affluent district, he was expelled from the Su family villa. All of this misfortune, he blamed on this woman. She was indeed a source of bad luck. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Hongyuan had begun to regard Li Tongtong less as his beloved and more as a burden. At this moment, Zhao Hongyuan contemplated abandoning Li Tongtong right there. However, after all that had transpired, the Zhao family was not significantly stronger than the Li family. It would not bode well for the Zhao family to sever ties with Li Tongtong now. Weighing the pros and cons, he refrained from escalating the situation and accompanied her back to the Li household. Though they did not argue, their expressions revealed the failure of their plans, which had not come to fruition. What on earth happened? You said everything was foolproof, yet now it has unraveled. Lu Guimei inquired anxiously. Don't mention it. Li Tongtong's mood soured as she tossed the blanket onto the sofa. I never imagined Su Mingyue would see through my ruse so quickly. The moment I arrived, she recognized my false pregnancy. That woman is truly malicious, remaining silent while watching me make demands, only to humiliate me in the end. It infuriates me. Such a woman deserves to be with someone like Ye Xiao, she thought bitterly. Although she was enraged, she could not find any fault in Su Mingyue, so she resorted to criticizing her relationship with Ye Xiao. Lu Guimei nodded in agreement. Indeed, that Su family heiress is not a decent person. We must avoid dealing with her in the future. A person like her is only fit to be with Ye Xiao. The mother and daughter both appeared as if Su Mingyue had committed some heinous crime. Zhao Hongyuan, observing them, felt utterly speechless. They were truly deluded. Su Mingyue was not at fault in the slightest. Even he could spot the flaws in Li Tongtong's clumsy tactics, let alone others. At that moment, Zhao Hongyuan found himself increasingly exasperated with the two of them. He decided to intervene. What good does this do? Instead of lamenting over Su Mingyue, we should focus on how to manage our family's business. The Gu family is about to make their move, and our good days are numbered. It would be wiser to strategize on preserving our assets rather than lamenting over her. Upon hearing this, Li Tongtong and Lu Guimei fell silent. Just as Zhao Hongyuan was about to take his leave to tend to family matters, Lu Guimei suddenly looked up at him. Wait, little Zhao, don't leave just yet. I have a solution. This situation is not as dire as you think. I can find a way to persuade the Gu family to cease their harassment of our families. How could that be? Zhao Hongyuan replied, a flicker of disbelief crossing his face. He considered Lu Guimei's suggestion laughable. The Gu family wielded immense power and had already resolved to target both the Li and Zhao families. No one could simply change their mind with mere words. Zhao Hongyuan shook his head. Auntie, you are being overly simplistic. Given the current circumstances, Unless Yi Xiao himself intervenes and asks the Gu family to relent, they will not spare us. He sighed, conveying a sense of helplessness. Lu Guimei grasped his hand tightly. Oh, my dear child, you are right. My plan is to have Yi Xiao himself approach the Gu family and request they back off. How is that even possible? Everyone turned to look at Lu Guimei, their expressions reflecting disbelief at her suggestion. The relationship between the Li family and Yi Xiao was fraught with animosity. Even Li Tongtong understood that Yi Xiao, along with the entire Li family, would have no involvement in this matter. Wait, the entire Li family. Li Tongtong's eyes suddenly brightened as she turned to Lu Guimei. Mom, you can and Appos, teaming for my foolish sister to speak with Yi Xiao and plead for us, can you? After hearing this, Lu Guimei nodded approvingly. Indeed, my daughter. You are incredibly astute. That is precisely what I intend. Since Xiaya has a good rapport with Yi Xiao, now is the time to leverage that relationship. Should we wait until our family is bankrupt? Exactly. Li Tongtong nodded vigorously. Then, mother, let us summon my sister right away and have her handle this matter. With that, she picked up her phone to call Li Xiaya. However, Lu Guimei grasped her hand to stop her. Have you forgotten what was said earlier? She left the house in a huff. If we approach her directly, she likely won't return. We must use a different approach. Lu Guimei then leaned in and whispered a few words into Li Tongtong's ear. Half an hour later, Li Xiaya, who should have been working at the milk tea shop, reappeared at the Li household. Sister, why haven't you taken Mom to the hospital? At her age, after such a fall, how can you not take her to the hospital? Li Xiaya exclaimed anxiously. She had been unable to concentrate at work due to her family's attitude towards Yi Xiao, so she chose to return to help out. Initially, she assumed her sister would take their mother to the hospital, but to her surprise, Li Tongtong had refused, citing financial difficulties as the reason. In a state of panic, Li Xiaya had asked her boss for leave and rushed home. She was curious as to why her sister had not sought medical attention for their mother. However, upon entering the living room, she found Lu Guimei sitting comfortably. Li Xiaya's expression morphed into one of confusion. She quickly turned to her sister. Sister, what is going on? You said Mom fell in the bathroom and was seriously injured, yet she appears fine now? A myriad of questions swirled in her mind. Li Tongtong stepped closer, firmly grasping her hand. Chapter 65. Unexpected turn. Sister, do not concern yourself with trivial matters for now. I urgently need to discuss something with you. Our family has recently encountered some troubles. The Gu family intends to confront the Li family. You are aware that while our family is somewhat stronger than others, we lack substantial power. If the Gu family takes action, there will be no chance for us to recover. You should stop fixating on the insignificant profits from your milk tea shop and quickly brainstorm solutions for the family. If the Gu family proceeds, your days as a young lady will come to an end. Li Tongtong threatened Li Xiaya with the luxurious lifestyle of the Gu family's eldest daughter. However, Li Xiaya was not one to indulge in such extravagances. Her daily attire and sustenance were on par with her peers, and she even took up part-time work to earn some extra money. She was entirely different from Li Tongtong. Yet the thought of family troubles made her demeanor shift to one of seriousness. Sister, tell me how I can assist the family. If it is within my capability, I will surely help. I knew my sister would be willing to help. Li Tongtong laughed, a glint of pride in her eyes. What I need you to do is quite simple. Go find Yi Xiao and persuade him not to incite the Gu family against us. If you accomplish this task, you will have done a great service for the family. Stop dawdling and hurry to find Yi Xiao. Initially, Li Tongtong felt a twinge of apprehension. But seeing Li Xiaya's willingness to act for the family, she spoke without restraint. What? Li Xiaya gazed at Li Tongtong in astonishment, standing frozen in place. Yi Xiao would never encourage the Gu family to target the Li family. That is impossible. Surely, you must be mistaken. What are you doing? Did I not instruct you to find Yi Xiao? Li Tongtong shot her a glare when she noticed Li Xiaya's reluctance to move. At this moment, it felt as if Li Xiaya was the one seeking something from her. No. Li Xiaya immediately rejected her sister's request. This is undoubtedly a misunderstanding. I have told you that Yi Xiao is a good person. He would never instigate anyone against the Li family. You clearly have not listened to my words. Yi Xiao is a person of great capability, not one to engage in petty schemes. Li Xiaya's resolute refusal took the Li family by surprise. What do you mean by this? Why do you trust Yi Xiao so much? We are your family. Why do you choose to believe him over us? Hurry up and go. Li Tongtong furrowed her brow, anger flashing in her eyes. If it weren't for her reliance on Li Xiaya, she would have gladly slapped her disobedient sister. Sister, listen to me, Li Xiaya said earnestly. I believe Yi Xiao has his reasons for his actions. And he is not a narrow-minded person. It is absolutely not in his character to instigate the Gu family against us. I hope you can ascertain the truth before asking me to assist the family. Li Xiaoya recognized that their mother's fall was a ruse to summon her back from the milk tea shop, so she took her bag and left without looking back. Why won't you listen? Li Tongtong was taken aback by her sister's defiance, feeling anxious as she wished to pull Li Xiaoya back. But after just 2 steps, she stumbled and fell to the ground, watching Li Xiaoya's figure fade into the distance. She realized she had lost the opportunity to persuade her sister to speak on behalf of the family. What now? Li Tongtong's face was etched with helplessness. Lu Guimei beside her side in despair. If the Gu family truly decides to confront us, it will be the end. This foolish girl. Li Xiaoya has no sense of time or place when it comes to your temper. How could someone like you Xiao possibly be a good person? He merely divorced Li Tongtong, yet he dares to target our family like this. In truth, the reason for Li Xiaoya's refusal of her family's request was simple. She wished for them to alter their perception of Yi Xiao, to acknowledge his strength and accept that he was a good person. Unbeknownst to her, this only solidified her family's narrow-minded view that Yi Xiao was not to be trusted. Having lost their only viable option, the Li family was thrown into disarray. Since they were aware of the impending confrontation from the Gu family, they needed to manage their finances carefully to avoid detection by shareholders, or they would lose any chance to secure funds. The women of the Li family were not well versed in such matters, so they turned their hopeful gazes toward Zhao Hongyuan, expecting him to assist in transferring some assets. However, Zhao Hongyuan was currently overwhelmed with his own issues and had no time or inclination to help the Li family. He waved dismissively, intending to leave without wasting any more time. Zhao Hongyuan merely offered a perfunctory gesture to the Li family before picking up his phone and turning to depart. He planned to call home to inform them about the Gu family's intentions, ensuring they were on guard. However, to his surprise, the call was answered promptly. And when he mentioned caution regarding the Gu family, his father's voice was laced with confusion. What are you talking about? The Gu family is our partner. Just a minute ago, I signed a contract with them. This contract is worth several million. The Gu family is bringing us profit. How can you say they intend to ruin our family? What? Zhao Hongyuan was perplexed by his father's words. Hadn't the Gu family threatened to suppress them until they could never show their faces in the city again? Why then were they altruistically sending representatives to sign contracts with his family's enterprise? Zhao Hongyuan struggled to comprehend the situation. He hung up the phone and received a photo from his father of the signed contract, which indeed proved beneficial for both the Gu family and the Zhao family. Zhao Hongyuan felt bewildered. It appeared that the Gu family intended to establish a long-term partnership with them. Could it be? His eyes suddenly brightened as clarity dawned upon him. He realized that while the Gu family publicly professed a desire to retaliate against them, deep down, Gunan harbored a profound resentment towards Yi Xiao. After all, it was rare for anyone to kneel and plead for medical assistance. That act had become an indelible humiliation for Gunan. Thus, the Gu family would not assist Yi Xiao in dealing with other families. I understand Mr. Gu's intentions now. He has no designs against us. His threats to take revenge on our families were merely to placate Yi Xiao, hoping to persuade him to treat Gu Xiao's ailments. Look, the Gu family, fearing we might misinterpret their intentions, even sent us the contract. Chapter 66. Sincere gifts. This contract has the potential to earn my family millions. The sincerity is evident. You need not worry any longer. This matter has been resolved today. Upon uttering these words, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across his face. Li Tongtong and Lu Guimei, upon hearing this, were initially taken aback, but upon reflection, realized the truth in his words. It turned out they had been overly anxious. The relationship between Yi Xiao and the Gu family was not as close as they had imagined. Oh, what a surprise. It was merely a false alarm. How splendid. Once Li Tongtong learned that everything was fine, she immediately sank into the sofa, as if nothing had transpired, preparing to relax and watch television. Zhao Hongyuan, too, decided not to dwell on the matter any longer and took the same position beside Li Tongtong, intending to enjoy life with her. However, at that moment, Lu Guimei furrowed her brow. Oh dear, my daughter and son-in-law, you cannot consider the situation so simplistically. While the Gu family's crisis has been averted, which is indeed fortunate for us, they have proactively sent us the contract to appease the sentiments of our families. Should we not express our gratitude? Express gratitude? Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong simultaneously turned to Lu Guimei, not quite grasping her meaning. Lu Guimei glanced at them and continued. The Gu family's provision of the contract indicates their intent to forge a connection with us. We must seize this opportunity. Quickly prepare a generous gift. You both should pay a visit to Mr. Gu. If we can cultivate a good relationship with the Gu family, how could Yu Xiao ever dare to look down upon us again? Witnessing her daughter and son-in-law being reprimanded, Lu Guimei recognized that Zhao Hongyuan's earlier assertion of their good relationship with the Gu family was somewhat boastful. If the Li family wished to avoid being overshadowed by Yi Xiao, it was imperative to establish a solid connection with the Gu family. Upon mentioning Yi Xiao, Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong also felt the necessity of building a rapport with the Gu family. However, both were instantly perplexed. While it was easy to say they needed to prepare a generous gift for the Gu family, what exactly should they give? The Gu family was affluent. Their willingness to present such a substantial contract to the Zhao family indicated that they were indifferent to monetary concerns. Thus, they could not simply offer money. And to put it bluntly, given the standing of the Li and Zhao families, any previous gifts they could procure would likely not impress the Gu family. What to do? The three of them furrowed their brows in unison. Just as they were at a loss for what to gift the Gu family, Lu Guimei suddenly clapped her hands. How could I forget such an important matter? Do not fret. I have already found the perfect gift for the Gu family. What is it? Li Tongtong looked at her mother with curiosity. In her opinion, while her mother claimed to be a wealthy lady at home, her spending habits were not particularly extravagant. And she had yet to explore many luxury boutiques. What better gift could she possibly conceive? Zhao Hongyuan wore a puzzled expression as he regarded Lu Guimei, doubting her ability to come up with anything suitable. Seeing the skepticism on their faces, Lu Guimei rolled her eyes at them. You youngsters need not worry. If I say I have found an appropriate gift, I assure you there will be no mistakes. You are oblivious to the current trends among the wealthy. Rather than sending money or ordinary gifts, we should offer something truly unique. I have heard that recently. The affluent circles have been seeking a particular kind of protective accessory, rumored to be crafted by a Taoist who conceals charms within the adornments. Simply possessing it promises health and extraordinary luck. Given that the Gu family has ties with Yu Xiao, they must surely feel beleaguered by misfortune. How could they not be pleased if we present them with a token of good fortune? Do you not agree with my reasoning? Lu Guimei regarded Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong with pride. After some contemplation, they both nodded in agreement. It must be said, Lu Guimei was correct. The gift she proposed was indeed among the finest they could conceive. However, Zhao Hongyuan hesitated slightly. While this item was undoubtedly valuable, every wealthy individual desired to possess one. He had heard of such protective accessories and had even contemplated acquiring one himself. But unfortunately, they were prohibitively expensive. Apart from a select few wealthy heirs who managed to obtain one initially, others had spent tens of millions to procure just a single piece. Some even offered a bounty of 100 million for such an accessory without success. Goodness, while this item is indeed splendid, I fear it may be too extravagant. Acquiring one might prove to be quite a challenge. Zhao Hongyuan was straightforward about his financial constraints. The Gu family was indeed generous, having offered him a contract worth several million, but asking him to reciprocate with a gift valued at nearly 100 million seemed rather excessive. As a businessman, Zhao Hongyuan deemed it an unwise transaction. Oh dear, why are you being so stubborn? Lu Guimei shot him an exasperated glance. The Gu family, in their casual benevolence, has already offered you millions. If you cultivate a good relationship with them, would not the money flow into the Zhao family like water? Are you truly unaware of how much you stand to lose by hesitating over the cost of this protective accessory? Lu Guimei incessantly referenced the earlier contract, which made Zhao Hongyuan waver. Indeed, since he had become involved with the family business, it was the first time he had encountered someone so generous, willingly offering a partnership contract of such magnitude. After careful consideration, Zhao Hongyuan nodded. You are right. We should indeed present Mr. Gu with a fitting gift. I will reach out to my contacts immediately to find that protective accessory. We can always add a little more money. I refuse to believe that these individuals would turn down a lucrative opportunity. With this resolve, they set out to seek the special protective accessory. Following their departure, Zhao Hongyuan and Li Tongtong exerted every effort to find the charm. However, even in the black market, they could find nothing suitable, just as they were at their wits' end. The creator of the accessory, Yi Xiao, was leisurely drawing talismans and crafting items in his room. Yi Xiao had anticipated that these items would sell well, but recently, the demand from Scarface had surged, with increasingly outrageous prices being offered. Yi Xiao is now making a fortune to the point of feeling overwhelmed. It was high time to procure some quality materials. Glancing at his account balance, Yi Xiao felt he had enough funds to acquire a few decent items. Just then, the phone rang. It was Scarface calling. He answered, speaking softly, "You need not hurry me any longer." Chapter 67. Exclusive sales. I have just finished preparing the items you requested. If you wish to obtain them, please come to my residence promptly. Typically, when Scar calls Yi Xiao, it is either to hasten the collection of goods or to report how many protective ornaments he has recently sold. Therefore, Yi Xiao instinctively responded to the call. However, when Scar arrived at his doorstep, Yi Xiao suddenly sensed an unusual glint in his eyes. After escorting Scar into the room and handing over the items, Scar did not leave immediately. Instead, he sat on the sofa, gazing at Yi Xiao with an air of hesitation, as if he wished to speak but dared not. Yi Xiao gestured for him to speak freely. Please, share your thoughts. We have established a mutually beneficial partnership. We are brothers, after all. Is there anything that cannot be discussed? Yi Xiao's amicable demeanor caught Scar off guard, prompting him to offer an awkward smile. It's not a significant matter, really. I was merely concerned you might disagree. I believe the previous profit share was not particularly high, and I propose to increase it by 10%, enabling you to produce more goods, thereby expanding the business. Scar spoke hesitantly, casting wary glances at Yi Xiao. This uncertainty piqued Yi Xiao's curiosity. According to Scar, this meant Yi Xiao would earn more money. To voluntarily offer a greater share to someone else seemed perplexing. Yi Xiao suspected there were underlying motives behind Scar's proposal, as he had no obligation to bring it up at all. With a serious expression, Yi Xiao placed the protective talisman on the table and addressed Scar directly. Scar, I am sincere in what I said earlier. Since you work under me, you are regarded as my brother. If you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to express them. If you feel the profit distribution is unequal, we can discuss it. There is no need to present me with a 10% profit share to broach these matters. Scar, encouraged by Yi Xiao's words, finally mustered the courage to articulate his thoughts. Mr. Yi, I do have an idea, but I fear it might displease you. Recently, I've noticed that the wealthy are eager to possess the protective ornaments crafted by you. However, no matter how many you produce, they remain scarce for the demand. Consequently, they are resorting to reselling their own ornaments. You may not be aware, but your modest protective ring has skyrocketed in the black market to over 100 million. Would you not agree that such a phenomenon is rather unhealthy? I wish to rectify this situation. Upon finishing, Scar looked at Yi Xiao, as if to convey that he understood. Yi Xiao found himself bewildered. Why should he concern himself with such chaos? Initially, he had entrusted Scar with selling all the jade pendants to alleviate his own burdens. Did Scar now wish to invite more trouble by managing the market? Noticing Yi Xiao's growing impatience, Scar hastily concluded his thoughts. Mr. Yi, while it is true this situation is not ideal, it does not require your direct management. I have a small proposal. I understand you are not concerned with such mundane affairs, but if granted an official title, I would be better positioned to oversee the market. They would think twice before brazenly reselling your jade pendants. At this juncture, Yi Xiao grasped Scar and Appo's intention. Oh, I see what you mean. When you visit next, please bring a contract. I shall grant you exclusive rights to the distribution of these protective ornaments. You may manage the market as you see fit, but whether you succeed or not is beyond my purview. Should you fail, do not come to me with complaints. Yi Xiao found Scar's greed somewhat excessive. He recognized that the black market prices had inflated significantly and that Scar aimed to capitalize on that excess. However, if Scar was willing to embrace the risks for additional profit, Yi Xiao saw no reason to deter him. Since Scar sought to take full charge, he should proceed with it, provided it did not bring Yi Xiao further complications. Scar was astonished by Yi Xiao's nonchalant attitude. He had anticipated that acquiring exclusive rights would be a daunting task, yet after a few exchanges, Yi Xiao readily acquiesced. Beaming with joy, Scar nodded enthusiastically. Thank you, Mr. Yi. I assure you I will handle this market effectively. I will call my secretary to draft the authorization document right away and have it delivered shortly. With a gleam in his eye, Scar expressed his gratitude repeatedly, while Yi Xiao, uninterested in further conversation, waved him off, indicating he could attend to his business. Yi Xiao stepped outside to take a stroll. Creating protective talismans consumed his spiritual energy, necessitating a brief communion with nature to replenish his reserves. As Yi Xiao meandered through the woods, the Gu family was fervently plotting their revenge against him, while many attended the martial arts competition. Finding a skilled assassin to eliminate Yi Xiao proved challenging. Given the Gu family's influence, locating a truly formidable adversary would require considerable effort. After extensive networking, they finally received promising news. They had identified the top expert from the Sanqing Pavilion, who was willing to heed the Gu family's request to eliminate Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this news, Gu Tian leaped from his sickbed in excitement. Father, we have finally found a skilled fighter. Compared to this expert, Yi Xiao is insignificant. Your strategy has worked wonders. As he spoke, Gu Tian's eyes narrowed, envisioning Yi Zhao's demise before him. However, Gunan shook his head. You are still too young. Securing just one expert is insufficient. We must make adequate preparations. Ideally, we should recruit 3 individuals to ensure Yi Zhao's defeat in the competition. You are correct. Gu Tian acknowledged, momentarily taken aback before nodding in agreement. Although he harbored disdain for Yi Zhao, whom he deemed unworthy, he recognized that the latter possessed genuine strength. It would be prudent to seek additional capable fighters. Nonetheless, Gunan felt a twinge of concern. Chapter 68. An unexpected visitor knowing the prowess of Yi Zhao. It became imperative for them to seek an equally formidable opponent. The masters of the Sanqing Pavilion, while somewhat renowned, were not intimidating enough to instill fear. Even if they managed to gather 3 such individuals, it would not suffice to threaten Yi Zhao's life. Gunan felt an immense discomfort at the thought of being unable to rid himself of this thorn in his side. After exhausting all his connections, he finally found a more formidable master. Very well, I shall personally welcome you at noon tomorrow. Gunan confirmed the meeting time after contacting the individual. Hearing that his father intended to greet this person in person made Gu Tian slightly uneasy. Who was this individual to warrant such grandiosity? Chuckling, Gunan replied, My son. I have indeed found a great Buddha. I have located a master from the Nanling sect. This individual is capable of killing in the blink of an eye. With him, Yi Zhao's life is surely forfeit. The Gu family had finally discovered someone capable of eliminating Yi Zhao. While Gunan rejoiced, he insisted that Gu Tian must keep a low profile in the meantime to avoid drawing Yi Zhao's attention before the master could take action. Yi Zhao, after a period of meditation in a place rich in spiritual energy, opened his eyes to find that night had fallen. With no plans for the following day, he decided to visit a nearby store to purchase some daily necessities. His mood was quite pleasant, but upon reaching the ground floor, he encountered Sun Wei. Master, you've finally returned. Someone has been looking for you upstairs. I'll take a stroll for now and return shortly. Yi Zhao looked at her in surprise. Who could prompt Sun Wei to wait for him, choosing to venture out at night to avoid disturbing him? Perceiving the astonishment in Yi Zhao's gaze, Sun Wei replied with a hint of exasperation, who else could it be but the young lady from the Su family? After her words, she left without a backward glance. Su Mingwei had come to find him? Yi Zhao's eyes sparkled with delight. Could it be that she sought to clarify their relationship? As a discerning man, Yi Zhao had already sensed Su Mingwei's interest in him. However, he wished to focus on his burgeoning career and did not want to divert his attention towards romance just yet, so he refrained from addressing the underlying tension. Yet, should Su Mingwei express a desire to be with him, Yi Zhao would not mind having multiple girlfriends. He entered his room with a smile, feeling a flutter of excitement upon seeing her graceful figure. Su Mingwei, you are indeed a rare guest here. I never expected you to arrive so late. Yi Zhao beamed, hoping for a delightful surprise. However, to his shock, the woman turned around, revealing that it was not the anticipated Su Mingwei, but rather the somewhat contentious Su Xilan. What is going on? Why have you come alone? Where is your sister? To be honest, Yi Zhao was not pleased to see Su Xilan at that moment. Although she had not overly irritated him, he always felt more at ease in Su Mingwei's presence. I have come for a reason, Su Xilan replied coolly. Her demeanor startled Yi Zhao. While she often carried herself like a lofty young lady, she had never been this frosty towards him. What's wrong? Has something happened to the Su family? Despite her unwelcoming attitude, Yi Zhao still cared for Su Mingwei, prompting him to inquire about any trouble she might be facing. Noticing the concern in Yi Zhao's eyes, Su Xilan hesitated, turning to gaze at the corner before finally returning her attention to him. The Su family is indeed facing difficulties. This trouble arises from the presence of a man utterly unworthy of my sister. After stating this, Su Xilan fixed her piercing gaze upon Yi Zhao. Faced with such an overt declaration, Yi Zhao quickly grasped her implication. Are you suggesting that I am unworthy of Su Mingwei and should not be by her side? Yi Zhao furrowed his brow, perplexed by her intentions. Throughout their previous interactions, he had never offended her. Why was she suddenly adopting such a hostile demeanor? His confusion was palpable, prompting Su Xilan to smirk slightly as she spoke. To be succinct, Yi Zhao, I believe you are not worthy of my sister. I hope you will distance yourself from her as soon as possible. What? Yi Zhao stared at Su Xilan in astonishment. She had never approached him alone before, and now she was making such bold claims. Why do you say that? He truly could not comprehend what this young lady was thinking. Taking a deep breath, as if summoning great resolve, Su Xilan replied. You are aware that the Su family's main branch is in the capital. This place is merely a training ground for my sister. Her future lies with the main family. The splendor of the capital is where she belongs. This small city cannot retain her, neither can you. Su Xilan's words were rarely so veiled, yet Yi Xiao discerned her meaning. She believed he was not fit for Su Mingwei. Why do you think that? Yi Xiao's brow furrowed further. Since their first encounter, he had been assisting Su Mingwei. He could not fathom why Su Xilan would perceive him as unworthy. Why? Su Xilan's voice suddenly rose. Do you not recognize the disparity between yourself and my sister? Her family background, her education. The circle she moves in, how can you possibly compare? Individuals like you belong with someone like Li Tongtong, not with my sister. Initially, Su Xilan had intended to remain uninvolved after noticing Su Mingwei's interest in Yi Xiao. However, today's incident involving Li Tongtong's visit to the Su family had incensed her. Li Tongtong hailed from a minor family that would never dare approach the Su family under normal circumstances. The only reason she dared to intrude was because of Yi Xiao. Upon learning this, Su Xilan resolved to keep Su Mingwei away from Yi Xiao. If Li Tongtong had come today, there would surely be more trouble tomorrow. Su Xilan's remarks were harsh, casting Yi Xiao in a negative light, prompting him to frown. Are these your impulsive thoughts, or have you discussed this with your sister? Yi Xiao's intuition told him that Su Mingwei held feelings for him, suggesting that Su Xilan's words were solely her own. Indeed, after Yi Xiao's inquiry, a flicker of discomfort crossed Su Xilan's eyes. No, I haven't consulted my sister, but my words are far from impulsive. Yi Xiao, I love my sister dearly, and I wish for her happiness. Chapter 69. Emotional illusions. I have analyzed this seriously. You and her are truly incompatible. Su Xilan's gaze suddenly became resolute. My sister is an exceptional woman, accustomed to the finest things in life, while you, in terms of social standing, you cannot even reach her toes. I understand you might argue that my sister recently seems quite fond of you, but Yi Xiao, you two have been married. I cannot believe you fail to see why my sister feels this way about you. Her question left Yi Xiao momentarily stunned. He suddenly realized that his interactions with Su Mingwei had been rather limited, and the most plausible reason for her fondness was merely his assistance on a few occasions. You've come to the same conclusion, haven't you? Su Xilan continued. My sister feels gratitude towards you. For years, she has devoted herself to her career. Remaining somewhat naive in matters of the heart, she mistakenly perceives your kindness as affection. Although my sister is a strong woman, she is quite simple when it comes to emotions. It would be best if you did not exploit her misperception to pursue anything further. At this juncture, Yi Xiao suddenly halted, not because he deemed himself unworthy of Su Mingwei, but because he realized that Su Mingwei had never explicitly expressed her deep affection for him. Perhaps, as Su Xilan suggested, her feelings were merely gratitude, a sentiment resembling love but not quite love itself. Yi Xiao fell silent, seemingly contemplating the nature of their relationship. Seeing this, Su Xilan prepared to press her advantage. She coldly asserted, Yi Xiao, I know you may harbor some feelings for my sister. After all, she is remarkable, beautiful, and comes from a good family. Who wouldn't be drawn to her? But while you may feel a flutter of attraction, you must also recognize your place. My sister is destined for greater horizons. She should not be tethered to a small town, nor should she falter because of you. You are indeed a good man, but I believe you could seek a simple girl to share your life with, rather than entangling yourself with the Su family. Understand that the Su family will face many storms ahead, which someone of your ordinary background cannot withstand. What I have said today is not to belittle you, but to encourage you to recognize reality. Please refrain from deliberately approaching my sister anymore. She only needs some time apart from you to clarify her true feelings. Do you understand? In Su Xilan's view, she had successfully persuaded Yi Xiao to maintain his distance from her sister. However, Yi Xiao shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. This expression astonished Su Xilan, and she gazed at him. What does this mean? Do you think I am mistaken? Or do you have ulterior motives concerning my sister? Yi Xiao regarded her calmly. What you've expressed merely conveys that I am unworthy of your sister and that she deserves a broader sky. But I wish to inform you that the world is not as limited as you perceive. There are countless remarkable individuals beyond your family's comparison. Even the head of the Su family may just be an ordinary elder to some. Thus, there is no need for such arrogance. Are you truly certain my background is inadequate for Su Mingwei? Yi Xiao regarded Su Xilan with a placid demeanor. He did not wish to engage in anger with her. Yet her unwavering conviction that he was unworthy of Su Mingwei unsettled him. Although he currently portrayed himself as modest, he too possessed his own commercial empire. He merely refrained from activating his family's business due to special circumstances, yet he did not expect to be looked down upon by Su Xilan. Moreover, She insisted he keep his distance from Su Mingwei. Yi Xiao's displeasure was palpable, but Su Xilan showed no signs of retreat. Yi Xiao, I have made my position clear today. I hope you will keep away from my sister. Should you continue to pursue her, do not blame me for being unkind. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. As she left, she coincidentally encountered Sun Wei, who was wandering nearby. Upon seeing her, Sun Wei was quite pleased and approached Su Xilan to greet her. However, Su Xilan merely cast her a fleeting glance and said nothing, walking past her. This left Sun Wei feeling somewhat perplexed. Upon returning to Yi Xiao's home, she began to complain to him, expressing her disappointment at being ignored after attempting to greet Su Xilan. Normally, Yi Xiao would speak up for her, but today he simply sat there, shaking his head in resignation. Master, what troubles you? Why do I sense a hint of discontent in your mood? Sun Wei blinked. Having initially believed that the Su family's young lady approached Yi Xiao with intentions of confession, the Su family was well off, and both daughters were exceptionally beautiful. If they truly united, their aesthetic appeal alone would outshine many. Noticing the confusion on Sun Wei's face, Yi Xiao shook his head. Let us not dwell on her words. Were you simply wandering outside for the sake of creating a space for us to converse? Yi Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. He did not appreciate such care and convenience. Although Su Xilan's visit was brief, Yi Xiao felt that Sun Wei need not have hidden away, enduring the night outside merely to afford him a quiet moment. Sun Wei did not anticipate Yi Xiao would question her intentions and quickly shook her head. I understand you might not speak for long. But I returned late because I overheard something. When Su Xilan came, she brought many servants from the Su family. I overheard them whispering that Su Mingwei's birthday is approaching. I thought it might be nice for you to prepare a surprise for her. But I feared you might be too busy, so I took the liberty of selecting some gifts. After saying this, Sun Wei pulled out her phone to show Yi Xiao pictures of the gifts, seeking his opinion on which would be best to purchase. Each gift was meticulously chosen, suitable for a young lady of her stature, yet to her surprise, Yi Xiao did not even take her phone but merely shook his head. Thank you for your thoughtful gesture, but I believe that if one is to give a gift, it is best to create something with sincere effort. Yi Xiao stated before turning back toward his room. Although there had been a minor disturbance earlier with Su Xilan's insistence that Yi Xiao was unworthy of Su Mingwei, his spirits remained unaffected. Chapter 70. The birthday celebration. Upon hearing that Su Mingwei's birthday was approaching, he resolved to prepare a thoughtful gift for her. Although he intended it as a birthday present, Yi Xiao gazed at the sky above and speculated that someone as affluent as Su Mingwei might perceive certain items as rather kitsch, unbeknownst to him. Yi Xiao pondered the matter in his room for quite some time before finally conceiving a suitable gift: protective jewelry. This item not only served a protective function but could also morph into the most exquisite adornment through Yi Xiao's spiritual energy. Understanding Su Mingwei's character, he was certain she would not spend millions on a small jade pendant. Thus, he decided to craft one himself. Once he made up his mind, Yi Xiao set to work on the piece. He initially thought it would be completed in no time, yet as he focused on the jewelry, thoughts of Su Mingwei lingered in his mind, leading him to feel that something was amiss. He meticulously refined the piece for several hours before he deemed it presentable. Despite having poured his heart into designing the jewelry, he worried that his aesthetic sense might not align with Su Mingwei's. Therefore, he ventured downstairs to seek Sun Wei's opinion, hoping to avoid any embarrassment stemming from his rather straightforward taste. When Sun Wei learned that her master intended to present jewelry to Su Mingwei, a sense of foreboding washed over her. After all, the ornaments Yi Xiao had created for Scarface were rather lackluster and decidedly unattractive. Evaluating their appearance alone, those pieces would hardly fetch exorbitant prices on the black market. However, Sun Wei recognized that the items her master crafted were indeed rare treasures, especially designed for Su Mingwei. Even if they were somewhat unappealing, their inherent power surpassed that of ordinary treasures. To her astonishment, when Sun Wei opened the box, she discovered a stunning necklace within. No longer was it a mere rough piece of gold or a chunk of unrefined jade. This time, Yi Xiao had created an artwork. The necklace was primarily composed of platinum, adorned with delicate blue and white gemstones. At first glance, Sun Wei was captivated. Yet she harbored no desire to claim it for herself. Strangely, the moment she laid eyes on the necklace, her thoughts instantly turned to Su Mingwei. It was not an exaggeration to say that this necklace was crafted for Su Mingwei's very essence. Anyone else wearing it would be squandering its beauty. Master, your dedication is truly unparalleled, Sun Wei exclaimed. If you consistently create pieces of such refinement, I am certain they would command prices that would double. Jewelry is the cherished delight of many affluent women, and numerous pieces can fetch astronomical sums based solely on their quality and appearance. Given that Yi Zhao's creations possessed both collectible value and protective properties, they were bound to fetch a handsome price. Huh, Yi Zhao chuckled. Do you really think girls would appreciate this? His intention in crafting the necklace was not for sale. Rather, he simply hoped Su Mingwei would like it. She will undoubtedly adore it, Sun Wei affirmed, nodding vigorously. Master, to be candid, the moment I saw this necklace, I thought of Miss Su. I can sense the heartfelt sentiments you have imbued in it. I believe Miss Su will feel it too. Her words provided Yu Xiao with a measure of reassurance. Yet he felt a flush of embarrassment. Although he had feigned ineptitude during his years at the Li family to aid in his recovery, he was, in fact, a figure of considerable stature. Having weathered many storms, he found himself anxious about presenting a mere gift. Yu Xiao shook his head, realizing that he cared for Su Mingyue far more than he had anticipated. As night fell, having settled on the gift, Yi Xiao retired upstairs to rest. The following afternoon, he received a call from Su Mingyue, who informed him that someone would soon be sent to escort him, urging him to feel at ease about the ride. What could this be about? He mused, gazing quizzically at his phone. Noticing her master's bewilderment, Sun Wei could not help but whisper, Master, don't you understand? Today is Miss Su's birthday. She is coming to pick you up for the celebration. What is there to be confused about? Her analysis was sound. Yet Yi Xiao remained puzzled as he stared at the phone. Logically, someone of Su Mingyue's stature would invite numerous guests to a birthday celebration. Why not simply provide him with the address and let him arrive on his own? With lingering uncertainty, Yi Xiao boarded the vehicle sent by Su Mingyue. They arrived at a hotel that, contrary to his expectations of a bustling venue filled with luxury cars and guests, appeared rather exclusive. Although upscale, the entrance was quiet. With few patrons in sight, guided by a waiter, Yi Xiao traversed a corridor adorned with a pale blue ocean theme, ultimately arriving at a private room. Upon opening the door, he felt as though he had entered a realm of pink. The room was resplendent with pink decorations, oversized plush toys, cartoonish balloons, and walls adorned with Su Mingyue's past photographs. Clearly, Sun Wei's conjecture had been correct. Su Mingyue had indeed brought him here for her birthday. You're here. Su Mingyue greeted him with a beaming smile as he entered. She ushered Yi Xiao into the room and seated him in a chair. Observing the surroundings, Yi Xiao found himself puzzled. The DCOR undeniably suggested a birthday celebration, yet it seemed the seating was rather limited. In the entire room, there was merely a table in the center, and including the chair he occupied, merely 4 seats in total. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't a birthday party be filled with friends celebrating together? How could 4 chairs suffice? Huh. Su Mingyue noticed Yi Zhao's confusion and chuckled. You need to ponder too much. I've invited very few people today. There will indeed be a grand birthday party later. But that will be a gathering of industry magnates where even a simple conversation is difficult. Thus, I conceived this idea to celebrate with those I cherish most. Apart from you, my sister Su Xilan and my brother will be joining us. Don't be nervous. My brother is very easygoing and pleasant to interact with. Seeing Yi Zhao's expression, she mistakenly assumed he was anxious and offered comforting words. Yi Xiao smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. His unease stemmed not from nervousness but from a reluctance to encounter Su Xilan. The last interaction had left a sour impression, drastically diminishing her standing in his eyes. Chapter 71. Welcoming the expert while Yi Xiao waited, Gu Nan and Gu Tian also appeared near the hotel. However, the father and son did not enter immediately. Instead, they surveyed their surroundings. Gu Tian glanced around anxiously, noticing the absence of any figures, and turned to Gu Nan, saying, Father, do you think they might be playing tricks on us? The expert from the Nanling sect arranged to meet at this hotel, and we arrived early to demonstrate our sincerity. Yet, to our surprise, there is not a soul in sight. What is going on? Gu Nan, equally perplexed, pondered the situation. The expert had reached out to the Gu family, and there was no animosity between him and Yi Xiao, only a demand for the latter's life. Gu Nan believed that it was unlikely for someone of such caliber to be in this small town, leading him to suspect that they were being toyed with. The expert's promise to arrive soon seemed more like a ruse than a genuine intention. As the expressions of the Gu family turned grim, Gu Tian was about to unleash a torrent of frustration when he suddenly noticed a figure in the distance. He quickly turned to Gu Nan, exclaiming, Father, is it possible we are at the wrong location? Perhaps he is over there. He pointed towards a figure by the lake, saying, Look at the silhouette across the lake. Gu Nan squinted, furrowing his brow in contemplation, recognizing the validity of his son's observation. The expert had only mentioned meeting by the lakeside hotel. With 2 hotels flanking the lake, they might have indeed gone to the wrong one. Gunan inwardly cursed the expert for his lack of clarity. Thinking that under normal circumstances, one would specify the name of the hotel instead of providing such vague directions. How foolish. Gunan mused, while Gutian echoed his sentiment. Muttering, this expert seems to lack even the basic skill of providing an address. Could he be directionally challenged? Before he could finish, Gunan raised his hand and slapped Gutian across the face. Father, why did you hit me? Gutian was taken aback, bewildered by his father's sudden aggression. In his eyes, he was his father's cherished son, someone for whom Gu Nin would kneel to plead for mercy from Yi Xiao. Why then? Would a mere comment about the expert provoke such a reaction? Even if you have something to request from this expert, that does not warrant striking me, Gu Tian protested, feeling aggrieved. However, Gunan swiftly silenced him. Foolish boy. Gunan glared at him fiercely. The Nailing sect is renowned for its formidable skills. Everyone is aware of their prowess. Speaking ill of them here could very well be overheard. If it weren't for your life, I wouldn't have struck you. Gu Tian stood there, stunned, grappling with the reality of his father and Appo's warning. Was this truly akin to the experts depicted in dramas, capable of eavesdropping? Just as he pondered this, the figure across the lake suddenly moved. In an instant, a gust of wind rushed towards Gutian and Appo's face. Please, spare us, Gunan shouted desperately. He had witnessed the expert approaching them with alarming speed, evidently displeased by Gutian's earlier remarks. Fearing for his son's safety, Gunan called out in hopes of mercy. Fortunately, despite the expert's aggressive demeanor, he had no intention of taking Gutian's life. Upon hearing Gunan's plea, he halted, standing a mere foot away, and regarded the father and son with a composed smile. I have been waiting over there for quite some time, he said with a courteous tone. Upon hearing your speculations, I realized I had indeed come to the wrong place. I am not particularly adept at explaining locations in a worldly manner. I apologize for the inconvenience caused to the Gu family. Though his words were polite, they left Gunan and Gutian pale with fright. They had assumed the expert could not hear them from afar. Yet he had comprehended their conversation clearly and had taken the trouble to approach without demanding Gutian's life, an immense favor indeed. Ah, esteemed expert, my apologies, Gunan stammered, desperate to amend his son's earlier thoughtless comments. It was our oversight. Had we been more attentive, we certainly would not have kept you waiting so long. To Gunan's surprise, the expert merely smiled gently in response to his explanation. Do not dwell on it. Let us not linger further. We should head to our lodging. I am eager to discuss our strategy concerning that individual. With a glimmer of intensity in his eyes, the expert's intent remained a mystery to Gunan. He still could not comprehend the enmity between this expert and Yi Xiao. But he nodded dutifully and led the way to the five-star hotel the Gu family had previously reserved. As the Gu family prepared to welcome the expert, Yi Xiao found himself face-to-face with Su Xilan, a woman he wished to avoid. To be candid, he had no desire to acknowledge her. However, given that it was Su Mingyue's birthday celebration, he opted to maintain a cordial atmosphere and stood up alongside Su Mingwei to greet the guests. Su Xilan entered with a beaming smile, but upon spotting Yi Xiao, her expression turned icy and hostile. She stiffened, contemplating why Su Mingwei had invited Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao regarded her coldly and gestured towards the nearby decorations. Suddenly, Su Xilan recalled that today was indeed Su Mingyue's birthday banquet, the most joyous occasion for her, and that she should not ruin the mood with discord. She forced a smile and greeted Yi Xiao. Noticing the rare harmony between them, Su Mingyue smiled brightly, engaging them in conversation. However, Su Xilan, unwilling to linger with Yi Xiao, soon remembered another matter. She took out a delicate gift box from her pocket and placed it before Su Mingwei. Sister, please open it. I have carefully selected this gift for you. As Yi Xiao looked at the exquisitely crafted box, a sense of curiosity sparked within him. What could this gift possibly be? Chapter 72. The gift, could it be that? Like him, she is gifting jewelry? That would indeed be rather awkward. Just as Yi Xiao was consumed by concern, Su Mingwei opened the box to reveal a key nestled within. A key? Yi Xiao was puzzled. Su Xilan then elaborated on her gift. Sister, you have been praising the Riverside apartment on Wuqing Road recently, so I specifically purchased the newly released Riverside apartment for you, designed according to your preferences. It is already furnished, and you can take some time to see if it meets your satisfaction. If not, I can arrange for a renovation team to make adjustments. To save Su Mingyue's time, Su Xilan diligently scrolled through her phone for some renovation photos. Upon receiving the photos, Su Mingyue examined them closely. Seizing the moment, Su Xilan turned to Yi Xiao, giving him a look that conveyed an unspoken understanding. Yi Xiao, noticing her expression, felt a wave of discontent. This Su Xilan was truly incomprehensible. Previously, she had insisted he keep his distance from Su Mingwei, and now, at the birthday banquet, she overtly implied he was inferior to a wealthy heiress. Such a person could only see the immediate situation, failing to grasp the broader implications. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh, instinctively shaking his head. While he found the situation absurd, his gesture was misinterpreted by Su Xilan. She immediately adopted a stern expression and said discontentedly, "Yi Xiao, what does your head shaking mean? Are you looking down on my gift?" Yi Xiao was taken aback by her sudden confrontation and shook his head in response. "It's not that I think little of your gift, rather. I was reminded of something else, which prompted my gesture. Enough talk, let me see what you prepared for my sister. If it's too meager, I will insist you prepare another." Su Xilan's evident hostility made Yi Xiao shake his head in disbelief. It appeared this young lady truly held a grudge. Without further comment, Yi Xiao placed his gift before Su Mingwei. Having crafted the jewelry himself, he also handled the wrapping, which, in contrast to Su Xilan's, seemed somewhat humble. Upon seeing the noticeably rough gift box, Su Mingwei offered an awkward smile. It wasn't Ndapos tea that she despised the inexpensive item from Yi Xiao, but rather that she worried he might feel upset owing to the comparison with Su Xilan's gift. "Thank you for your gift. I will examine it in detail later," she said, putting the box away. To preserve Yi Xiao's dignity, her first thought was to keep the gift hidden and avoid unwrapping it publicly. However, unexpectedly, Yi Xiao urged, "Go ahead and open it. Inside lies something I prepared with great care." Seeing his eager expression, Su Mingwei felt compelled to comply and opened the gift. When she beheld the necklace within, she was utterly astonished. This necklace bore no marks of luxury brands. It was simply exquisite. It possessed an indescribable allure, captivating her at first glance. Su Mingwei felt it rightfully belonged to her. Next to her, Su Xilan also perceived that the necklace suited Su Mingwei remarkably well. Moreover, she sensed an exceptionally pleasant aura emanating from the necklace. Were it not for the special circumstances that it was Su Mingwei's birthday and the necklace was her gift, Su Xilan might have been tempted to don it herself for a trial. While Su Xilan could not touch the necklace, Su Mingwei could easily pick it up. She glanced at Yi Xiao and asked, "Aren't you going to put it on me?" At her invitation, Yi Xiao stood and gently adorned Su Mingwei with the necklace. His discerning eye proved accurate. The length, thickness, and embellishments of the necklace were perfectly balanced, and with his protective charm imbued, Su Mingwei radiated brilliance wearing it. Despite Su Xilan's disdain for the necklace, deeming it unworthy of high-end brands and merely trash, she had to concede one point. Perhaps many designer jewels could not compete with the beauty of what Yi Xiao had gifted Su Mingwei. After exchanging gifts, Su Xilan's gaze towards Yi Xiao softened considerably, although she believed he could never present gifts of the same caliber as theirs. The effort he put into his offering made her feel he had invested thoughtfulness, leading her to harbor less animosity towards him. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao maintained his indifference, displaying no smiles in her direction. After a brief conversation, a servant entered quietly and announced, "Miss, the young master from the capital has arrived." This announcement piqued Yu Zhao's curiosity. Su Mingwei's brother was undoubtedly the young master, but why the mention of the capital? Did it imply he was not of the same lineage as Su Mingwei? Su Mingwei noticed the confusion in his eyes and softly explained. It turned out that this brother indeed was not of the same parentage as Su Mingwei. To be precise, he hailed from the direct line of the family in the capital. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. That a direct descendant of the Su family was invited to Su Mingwei's birthday banquet indicated her esteemed position within the family. He acknowledged this without further contemplation. But the next moment, Su Xilan cast him a glance filled with disdain, as if to assert, "See, Su Mingwei is valued by her family, and you are not a suitable match for her." Yu Xiao felt a wave of annoyance at her occasional hostility. He turned away, disregarding Su Xilan, and focused on the door, eager to see what this young master from the capital looked like. Soon, the Su family's young master entered. His features bore a resemblance to those of Su Mingwei and Su Xilan, sharing evident traits that spoke to a lineage of remarkable genes. Yu Xiao understood this was a family member of great significance to Su Mingwei. He did not present a cold demeanor but approached her to welcome him instead. However, to his surprise, the moment the young master entered, he directed a hostile glare at Yi Xiao. "Who are you? My sister's birthday invitation is meant solely for me and Su Xilan. What right do you, an outsider, have to attend her birthday celebration?" This inquiry caught Yu Xiao off guard. Just as he was about to clarify his friendship with Su Mingwei, she suddenly grasped his hand and turned to her brother. "Brother, aren't you being disingenuous? Anyone attending my birthday celebration is certainly someone I hold in high regard. Chapter 73. Uninvited guests come. Allow me to introduce you. This is Yi Xiao, and this is Su Qishan. She was on the verge of explaining her relationship with Yi Xiao when Su Qishan abruptly interjected. All right. I understand he's your friend, but now it's my turn to introduce the individuals I brought along. With that, he beckoned to the back. Subsequently, two men approached, one elderly and one young. The younger man exuded an extraordinary aura, dressed impeccably, unmistakably the cultivated air of a wealthy family. Beside him stood an elderly gentleman, well past 50, yet vibrant and spirited, adorned in traditional attire, his eyes sparkling with intelligence as he surveyed the crowd. Yi Xiao felt little interest in the young heir, instead casting several glances at the elder. His intuition suggested that the old man possessed considerable skill, igniting a fleeting desire within Yi Xiao to engage him in a friendly contest. However, given that it was Su Mingyue's birthday celebration, he hesitated to disrupt the ambience with such a request. Yi Xiao was considerate of Su Mingyue's feelings, yet upon seeing the young man who had come with Su Qishan, her expression shifted dramatically. Brother, did I not mention that only those close to me are invited to this gathering? Why have you brought these strangers? Su Mingyue displayed evident discontent towards Su Qingshan's arrangements. In contrast, Su Qingshan shook his head, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear sister, you are being far too rigid. It is merely a birthday celebration. What's the harm in inviting a few people? You claim they are outsiders, yet you yourself have brought one along. Surely, you would want me to dismiss these esteemed guests I've managed to invite." Su Qingshan's words elevated the status of the men he introduced. Su Xilan quickly grasped Su Mingwe's hand. "Sister, please remain calm. I observe that this man does not appear to be from our locality. He seems to hail from the southern regions. He is likely associated with the Su family's main branch. Offending him would not bode well for us." Despite the Su family's significant regard for Su Mingyue and Su Xilan, they were not of the direct lineage, thus they refrained from provoking members of the main family. Even with her camaraderie with Su Qishan, they dared not air grievances publicly. Upon hearing Su Xilan and Appo's words, Su Mingyue composed herself. With a cool smile, she addressed a nearby server, "Could you please arrange for 2 more seats and additional sets of cutlery? I hadn't anticipated a few more friends joining us." Her poised smile, coupled with a frosty gaze, left the server feeling anxious, as though he had committed a grave mistake, prompting him to depart hastily. The young man brought by Su Qingshan commenced his self-introduction. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly honored to attend Miss Su's birthday celebration. My name is Li Rongshuan, and perhaps you have heard of me, for I am quite the young talent featured in several reports." As he introduced himself, a glimmer of pride flickered in his eyes, and he cast a slightly provocative glance at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao found the gesture bewildering. After all, this man was an unfamiliar face to Su Mingyue. What provocation was this? However, Su Mingyue seemed oblivious to Li Rongshuan and Appo's demeanor. She merely nodded and proceeded to introduce Yi Xiao to them. Following their brief introductions, the hotel staff brought in additional chairs and tableware. Upon observing the extra 2 places set, Yi Xiao turned to Su Mingyue in surprise. To him, the elderly gentleman indeed displayed some level of skill, yet he doubted such modest prowess warranted a seat among the elite of the Su family. Just then, Su Mingyue's voice reached his ears. "This Master Gua is the most formidable martial artist in Li Rongshuan's household. His abilities are not to be underestimated. Hence it is customary to provide him with a seat." Their conversation, though subdued, was clearly audible to the adept elder. Upon realizing that Yi Xiao required Su Mingyue to elucidate his identity, the old man's face betrayed a hint of disdain. He concluded that Yi Xiao, lacking worldly experience, could not possibly be the scion of a reputable family. This realization only added to his arrogance, for in the capital, many esteemed families' heirs sought his favor, hoping he would join their ranks. He had never deigned to treat them with courtesy, and he felt no compulsion to alter his demeanor in the presence of Yi Xiao, whom he considered a Navi provincial. Yi Xiao remained indifferent to the elder's attitude, but Su Mingyue, upon noticing it, felt a flicker of displeasure. After all, it was her birthday celebration. The elder's demeanor was unwarranted. Yet, as he was a guest, she felt reluctant to dismiss him outright, redirecting her frustration towards Su Qingshan. "Brother, I notified you well in advance about my birthday celebration. You didn't come empty-handed, did you? I would be quite upset if you did not bring a gift." She blinked innocently at Su Qingshan. With a knowing smile, Su Qingshan produced a set of keys from his pocket. Unadorned, yet the emblem gleamed, signifying its considerable worth. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel envious. Could it be that for Su Mingyue's birthday, Su Qingshan intended to gift a car? Such vehicles often cost several million. A testament to his affluent background, far exceeding what most would dare to present. Noticing the astonishment in Yi Xiao's eyes, Su Qingshan's disdain became even more pronounced. He placed the car keys before Su Mingwei and turned to Yi Xiao. Young man, since you are a friend of Mingwei, what gift did you bring? I would like to see it as well. His challenging demeanor prompted a slight furrow in Yi Xiao's brow. Unexpectedly, before Yi Xiao could respond, Su Xilan, who had previously claimed he was unworthy of Su Mingwei, spoke up first. Oh, brother, why inquire about his gift? He is merely an ordinary individual. How could his offering compare to that of an heir from a prominent family? Asking him to present a gift would only embarrass Su Mingwei. As sisters, though Su Xilan held reservations about Yi Xiao, she did not wish for him to endure Su Qingshan's ridicule, causing Su Mingwei distress. It must be said, if viewed solely from this perspective, Yi Xiao harbored a slightly favorable impression of Su Xilan. She had initially believed her words would sway Su Qingshan, sparing Yi Xiao from humiliation, yet to her surprise, Su Mingwei smiled and replied, Sister, what are you saying? There is no need for that. Chapter 74. My boyfriend, the gift that Yi Xiao presented to me was truly splendid, and I cherished it immensely, feeling no sense of shame whatsoever. Moreover, I believe that the significance of a gift lies not in its monetary value, but rather in the sentiment behind it. I could sense the considerable time Yi Xiao devoted to selecting this necklace. It is no less exquisite than those so-called luxury items. After expressing this, Su Mingwei gestured towards the necklace adorning her neck. Brother, look, this is the birthday gift Yi Xiao gave me. Isn't it particularly beautiful? I absolutely love it. A glimmer of happiness shone in her eyes as she spoke, and it was evident to all that she adored the necklace. Su Qingshan scrutinized the necklace, scoffing at Su Mingwei. This necklace is indeed beautiful, but you know full well what it's truly worth. To think that something so easily acquired from a roadside stall could elate you, the esteemed young lady of the Su family, is quite laughable. He regarded the necklace with disdain. For Su Qingshan, the suitability of the necklace was of no concern. He was solely focused on its price. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow. To Su Qingshan, if a necklace bore no prestigious brand, it was worthless. He was oblivious to the fact that such protective adornments had already escalated to exorbitant prices in the black market. It could be said that every gift presented by others in attendance paled in comparison to Yi Xiao's precious offering. However, Yi Xiao had no desire to flaunt his capabilities or engage in petty disputes with these individuals, so he remained silent. His demeanor was remarkably composed, unlike Su Mingwei, who stood up in fury. Brother, I invited you here to celebrate my birthday, because I consider you my dear brother. I merely wish for us to enjoy a pleasant meal together, rather than endure your mockery of my boyfriend. Boyfriend? At this revelation, everyone present was taken aback, including Yi Xiao, who was unaware of when Su Mingwei had solidified her feelings for him. What? You are actually involved with such a man? Su Qingshan exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face. Immediately, anger replaced his astonishment, while Li Rongshuan beside him wore an expression of palpable embarrassment. Yi Xiao sensed that Li Rongshuan's presence was not merely to partake in the birthday festivities. Perhaps he harbored special intentions towards Su Mingwei. As he contemplated this, Su Mingwei spoke again. Brother, I am indeed with Yi Xiao, but this is my own matter. There's no need for you to be so angry. Su Mingwei felt that he should not meddle excessively in her affairs. Su Qingshan scoffed. Oh, so I shouldn't be angry. This is your own affair. Consider the support you have received from the Su family over the years. You are not a direct descendant, yet the resources bestowed upon you are even superior to those of the direct line. You understand what that implies. I hope you will promptly sever ties with Yi Xiao. Otherwise, you will incur the wrath of the family head. At that point, not only will you suffer, but this pretty boy behind you will also face dire consequences. After issuing this threat to Su Mingwei, he turned his gaze toward Yi Xiao. I know your type. You believe Mingwei is naive and easily deceived, which is why you approached her. You simply desire wealth, don't you? Rest assured, if you leave Mingwei now, I am willing to offer you 30 million as a parting gift. How does that sound? The Su family harbored great expectations for Su Mingwei in their schemes. She was meant to secure substantial benefits for the family. To squander her on someone like Yi Xiao would be a grievous miscalculation. His intentions were painfully obvious, and to propose such a deal in front of Su Mingwei was utterly outrageous. Su Mingyue's expression shifted immediately. Brother, if this is how you regard my friend, then I see no reason for you to remain at this birthday banquet. Although he was a direct descendant, holding a status far superior to that of her collateral lineage. Su Mingwei did not wish for him to treat Yi Xiao in such a manner. After all, Yi Xiao was someone she cherished deeply. Witnessing Su Mingwei's willingness to confront her family for his sake stirred something within Yi Xiao. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Su Xilan interjected. Brother, you need not embarrass my sister at her birthday banquet. Can't you discuss this matter privately? It's just a meal. Can you not endure for a moment? Mentioning Su Mingyue's birthday seemed to temper Su Qingshan's anger, and he cast a cold smile at Yi Xiao. Huh. Today, you are fortunate. I shall let this slide for my sister's sake. Very well, let us continue the celebration. Oh, by the way, Li Rongxuan has come specifically to celebrate with you and has brought along a rather fine gift. After speaking, he directed his gaze toward Li Rongxuan, signaling him to present the gift. Li Rongxuan's face momentarily displayed a hint of awkwardness. Although he wished to pursue a deeper relationship with Su Mingwei, she was already in a committed relationship and demonstrated a profound appreciation for Yi Xiao's gift. To approach her with a present now would feel akin to vying with Yi Xiao, which diminished his own worth in his eyes. He hesitated, torn between the desire to present the gift and the discomfort of the situation. The elderly gentleman beside them cleared his throat, snapping Li Rongxuan back to reality. He then retrieved an exquisite small box from his pocket and presented it to Su Mingwei. How fortuitous. The gift I selected happens to be quite similar to this gentleman's, a necklace as well. You might take a look. I believe this necklace complements your elegance splendidly. He gazed at Su Mingwei with hopeful anticipation, eager for her to unveil the carefully chosen necklace. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Su Mingwei did not open the box upon seeing it. Instead, she gently pushed it back toward Li Rongxuan. I apologize, young Master Li, but I have a rather peculiar habit. On my birthday, I typically do not accept gifts from unfamiliar individuals. Though you are a friend of my brother to me, you remain a stranger, and thus, I must decline your gift. Her unreserved rejection rendered the atmosphere palpably awkward. Su Qingshan glared at Su Mingwei, his frustration evident. He opened his mouth to speak but recalled that his sister indeed had such a quirk. In past birthday celebrations, aside from a few customary gifts for the Su family, she had never accepted anything from others. He could only cast an embarrassed glance at Li Rongxuan. Chapter 75, A Glimpse at the Gift. This truly took me by surprise. She indeed does not accept gifts from others. It was only after I had known her for 2 years that I was able to present her with a gift. Su Qingshan was exceedingly earnest, hoping to persuade Li Rongxuan to accept his words. Li Rongxuan had never faced such rejection before. His face shifted from pale to flushed, and after a considerable pause, he awkwardly exclaimed, Miss Su, this necklace was specially chosen for you, costing me several tens of millions. Please, at least take a glance, so I can feel that my expenditure was worthwhile. In truth, he harbored little affection for Su Mingwei. His pride was wounded at the thought of losing to Yi Xiao, a lowly individual unworthy of regard. Prior to this encounter, Li Rongxuan had already heard Su Qingshan's account of Su Mingwei. In his description, Yi Xiao was merely a poor lad who relentlessly pursued the daughter of a wealthy family, utterly lacking in stature. Before even meeting Yi Xiao, Li Rongxuan had looked down upon him. However, upon seeing Su Mingwei cherish the gift from Yi Xiao, wearing it around her neck as if it were a treasure, while disregarding his own offering, Li Rongxuan felt deeply humiliated. Thus, he yearned for Su Mingwei to cast her gaze upon his necklace, convinced that once she beheld its exorbitant value, she would recognize the simplicity of Yi Xiao's gift. At that moment, she would surely come to his side. Su Qingshan discerned Li Rongxuan's intentions and smiled at Su Mingwei. Sister, since he has gone to such lengths to choose a gift for you, would it be too much to ask you to take a glance? Consider it a favor for your brother. After speaking, a glint of sharpness flickered in his eyes. Should she remain uncooperative, the Su family might need to reconsider their investment in this daughter. Su Mingwei, naturally astute, recognized that this was not the opportune moment to confront the main branch of the Su family. She smiled at Li Rongxuan and reached for the gift box. Upon opening it, she revealed a dazzling golden gemstone necklace, unmistakably valuable, potentially worth millions. However, a hint of embarrassment crossed her face, and even Su Xilan displayed a trace of disdain. While the necklace was indeed expensive, it seemed more suited for women aged 50 and above. For a young woman like Su Mingwei, wearing it would invite ridicule, branding her as old-fashioned. In that instant, Su Xilan suddenly found Yi Xiao's choice of gift rather commendable, though she thought it too modest to be considered truly exceptional. As the heir of the Su family, Su Qingshan had a discerning eye. Upon seeing the necklace in the gift box, his expression shifted, and he awkwardly smiled at the gathering. Well, Since Mingyue has already seen the necklace, Li Xiao, you may as well take it back. Oh, by the way, what were you going to share with me earlier in the car? Please, do continue. Su Qingshan deliberately shifted the topic. Li Rongshuan sensed the dissatisfaction with his gift, and a hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he glanced at Yi Xiao with a venomous look. In his mind, the lack of acceptance from the Su family was entirely Yi Xiao's fault. Yet, his reasons for blaming Yi Xiao were not rooted in the necklace's beauty, but rather in the cunning way Yi Xiao had bewitched Su Mingyue, leaving him in this awkward predicament. Though he felt anger boiling within him, he dared not voice it, as this was the territory of the Su family. Thus, he followed Su Qingshan's lead and smiled as he spoke. I must admit, I've recently heard of a particularly marvelous item, fortune-enhancing jewelry, crafted by a master artisan. My visit here is twofold: to celebrate Mingyue's birthday, and to seek out that master to help create a few pieces for my family as gifts. He looked at Su Qingshan with anticipation, believing that the eldest son of the Su family would share his interest. However, to his surprise, Su Qingshan appeared perplexed. This type of jewelry you speak of? I am not familiar with it. Su Qingshan had been preoccupied with the affairs of the Su family and had not taken the time to explore such matters. Li Rongshuan detected the implication in his words, feeling a bit embarrassed, yet he promptly elaborated on the jewelry. Oh dear, you nearly missed out on something wonderful. I've heard that anyone who acquires such jewelry will experience an incredible improvement in fortune, be it a large corporation or a small business. Wearing this jewelry ensures greater profits. Their careers flourish spectacularly. I, too, have come to believe in it somewhat, which is why I've made this special trip to seek a good omen. Most business people were inclined to believe such claims, so Su Qingshan did not find Li Rongshuan's assertions problematic. Instead, he looked at Su Mingyue and Su Xilan with curiosity. Have you heard of such jewelry? Is it truly deceptive, or does it possess genuine efficacy? If it is indeed valuable, I would like to procure a few pieces for my family. Upon hearing his inquiry, Su Xilan hastily replied, Brother, this jewelry is genuinely miraculous. In the black market here, one cannot acquire a piece even for $1 billion. Is it really that extraordinary? Su Qingshan's face displayed astonishment. Oh dear, so it is such a coveted item. Does that mean I shall not be able to obtain any this time? He expressed his disappointment. At that moment, Li Rongshuan smugly interjected. Su Xiao, it seems you were unaware of this. Fear not, if you desire. I can easily procure 2 pieces of jewelry for you. Really? How impressive. Su Xilan gazed at Li Rongshuan with newfound respect. This was the first time she regarded him with such interest. Prior to this moment, she had dismissed him as a mere ordinary wealthy heir. But if he could indeed acquire the fabled protective jewelry, her perception would undoubtedly shift. As the Su family members looked at him with envy, Li Rongshuan felt that the embarrassment he had previously endured was now redeemed. He cast a triumphant glance at Yi Xiao, as if to say, look at my prowess. I possess formidable connections, while you are merely a purveyor of trinkets. Noting the provocative gaze directed at him, Yi Xiao shrugged, unfazed by the ostentatious display. He did not perceive anything worthy of envy, for he was the very creator of such protective jewelry. In other words, if Yi Xiao were to decline Li Rongshuan's request, no matter how powerful his connections, even if he knew the man himself, he would be unable to procure a piece of protective jewelry. Alas, they remained unaware of Yi Xiao's true capabilities. Li Rongshuan wore a beaming smile, his self-satisfaction evident in his eyes. Chapter 76, Su Family Town Hall. Let us postpone the discussion of jewelry for a moment. Otherwise, someone might become utterly envious. Su Qingshan remarked disdainfully at Yi Xiao, gesturing for Li Rongshuan to change the subject. However, Li Rongshuan was unwilling to heed his suggestion, turning instead to gaze affectionately at Su Mingyue. Miss Su, I have actually prepared other gifts for you. This necklace is merely one of them. The remaining ring and earrings will be consecrated by a master and personally delivered to you after being imbued with protective charms. As you know, such jewelry is quite rare. It took considerable connections for me to meet that agent, and I even spent. Li Rongshuan could perceive that Su Mingyue was not particularly interested in his gifts, so he emphasized that there would be even better presents to come. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Su Mingyue shook her head and pointed to the necklace around her neck. Li Xiao, I apologize, but from now on, I shall only wear jewelry gifted by my boyfriend. Since auspicious jewelry is so remarkable, you should offer it to your family instead. I trust they would be delighted. Su Mingyue's refusal left Li Rongshuan momentarily speechless. Observing the wealthy young man experiencing yet another setback with Su Mingyue, Su Qingshan cleared his throat. Cough, cough. Let us cease the jewelry discussion. Mingyue, I have important matters to discuss with you today. Being a representative of the Su family, Su Mingwei felt compelled to respect him and turned her attention to him earnestly. It is as follows. This year's martial arts conference will be hosted by the Su family, and I am the family representative. Ah, I see. Su Mingwei was taken aback for a moment, realizing that Su Qingshan's presence at her birthday celebration was due to this reason. Is there anything you need my assistance with? As the Su family's representative in the southern region, she was willing to contribute. No need. Su Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. The family will handle arrangements. You need only to take care of yourself. As he spoke, he cast a deliberate glance at Yishao, clearly warning Su Mingwei to sever her ties with him. His gesture was unmistakable, yet Su Mingwei appeared oblivious, turning to explain the martial arts conference to Yishao. Su Qingshan's expression darkened, and his gaze toward Yishao intensified with anger. Typically, Su Mingwei was most obedient to him, but everything had changed since Yu Zhao's arrival. Fortunately, he had already devised a plan to deal with Yishao before his visit. Noticing the shift in Su Qingshan's demeanor, Su Xilan's expression changed, and she forced a smile. Brother, after your long journey, you must be exhausted. I've already instructed the servants to prepare your room. You can rest there afterward. She smiled affectionately, like a beloved sister longing for her brother. However, Su Qingshan was unappreciative, shaking his head. It matters not where I stay. I shall be at the hotel this time. Su Xilan was taken aback by his rejection, her expression turning sour. Li Rongshuan interjected, Haha, do not overthink it. Master Su is merely concerned that I might not enjoy myself here alone, and thus wishes to accompany me to the hotel as my guide. His explanation lightened the atmosphere considerably. However, following this brief conversation, the expressions of the Su sisters remained grim. After finishing their meal, Yishao felt he had no further role to play and decided to leave. Noticing his departure, Su Qingshan also rose from his seat. We shall speak no more. I have some important matters to attend to. He cast a pointed look at Yishao. Su Mingwei sensed something was amiss and quickly stood up, indicating her desire to see them off. No need. Su Qingshan glanced at her. Since he is your boyfriend, I shall take care of him. I will accompany him. With that, he turned and departed. Hearing Su Qingshan's irritated tone, Su Mingwei was reluctant to entrust Yishao to him. Just as she was about to insist on seeing him off, Su Xilan grasped her hand. Before Su Xilan could speak, Yishao interjected. I do not require anyone to see me off. I can return on my own. You need not worry. After bidding farewell to Su Mingwei, he departed with his belongings. Su Qingshan, unfazed by Yi Zhao's words, followed suit. Inside the private room, only Su Mingwei and Su Xilan remained. Su Mingyue's expression was still one of concern, while Su Xilan looked gravely at her. Sister, do not fret over Yishao. Rather, you should focus on the two of us. Given Su Mingyue's standing within the Su family, although she held no sway within the main family, she still possessed influence in this region. However, with Su Qingshan attending such a significant event, the main family clearly did not permit Su Mingyue to participate, which raised suspicions. If Su Xilan's intuition was correct, Yu Zhao's presence had altered the main family's attitude towards Su Mingwei. The family aimed to tighten control over the two sisters. The most effective means of exerting such control would be to revoke the authority they held. What shall we do, sister? Su Xilan's voice trembled with urgency. They were not members of the Su family by blood, and their achievements were solely due to Su Mingyue's intelligence. Yet, although they had garnered some success, they were still subordinate to the main family. Should the main family reclaim everything they had earned, their only fate would be arranged marriages dictated by the family. Sister, I do not wish to be wed to a stranger as per the family's arrangements. Su Xilan was genuinely distressed. Do not panic. Su Mingwei cast a glance outside. All the business in this area is under my control, even if the main family wishes to act. They would not dare to summon us back to the capital so easily. I will devise a plan. At that moment, although Su Mingwei appeared composed, her heart was racing with anxiety. In the face of the formidable main family, she felt minuscule. Yet, she was inherently strong-willed and would never willingly comply with the family's arrangements, abandoning her beloved to marry a stranger. Unthinkable. As Su Mingwei contemplated the potential events that might unfold, she began to reach out to her subordinates. Meanwhile, Yishao was briskly making his way out of the villa area. Unexpectedly, just a few steps ahead, a red sports car sped past him at an astonishing pace, halting in the middle of the road and blocking his path. Yishao looked up to see Su Qingshan emerging from the vehicle, his brow furrowing slightly. Pretty boy, do you know what I wish to discuss with you? Su Qingshan stepped out of the car, leaning against the luxury vehicle with a look of disdain directed at Yishao. Speak up. Why the silence? Yi Xiao found Su Qingshan's demeanor distasteful and regarded the wealthy young man coldly. What you wish to say, I can probably guess. It is likely that you believe I am unworthy of Su Mingwei, correct? Having heard Su Xilan's earlier remarks, Yi Xiao had anticipated this confrontation. Chapter 77, A Fool's Dream. Given that you are acutely aware of your unworthiness to stand beside Su Mingwei, what audacity do you possess to linger in her presence? A wretched creature like you is not even fit to carry the shoes of the Su family in the capital. How dare you entertain the delusion of becoming her boyfriend? Truly, your boldness knows no bounds. No. Su Qingshan suddenly shook his head. You have ulterior motives. You aspire to pursue dreams that are beyond your reach. He regarded Yi Xiao with a dark glare, convinced that Yi Xiao was merely a man seeking to ascend through the means of a woman, paving his own path of fortune. Dreams? Yi Xiao's dissatisfaction was palpable on his face, struggling to comprehend the convoluted reasoning of the Su family. Why did they assume he would rely on Su Mingwei's wealth to elevate himself? Let it be known that, irrespective of his current capabilities to amass wealth, even the formidable empire he commanded would render the Su family trembling in its shadow. Yet, Yi Xiao had no desire to flaunt such assets. He merely cast a cold stare at Su Qingshan. Your confidence is misplaced. Why must I depend on your Su family to achieve a better life? Do not delude yourselves into believing your family is of such significance. Step aside and do not waste my time. Yi Xiao wished to avoid wasting words with such a person and was reluctant to reveal his true identity. He longed to return. As his recent dealings in the jewelry business with Scarface were thriving, yesterday he had been urged to place further orders, and he still needed to focus on crafting protective talismans. Noticing Yi Xiao's hasty departure, Su Qingshan misinterpreted his urgency as a sign of guilt, further solidifying his belief that Yi Xiao intended to exploit Su Mingwei to gain favor with the Su family. Thus, he pressed forward, fixating intently on Yi Xiao. Let me tell you, a girl like Su Mingwei is not someone just anyone can be worthy of. Even that Li Rongshuan, whom I brought to the birthday banquet, is merely a triviality in my eyes. To be deemed worthy of Su Mingwei, one must be a luminary of the capital or a member of the global elite. Failing that, they must at least be a ruler from a neighboring nation. Individuals like you are certainly not within my realm of consideration. Su Qingshan's arrogant words left Yi Xiao momentarily astonished. In his view, Su Qingshan's disdain for him was evident. Bringing Li Rongshuan to Su Mingwei's birthday celebration seemed to be an attempt to facilitate their acquaintance, hoping that he might become her brother-in-law. Yet, he was astounded to discover that even the affluent Li Rongshuan was not deemed worthy in Su Qingshan's eyes. How ambitious this man was. Yi Xiao chuckled coldly. I am unaware of the extent of your Su family's capabilities, yet I surmise that those of such stature do not consider finding Su Mingwei to be their good fortune. It is not that Yi Xiao sought to belittle Su Mingwei. He merely stated the truth. The Su family indeed held heritage, but in comparison to other prominent figures, they were insignificant. Such grandiose aspirations? Yi Xiao mused that if Su Mingwei did not wish to be with him and instead acquiesced to her family's arrangements for an alliance, she would undoubtedly find herself in an immensely humiliating union. For some reason, at that moment, Yi Xiao felt a surge of gratitude for being present beside Su Mingwei, sparing her from such anguish. Yi Xiao's momentary expression of contemplation led Su Qingshan to misinterpret his emotions. I know you are feeling shameful now, but the reality is even more devastating than you can imagine. Therefore, Yi Xiao, you should quickly distance yourself from my sister. Otherwise, should our family decide to take any drastic measures, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. In his final words, Su Qingshan revealed his true intentions. Should Yi Xiao refuse to heed his warning and persist in his association with Su Mingwei, they would likely resort to sending assassins to eliminate him. How surprising. Yi Xiao coldly regarded Su Qingshan, finding him utterly foolish. A man devoid of any martial prowess dared to speak so boldly before one who possessed skill? Did he truly believe the warriors his family employed could easily take his life? However, before Yi Xiao could respond, Su Qingshan felt his task of warning had concluded and turned to return to his vehicle, driving away with an air of arrogance. Watching the brash young master depart, Yi Xiao shook his head, pondering whether there was any hope left for the Su family. Once separated from Yi Xiao, Su Qingshan sat in the car, whistling, his mood quite buoyant. Yet, a cautious middle-aged man beside him regarded him with concern. Young master, is it wise to merely issue a simple warning to that fellow? What if he continues to pursue the young lady? The man's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with a hint of murderous intent, clearly viewing Yi Xiao as a target for elimination. Should he dare to persist in his attentions towards Su Mingwei, this man would not hesitate to act upon Su Qingshan's command. We have done enough, haven't we? Rest assured. The Su family possesses ample means to deal with such individuals. Su Qingshan squinted his eyes, accustomed to encountering opportunistic women who sought to exploit their affluence. Such women often cloak their intentions in the guise of affection, seeking to extract wealth from them, with some even aspiring to marry into the Su family. As true scions of wealth, the Su family had long seen through these women's motives and had devised methods to rid themselves of such gold diggers. However, he had not anticipated the necessity of applying these tactics against a man. Fifth uncle, do not worry. I have already conferred with the family. In due time, they will reclaim the management rights from Su Mingwei. Once she is stripped of her company, she will have no reason to remain here and must return to the Su family. Upon her return, the family will arrange a suitable marriage partner for her. By then, even if Yi Xiao desires to seek her out, he cannot possibly traverse the distance from this small locale to the capital to pursue her. Even if he were to reach the capital, he would not gain entry to the gates of the Su family, would he? Fifth uncle nodded in agreement upon hearing his words. That does seem reasonable. There is no need to take any action against that man. Simply bringing Su Mingwei back to the capital will reveal the vast chasm that exists between them. After concluding their discussion about Yi Xiao, a weight of seriousness returned to Su Qingshan's countenance. He turned to the middle-aged man. Fifth uncle, this time the family has only permitted me to bring one expert to maintain order. I am concerned about potential complications. Should I seek out additional skilled individuals to bolster your presence during this period? Chapter 78. One is enough. The martial arts conference was jointly established by several prominent commercial families. And this year it was the Su family's turn to preside over the event. In previous years, the family responsible for overseeing the proceedings would bring along 20 skilled fighters to prevent any martial artists from resorting to violence if they were dissatisfied with the outcomes, thereby breaking the rules of the competition. Although Su Qingshan was sent by the Su family with limited assistance, he was afforded some time for preparation. He understood that the family intended for him to leverage his connections to invite a few experts to ensure the smooth running of the event. If he could successfully conclude the martial arts conference, his standing within the Su family would undoubtedly soar, and those who opposed his ascension to the family position would likely fall silent. His intention in speaking to the middle-aged man was to solicit some connections that could facilitate the invitation of skilled fighters. For such masters were not easily known to these prominent families. Even an ordinary expert was worthy of reverence, and it was not easy for an average person to request the presence of several master-level fighters. Unfortunately, after hearing his words, his uncle merely nodded without offering to introduce any experts, asserting instead, "Young master, you are indeed strategic to have foreseen this, but rest assured, I have already conducted a thorough investigation regarding this martial arts conference. The participants are merely a collection of obscure individuals and some newly wealthy upstarts seeking to claim territory. None of them possess formidable allies. One person is sufficient to oversee the proceedings." His uncle's unwavering confidence, coupled with his own formidable martial arts background, led Su Qingshan to contemplate for a moment before ultimately choosing to trust him, refraining from reaching out to other experts. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, dismissed Su Qingshan's warning. In his eyes, the entire Su family was inconsequential, and a mere unconfirmed heir did not warrant his concern. Upon returning to his residence, he was greeted by Sun Wei. "Master, you have finally returned. Scarface sent over a batch of items for you to review. If they suit your needs, you may keep them. If not, he will procure older ones for you." At these words, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up with delight. Scarface had evidently become more attentive since becoming an agent. Yi Xiao had previously mentioned to him the possibility of sourcing some precious medicinal herbs. Scarface had always claimed his capabilities were limited, but it seemed that recent ventures selling protective talismans had yielded substantial profits and connections, enabling him to acquire medicinal materials as well. Yi Xiao excitedly entered the room, where he found a neatly arranged collection of over a dozen medicinal herbs on the table, causing him to squint with satisfaction. Among these, 3 were particularly beneficial for enhancing his cultivation. He immediately turned to Sun Wei. "For the next few days, do not disturb me. I shall enter a short period of seclusion to cultivate. Should anything arise, please contact Scarface. If he cannot resolve it, simply wait for me to finish my retreat. Do not worry, it will not take long." Sun Wei was taken aback by the suddenness of Yi Xiao's decision to enter seclusion and wanted to ask if he needed any provisions. However, Yi Xiao waved her off, indicating that the herbs were all he required. Food and drink were entirely unnecessary. Upon hearing this, Sun Wei's eyes widened. In the past, when masters in their sect entered seclusion, they would meticulously prepare ample supplies, taking considerable time to arrange everything. Seeing Yi Xiao's casual approach to his retreat was a first for her. Despite her numerous questions, Yi Xiao provided no explanation. Closing the door behind him as he embarked on his seclusion journey, he refined the 3 medicinal herbs into 3 small pills, consuming them at intervals. He felt 3 surging waves of heat coursing through his body, clashing and converging. Yi Xiao focused his mind, silently meditating to integrate these forces into his own strength. While the concept seemed straightforward, the execution proved to be quite challenging. As he sat in meditation, Yi Xiao frowned, perspiring profusely. Yet the 3 forces resisted his attempts to tame them. Time slipped by, and before he knew it, 3 days had passed without food or drink. Not even a trip to the restroom. Finally, on the 3rd night, he opened his eyes. Exhaling a deep breath and revealing a satisfied smile at the sight of his more robust physique. The quality of the herbs had significantly enhanced his cultivation level. Now, he felt more than capable of dealing with any so-called martial worshipper. Yi Xiao had felt a strong urge to strike Su Qingshan when he spoke earlier, wanting to deliver a good beating to that fool. However, sensing the formidable presence of the guardian martial artist accompanying him, he refrained, knowing he lacked the confidence to defeat such an opponent. Thus, he chose to let the matter slide, but he was not one to suffer in silence. After this bout of training, he resolved that should he encounter Su Qingshan again and face any further disrespect akin to what Scarface had shown, he would not hesitate to take action. Emerging from his cultivation, feeling rejuvenated, Yi Xiao hummed a tune as he opened the door. This sudden movement startled Sun Wei, who had been seated outside. She furrowed her brow. "What are you doing sitting there?" Sun Wei, upon seeing him awake, hurriedly stood. "Oh, master. I was merely concerned about missing your return from seclusion." She then handed her phone to Yi Xiao. "Master, many have tried to reach you recently, including Miss Su. She does not believe my reassurances and fears something has happened to you. She has been quite anxious. You should call her to ease her worries." As she spoke, a glimmer of emotion flickered in her eyes. Initially, she had perceived Su Mingwei as a highborn lady. Yet she was taken aback by the genuine concern the young lady showed for her master. It seemed that the pressure on Su Mingwei had intensified, as the Su family was pushing her to distance herself from Yi Xiao, presenting her with numerous challenges to resolve. Had she not been preoccupied with family matters, Sun Wei was certain Su Mingwei would have flown over to see Yi Xiao. Nevertheless, Sun Wei shook her head. Even if Su Mingwei arrived, she would ensure that the young lady did not interrupt her master's cultivation. Chapter 79. Sincere treatment. It was precisely because she resolutely forbade Su Mingwei from seeing Yi Xiao that Su Mingwei grew increasingly anxious, fearing that something dire had befallen him at the hands of the Su family. The call was soon connected, and before Yi Xiao could utter a word, Su Mingwei's excited voice came through the line. "Is that you, Yi Xiao? I had discussed with Sun Wei that you would call me the moment you emerged from seclusion. It must be you." Her voice trembled, tinged with uncertainty, as if she dreaded hearing news of Yi Xiao's misfortune. "Of course it's me. I heard you were worried about me, so I made sure to call," Yi Xiao replied, his voice a ray of sunshine illuminating Su Mingwei's heart. The anxiety that had plagued her for days dissipated in an instant. "Yi Xiao, so you really were in seclusion. That is wonderful. I was genuinely concerned, fearing that the Su family had taken you away." Su Mingwei had never shown any interest in romantic matters nor sought a boyfriend. Yet she had witnessed how the main branch of the Su family dealt with women who aspired to marry into their affluent clan. They typically bound these women, and thereafter, they vanished without a trace. No one knew what they had endured, but given the Su family's nature, it was certain they would not meet a favorable fate. While she could not concern herself with the fate of those women, Yi Xiao was the one she cherished most dearly. He was the man she had fallen in love with. She would never allow anything to happen to him. Sensing the fear in her words, Yi Xiao chuckled softly. "You need not fear. With my strength, ordinary people cannot harm me. By the way, has Su Qingshan been causing you any trouble lately?" Upon hearing Yi Xiao's concerned inquiry, Su Mingwei wore a peculiar smile. "No, why would he bother me?" Though she spoke lightly, a hint of bitterness stirred within her. The main family indeed wished to keep Yi Xiao and Su Mingwei at a distance. Recently, they had created quite a few troubles for Su Mingwei. But upon hearing of Yi Xiao's sudden absence, they seemed to lose interest in troubling her further. Instead, they suggested she manage the area for a while longer. Although this was a significant relief for Su Mingwei and her sister, freeing them from the prospect of being coerced back to the main family to become pawns in arranged marriages, it also plunged Su Mingwei's heart into despair. She felt that the main family had only left her there after eliminating Yi Xiao. As the days passed, Su Mingwei grew increasingly anxious, unable to focus. She frequently called Sun Wei to inquire about Yi Xiao's well-being. However, Sun Wei consistently reported that Yi Xiao was in seclusion and discouraged her from interrupting him. Su Mingwei's worry mounted, and she had scarcely slept in the past few days. Yi Xiao, perceptive as ever, detected the fatigue in Su Mingwei's voice and recognized her state of constant anxiety. Thus, he shared his upcoming plans. Rest assured, I will attend the martial arts conference soon. During this time, I may not have the opportunity to see you. The Su family is indeed wary of my contact with you, but if I am not present, they are unlikely to trouble you regarding me. I hope you will take good care of yourself during this period. If you feel tired, please go to sleep. I do not wish to find a haggard woman upon my return from the conference. Yu Zhao's final words were laced with a teasing tone. Yet they struck a chord of alarm in Su Mingwei's heart. In a flurry, she hung up the phone, anxiously grabbing a mirror to assess her appearance. To her dismay, she realized her lack of sleep had rendered her weary and haggard. Determined, she decided to leave her work at the Su Corporation, hastening to her villa. After a series of rejuvenating treatments and a spa appointment, she finally lay down, determined to indulge in a beauty sleep. Yi Xiao, taken aback by Su Mingwei's decisive actions, shook his head in bemusement. Meanwhile, Sun Wei, indifferent to the unfolding events between Yi Xiao and Su Mingwei, looked at him with eager anticipation. Master, are you really going to the martial arts conference? Let me accompany you for a glimpse of the world. Yu Xiao, however, shook his head. I cannot take you this time. I have some matters to attend to, and your presence may complicate things. Remain at home and focus on your training. Rest assured, even without following me, your cultivation will progress. After instructing Sun Wei, Yi Xiao gathered his belongings, and the following day, he set off for the martial arts conference with Scar. The event was held at the mid-mountain of Tongtian Mountain. The conference had spurred commercial activity in the surrounding area. And as Yi Xiao arrived at the foot of the mountain, he encountered numerous cultivators. He nodded appreciatively, sensing that this conference would serve as an excellent opportunity to gauge his own strength. However, he candidly thought that with his current abilities, it would be more fitting to challenge the formidable experts serving the Su and Li families rather than contend with the lesser practitioners before him. Only then could he truly ascertain the extent of his prowess. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Scar respectfully escorted Yi Xiao to the hotel he had arranged, assuring him that all expenses would be covered on his account. Observing Scar's extravagant demeanor, Yi Xiao inquired, "Have you truly struck it rich? You seem to possess the air of a host for this conference." Scar's face flushed at Yu Zhao's words, and he quickly replied, Mr. Yi, nothing escapes your keen eyes. You are correct. I have indeed experienced considerable success and hold a 10% stake in this conference. Rest assured, regardless of how prosperous I become, you will forever remain my benefactor and my superior, Scar added, demonstrating his wisdom by acknowledging Yi Zhao's pivotal role in his rise. Yi Xiao nodded, thoroughly pleased with Scar's sentiments. Chapter 80. Familiar encounters. I am aware that you have numerous matters to attend to, so please do not feel obliged to entertain me. I shall meander around this vicinity and ascend the mountain shortly. It was evident that Yi Xiao preferred solitude for rest, and Scar dared not intrude further. However, before departing, he placed a gilded red invitation card before Yi Xiao. Mr. Yi, this is the invitation to the martial arts tournament. With this card, you may freely enter and exit the venue of the event. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded and casually set the invitation aside on a nearby table. Observing this scene, Scar could not help but shake his head. It was clear that Yi Xiao was oblivious to the grand scale of the martial arts tournament. The tournament, while ostensibly designed to provide martial artists with opportunities for training and competition, was, in reality, the prime occasion for the local lords to vie for territory. Many would bring their formidable subordinates to engage in conflict with rivals. A defeat could mean relinquishing a shop, and for small-time thugs, that was significant. For lords like Scar, a single loss could cost them an entire street. It could be said that this martial arts tournament was the focal point of attention in the region, as the outcomes of the battles would dictate the distribution of power among the surrounding cities. Individuals like Scar, who could claim a share of the tournament and possess such an invitation, were akin to prominent figures. This invitation was indeed extraordinary. Even the tournament staff would treat its bearer with utmost respect. Yet, Scar refrained from boasting about the value of the item he presented, fearing that Yi Xiao might interpret it as a display of arrogance. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries, he turned to depart. The scenery of Tongtian Mountain was delightful. After resting for a while in his room, Yi Xiao decided to venture out for a stroll. At the foot of the mountain, the villagers had set up stalls, taking advantage of the tournament, creating a bustling atmosphere. Some tourists had also come, seemingly eager to witness the prowess of the martial artists. As Yi Xiao wandered, he was unexpectedly halted by someone. He looked up, puzzled by the individual before him, and upon recognizing the face, he understood the situation. It was none other than Su Qishan. "Young Master Su, what is your intention?" Yi Xiao felt a sense of bewilderment. He was merely enjoying his time. So why was this man obstructing him? Upon hearing Yu Zhao's inquiry, Su Qingshan's face contorted with anger. "What do you mean by that? Don't think I am unaware. You overheard my conversation with Su Mingwei about the Su family coming here to assert dominance, and you deliberately sought her out for a chance encounter. Since my sister has rejected you, it would be best for you to leave and not linger, lest you continue to entangle yourself." He gestured towards Wu Shu, indicating that if Yu Xiao persisted, his life could be forfeit. In Su Qingshan's perspective, Su Mingwei had succumbed to family pressure and had clarified their severed ties with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao is now perceived as desperately clinging to the hope of maintaining a relationship with her. A cold chuckle escaped Yu Zhao's lips as he contemplated chastising Su Qingshan, only to be reminded of Su Mingwei's weary voice on the phone. He understood that if he retaliated against Su Qingshan, the Su family would undoubtedly exert pressure on Su Mingwei. Thus, he suppressed his impulse to act. Instead, he cast a frosty glance at Su Qingshan before turning away, dismissing the arrogant young master from the capital. As he walked away, Wu Shu considered pursuing him to deliver a reprimand, but was halted by Su Qingshan. "Uncle Wu." "It's fine. His presence here is inconsequential. Su Mingwei will not be appearing today. Even if she were here, he would have no opportunity to approach her. The martial arts tournament is not accessible to just anyone. Out of the visitors today, only 100 managed to acquire tickets. The rest were sold out weeks ago. Individuals like Yi Xiao are merely wasting their time here." Yi Xiao did not hear Su Qingshan's words, for upon turning, he encountered another familiar face. Li Xiaoya, adorned with a sun hat, looked at him with surprise. "Brother-in-law, what a delightful coincidence to find you here," she exclaimed, leaping into Yu Xiao's embrace for a hug. Li Xiaoya's sudden warmth caught Yu Xiao off guard, and her address drew curious glances from those around them, inducing a sense of embarrassment. He hastily pulled her away. "Li Xiaoya, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at the milk tea shop?" Upon hearing his question, Li Xiaoya pouted. "Indeed. I was working at the milk tea shop. Today was supposed to be a day off. But our manager abruptly insisted on fostering camaraderie and compelled us to participate in this team-building activity." Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at her words. A milk tea shop organizing a team-building event seemed an absurd waste of everyone's day off. He glanced around at the shops, thinking the manager must be somewhat unhinged. If the intent was truly to enjoy a day out, why not choose a more suitable venue? Such an occasion for team building seemed selfish, disregarding the preferences of others. How could a girl of Li Xiaoya's age possibly enjoy such violent activities? It was no wonder she was so excited to see him. With this thought, Yi Xiao looked at Li Xiaoya. "How about this? I'll arrange for someone to take you back. You need to waste your time here with them." To Yi Xiao, it seemed unnecessary for Li Xiaoya, merely a part-timer at the milk tea shop, to squander her time. However, Li Xiaoya shook her head. "No, it's fine. Everyone is here. If I don't come, it might seem out of place. Besides, I've had ample time off recently, and it's a good opportunity to explore a bit." Ever since the incident involving Yi Xiao, her co-workers had been exceptionally considerate, often allowing her to leave work early, resulting in her having significantly more free time than her peers. The manager organizing this event was rather meticulous, often assigning various tasks to staff. If she were to leave, it would mean leaving a few colleagues to bear the brunt of the work. Li Xiaoya felt grateful for the kindness shown to her and thus didn't wish to abandon them. Sensing that she had her reasons for staying, Yi Xiao decided against insisting she leave and instead suggested, "Since your colleagues are nearby, I will join you in extending my greetings." Chapter 81. A small thought to everyone and Appos. As surprise, Li Xiaoya and Appos, as face lit up with joy upon hearing the words. "Oh, brother-in-law, you are truly wonderful." Her exuberance was so pronounced that it aroused a flicker of doubt in Yi Xiao's eyes. It was unusual for Li Xiaoya to be so delighted just by spending time with him. Noticing his confusion, a hint of awkwardness crossed her face, but she cautiously inquired, "Brother-in-law, may I call you by your name? I feel more at ease that way." Yi Xiao, finding no objection, nodded in agreement. "You may call me by my name. After all, I am no longer with your sister, so there is no need for formalities." Yi Xiao held no resentment towards Li Xiaoya. In his years with the Li family, many had expressed their discontent towards him, yet Li Xiaoya treated him as family. In high spirits, she linked her arm with his as they approached the others at the company. "Hello everyone, this is Yi Xiao, my brother Yi. He is not just my friend but also my family." Li Xiaya introduced him warmly to those present, and Yi Xiao reciprocated with polite greetings. However, to Yi Xiao's astonishment, the expressions on the faces of the group were not pleasant. What could be the reason for this? Just as he sensed something amiss, a man in his 30s approached them. This man had overheard Yu Zhao's introduction but bypassed him entirely, addressing Li Xiaya instead. Xiaya, everyone has been waiting for you for quite some time. Where have you been? This blatant disregard left Yu Xiao feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Li Xiaya sensed Yu Zhao's displeasure and whispered, Brother Yi, this is my store manager. So he is the manager. Yu Zhao's gaze turned slightly disapproving. Honestly, he detested bosses who made decisions without considering their subordinates' feelings. The manager did not explicitly forbid Yu Xiao from accompanying Li Xiaya. But soon Yu Xiao noticed a more glaring issue. The man was persistently hovering around Li Xiaya. In the span of just 3 minutes, the manager had inquired about her well-being nearly 10 times. Observing the ambiguous glances exchanged among those nearby and the unmistakable embarrassment in Li Xiaya's eyes, Yi Xiao understood why she had been so elated to hear he was coming. A clingy sycophant, especially one with authority, could be quite bothersome. As Yi Xiao's gaze flitted between her and the manager, Li Xiaoya's face flushed with anxiety. Brother Yi, I really wanted to bring you here to have some fun. She attempted to explain, but Yi Xiao shook his head. It's all right. I understand your predicament. Thank you. Li Xiaya felt a warmth in her heart. Ever since Yi Xiao had contributed millions to assist the Li family, she had always regarded him as a good man. Even now, she could not comprehend why her sister, Li Tongtong, had chosen to part ways with him. Their voices were relatively low, causing them to lean in closer. However, this subtle gesture did not escape the notice of the store manager, Guo, whose expression soured, just as he was about to erupt in anger. Yu Xiao received a phone call. It was from Scar. Is there something you need? Yu Xiao inquired. Mr. Yi, you need not rush into the venue. The first half will be handled by others. As if to alleviate any misunderstanding, he elaborated, it's not a question of your abilities. The initial challengers are merely minor players. A skilled individual like you should not expend energy on them. Yu Xiao grasped his intent. You have arranged things well. The primary objective of participating in this martial arts event was to engage with formidable opponents. Competing against petty thugs was a waste of both energy and time. Indeed, Yi Xiao had no desire to spar with amateurs. All right then, I shall not disturb you further. Scar replied cheerfully. This competition held significant implications for the distribution of territory among his subordinates over the coming year. He did not doubt Yu Zhao's capabilities. He simply wished to ensure that Yi Xiao emerged victorious in every match to come. Scar had enlisted the services of a formidable expert named Wang Jinfu, a true powerhouse. It was said that he could harness the inner strength possessed only by genuine martial artists. With Yi Xiao and Wang Jinfu on board, victory was all but assured. Scar glanced at a few gang leaders seated nearby, already envisioning himself as a true kingpin. While dreaming is one thing, Scar still turned his attention back to Wang Jinfu. Sensing the unspoken thoughts in Scar's mind, Wang Jinfu smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, I can easily handle the first half. If you hadn't arranged for another, I could have managed the entire event. Seeing Scar's skepticism, Wang Jinfu felt compelled to clarify, in this venue, there are no master-level experts. I can certainly handle it. Now it made sense. Scar nodded in understanding. Wang Jinfu was a highly skilled inner strength practitioner he had hired at great expense. Yet it was rumored there were even more formidable beings among martial artists, such as master-level warriors and peak fighters. Initially, Scar had harbored concerns about Wang Jinfu's ability to cope, but it seemed that the Southern Martial Arts Tournament was merely a minor competition, resulting in fewer experts attending. With this realization, Scar felt reassured. Meanwhile, after concluding his call, Yi Xiao observed that everyone was gathered around Guo, chattering animatedly. What is going on? He inquired of Li Xiaoya, who stood nearby. What else could it be? They're discussing what to do next, she replied, her tone tinged with impatience. It was understandable. On a well-deserved day off, anyone would prefer to relax at home. Being summoned by such a boss for team-building activities was already unfortunate enough, let alone being dragged to a place that held no interest for her. How about this? Just say you're not feeling well and rest at the hotel over there. Yi Xiao suggested. Before Li Xiaoya could respond, Guo suddenly shouted, What are you talking about, hotel? All eyes turned toward them. The mention of hotel from a pair of young individuals certainly sparked wild imaginations. Li Xiaoya's face turned crimson, at a loss for how to clarify. She did not wish for anyone to misinterpret her relationship with Yi Xiao, yet articulating her thoughts would only reveal that she preferred not to partake in the group's activities. As she grappled with her predicament, Yi Xiao interjected. We weren't discussing any hotel. I merely mentioned that the formal competition is set to begin at 9 o'clock. Aren't you all here to witness this event? You don't even know the time. Yi Xiao feigned astonishment, successfully reddening Guo Kaiyang's face. Chapter 82. The ticket package. He awkwardly surveyed the crowd, chuckling nervously. I must have misheard. I thought this man harbored some ill intentions towards Li Xiaya. After speaking, he cast an indignant glare at Yi Xiao. There was no doubt about it. This man had suggested Li Xiaya rest at the hotel with ulterior motives. Li Xiaya discerned the manager's insinuations and offered him a cold smile. What I choose to do is none of your business. Your eavesdropping while ignoring everyone's opinion seems to be the real issue here. Li Xiaya had long been exasperated with Guo Kaiyang's persistent pursuit. Now, with him tarnishing her reputation alongside Yi Xiao, she felt no obligation to hold her tongue. How dare you speak to me like that? Guo Kaiyang, taken aback by her sudden fierceness, displayed a flicker of panic on his face. Just as he felt the weight of the moment, a male employee interjected, Actually, I was hoping to check out the martial arts competition too. However, I overheard the manager mention he had no plans to attend. Oh, I thought I could save a few hundred on tickets. The employee's voice dripped with mild resentment. With their day off being encroached upon, spirits were low. Just when they thought they could enjoy a fascinating event, the manager proved to be miserly, unwilling to purchase tickets. Guo Kaiyang picked up on the underlying tone of his words, his face flushing with embarrassment as he stammered. Well, tickets are quite expensive. And there are over a dozen of us. If we tally it all up, that's several thousand yuan. Do you expect me to cover that alone? He cast a deliberate glance at Yi Xiao, implying he had no intention of spending on what he deemed unnecessary. However, upon realizing Guo Kaiyang's reluctance to attend, Li Xiaoya seized the opportunity. Brother Yi, since they aren't going, would you take me with you? I'll buy my own ticket. I've always been fascinated by martial arts and want to see how those heroes fight in person. Are they as formidable as they appear on television? Her voice brimmed with excitement, making it clear she was eager to witness the competition. Yet, Yi Xiao noted that her expression seemed overly deliberate, as if she were trying to evade the bothersome Guo Kaiyang. Quite clever. Yi Xiao thought her plan was excellent and nodded in agreement. Very well. Since they are unwilling to spend on tickets, let us go and watch ourselves. He recalled hearing from Scarface that the invitation could admit guests, and bringing Li Xiaya along posed no problem. With that thought, he took her by the hand and departed, seeing the girl he fancied about to leave with another man. Guo Kaiyang shouted, When did I say I wouldn't pay for tickets? I was merely gauging everyone's interest in this kind of event. Since everyone wants to go, let us buy tickets now. Don't worry, if the budget falls short, I'll cover it myself. Upon hearing this, the staff at the milk tea shop exchanged glances, quietly giving Li Xiaya a thumbs up. They knew their manager was notoriously stingy, often counting every penny, so his willingness to spend thousands was astonishing. Regrettably, his actions did little to win Li Xiaya's favor. Instead, his persistent advances earned him a covert eye roll from her. It was that Li Xiaya was aloof. She was merely a university student, and the age gap with the over 30 Guo Kaiyang was too significant. After repeatedly rejecting him, his insistence had become utterly tiresome. Arriving at the ticket booth, Guo Kaiyang approached the attendant with an air of entitlement. We have over a dozen people here. Give us a discount, let's say 20% off. Otherwise, we won't be buying tickets. His assertive demeanor prompted a noticeable shift in the attendant's expression. After casting an incredulous glance at Guo Kaiyang, she responded with a polite yet awkward smile. I'm sorry, sir, but tickets for the martial arts competition are already sold out. If you truly wish to watch the event, perhaps you could find a nearby and to stream it. Guo Kaiyang's face fell upon hearing the attendant's words. What sort of attitude is that? I'm merely asking for a discount. Why are you trying to send us away? He erupted into a commotion, demanding the attendant sell him a ticket. Before long, a few security guards approached. What is going on here? The tickets have been sold out for quite some time. Didn't you see the notice posted over there? If you keep asking, do you want to get into trouble? The guards, seasoned professionals at a martial arts event, were not to be trifled with. Guo Kaiyang trembled at the sight of their imposing physiques, rendered speechless. In that moment, he seemed to grasp at a lifeline and turned his gaze to Yi Xiao. You've been around here for quite a while, haven't you? You must have seen the notice. Is it that you don't want to take Li Xiaya to the martial arts competition? You're just trying to avoid paying for her ticket, aren't you? Claiming you'd take her in, but merely deceiving her. Li Xiaya was taken aback, never expecting Guo Kaiyang to drag Yi Xiao into his embarrassment. Her expression shifted multiple times, and just as she prepared to rebuke him, Yi Xiao casually produced his invitation, waving it before Guo Kaiyang. Apologies, but I possess this invitation, which allows me to bring her in. After stating this, he turned and presented the invitation to the security guard. I'm permitted to bring one person, correct? Initially, the guard thought Yi Xiao and his companions were causing trouble. But upon seeing the invitation, he shuddered in surprise. Sir, you may indeed bring someone in, up to 20 people. In fact, intending to clarify the significance of Yi Xiao's invitation, the guard inadvertently ignited hope amongst the crowd behind him. Ah, so Yi Xiao possesses such a powerful invitation. Hurry, let us go inside. Indeed, I've been anticipating this martial arts competition for quite some time. If I can't witness it firsthand, it would be a lifelong regret. Xiaya, for the sake of our shared workplace, let Yi Xiao take us in. Many turned their hopeful gazes towards Li Xiaya, eager for her to intercede on their behalf. Chapter 83. The contest begins beside him. Guokaliang began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Oh, so you possess a ticket that grants entry for others. Yet you still insisted I pay you earlier? How petty of you. His words were quite discomforting. Just as Li Xiaya was about to defend Yi Xiao, he gestured for her to stop. In that case, I shall lead them inside. After declaring this, he strode ahead confidently. Observing Yi Xiao's nod, the others hurriedly followed suit. Even Guokaliang, who continued to disparage Yi Xiao, hastily trailed behind, oblivious to the disdainful glances cast upon him by those around. As they entered, the competition commenced in earnest. The initial phase was chaotic, featuring 10 contestants in each group, from which the top 3 would advance to the next round. Yi Xiao and Li Xiaya stood amidst the crowd, scrutinizing the fighters on stage as he assessed their capabilities. Unfortunately, after some time, he found their skills lacking. Shaking his head in disappointment, it appeared that coming here had been a waste of time. Just as he contemplated finding a place to rest until Scar needed him, a staff member spoke up. Oh, even in the preliminary rounds, the excitement is palpable. I cannot imagine how thrilling it will be when the big shots vie for territory. Yi Xiao turned to him, intrigued. What do you mean by big shots competing for territory? The staff member, clearly pleased with his knowledge, elaborated. You must not be a true fan of the martial arts tournament. I have watched every match live. What we are witnessing now is merely the preliminary round, filled with local ruffians seeking fame and fortune. While there may be some skilled fighters, their overall quality is subpar. The real masters await. Under the command of those vying for territory, each of them brings 1 to 3 experts to fight for them, and should one side triumph over another, they can claim part of the territory as a prize. Do you see those distinguished individuals over there? They are all renowned figures from the surrounding area. I must say, they are truly impressive. I do not aspire to be like them, but simply sitting beside them to witness this contest would satisfy me. Upon hearing this, even the initially disinterested staff members became attentive, eager to see how the competition would unfold. Yi Xiao remained quietly at the foot of the stage, observing the bouts. His lack of anticipation was not due to indifference. Rather, he noticed that Wang Jinfu, representing Scar, had begun to warm up on stage, likely preparing to face the victors of the preliminary rounds. It seemed that the pace of the competition was indeed brisk. As Yi Xiao had anticipated, the proceedings were swift. A contender would be declared the victor if they could incapacitate their opponent for 10 seconds. This straightforward process hastened the arrival of critical confrontations. Wang Jinfu soon found himself on stage, facing the winner of a previous group, an intimidating figure, clearly a formidable opponent. Yet, Wang Jinfu showed no sign of trepidation. Clearing his throat as he announced, I am Wang Jinfu. I invite this young brother to make the first move. The ruffian, taken aback by Wang's politeness, quickly regained composure and disdainfully spat on the ground. I am Xiaohuzai. Prepare to meet your end. With that, Xiaohuzai charged forward. Despite Wang Jinfu's amiable demeanor, he was not someone to be trifled with. With a swift motion, he struck Xiaohuzai squarely in the chest. Before the latter could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Wang Jinfu's decisive blow eliminated his opponent without the need for a countdown, prompting the referee to declare him the winner immediately. Impressive. A true master. How exhilarating. Wang Jinfu's technique, dazzling to the untrained eye, elicited cheers from the audience, eager for more challengers to step forward. Yet, peculiarly, few dared to confront Wang Jinfu afterward. The other victors from various groups opted to challenge different opponents instead, leaving the crowd puzzled. How ridiculous. Just because Wang Jinfu is slightly stronger, they shy away from a challenge. If I were a martial artist, I would never back down. One staff member lamented. Yi Xiao, however, shook his head. While the onlookers perceived Wang Jinfu's victory as a mere casual dismissal of his opponent, Those with discerning eyes recognized the depth of his power. He had mastered internal energy. This rare skill was not easily possessed, and the ruffians understood this well, opting instead to seek challenges elsewhere rather than provoke Wang Jinfu. Standing resolutely on the contest stage, Wang Jinfu surveyed the crowd, a hint of satisfaction appearing on his face as he noted no challengers were willing to confront him. In such a setting, their reluctance to challenge him was a testament to his strength. Scar, observing from his vantage point, reveled in Wang Jinfu's prowess, feeling a swell of pride. He mused that, at this rate, Yi Xiao's participation might not even be necessary. Scar's initial apprehension about inviting Yi Xiao had lingered, as he had previously profited from the protective talismans Yi Xiao crafted. Now, he was uncertain of what compensation to offer for Yi Xiao's participation in the contest. The expenses incurred from the last batch of medicinal materials had already strained his resources. Just as he pondered this, a commotion erupted at the entrance. A throng of individuals entered with great fanfare, capturing the attention of all present. Those seated at the main table, including Su Qingshan, also stood to assess the newcomers. Who are they, and why do they arrive now? Su Qingshan, representing the Su family, spoke with authority. His subordinates quickly informed him, "Young Master Su. These are members of the Gu family. They are substantial sponsors of the Martial Arts Tournament Alliance, contributing significantly in the past. According to the rules, families that arrive late are disqualified from the contest." Chapter 84. The hidden card. Yet, the implications in the words of the speaker were unmistakably clear. The opponent had also invested in the martial arts tournament, holding a status comparable to that of Su Qingshan. Thus, he hoped that Su Qingshan would not take offense. Su Qingshan, astute as ever, grasped the underlying meaning. Although the Su family held considerable influence in the capital, their authority here was not as pronounced, compelling him to nod in acquiescence, allowing members of the Gu family to approach. As the Gu family members made their way over, they exhibited no signs of embarrassment. Each walked with their heads held high, radiating an air of triumph as if they were the ultimate victors of this contest. A flicker of displeasure crossed the faces of the onlookers. While the Gu family had always been ostentatious, their current demeanor was excessive, provoking a desire to confront them. Was it possible they had summoned a formidable expert? Otherwise, what justified their arrogance? Perhaps the individual leading the charge possessed a presence distinct from the others. Witness the elder Gu, whose smile seemed nearly uncontainable. Certainly, they had a hidden ace. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao cast his gaze toward Gu Nan. Noticing a formidable figure standing beside him, he squinted with interest. It seemed this man surpassed even the fifth uncle accompanying Su Qingshan in prowess. A true sparring match would reveal the depths of his cultivation. Yi Xiao had already considered this expert brought by Gu Nan as a potential rival. Yet he refrained from rushing into action. After all, the hired help, Wang Jifeng, was still on stage. To intrude now would be to disrespect him. There was another reason for Yi Xiao's hesitance. Despite his rapid advancement in cultivation, he remained somewhat bewildered by the nuances of power comparison. He discerned that Wang Jifeng on stage wielded internal force, yet he was uncertain of the level of the Gu family's expert. It was evident that this individual could also employ internal energy, but his strength was leagues beyond Wang Jinfeng's. Yi Xiao was eager to observe the magnitude of this superior power. Wang Jinfeng, awaiting his opponent, grew solemn upon witnessing the Gu family's expert. The gap in strength was substantial, yet as he glanced at the expectant gaze of the scar-faced man, he felt a sense of obligation to remain. Moreover, having exuded such confidence moments ago, retreating now would be a source of ridicule. With no other option, Wang Jinfeng resolved to remain on stage, silently praying not to engage with the Gu family's expert. Yet, as fate would have it, the Gu family expert, after surveying the surroundings, approached Wang Jifeng. "Ah, it seems you have no worthy opponent here. Perhaps they believe you to be so formidable that they dare not challenge you?" The expert, with a veneer of amusement, leaped onto the stage. "Come, let us see what you are made of." Upon his arrival, he urged Wang Jifeng to initiate the conflict. Wang Jifeng furrowed his brow. "Do you not understand the rules of the martial world? You have not even introduced yourself." The expert, taken aback by Wang Jinfeng's retort, chuckled lightly. "My name? It is Han Tian'e. Remember it well, for yours holds no significance to me. To me, you are merely one of many defeated foes, unworthy of a name." "What?" Wang Jifeng gritted his teeth in indignation. He had not anticipated such arrogance from his opponent. The spectators echoed his sentiment with a chorus of disapproval. They had witnessed Wang Jinfeng's prowess in dispatching his previous opponent with ease. What audacity was this Han Tian'e exhibiting, given his frail appearance? He might soon find himself at the mercy of Wang Jinfeng. As anticipation mounted, the two engaged in combat. Han Tianhe, however, did not strike immediately. Instead, he remained relaxed, seemingly inviting Wang Jinfeng to make the first move. This nonchalance incensed Wang Jinfeng. Gathering his strength, he swung his fist toward Han Tianhe with lethal intent. Yet, Han Tianhe evaded effortlessly, sidestepping the attack as if it were inconsequential. Fortunately, Wang Jinfeng managed to regain his balance, narrowly avoiding a humiliating fall. "Why do you not face me directly? What is the point of evasion?" Wang Jinfeng seethed, perceiving Han Tianhe's actions as a deliberate affront. In response, Han Tianhe shook his head in resignation. "You truly fail to appreciate my intentions. I merely wish to grant you a chance to withdraw with your life. Should I unleash my full strength, even if you were to survive this encounter, you would likely be left incapacitated. I offer you mercy, yet you insist on challenging me?" With that, he charged at Wang Jinfeng. Before Wang could comprehend the unfolding situation, he was sent hurtling off the stage by a single kick. The resounding impact reverberated through the air. The crowd gasped, astonished to see Wang Jinfeng, moments ago a figure of authority, now unceremoniously dispatched. The force of that kick far surpassed anything Wang Jinfeng had previously demonstrated. Observers noted that the individual he had bested earlier had scurried away in shame, while Wang lay motionless, devoid of any signs of consciousness. The sheer power behind that strike was staggering. The audience regarded Han Tianhe with incredulity, struggling to fathom how such a seemingly frail individual could possess such overwhelming strength. Was he some sort of monster? Amidst the captivated gazes, Gunan strode onto the stage with an air of triumph, proudly introducing Han Tianhe to the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, you may not be aware, but this is Han Tianhe, a favored disciple of the Namling sect. I am fortunate to have secured his assistance for this tournament, and I hope the Gu family will achieve remarkable success with his backing." His eyes gleamed with pride, and the crowd gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated Gunan to have enlisted someone from the Namling sect. As whispers of disbelief spread among them, Yi Shao, perplexed, sought to understand the significance of the Namling sect and why it inspired such trepidation. The staff member regarded him with a look of incredulity. Chapter 85. Public disgrace. Are you even aware of the Namling sect? It is a place renowned for nurturing the elite. It is said that disciples emerging from there are destined for the capital, serving the true aristocratic families. Individuals like us rarely even have the chance to glimpse a disciple from that sect. With the Gu family managing to enlist such formidable talent, they are undoubtedly poised to dominate the southern regions. It is estimated they could seize over half of others' assets. After the shop assistant's analysis, he regarded Gunan with extreme caution and respect. This sentiment is not unfounded. If Gunan truly reaps significant rewards at this conference, he will undoubtedly emerge as the foremost figure, second only to the Su family. To think, the esteemed opponent waiting here could be so easily vanquished. A mere kick rendered him unconscious, leaving me utterly disheartened. Han Tianhe stood atop the platform. Disappointment etched across his face as he gazed at Wang Jinfeng. He felt no remorse for incapacitating his opponent. Rather, he criticized Wang Jinfeng for his inadequacy, lamenting that he could not fully enjoy the contest before him. Upon hearing Han Tianhe's disdainful remarks, Scarface rose to his feet. "Do you even understand the rules? Normally, before a match, everyone must introduce themselves and bow to each other. To abruptly challenge Wang Jinfeng after merely stating your name, without giving him time to prepare, is bound to result in such a mishap. Organizers, I believe this Han Tianhe blatantly disregards the rules. I urge you to disqualify him from the competition." This statement garnered considerable support, primarily from the powerful figures seated around Su Qingshan. They recognized that the Gu family's champion was no ordinary contender. If a real confrontation were to occur, they anticipated significant losses. Thus, they sought an alternative solution, such as stripping Han Tianhe of his eligibility to compete, ensuring he remained distant and did not encroach upon their assets. Su Qingshan, perched upon the platform, was acutely aware of the implications of the formidable individual the Gu family had brought along. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before coldly proclaiming, "You are correct. Han Tianhe's disregard for the rules is a blatant affront to the authority of this assembly. Therefore, in my capacity as the organizer, I hereby revoke his qualification to compete." It was not that the Su family looked down upon the Gu family, rather, as the organizers. Their duty was to maintain order at the martial arts conference and safeguard the interests of their allies. The influential individuals seated beside him were, in fact, serving several prominent families within the martial arts alliance. They could not allow this upstart, Han Tianhe, to usurp everything and leave his followers without sustenance. When Su Qingshan announced the disqualification, a wave of relief washed over the assembled dignitaries. Only Gu Nan appeared discontented. He immediately lifted his gaze to Su Qingshan. Young Master Su, that is not how this should be stated. Have you consulted the Su family's opinions regarding your unilateral decision? The Gu family invests significantly in this martial arts conference each year. What right do you have to arbitrarily revoke the qualification of our representative? Despite the Su family's considerable wealth, Gu Nan still sought to reason with Su Qingshan at that moment. Yet, Su Qingshan, brimming with youthful arrogance, perceived Gu Nan's words as an attempt to leverage the Su family's status against him, causing his expression to turn frigid. Do you know that I am the future heir of the Su family? The entire Su family is subject to my authority. Why would I hesitate to revoke Han Tianhe's qualification? Gu family patriarch, I hope you understand your position. Otherwise, should you continue to challenge the authority of this gathering, I can easily expel you from the Martial Arts Alliance. Su Qingshan's words carried a clear threat. Should the Gu family refuse to comply with the arrangements, the Su family would not hesitate to sever ties in the future. Gu Nan's countenance turned grim. He gazed at this young man, who was merely a few years his junior, feeling an inferno of rage within him, yet unable to express it. This was the Gu family's golden opportunity. Having inexplicably gained the support of the formidable Han Tianhe, they had intended to conquer the territories of those who had previously looked down upon them. But now, with Su Qingshan's interference, he threatened to strip him of the chance to join the alliance. While seizing territory was paramount for the Gu family, forging an alliance with these powerful figures, under the protection of the Su family and other prominent clans from Yinjing, was equally desirable. In that moment, Gu Nan found himself at a loss for words, his face flushed, rendered speechless, caught between a rock and a hard place. After finally acquiring assistance, the prospect of relinquishing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was inconceivable. Just as Su Qingshan prepared to further pressure Gu Nan, Han Tianhe suddenly spoke up. Young Master Su, do you truly underestimate the Nanling sect? The Su family in the capital sounds impressive, yet I know that when disciples of the Nanling sect emerge, they would not choose your family. Even the least accomplished disciples would opt for families of greater standing than yours. Are you truly so oblivious to this? To threaten the family I represent while standing there is a clear invitation for disaster. The Su family, while imposing and formidable among the present clans, holds merely a modest position in Yinjing. The notion of dominating the capital is utterly preposterous, and they do not even rank among the elite families. Han Tianhe's remarks were not a deliberate insult. He merely articulated the truth of the Su family standing in Yinjing. Upon hearing these words, Su Qingshan's face shifted between shades of anger and disbelief. He could not fathom that after laboring to represent his family at this martial arts conference, he would be derided by a mere disciple from a mountain sect. He slammed his hand against the table. Is it merely the Nanling sect? It is just another sect. Even if you choose not to ally with the Su family, we can still find true masters. Do not delude yourself into thinking your sect can reign supreme. Now, I must ask the Gu family patriarch, do you wish to concede this challenge, or do you intend to oppose the entire martial arts assembly? Publicly humiliated, Su Qingshan's temper flared, compelling him to issue an ultimatum to Gu Nan, demanding a decision. Gu Nan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of fear. Just as he was about to express his willingness to withdraw, Han Tianhe suddenly took a step forward towards the podium. The young master of the Su family is indeed confrontational. If you wish for me to forfeit this opportunity to compete, then you must ensure that I leave here with full conviction. Chapter 86. Only one fight. Provide a reason. Do not expect me to abandon my stance based solely on your words. I have traveled a great distance, specifically from the Southridge sect. And even if you disregard the Gu family, you must at least show some respect to my sect. His gaze was as frigid as that of a venomous serpent, fixed on Su Qingshan. Initially, Su Qingshan was too enraged to regard Han Tianhe's remarks. However, his uncle Wu restrained his arm, signaling him subtly. Su Qingshan understood that his uncle wished to avoid straining relations with the Southridge sect. Hence, he turned his attention to Han Tianhe. Since you insist, I shall grant the Southridge sect a measure of respect. Here is my proposal. You shall commence your challenge against the contestants present. But you may only engage in a single bout. Should you emerge victorious, you must promptly withdraw. This is the extent of my leniency. Only one fight permitted. Gu Nan's expression brightened considerably compared to before. At the very least, he was granted an opportunity to potentially gain something valuable. Mr. Han, might you consider challenging the first participant on the left? That territory is relatively expansive, and there may be some worthwhile spoils. Gu Nen anxiously regarded him, fearful of a refusal. Han Tianhe's sudden appearance was inexplicable. Who could predict whether he would prioritize his own interests over theirs? No, I refuse to heed your advice, came Han Tianhe's decisive reply. Gu Nan's heart sank immediately. He had hoped for an expert to assist them, only to discover that this so-called expert was too eccentric to be of any use. The Gu family was facing a grave loss. Gu Nan sighed repeatedly, contemplating that it would have been better to rely on their own connections to summon a skilled fighter, which might yield better results. Just as despair began to consume him, Han Tianhe spoke once more. There is no need for the Gu family head to be so disheartened. I am not entirely abandoning the Gu family. His words elicited an eye roll from Gu Nan. What nonsense! Had he not already declined to assist? How could he possibly offer help now? It was utterly absurd. As Gu Nan pondered how to dismiss him, Han Tianhe unexpectedly addressed the crowd. Let us all engage simultaneously. That would still count as a single fight. What? Everyone present was momentarily dumbfounded. What sort of madness was this? Su Qishan rose from the podium, convinced that Han Tianhe had lost his mind. One person challenging a multitude of representatives sent by the leaders. Such arrogance was staggering. Su Qishan regarded him with disdain, believing that those from the Southridge sect were nothing extraordinary. Lacking true strength, they were merely adept at posturing. This seemed contrary to the established rules. Uncle Wu swiftly glanced at Su Qishan, imploring him to intervene against Han Tianhe's reckless behavior. Yet Su Qishan shook his head. It matters not. These leaders are no pushovers. Their skilled subordinates will undoubtedly teach him a lesson. As the heir of the Su family, Han Tianhe's actions had humiliated him before this assembly of rustic villagers, and he could not bear it. To have the opportunity to teach him a lesson was truly a stroke of fortune. Han Tianhe possessed remarkably acute hearing. He had clearly overheard the conversation between Gu Nan and his father across the lake. Now he discerned Su Qishan's words as well. Those present surely could not comprehend my motives for challenging many at once. Allow me to elucidate. In my eyes, regardless of the prowess of the experts you have brought, they are all worthless. Trash among trash. What? The moment these words escaped his lips, the entire assembly was taken aback. None anticipated that a mere disciple from the Southridge sect would exhibit such audacity. All the leaders were similarly astonished. How could he possibly disregard them so blatantly? He must be taught a lesson. Furious, the leaders rallied their experts, who were equally incensed. Though they understood that their cultivation levels could not match Han Tianhe's, they were all figures of dominance in their respective realms. Surely, one person could not be stronger than a multitude. It was inconceivable. Together, they would surely subdue this arrogant youth. The experts summoned by all the leaders were eager to step forward and discipline this insufferable Han Tianhe. Unfazed, Han Tianhe stood atop the platform, dismissively waving his hand at the approaching throng. His gesture only fueled their ire. Disregarding Su Qishan's prior admonitions, they surged forward en masse. Seated at the podium, Su Qishan watched with a smug expression as Han Tianhe engaged in combat, contemplating that this audacious youth would surely be left battered and bruised. Yet, at that moment, Yi Xiao had already foreseen how Han Tianhe would continue to flaunt his bravado. What did it matter if a multitude attacked one? In the face of such a vast disparity in strength, they were insignificant. As expected, the experts, though initially imposing and displaying a semblance of tactical prowess, found themselves encircling Han Tianhe. However, he remained nonchalant at the center of the fray, striking with casual disregard. He dispatched one opponent after another with no discernible pattern. Yet through this chaotic display, he single-handedly toppled all 10 formidable challengers. After sending the last adversary tumbling from the stage, he simply smiled faintly at the assembled crowd. Is this the best you can muster? How utterly feeble. This so-called Southern Martial Arts Conference is hardly worth holding in the future. He cast a derisive glance at Su Qishan, the provocation unmistakable. Gu Nan stared in disbelief at the fallen figures, grappling with the incredulity of the situation. Had his subordinates truly defeated all the experts brought by the leaders? Did this not imply that their territories would now belong to the Gu family? He was on the verge of ecstasy. Gu Nan trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom the riches and power that awaited him, observing his excitement with disdain. Han Tianhe turned his gaze back to Su Qishan. Since you have come to arbitrate, I must inquire, does my victory over these individuals signify that the territory I represent on behalf of the Han family is now rightfully ours? What? The moment he uttered these words, the leaders below were left utterly astounded. All the leaders sprang to their feet, shocked that he would audaciously demand their territories. Although the rules dictated such an outcome, was it not tantamount to claiming dominion over the entire region? What was this? The leaders lamented the prospect of their territories being usurped, while Su Qingshan glared in fury from the podium. Was Han Tianhe not attempting to undermine the Su family's influence in this region? How shameless. Chapter 87. Bold demands. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. What nonsense are you spouting? It is impossible for these people's territory to be entirely handed over to the Gu family. If you continue to stir up trouble here, beware that I will have skilled fighters throw you out. If you do not wish to meet a disgraceful end, shut your mouth and heed my arrangements. Su Qingshan adopted the arrogant demeanor of a wealthy heir, intending to compel Han Tianhe to submit to him through this forceful attitude. Unfortunately, Han Tianhe was not the cowardly pushover he was accustomed to dealing with. He was a genuine expert from a reputable sect and would not be swayed by such tactics. Upon hearing this, Han Tianhe shook his head. Ah, Master Su, your words are truly incomprehensible. You just stated that everything must be conducted according to the rules, and I complied by only engaging in a single fight. However, now that I have defeated them all, should you not, in accordance with the rules, hand over their territories and assets? Otherwise, does that not imply that the Su family lacks integrity? Han Tianhe directly aimed his criticism at the Su family, represented by Su Qingshan, which made Su Qingshan feel exceedingly uncomfortable. He approached Han Tianhe. You came here today to deliberately cause chaos, did you not? I said you could challenge once, not that you could fight against so many. Now that you have won, claiming their territory is simply exploiting a loophole. Let me be clear, I will never agree to that. He spoke with righteous indignation, convinced that his reasoning was sound. Yet, Han Tianhe merely sneered at him. Oh, did not Master Su just wish for these people to join forces to beat me into a pulp? Why did you not mention that it is unfair for a group to attack a single person back then? But now you insist I adhere to these rules. Such blatant double standards. After saying this, he coldly scrutinized Su Qingshan, causing a chill to run down Su Qingshan's spine. At that moment, Uncle Wu timely stepped forward, shielding Su Qingshan behind him. Haha, young Master Han, you seem to be quite a formidable expert. Might you show some consideration for the Su family and refrain from escalating this further? Uncle Wu spoke with utmost respect, clearly attempting to appease the suddenly emerging powerhouse. Hearing Uncle Wu's words, Su Qingshan was taken aback. He regarded Uncle Wu as an exceptionally powerful figure, one that many in Yinjing were eyeing with the intent to lure him away from the Su family. Today, however, Uncle Wu was displaying such humility before Han Tianhe. Could it be that Han Tianhe truly possessed extraordinary abilities, far beyond imagination? In light of this, Su Qingshan began to feel a sense of dread. Nevertheless, fear was not a solution to the current situation. Han Tianhe had no intention of yielding any ground to the Su family. He turned to Uncle Wu with a cold smile. Old man, if I were inclined to show the Su family some respect, why would I engage in such actions today? Do you really think you can pressure me with the Su family to let this go? That is a fanciful notion. His words were direct, causing Uncle Wu's expression to shift dramatically. Indeed, their greatest reliance was the Su family, yet the opposing party showed no respect for the Su family. It seemed there was only one way to resolve this predicament. After some contemplation, Uncle Wu turned to Su Qingshan. Young master, since Han Tianhe is so unruly and unwilling to abide by our rules, I shall have to take matters into my own hands to handle him. He spoke with utmost seriousness, lacking the earlier confidence that had prevented Su Qingshan from seeking additional skilled fighters. Su Qingshan was not foolish. He swiftly recognized the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly approached Uncle Wu, contemplating whether it would be prudent to let this matter go if Han Tianhe proved too dangerous. However, to his surprise, Uncle Wu seemed to anticipate his thoughts and tightly grasped his hand. Young master, the internal strife within the Su family is quite severe. It is not easy for you to occupy the position of heir. If today's conference results in a loss of face for the Su family, you may never recover your standing. Even Su Mingwei could step on you. These words left Su Qingshan momentarily stunned. Indeed, although he boasted of being a direct descendant and enjoyed a favorable standing within the family, he was surrounded by fierce competitors. The Su family promoted those capable to higher positions, and in some respects, Su Mingwei, who had been diligently working to secure benefits for the family, possessed significant competitive strength in the eyes of the family. It was precisely for this reason that Han Tianhe had hastily brought that Master Li to introduce to Su Mingwei. In his view, a woman like Su Mingwei should dutifully serve as a tool for family alliances, rather than tirelessly striving to become a potential rival for his inheritance. Realizing that this confrontation was necessary, Su Qingshan could only nod in agreement. Then, Uncle Wu, please be cautious. Uncle Wu nodded but did not leave immediately. Instead, He firmly squeezed Su Qingshan's hand. Young master, if the situation turns dire, do not worry about me. You are the heir of the Su family, and you must not suffer any mishaps. Uncle Wu's earlier words had already made Su Qingshan extremely anxious, and now his insistence on such a request sent his heart into turmoil. Did Uncle Wu believe he could not defeat Han Tianhe and feared that the latter would harbor hostility toward the Su family? Watching Uncle Wu approach Han Tianhe, Su Qingshan felt a wave of trepidation. To be honest, he wanted nothing more than to turn and flee from this perilous situation. Upon reflection, since Han Tianhe's arrival, he had consistently brought embarrassment to the Su family. Perhaps he was an enemy of the Su family. At this moment, he had only Uncle Wu by his side. And since Uncle Wu could not contend with Han Tianhe, he was likely facing life-threatening danger. Rather than risk his life here, it would be wiser to make a decisive escape now. Even if it meant losing face, preserving his life was far more valuable. This was not a lack of loyalty from Su Qingshan. It was simply the result of the Su family's teachings, which prioritized personal interests above all. Furthermore, Uncle Wu was essentially a hired hand, akin to a bodyguard, so his thoughts were entirely rational. What Su Qingshan did not anticipate was that just as he was about to leave, a knife suddenly flew directly toward him. He barely dodged in time, and the knife lodged itself firmly into the wall, showing no signs of falling. Before Su Qingshan could comprehend the situation, Han Tianhe's voice abruptly rang in his ears. Master Su, you must pay close attention to the outcome of this contest. Do not run away midway, for if I engage in combat with this old man, it would lose its meaning. Chapter 88. Dare to gamble. The sudden appearance of Han Tianhe startled Su Qingshan, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. He could hardly fathom how he had found himself in such a dire predicament. Now, he was trapped. Leaving was not an option. Yet remaining would only lead to a humiliating conclusion. The discomfort was unbearable. Beside him, Uncle Wu was equally uneasy. He had previously boasted that he alone could dominate the situation, but now he was filled with regret. The prowess of Han Tianhe was undoubtedly far superior, and it could be said that with just one move, he could extinguish Su Qingshan's life. However, Uncle Wu found himself in a dilemma. Although the Su family was not a top-tier clan in the capital, they held a respectable position. If he abandoned Su Qingshan today and fled, word would spread, and he would never be able to gain the favor of the prominent families again. Thus, he had no choice but to continue fighting for the Su family. Standing on the contest platform, Uncle Wu clasped his hands towards Han Tianhe, urging him to make the first move. He endeavored to project an air of calm, though his palms were slick with sweat. Han Tianhe glanced at him and remarked, "You, old man, possess some loyalty. Knowing the outcome is bleak, you still wish to confront me. How about this? I shall grant you a chance for survival. Have your master agree to one request of mine, and if he complies, I shall refrain from striking you and treat the Su family with utmost respect, avoiding further complications." His unexpected offer left Su Qingshan and all present in shock. They looked at Han Tianhe, perplexed by his intentions. Even Gu Nan, somewhat unwillingly, interjected, "Oh, Mr. Han, you are already so formidable and have successfully challenged the Su family. Why would you suddenly choose not to fight? The Su family is affluent. If they agree now and later retract their promise, how will you fare?" Gu Nan was no fool. He recognized that today was the optimal moment for him to establish dominance in the area. Should Han Tianhe deliver a severe lesson to Uncle Wu, the position of authority would surely fall to him. Lost in a delightful daydream, he was unwilling to let it shatter. Han Tianhe smiled at him, unperturbed by Gu Nan's words, yet he did not acquiesce to his suggestion. He fixed his gaze on Su Qingshan, awaiting a response. Surprised that the spotlight had shifted back to him, Su Qingshan, who had initially considered fleeing, steeled himself and replied, "Mr. Han, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Upon hearing this, Uncle Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Han Tianhe had a request, it was better than risking his own life unnecessarily. He maintained an optimistic mindset, but the words that followed from Han Tianhe left everyone in awe. "Actually, my request is quite simple. If you wish to avoid conflict, it would be best to provide me with what I desire. Young Master Su, be astute and hand over all the territory that the Su family possesses in this region. If you do so, I shall not pursue this matter further. What do you think of my proposal?" After he spoke, he regarded Su Qingshan with a sincere expression, as if he had presented an exceptionally reasonable proposition. Should Su Qingshan refuse, it would seem rather unreasonable. What audacity! To demand all the wealth of the Su family in this area? This amounted to a sum that exceeded what the leaders in the contest could amass combined. Su Qingshan's eyes widened. If he were not at such a disadvantage against Han Tianhe, he would have rushed over to deliver a few punches to this arrogant young man. What did you say? You are making an outrageous demand. Young man, do not be so presumptuous. Uncle Wu had not anticipated such a bold request from Han Tianhe. Unable to defeat him, he attempted to admonish him with the gravitas of an elder. Yet, Han Tianhe remained unfazed, shaking his head in exasperation. I am offering you an opportunity. I do not wish for the Su family to lose face, nor do I want this old man to lose his life. Why do you not comprehend my intentions and instead label me the villain? Truly, it is like a dog biting Lu Dongbin without recognizing a good heart. His tone suddenly turned icy. I shall state this only once. You must decide whether to wager all the wealth of the Su family in this region, allowing this old man to fight me, or else I shall have no choice but to unleash a massacre. What? He actually threatened to kill. All present, including the audience who had purchased tickets, were left speechless. While they had heard of this contest, which typically involved exchanges of skill without fatal incidents, Han Tianhe's brazen declaration of bloodshed sent waves of shock and fear through the crowd. Many spectators, frightened, hurriedly attempted to escape, wishing to avoid entanglement with the Su family. The onlookers, though not directly involved, were already trembling with fear, while the leaders on stage began to quiver. After all, they were aligned with the Su family. Should Han Tianhe truly harbor murderous intent, they would be among the first to fall. What could be done? The atmosphere was rife with dread, and all pressure had fallen squarely upon Su Qingshan's shoulders. Young Master Su, you must speak. The crowd had not overheard the earlier conversation between Uncle Wu and Su Qingshan, believing that the masters brought by the Su family were undoubtedly superior and would protect everyone. At this moment, if Su Qingshan did not nod in agreement to Han Tianhe's demands, it would seem he was prioritizing his family's interests at the expense of everyone's lives. Young Master Su, we are loyal subordinates of the Su family. You cannot allow us to perish unjustly. Yes, my wife just bore me a son. He is my only heir. Do not let our family line come to an end. Everyone presented their reasons to pressure Su Qingshan. His face flushed with anxiety. Regardless of who pressed him today, he dared not relent. The reputation of the Su family was paramount, but their interests were even more vital. To capitulate in fear and relinquish control over this territory would be a painful loss for the Su family. Should he agree, the head of the Su family would undoubtedly be furious. What a predicament! Sweat poured from Su Qingshan's brow as he struggled to devise a solution. He could even foresee that if he failed today, not only would his competitors revel in his downfall, but even Su Mingwei would slip from his grasp. No, absolutely not. His vision blurred, and the crowd around him spiraled into a frenzy. Several anxious leaders even approached him, appearing ready to take matters into their own hands should he refuse. Chapter 89. The commencement of the duel. What is the meaning of this? I have acted solely for your benefit. Su Qingshan was suddenly engulfed in panic. He never anticipated that his efforts to safeguard the interests of this group would culminate in the Gu family's threats being directed at him. Just as Su Qingshan was rendered speechless, Han Tianhe stepped before him. Young Master Su, my time is rather precious. Do not linger in hesitation. Provide me with an answer promptly, or I shall not hold back. His gaze was sharp, exuding an unmistakable intent to kill. Su Qingshan trembled in fear, staring blankly at Han Tianhe, and inexplicably nodded. Ah, splendid. Since you have acquiesced, let us commence the contest. Upon receiving Su Qingshan's nod, Han Tianhe seized the moment, signaling for his Uncle Wu to begin. Young master, how could you concede to such a demand? This is sheer folly. Uncle Wu was furious, his feet stomping in agitation upon witnessing Su Qingshan's compliance. At this moment, Su Qingshan, as if awakening from a dream, surveyed his surroundings and realized that he had been momentarily paralyzed by Han Tianhe's intimidation, leading to his subconscious agreement. I did not mean it that way. Su Qingshan attempted to retract his consent, yet Han Tianhe's icy gaze fell upon him once more. Pray tell, young Master Su, what else do you wish to convey? That solitary question rendered Su Qingshan mute. He could only tremble and beseech Uncle Wu. Uncle, please do your utmost to defend the Su family's territory. Otherwise, we shall face dire consequences. There was an unspoken understanding between them. Should they lose this confrontation, Su Qingshan's standing within the Su family would be irretrievably compromised. Very well. Young master, I shall exert every effort. Uncle Wu nodded resolutely, lifting his head as he approached the stage, determined to secure a glimmer of hope for the Su family. Upon witnessing Uncle Wu's assent, a satisfied smile graced Han Tianhe's face. Is that all? Why waste my time lingering in indecision? With that, he waved dismissively at Uncle Wu. Hey, old man, let the battle commence. I shall grant you the first move. Otherwise, others may accuse me of bullying the elderly. His words, albeit feigning deference, resonated unpleasantly with everyone present. As the target of his scorn, Uncle Wu could not endure such humiliation. He raised his hand and charged at Han Tianhe. He thought to himself, though he may not triumph over Han Tianhe, with sufficient effort, he could at least inflict some damage, rendering the defeat less disgraceful. However, as Han Tianhe saw him barreling forward, he shook his head in disbelief. Oh dear, as an esteemed elder, how can you be so reckless in your approach? I find myself quite anxious for you. This is rather unrefined. Upon finishing his remark, he took a considerable stride forward. Everyone anticipated a counter to Uncle Wu's assault, yet to their astonishment, Uncle Wu seemed to be repelled by an unseen force, flying backward as if struck by an invisible hand. Bang! A loud crash echoed as he slammed into a nearby pillar. What just transpired? Su Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had always regarded Uncle Wu as an unparalleled master. Typically, he dispatched his own subordinates with utmost ease. This was the first time he had witnessed him being defeated in a single blow. I have never encountered such a bizarre technique of fighting from a distance. Could he truly be an extraordinary master? In that moment, Su Qingshan finally grasped that Han Tianhe was not the simple adversary he had presumed. He was a formidable figure indeed. Yet, he found himself bereft of time for regret or panic. All he could do was stare blankly at Han Tianhe, feeling as though fate itself had conspired against him in his quest to inherit the Su family legacy. Ah, I had assumed the formidable master nurtured by the Su family would be more impressive. To my surprise, you could not withstand even a single strike and were sent flying. Hey, old man, are you unconscious? If you aren't, get up and continue fighting. Han Tianhe stood there as if unperturbed, taunting Uncle Wu to resume the duel. Uncle Wu lay on the ground, his entire body racked with excruciating pain as if every bone had shattered. He struggled to rise, casting a look of utter frustration at Han Tianhe. Though the latter urged him to continue, Uncle Wu understood that if the battle persisted, he would not require even a fraction of Han Tianhe's strength to meet his demise. To preserve his life, he recognized that he could not continue the fight. Uncle Wu had grasped the gravity of the situation, yet the audience remained oblivious. They continued to cheer for him, hoping he would vanquish the arrogant Han Tianhe. With each cheer, Uncle Wu felt increasingly trapped. His face burned with embarrassment. Han Tianhe, feeling exasperated, shook his head. Come now, if you intend to fight, do so promptly. What are you lingering for? I cannot afford to squander any more time. His eyes turned cold, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Uncle Wu's heart raced, realizing that should he fail to respond, his opponent might deliver a fatal blow. Thus, he made a fateful decision. He strode towards Han Tianhe and, with a thud, knelt before him. I humbly concede. You are indeed superior. His capitulation drew gasps from the audience. No one had anticipated that the Su family's trump card would yield so pitifully, having not even exchanged a single blow, succumbing to the perceived strength of his opponent. What a disgraceful display of spirit. The onlookers stood by, seething with contempt. Yet, Su Qingshan understood the rationale behind Uncle Wu's actions. Continuing the fight could mean certain death. Anyone would prioritize their survival over the interests or pride of others. Su Qingshan could empathize with Uncle Wu. Yet he could not reconcile himself to the repercussions of their defeat. What would become of him now? His heart quaked with trepidation. Should they truly lose the Su family's territory, he could never return to the Su family home. His complexion paled, resembling one on the verge of fainting. Han Tianhe approached him, forcefully patting his shoulder. Since the representative of the Su family has succumbed, I must extend my gratitude to young Master Su for providing such a generous gift. Finally, he turned his attention to those who had previously pledged their loyalty to the Su family. Now that I have seized the Su family's territory, it is time for you to relinquish your own. Chapter 90. The cause behind it. All the leaders present were momentarily taken aback, unprepared for the sudden shift of focus onto themselves. Their faces flushed with embarrassment as they gritted their teeth, ultimately nodding in agreement. Indeed, Han Tianhe was formidable beyond measure, having defeated all their skilled subordinates. According to the rules, their territories were to be surrendered to the victor, yet they were reluctant to accept this fate. Such a powerhouse would rarely grace a minor competition in the southern region. This was evidently a massacre by a superpower against a fledgling village. A clash of entirely different realms. Though their hearts brimmed with resentment, all these leaders could do was lower their heads, muttering silent curses. For there was no effective way to recover their losses. Observing the pallor and despondency etched on their faces, Han Tianhe suddenly broke into a smile. Oh dear. Look at how frightened you all are. I merely jest with you. How could I be so cruel as to seize all your territories? You who serve the Sioux family can just as easily serve me. I have a modest request for you. Should anyone fulfill it, I shall ensure the preservation of their entire fortune." His words rekindled hope among all the leaders present, who gazed at Han Tianhe in astonishment, eager to discern the nature of his request. With a gentle smile, he elaborated, "Allow me to explain. As you may know, my sect, the Nailing sect, is not merely an ordinary martial arts school but a cultivation sect. Beyond imparting martial skills, we are required to procure various elixirs and herbs periodically for the disciples' training. This was not an issue until recently, when a shipment of our precious herbs was intercepted while passing through your diminutive territory. You must understand, the herbs acquired by the Nanling sect are of the highest quality, worth a fortune. The audacity of their theft is simply intolerable. Thus, I have been dispatched to uncover the truth behind this matter. If you can assist me in identifying which faction dared to intercept our belongings, I shall overlook your territories entirely." What? So, it turns out someone has provoked the Nailing sect. The crowd, upon hearing this revelation, was struck with enlightenment. It was no wonder that such a renowned sect would travel great distances to seek out trouble here. Enraged by the revelation, they seethed at the thought of some foolhardy individual incurring the wrath of the Nanling sect and bringing this calamity upon them. As they harbored their hidden animosities, they began to scrutinize one another. Among those present, it was evident that the local powers were represented here. If anyone had dared to steal from the Nailing sect, it was undoubtedly one of them. Each began to analyze who might possess the motive for such a crime. While the others busied themselves with identifying the culprit to mitigate their losses, Scar stood there, at a loss for what to do. He dared not look at any of the leaders, for he already had a suspect in mind. Yi Xiao? On the day Scar had discussed the agency with him, Yi Xiao had emphasized that his primary concern was not the profits, but the elixirs. He had even claimed that if the elixirs were of exceptional quality, he would forego the profits entirely. At that moment, Yi Xiao had proposed a long-term partnership, and Scar had boldly joked with him, asking what he would do if he couldn't obtain some elixirs through his own means. Yi Xiao's response had been straightforward. "Then I shall just take them." If the other party did not wish to part with what he desired, then force would be the only recourse. While Scar had intended it as a jest, he had not anticipated the ferocity and urgency reflected in Yi Xiao's gaze. As he feared Yi Xiao, he also recognized the significance of the elixirs to him, which explained why he had amassed such a collection in a short time. Yet, this also served as evidence that Yi Xiao could indeed be responsible for the theft from the Nailing sect. Scar reasoned that if Yi Xiao desired them so fervently and had indicated a willingness to resort to theft if necessary, he was undoubtedly capable of committing such an act. However, Scar did not wish to expose Yi Xiao, for he was the benefactor who had given him a second chance. Without the protective talismans crafted by Yi Xiao, he might still be a mere lowly thug, unable to achieve his current standing. Scar was a man of gratitude, yet his inability to manage his facial expressions left him vulnerable. After some deliberation, several leaders suddenly turned their accusations toward him. "Scar, is there something amiss with your demeanor? Could it be that you are the one who pilfered from the Nailing sect, and now that they are on your tail, you are frightened?" One leader boldly initiated the assault, and others soon joined in, deeming Scar the most suspicious figure. Indeed, setting aside his expressions, it was rather awkward. Before this incident, it seemed he was the only one scouring for elixirs. This remark triggered a collective suspicion towards Scar, as they recalled the extravagant rewards he had promised them in exchange for their assistance in locating the herbs. When they began to recount those promises, they were taken aback by the sheer extravagance of what Scar had offered. Luxurious mansions, limited edition sports cars, and even famous actresses. Anything Scar could acquire had been pledged. Clearly, you are desperate for those elixirs. With your current financial standing, while you may have risen to the position of a minor leader, you are hardly in a position to afford such lavish rewards. What, pray tell, do you require the herbs for? Surrounded by accusations, Scar felt a mix of anxiety and frustration. He snapped at one of the accusers. "I merely wish to keep a few elixirs at home for emergencies. What business is it of yours? You can't just pin every blame on me. Do you think I am an easy target?" His sudden bravado only fueled further suspicion among the assembly, who interpreted his agitation as a sign of guilt. Even Han Tianhe approached Scar, a smirk playing on his lips. Who would have thought that the audacity to steal from the Nanling sect would belong to someone as inconsequential as you? In Han Tianhe's eyes, Scar was devoid of any cultivation, and according to the other leaders, he had only recently experienced a rise to prominence, lacking any significant background. He was, in essence, the epitome of a grassroots figure. The The thought of precious herbs being taken by such an individual incensed Han Tianhe. Without affording Scar a chance to defend himself, he pressed a blade against Scar's throat, leaving a thin line of blood in its wake. Quickly reveal where you have hidden those herbs, and I may yet consider sparing your life. Chapter 91. Stepping forward otherwise, prepare for bloodshed. The expression on the opponent's face was fierce, and his movements were resolute. The scarred man immediately panicked, trembling, yet as a person of the martial world, he still valued loyalty. Despite his fear, he did not betray Yu Xiao. Seeing that the scarred man refused to divulge the whereabouts of the medicinal herbs even under such pressure, Han Tianhe's eyes revealed a hint of urgency. He lifted the scarred man above his head. Since you refuse to recognize the gravity of your actions and insist on seizing our Namling sect's medicinal herbs, I am left with no choice but to end your life. From this moment on, let us see who dares to covet our herbs. The suffocation caused the scarred man's face to turn crimson, and his lips began to darken. Those around them dared not breathe a word. Aware that Han Tianhe was intent on murder, the reputation of the Namling sect was well known. No one could afford to provoke them. As Han Tianhe and Appo's murderous intent became apparent, everyone refrained from making any sudden movements, fearful of drawing his ire. Su Qingshan's expression turned grim. He was not a righteous individual who believed in the sanctity of life. Rather, he felt that if Han Tianhe were to kill the scarred man, it would be a severe affront to the Su family's dignity, effectively trampling upon their honor. Though his uncle Wu beside him was incapacitated, he trembled with rage, wishing he could strike Han Tianhe away. Noticing Su Qingshan's unusual demeanor, Han Tianhe sneered at him. If Master Su does not wish for this situation to escalate further, I suggest you swiftly reveal the identity of the thief who took our herbs. Otherwise, there will be no resolution to this matter. He shook the scarred man, casting a challenging glance at Su Qingshan. Feeling a wave of helplessness, Su Qingshan was indeed furious. Yet he had no knowledge of who had stolen the Nanling sect's herbs. He could not present anyone to blame, just as the scarred man believed his life was forfeit. A sudden voice rang out from the crowd. What is the Namling sect, anyway? So what if we took your herbs? As long as they are not in your possession, they do not belong to you. Others taking them is merely a matter of skill. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed expert? The speaker emphasized the term esteemed expert, making it clear that he bore no respect. Upon hearing this, Han Tianhe realized the person he sought had emerged. He unceremoniously dropped the scarred man to the ground and turned to face the speaker. As his gaze swept across the audience, those seated beside Yu Xiao were startled, rising from their seats in fright. Some, in their haste, even fell to the ground, fearing association with Yu Xiao. Everyone scrambled to explain to Han Tianhe that they were mere bystanders, completely unrelated to him. Guokaiyan, who had previously been fixated on preventing Yu Xiao from interacting with Li Xiaoya, now regretted his earlier actions. In comparison to everyone else, he was the one closest to Yu Xiao. As people pushed and shoved to distance themselves from Yu Xiao, he found himself unable to escape the calamity. With a face full of anxiety, he cursed, "It's all your fault. Yu Xiao, you thief. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be targeted by such experts." Yu Xiao ignored him, merely gazing calmly at Han Tianhe. Upon hearing Guokaiyan's words, Li Xiaoya shot him an indignant glare. "Yu Xiao didn't force you to sit here, nor did he ask you to witness this competition. You insisted on following him. Now you dare say he is dragging you down. How unreasonable can you be?" Li Xiaoya, despite being a university student, lacked the harshness in her reprimand. Guokaiyan, upon hearing her words, widened his eyes, ready to retort, but Yu Xiao waved his hand. "If you wish to avoid entanglement, you should swiftly move aside. Otherwise, our conversation might lead to a misunderstanding with Han Tianhe." The mere mention of Han Tianhe sent Guokaiyan into a panic, and he hurriedly distanced himself from Yu Xiao. After he had fled a few meters away, Yu Xiao looked curiously at Li Xiaoya. "Why aren't you leaving? In a situation like this, the wisest course of action would be to distance yourself, not remain here like a fool." Li Xiaoya had just defended him, indicating she was not completely intimidated. What was going through her mind? Seeing Yu Xiao's puzzled expression, Li Xiaoya's cheeks flushed slightly. "Yi Ge, regardless of what you did before, you are a good person in my heart. I want to stay with you. I absolutely cannot allow you to be bullied alone." Li Xiaoya, though lacking in strength, resolutely chose to stand by Yu Xiao in the face of danger, unlike Guokaiyan, who had fled. Yu Xiao was taken aback by Li Xiaoya's decision, staring at her in astonishment, while memories of his ex-wife surfaced in his mind. During his recovery at the Li family, he hadn't been able to assist her at all, yet he believed he had treated Li Tonggong well. However, all she had shown him were grievances and resentment. How could she not possess the same depth of feeling that Li Xiaoya displayed? Despite being biological sisters, why were they so different? Yu Xiao shook his head. If Li Xiaoya had been so young at that time, perhaps if he had married her, his life would have been less tumultuous. Unbeknownst to Han Tianhe, who thought Yi Xiao's head shaking was merely a delay tactic, he strode forward, declaring, "It is too late for you to say anything. If you dare to touch the belongings of our Nanling sect, you will face certain death." As he spoke, he lunged toward Yu Xiao, but at that moment, Su Qishan suddenly shouted, "Wait! This is still the Su family's territory. You cannot kill indiscriminately. If you do, the Su family will never forgive you." After having been momentarily stunned by fear, Su Qishan finally regained his composure. He suddenly remembered that his trump card was not limited to Uncle Wu alone. He was the rightful heir of the Su family, and although Han Tianhe looked down upon them and refused to serve a family of their standing, he still lacked the immense power of the Su family. If he could leverage the Su family's influence to intimidate the opponent, it would still prove beneficial. Su Qishan's words caused Han Tianhe to halt. He had not anticipated that this timid young master would suddenly display such acumen and dare to speak to him so boldly. Han Tianhe did not impulsively seek Su Qingshan's life. Instead, he appraised him from head to toe, and then chuckled lightly. Chapter 92. Make him submit. Since young Master Su has spoken, I shall grant the Su family some consideration. I shall spare his life today, but from this moment forth, he must pledge unwavering loyalty to the Nanling sect, seeking medicinal herbs for us to atone for his grievous sin of plundering our resources. Upon hearing that the other party had spared Yi Xiao's life for the sake of the Su family's reputation, Su Qingshan quickly shot him a look. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and apologize, and express your willingness to comply with his demands. Yi Xiao, taken aback by his words, shook his head. I never expected young Master Su to possess such compassion, actually considering my plight. This is inconsistent with your previous attitude toward me. Yi Xiao found it somewhat incredulous. Just recently, Su Qingshan had wished for him to distance himself from Su Mingwei, seemingly eager to eliminate him. Yet now, he appeared concerned for his life. This man is truly peculiar. Yu Xiao shook his head. Seeing the perplexed expression on Yu Xiao's face, Su Qingshan felt his cheeks flush slightly. It was that he felt a personal connection to Yu Xiao, and was compelled to care for his life, rather. As the Su family was the host of this competition, any loss of life would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation. Furthermore, it was widely known that Yu Xiao was close to Su Mingwei. If he were to perish now, it would surely ignite gossip, suggesting that the Su family could not protect a mere pretty boy. Such a disgrace would be far worse. Thus, Su Qingshan glared fiercely at Yu Xiao. I am merely striving for my family's honor. What does it have to do with you? If you wish to live, quickly do as Han Tianhe instructs. He urged Yu Xiao, hoping to resolve this troublesome matter. However, upon hearing these words, Yu Xiao remained unresponsive, standing there as if in a daze. Su Qingshan grew anxious. After all his efforts to secure a glimmer of hope for him, why did this man still stand motionless? Was he seeking death? Even Han Tianhe's previously smug smile morphed into a cold, indifferent gaze. What are you up to, you little ruffian? Do you refuse to heed my words? Han Tianhe frowned, questioning Yu Xiao. His hands were poised, ready to strike at a moment's notice. It was clear that if Yu Xiao's response failed to satisfy him, he would take his life. A chill of anxiety swept over everyone present on Yu Xiao's behalf. Li Xiaoya felt an overwhelming urge to speak on Yu Xiao's behalf. Yet, instead of responding directly, Yu Xiao strode purposefully toward Scarface. He bent down, assisting Scarface to his feet, examining the wounds on his neck. Subsequently, Yu Xiao turned his gaze toward Han Tianhe. This Scarface is one of my own. You have injured him publicly. How do you intend to settle this account? Han Tianhe was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Yu Xiao's first response would be to address Scarface's injuries rather than submit. His expression quickly shifted to one of derision. Huh, you truly are amusing. To me, he is nothing but refuse, just like everyone else present. Killing one or a multitude makes no difference. They are all inconsequential. Now you inquire about his injuries? Are you deliberately seeking trouble? If you do not wish to submit to the Nanling sect, I shall not force you. For a life like yours, I require just one. Do you not agree? He threatened Yu Xiao without a hint of restraint. Han Tianhe had little time to spare, eager to return to his sect, desiring a swift and satisfactory resolution. Yet Yu Xiao did not grant him this courtesy, leisurely nodding his head. Oh, is that so? After saying this, he glanced up at Han Tianhe. If that is the case, I now know what course to take. With that, he swiftly approached Han Tianhe. As Han Tianhe's expression shifted in alarm, attempting to evade, Yu Xiao's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder. Since you regard us as garbage, let us have a contest. If you lose, you shall leave your life here. Yi Xiao's sudden move left everyone present in shock. Initially, they had perceived him as an ordinary man without exceptional abilities. Yet his extraordinary speed, which even Han Tianhe could not anticipate, attested to his formidable prowess. Even Li Xiaoya stood agape, realizing Yi Xiao was indeed impressive. Moreover, he was entirely different from the sickly figure she remembered. In her recollection, Yi Xiao had been frail and incapable. How had he become so formidable now? Noticing the puzzled look in Li Xiaoya's eyes, Yi Xiao smiled at her. I have long since recovered from my illness, so I can now engage in some physical activity. By the way, you should remain over there and wait for me. There is no need for you to come closer, lest you get hurt. After saying this, he shot Scarface a glance. Scarface promptly moved to Li Xiaoya's side, ensuring her safety. Only then did Yi Xiao turn his attention back to Han Tianhe. So, what say you? Will you accept my challenge or not? Yi Xiao appeared casual in his speech, yet exuded an overwhelming pressure. In that moment, a voice within Han Tianhe urged him not to engage with this individual. Otherwise, it would spell disaster for him. He yearned to flee. However, having spoken so harshly earlier, retreating now would invite ridicule. Not only would he lose face, but the Nanling sect would also suffer disgrace alongside him. Thus, Han Tianhe could only steel himself, fixing a determined gaze on Yi Xiao. Very well, let us compete. I refuse to believe that a mere ordinary ruffian like you can pose any threat to me. Strangely enough, Han Tianhe could not discern any cultivation within Yi Xiao. He perceived him merely as an average person, yet the oppressive aura and astonishing speed he exhibited left him astounded. As Han Tianhe pondered this anomaly, he resolved to take a gamble, eager to see if Yi Xiao was merely putting on a facade. If so, he would put an end to this arrogant little man today. The onlookers wisely took several steps back, clearing a space for the impending duel between Yi Xiao and Han Tianhe. Han Tianhe's icy stare bore into Yi Xiao, awaiting his attack. However, Yi Xiao merely waved his hand at him. Since I am the one challenging you, I shall grant you the first move. Chapter 93. Testing strength. Yi Xiao gazed calmly at Han Tianhe. He held no disdain for Han Tianhe. Rather, he simply wished to assess whether he could withstand a full-force punch from him. This was merely an endeavor to gauge the extent of his own cultivation level. However, this request incensed Han Tianhe, reddening his face with anger. In his view, Yi Xiao was belittling him by challenging him to strike first. Very well, you are truly seeking your own demise. Han Tianhe initially contemplated returning the initiative to Yi Xiao, but the mysterious speed Yi Xiao had displayed earlier filled him with trepidation. Consequently, he cast aside his pride and launched an assault on Yi Xiao. The spectators held their breath, their anxiety palpable, as they anticipated the outcome of this confrontation. Yi Xiao, in his naivety, dared to challenge Han Tianhe, and it seemed only a grim fate awaited him. Their tension stemmed from the fear that Yi Xiao's blood might splatter upon them. The crowd's evident bias bolstered Han Tianhe's confidence. With a fierce wind generated by his punch, he charged toward Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoya, witnessing this, felt her heart leap to her throat. She shouted, "Ego, you must dodge. Do not stand there foolishly and take the hit." She could not comprehend why Yi Xiao, who had exuded confidence moments ago, was now standing like a wooden puppet, awaiting punishment after issuing a challenge to Han Tianhe. Even Wu Shu, a warrior from the Su family, had refrained from confronting Han Tianhe directly. How could someone untrained in martial arts dare to engage him? Had it not been for Scar's firm grip on Li Xiaoya, she would have rushed forward to push Yi Xiao out of harm's way. Bang! A resounding crash extinguished Li Xiaoya's anxiety. She was stunned to see Han Tianhe's fist strike Yi Xiao with tremendous force. It's over. Yi Xiao must be doomed now. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief, thinking the young man was foolishly pretending to be capable. If he couldn't match Han Tianhe's formidable cultivation, he ought to have quietly accepted his fate instead of stepping forward at this moment. Even Scar displayed a face of deep concern. Yet, he was not as despondent as the others. He believed that Yi Xiao would not perish from this blow, at worst sustaining injuries. After all, Yi Xiao had previously mentioned the protective jewelry he possessed, which had unique properties, such as mitigating the pain from incoming strikes. He felt assured that Yi Xiao could preserve his life. However, to everyone's astonishment, after Han Tianhe's punch landed, Yi Xiao suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh? Why is your punch so weak? It feels as if you're merely tickling me. Surely, this is not the extent of your prowess." Yi Xiao regarded Han Tianhe with astonished eyes. His intention in inviting Han Tianhe to strike first was to evaluate his own cultivation level. Yet, the lightness of Han Tianhe's punch led him to feel as if he had surpassed him by several tiers. The onlookers were left in shock. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's provocative words, Gunan immediately bellowed, Yi Xiao, do not mistake yourself for being capable. Mr. Han hails from a prestigious lineage. He would never bully an untrained civilian. His intention was merely to intimidate you into retreating, not to engage in a contest. Do not presume that merely absorbing one punch means you can triumph over him. You are far from matching Han Tianhe. Gunan's outburst restored Han Tianhe's dignity. And the crowd nodded in agreement, convinced that Han Tianhe should indeed be above such a contest. Only two individuals grasped the reality of the situation, Yi Xiao and Han Tianhe. Han Tianhe's countenance darkened as he listened to Gunan and the others jeering. He had no desire to trouble an unskilled, ordinary person. In truth, he had exerted 7 or 8 parts of his strength in that punch. This was no jest. The fact that Yi Xiao could effortlessly absorb such a blow indicated that his cultivation was indeed formidable. Han Tianhe's heart sank. He had never anticipated encountering someone so powerful in this remote place. If that person truly decided to unleash lethal force, he would be utterly defenseless. What should he do? He ought to leave, surely. A cold sweat broke out on Han Tianhe's forehead as his instincts urged him to flee for his life. Yet, Yi Xiao had no intention of allowing him to escape. I said I wanted to test my strength. If you are unwilling to exert your full effort, then I shall have to demonstrate my own. With that, he fixed his gaze intently on Han Tianhe. Under that penetrating stare, Han Tianhe felt as if his feet were rooted to the ground, unable to move an inch. Observing Han Tianhe's unwillingness to retreat, Yi Xiao revealed a satisfied smile. He waved his hand as if engaging in a casual brawl among common ruffians, striking toward Han Tianhe's shoulder. The spectators shook their heads in disbelief. They thought Yi Xiao was merely a young man of little consequence, foolishly attempting to ingratiate himself with someone of Han Tianhe's stature. Was he not aware of the futility of such naivety? Han Tianhe was a disciple of the Namling sect. How could he possibly develop any rapport with someone like Yi Xiao? Many regarded Yi Xiao with disdain, but only Su Qinshan and Apos' eyes widened in alarm. He did not wish for Yi Xiao to come to harm. Yet when Yi Xiao insisted on competing with Han Tianhe, Su Qinshan internally condemned him to death. He believed it was inevitable that Yi Xiao would perish and speculated whether he sought to buy time for Su's heir to escape. However, he soon realized that Yi Xiao was not merely risking his life to delay. He possessed genuine ability and skill. The punch he had just absorbed was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. Wu Shu, who stood beside Su Qinshan, had gasped when Han Tianhe attacked, indicating that Han Tianhe had indeed unleashed his full strength. If Yi Xiao could withstand such a blow, perhaps there was still hope for what was to come. At that moment, Su Qinshan, who had always viewed Yi Xiao as a mere opportunist trying to cling to Su Mingyue's coattails, found himself unexpectedly filled with a flicker of anticipation. Chapter 94. The deadly fist. He hoped to turn the tide and reverse the situation. At this moment, Yi Xiao could not spare a single thought for the reactions of those around him. His gaze was fixed on Han Tianhe, pondering how to gauge the true extent of his own prowess. Though Han Tianhe did not possess overwhelming strength, Yi Xiao knew he must exert every ounce of his energy. It would be challenging to encounter another master of Han Tianhe's caliber anytime soon. If not now, then when? After contemplating, Yi Xiao swung his fist towards Han Tianhe's shoulder. Bang! The sound was neither loud nor soft, yet Han Tianhe stood frozen in place, seemingly unfazed, as if he had not experienced any impact. The spectators were left in disbelief. None had anticipated that Yi Xiao, who had just managed to withstand Han Tianhe and Apos' punch, would deliver such an unremarkable strike. It appeared as if he was merely playfully greeting Han Tianhe. Some even whispered that Yi Xiao's actions seemed somewhat effeminate. Even the scar-faced man could not help but shake his head, expecting Yi Xiao to showcase his might, yet this light punch could hardly demonstrate any real power. Was it possible that Yi Xiao, in a bid to avoid offending the Southern Ridge sect behind Han Tianhe, had deliberately held back? As he contemplated this, the scar-faced man was suddenly startled by a heartbreaking wail. He looked up in shock to see Han Tianhe, who had moments ago appeared unscathed, now contorted in agony, emitting a pitiful cry. But that was not all. Han Tianhe seemed to be struck by some peculiar force, soaring through the air for a considerable distance before crashing heavily to the ground. What on earth was happening? Everyone present was dumbfounded. They stared at Yi Xiao in astonishment, questioning whether Han Tianhe's bizarre behavior was a result of that seemingly trivial punch. Could it truly be? That light blow, devoid of any preparatory signs, could not possibly exert enough force to launch a man into the air, only for him to fall back to earth moments later. Just how much strength was required for such a feat? As the crowd marveled at Yu Zhao's power, Gunan suddenly sensed something amiss. He shouted, "Oh no, Mr. Han. What has happened to you?" He rushed to Han Tianhe's side, aghast at the sight before him, unable to believe his own eyes. The once formidable Han Tianhe, who had sought to intimidate everyone present, now appeared pale, with a gaping wound in his shoulder, blood pouring forth uncontrollably. To Gu Nan's untrained eye, it seemed as though Han Tianhe were on the brink of death. What should be done? For the Gu family, Han Tianhe was their sole trump card. Now, with their ace incapacitated by Yi Xiao, they were at a loss for what to do. Blood continued to gush from Han Tianhe's injury. Terrified, Gu Nan's subordinates hurried over. Master, we must take Han Tianhe to the hospital immediately. If he dies, it will spell disaster for the Gu family. This remark struck Gu Nan with the gravity of the situation. Han Tianhe had fought on behalf of the Gu family. If anything went awry, it would reflect poorly on them. Should the Southern Ridge sect pursue the matter, the Gu family would be held accountable for failing to safeguard this noble disciple. The subordinate was right. They had to act quickly. Gu Nan gestured for his companions to assist in lifting Han Tianhe, intent on transporting him to the nearest hospital. Their frantic effort to carry him appeared disorganized, and in their haste, they inadvertently jostled his wounds, eliciting more pained groans from Han Tianhe. Silence fell over the crowd as they watched the scene unfold, astonished by the rapid shift in circumstances. Moments ago, they believed Yi Xiao was in grave danger, facing certain doom at Han Tianhe's hands. Yet now, Yi Xiao stood confidently on the stage while the once mighty Han Tianhe was being carried away like a rag doll. This sudden turn of events left many in attendance struggling to comprehend. At that moment, Gu Nan ceased his desire for retribution. All he could think about was getting Han Tianhe to the hospital to avert catastrophe for the Gu family. The more anxious he became, the more obstacles arose. As the Gu family attempted to exit, they were suddenly blocked. Gu Nan's anger flared as he looked up to see who had impeded their path, only to be taken aback. You, how did you get here? He pointed at Yi Xiao, astonished that he had appeared at the entrance so swiftly after standing on the competition stage. What did Yi Xiao want? He had already gravely injured Han Tianhe, and now, as the Gu family sought to transport him to the hospital, was he intent on ensuring Han Tianhe's demise? A sense of foreboding crept into Gu Nan's heart. Yi Xiao, let me make this clear. According to the rules, once the match concludes, neither party is permitted to seek vengeance for what transpired in the competition. You cannot lay a hand on Han Tianhe. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the established norms. With no other recourse, Gu Nan reiterated the rules. Yi Xiao chuckled softly upon hearing this. So, according to you, if I were to strike Han Tianhe, it would signify a lack of respect for the Su family? He cast a glance at Su Qingshan, who felt a twinge of discomfort under Yi Xiao and Appo's gaze. Fidgeting, he moved towards his uncle, convinced that Yi Xiao would adhere to the rules out of respect for Su Minghua. He felt reassured on that front. Just as Su Qingshan began to discuss how to manage the aftermath with his uncle, Yi Xiao's chilling voice interrupted. I'm afraid that today, there are too few who abide by the rules, and I have no intention of following them. I have set my sights on his life. What? Once again. The audience was left in stunned silence. They could hardly believe their eyes. Would this man truly attempt to take Han Tianhe's life? He was a disciple of the Southern Ridge sect. To kill Han Tianhe would be tantamount to inciting the wrath of the entire sect. Having heard of the Southern Ridge sect's formidable reputation, if Yi Xiao were to act on such a threat, the repercussions could very well haunt him for the rest of his days. Chapter 95, The Guardian Deity. Is this really a jest? Even Scar stared nervously at Yi Xiao, perplexed by his audacity. He acknowledged that Yi Xiao was a capable man, but was there truly any advantage in antagonizing a major sect? Everyone present was dumbfounded by Yi Xiao's unexpected actions. Even Han Tianhe, who was being carried by others, felt a weight in his heart. He could hardly believe that Yi Xiao would make such a decision. Struggling to rise, Han Tianhe wasn't eager to continue his confrontation with Yi Xiao. Rather, he aimed to slip away amidst the chaos. He understood that Yi Xiao was unpredictable, and if he were indeed resolute in his intent to kill, Han Tianhe would be utterly defenseless. As he strained to escape quietly, a sudden chill enveloped him. Before he could comprehend the situation, a fist struck his head with brutal force. The sound echoed as his skull shattered, brain matter splattering everywhere. The putrid odor horrified the nearby lackeys, who let out strange cries and scattered in a frenzy. No one anticipated Yi Xiao's sudden and merciless strike. This was human brain matter. They would likely never witness such a gruesome scene again in their lifetimes. How dare you? Su Qingshan was left speechless. As a prominent young master from Yanjing, he prided himself on his decisiveness, yet Yi Xiao's ruthlessness surpassed his own. With a mere wave, he had crushed a man's skull. What was to be done? Su Qingshan was more contemplative than Yi Xiao realized, immediately recalling the implications of this incident concerning the Namling sect. If they pursued the matter, Su Qingshan foresaw considerable trouble ahead. Yi Xiao, noticing Su Qingshan's distress, offered a faint smile. Young Master Su, There is no need for such anxiety. This act is solely mine. If the Nanling sect seeks vengeance, let them come for me. I shall await them here." His demeanor was calm, dismissing the threat entirely. Su Qingshan opened his mouth, but the words caught in his throat. With a cold snort, he departed, accompanied by his companion. Truth be told, Yi Xiao's actions incited both anger and exhilaration within him. He was furious that Yi Xiao disregarded the broader implications. Yet he relished the fact that someone so arrogant as Han Tian had deserved to be taught a lesson. On a personal level, Su Qingshan admired Yi Xiao's boldness. But the thought of his family's reputation caused him to frown. The death of a Nanling sect disciple at a banquet hosted by the Su family was undoubtedly troublesome. Even if Yi Xiao bore the blame, as a representative of the Su family, he could not escape responsibility, and future complications were inevitable. What audacity! Who was this Yi Xiao to speak so boldly? Observing his impressive skills, some speculated if he was perhaps a disciple of a major sect himself. The crowd no longer underestimated Yi Xiao. Many began to believe he must have influential backing to act so defiantly. Alas, Yi Xiao had no such backing. He relied solely on himself, driven by disdain for Han Tian's arrogance. For him, the act of killing was straightforward, and he felt equipped to handle any repercussions. Thus he refused to endure the humiliation any longer. As the crowd continued to speculate about Yi Xiao's origins, suddenly, a voice pierced through the murmurs. "Bravo! Your actions are commendable." Everyone turned to find Scar, who had risen to praise Yi Xiao. "Mr. Yi, you are truly extraordinary. I always knew you were a dragon among men. Why hide your prowess from me before?" Scar approached Yi Xiao with enthusiastic familiarity. Yi Xiao acknowledged him with a nod. Despite Scar's previous role as a subordinate, his willingness to conceal information had touched Yi Xiao. Finding Scar a worthy ally, Yi Xiao welcomed his friendly demeanor. This prompted a misunderstanding among the onlookers. They believed that flattering Yi Xiao would earn their favor and curry favor with this enigmatic figure. Consequently, the crowd abandoned their curiosity about Yi Xiao's identity, surrounding him with insistent compliments. Some remarked on the elegance of his earlier move. Others declared Han Tian had deserved his fate, while a few even hailed Yi Xiao as a benefactor, claiming that without him, Han Tianhe would have wreaked havoc upon them all. Standing amidst the throng, Yi Xiao remained composed, responding to their flattery with indifference. Meanwhile, Su Qingshan found the situation intolerable. As the organizer of the event, it was his family's duty to ensure the safety of both the audience and participants, yet now, all attention was diverted to Yi Xiao, overshadowing his position as the Su family's young master. "I am truly a failure," Su Qingshan lamented internally as he hastily exited with his entourage. Just as the matter seemed resolved and the troubles dissipated, an enraged voice thundered, "Yi Xiao, you are truly at odds with the Gu family." The crowd turned, eyes widening in shock. They beheld Gu Nan, previously terrified, now standing once more, brandishing a small handgun. Though inferior to more powerful rifles, the handgun posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals. Stunned, everyone froze. None had expected Gu Nan to bring a firearm despite the explicit prohibitions from the organizers. "Quickly, take cover. Be cautious of his aim." Gu Nan wielded the gun with lethal intent, posing a danger no less than Han Tianhe had. Scar, sensing the gravity of the situation, rushed to shield Yi Xiao. Yet, Yi Xiao merely patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Do not worry, I can handle this sort of individual." He advanced towards Gu Nan. Gu Nan had initially intended to negotiate with Yi Xiao, but the latter's silent approach sent him into a panic. Chapter 96. Unnecessary actions. Han Tianhe was brutally killed by Yi Xiao, plunging Gu Nan into utter panic. He understood that as Yi Xiao's archrival, there was no chance Yi Xiao would spare him. Gu Nan's sole intention was to survive this martial arts tournament. A cold laugh escaped Yi Xiao's lips. "I almost forgot about you. Since you take such pleasure in threatening others, you shall not leave here alive." "What?" Gu Nan's eyes widened in disbelief at Yi Xiao's words. The thought of being forgotten dawned upon him, and he realized that unless he brandished his gun to attract attention, Yi Xiao would likely not even consider him. Regret washed over him. Yet, Yi Xiao advanced towards him. "Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will shoot." Gu Nan yelled, his voice quivering with a hint of desperation. The onlookers could see his fear, but what did it matter? From the moment Gu Nan threatened Yi Xiao, he had sealed his own fate. The only thing Gu Nan could rely on now was the small handgun in his trembling hands. Though it appeared insignificant, it possessed the potential to claim a life. Gu Nan clung to the belief that as long as he held the gun, Yi Xiao could not harm him. With a shaky grip, he aimed the gun at Yi Xiao, his gaze filled with trepidation, hoping that the mere presence of the weapon would stay Yi Xiao's hand. However, Yi Xiao shook his head dismissively. You underestimate the situation. If I do not spare Han Tianhe, I will certainly not spare you. Your life ends here today. Gunan was paralyzed with fear at Yi Xiao's declaration. Meanwhile, the spectators shook their heads, thinking Yi Xiao had grown too arrogant after his easy victory over Han Tianhe. Now dismissing Gunan entirely. Although Gunan lacked the same level of cultivation, the gun in his possession was genuine and deadly. If Gunan had even a modicum of skill, he could easily end Yi Xiao's life. What folly was this? The crowd murmured among themselves, believing that Yi Xiao, having vanquished Han Tianhe, would soon meet his demise at Gunan's hands. Yet, contrary to their expectations, Yi Xiao stood resolutely before Gunan. His icy gaze locked onto him. Do you doubt my willingness to pull the trigger? At that moment, Gunan felt an overwhelming sense of dread. As if Yi Xiao's intent to kill him was as trivial as squashing an ant. Calm down. Lives are at stake here. If you kill me, you will have much to explain. Gunan attempted to invoke reason, desperately believing that the law could constrain Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao merely shook his head. You need not use such threats to intimidate me. Should you perish, no one would know who was responsible for your death. Gunan's fear escalated. In a moment of desperation, he fired several shots into the air, causing panic to ripple through the crowd. Yi Xiao, could you please remain composed? That is a real gun. If this continues, someone will surely be harmed. Su Qingshan's face went pale. He had just left, but returned upon hearing the commotion. This is outrageous. Su Qingshan could hardly believe that someone would dare bring a gun into the tournament. Brother Yi, that is a firearm. It is dangerous. Please be cautious. Li Xiaoyao warned, her anxiety palpable. Among the crowd, only one person appeared somewhat unfazed, Scarred. He was not reassured because he believed in Yi Xiao's strength, but rather because he thought the talisman Yi Xiao possessed would protect him. He expected Yi Xiao to reveal this protective charm as a safeguard against danger. However, Scarred was astonished when Yi Xiao did not display the charm, leaving him puzzled. What was happening? Did Yi Xiao not wish to preserve his own life? At that moment, Gunan could no longer contain himself. He pulled the trigger, determined to take Yi Xiao down with him. If you do not wish for me to live, then I shall ensure you do not escape either. Let us perish together. Gunan understood that Yi Xiao would never let him go, even if Yi Xiao spared him. Gunan would face repercussions from the Nanling sect for losing a prized disciple, faced with wolves in front and tigers behind. Gunan knew there would be no respite ahead. Rather than live in fear, he resolved to end it all now, ensuring that the remaining members of the Gu family would survive. With this grim determination, he fired. The shot stunned everyone present. They assumed Gunan had merely aimed to intimidate, but were shocked to witness him genuinely pull the trigger. In the decades since the tournament's inception, no one had dared to employ firearms in such a setting. Gunan had crossed a line, making it clear that he was intent on taking Yi Xiao's life. Everyone braced for the sight of Yi Xiao collapsing in a pool of blood, a gaping wound in his chest or head. At the very least, they expected him to sustain a serious injury to his shoulder. Yet, to their astonishment, after the gunfire, Yi Xiao remained standing, unharmed. A smile gracing his face as he looked at Gunan, as if mocking him. What was happening? This was utterly impossible. Gunan stared at Yi Xiao in disbelief, rubbing his eyes, unable to comprehend how Yi Xiao remained unscathed. How could someone like Yi Xiao not be injured? He was merely a mortal, not a deity, and being shot at point-blank range should have inflicted harm, even if he possessed formidable skills. Surely he would have had to move. Yet, Gunan had seen it clearly. Yi Xiao stood there without flinching. What was going on? The crowd regarded Yi Xiao with confusion. Yi Xiao offered them a nonchalant smile. I possess my own capabilities and need not explain myself to anyone. However, I must mention that your gun lacks sufficient power to take a life. He looked at Gunan with derision, perceiving him as nothing more than a jester. Gunan was taken aback by Yi Xiao's scorn. His face flushed with indignation as he prepared to retaliate, only to find Yi Xiao suddenly seizing his gun. Chapter 97. Another round. Gunan's expression shifted dramatically. You. Let me go. Yi Xiao was unexpectedly fierce, attempting to seize his gun. Was this not excessively outrageous? Just as he hurriedly aimed to pull the trigger and shoot Yi Xiao, a chilling voice pierced through his panic. I do not wish to take your gun. I merely want you to use it to end my life. You know how to shoot, don't you? This time, I'm a little better. I wish to see your true capabilities. As he spoke, Yi Xiao deliberately lifted Gunan's arm, aligning the gun towards his own head. What was happening? Everyone present was taken aback. They had never witnessed someone so terrified of not being killed. Could it be that Yi Xiao had some sort of madness? Speculations ran rampant. While Gunan was on the verge of a breakdown, had Yi Xiao truly lost his senses, urging him to fire once more? Did he not fear for his life? Gunan analyzed the situation, convinced that Yi Xiao had not dodged or been harmed because he had been too anxious the first time, causing his aim to falter. It must have been a misfire. The more he pondered, the more he believed his conclusion was sound. After all, if the bullet had not hit him, what could Yi Xiao possibly do to evade? It was only natural for him to mock him. Gunan's demeanor darkened. Let me tell you, my marksmanship is impeccable. I simply lost my composure earlier. If you truly wish to challenge my prowess, then stand still and wait for me to take my shot. Earlier. Due to his overwhelming anxiety, Gunan's hand had trembled, preventing him from hitting Yi Xiao. This time, he resolved to steady himself and aim accurately to regain his lost pride. Gunan summoned an unprecedented level of focus. He aimed the gun steadily at Yi Xiao's forehead, hoping the bullet would pierce through and cause Yi Xiao's head to explode. Just like Han Tian's had. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. Gunan did indeed direct the gun at Yi Xiao's head, and the bullet was released. Strangely, as the bullet flew within 10 centimeters of Yi Xiao's face, it inexplicably veered off course, as if intercepted by an unseen force, and fell to the ground with a dull thud. What was happening? The crowd gazed at the rolling bullet, astonished. No one could fathom how Yi Xiao had evaded the bullet while merely standing there. Was this truly a feat achievable by mere mortals? Everyone was in utter disbelief. Yi Xiao, however, gazed at Gunan with an air of indifference, as if the display of skill he had just witnessed was nothing extraordinary. Gunan was utterly terrified. He had never anticipated that his last resort would be so feeble before Yi Xiao, without even making a move. Yi Xiao had effortlessly dismantled his ludicrous notion of using the gun to take his life. What trickery is this? Gunan questioned incredulously. Yi Xiao merely smirked coldly. You lack the standing to inquire about such matters. Then, he raised his hand and struck Gunan. With a resounding thud, Gunan was sent flying. He soared through the air for several seconds before crashing heavily onto a nearby stone slab. With a splatter, he expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Everyone present comprehended that even someone as formidable as Han Tianhe was merely awaiting death in Yi Xiao's presence. How could an ordinary individual like Gunan possibly survive? Predictably, he too had met his demise at Yi Xiao's hands. No one approached to check on Gunan. Even his own subordinates ignored him. Who could forget that Yi Xiao was the one to be feared? No one dared to defy his will. In that moment, the gazes directed at Yi Xiao shifted profoundly. Each pair of eyes now reflected profound reverence. Defeating Han Tianhe merely indicated Yi Xiao's superior skill, but successfully overpowering Gunan, who wielded a gun, demonstrated that Yi Xiao had ascended to an exceedingly terrifying level of prowess. At this juncture, Su Qingshan, who had always considered himself to be several rungs above Yi Xiao, finally grasped a crucial truth. Yi Xiao was no ordinary person. He possessed exceptional talent. As Han Tianhe had previously remarked, an individual of Yi Xiao's caliber would be sought after by the Su family, and it was unlikely they could even secure his allegiance as a revered martial artist. Such an extraordinary individual certainly had no need to align himself with the Su family. Su Qingshan's expression darkened. He finally comprehended the implications of Yi Xiao's earlier assertions. A man of such capability could easily attain the highest honors in any prominent family in Yanjing without resorting to sycophancy or ingratiating himself with Su Mingwei as a mere gigolo. It seemed he had underestimated Yi Xiao's stature. Su Qingshan gazed at Yi Xiao, unable to tear his eyes away. It was then that his uncle nudged his arm. Young master, perhaps we should take our leave. Remaining here serves no purpose. Wu, unlike Su Qingshan, was more concerned about the repercussions of the Su family's defeat. Regardless of Yi Xiao's fate, Han Tianhe's demise in this competition signified impending trouble. They needed to return to the Su family promptly to devise a strategy and report on Yi Xiao's extraordinary abilities. After all, establishing contact with such a formidable warrior was a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary family. Su Qingshan hastily departed. While the rest of the assembly had already lost interest in the Su family's young master, they crowded around Yi Xiao, eager to forge connections with him. At this moment, they no longer perceived Yi Xiao as unstable. Instead, they sought to invite him into their households as a revered figure or request him to serve as their champion, battling in the competition to secure greater territories. Yi Xiao stood amidst the throng, managing to engage with a few individuals before waving his hand, signaling his desire to end the conversation. Upon noticing his displeasure, the crowd respectfully retreated. With the persistent annoyances no longer surrounding him, his expression lightened slightly. Just as he intended to approach Li Xiaya, the scar-faced man suddenly approached. "Oh, Mr. Yi, I am genuinely delighted to see you emerge unscathed. It appears my protective talisman has proven effective." Chapter 98. The spokesperson what protective amulet? Yishao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. The others present also cast curious glances at Scar. Hey, Scar, what do you mean by protective amulet? What does that have to do with this situation? Everyone in attendance was aware of the protective amulets that Scar sold and their reputed ability to save lives in critical moments. However, they felt that such amulets had nothing to do with Yishao. From the moment Yishao had appeared, they had scrutinized him and found he possessed no adornments whatsoever. How could he possibly be related to any amulet? Scar, unfazed, smiled at Yishao. Mr. Yi, I believe you understand what I'm referring to. Would you kindly show everyone the protective amulet I sold you? Let them witness its remarkable power. Understanding dawned on Yishao. Scar intended to seize the opportunity of his prominence to have him serve as an unpaid spokesperson. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a necklace from his pocket, the very amulet Scar had commissioned him to modify the previous week. As soon as he displayed it, the crowd fell silent, astonished that Yishao was relying on this protective amulet to confront the armed Gu Nan. Is this talisman truly so extraordinary? I want one too. After a prolonged silence, a gasp erupted from the crowd, awakening a collective frenzy as they swarmed around Scar. Scar, we've known each other for so long. You must prioritize selling me a protective amulet. I hear these amulets are incredibly hard to procure. I'm willing to pay double just to cut in line. Oh, please. Quiet down. Can't you all follow the order? I made an appointment with Scar in advance. I have far more discernment than any of you. The individuals present were either seeking to purchase amulets from Scar or had already made prior arrangements. As the value of the amulets skyrocketed, they feared their earlier reservations might vanish. Scar assured everyone that he had ample stock and that the previous orders were nearly ready. He promised to accommodate those wishing to purchase in the order they arrived. In an instant, the crowd began a fervent rush to secure their reservations. In a blink, Scar amassed a fortune beyond belief. Meanwhile, Yishao remained indifferent to the commotion. He merely approached Li Xiaya. How are you holding up? Were you frightened by what just transpired? He was genuinely concerned about this girl from an ordinary background and whether the brutal scene had unsettled her. Upon his approach, Li Xiaya did not initiate conversation but gazed intently at Yishao. Just as he was about to suggest she see a doctor, she suddenly clutched his arm tightly. Wow, Brother Yi, how did I not realize how impressive you are? You're even more formidable than those heroes on television. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Truthfully, until now, she had never found any man particularly captivating, nor had she held any fondness for martial arts films. Yet, witnessing Yishao defeat Gu Nan had ignited a newfound interest in her. In that moment, Yishao transformed into her idol. Observing her excitement, Yishao chuckled and ruffled her hair. You're still a young girl, finding everything so fascinating. Now that the competition has concluded, let us return and rest. Your day off is coming to an end. Yishao understood that Li Xiaya longed to return home for a restful slumber. He glanced over at Guo Yang and the others, uncertain if the manager had any further plans. His gaze was icily resolute. Should the manager propose any further time-wasting endeavors, he would not spare him. Guo Yang had indeed contemplated flaunting his authority as manager, but after witnessing Yi Zhao's extraordinary skills, he dared not utter a word. Under Yi Zhao's piercing gaze, he trembled with trepidation. Yi Zhao was simply too powerful, a force far beyond his reckoning. Of course, we should allow everyone to return and rest. How could I possibly occupy the employee's time? Guo Yang stammered, fearful that Yi Zhao would take offense and end his life. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao waved his hand to the crowd. Since the manager has spoken, there is no need for you to linger any longer. Please head back. Oh, by the way, I have a matter to attend to. Li Xiaya, you can return by yourself. He patted her shoulder, opting not to accompany her further. Li Xiaya felt no objection. She nodded and rejoined her colleagues. Yishao had initially intended to stay longer at Tongtian Mountain, but having unexpectedly killed Han Tianhe, who was, after all, a disciple of the Nanling sect, he needed to expedite his cultivation to avert any repercussions from that sect. In his haste, he departed without witnessing the drastic change in Li Xiaya's treatment among the staff. Upon her arrival, the employees greeted her as if she were a revered ancestor, showering her with concern and even offering to fetch her drinks. Some even offered to carry her back down the mountain. Li Xiaya found their enthusiasm quite overwhelming and could only smile and shake her head. I'm not that delicate. As long as there are no team-building exercises wasting my rest time, I'm perfectly fine. She intended to lighten the atmosphere with her casual remark, but it inadvertently terrified Guo Yang. From that moment on, he was consumed with dread that Yi Xiao would suddenly recall his earlier attempts to ingratiate himself with Li Xiaoya, even having spoken ill of Yi Xiao before the duel with Han Tianhe, insinuating that his invitation had been obtained through dubious means. Now, he wished to diminish his presence entirely, hoping that by making himself forgettable, he would avoid the troubles that had befallen Gunan. For Guokaiyan, Li Xiaoya had become a venomous serpent, an entity he dared not approach. Observing his retreat, Li Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, then exhaled in relief. Though she did not comprehend why Guokaiyan had altered his demeanor, his sudden distance seemed rather perplexing. She felt a sense of joy. For who could truly endure the advances of a man like him? Chapter 99. Regret for her, she hasn't even graduated from university yet. She truly does not wish to engage in a romance with this greasy old man. It can be said that Yi Xiao did not deliberately assist Li Xiaoya in resolving the internal matters of the milk tea shop, yet after witnessing his capabilities, no one dared to trouble Li Xiaoya any further. Guokaiyan also refrained from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. To everyone's eyes, Yi Xiao was clearly Li Xiaoya's boyfriend. Li Xiaoya was his possession. Anyone who dared to provoke her would be courting trouble with Yi Xiao, a path leading to their own demise. The stark contrast in everyone's behavior was palpable, and Li Xiaoya naturally sensed the underlying tension. Observing the trembling Guokaiyan, an unexpected pang of bitterness arose within her, not out of a sense of personal suffering, but rather in recognition of her sister Li Tongtong's plight. In her eyes, her sister was an exceptionally admirable young woman who deserved happiness. Yet, through a series of unfortunate events, she found herself believing Yi Xiao to be worthless, resolutely choosing to divorce him in favor of a rather unimpressive new boyfriend. Li Xiaoya mused that had she been in her sister's position, she would have steadfastly stood by Yi Xiao, who had, in a crucial moment, provided millions to aid the Li family, rather than turning her back on him and resenting him for subsequent events. If her sister were aware of Yi Xiao's true prowess, she would surely be filled with regret. Li Xiaoya shook her head. Her sister had always favored capable men, and her divorce from Yi Xiao stemmed from her perception of his lack of ability, oblivious to the fact that she had inadvertently missed out on the most capable man of all. With a heart full of concerns, Li Xiaoya accompanied the employees of the milk tea shop down the mountain. Had it been just a few days prior, she would have eagerly informed Li Tongtong of Yi Xiao's impressive transformation. However, following the previous incident at the milk tea shop, Li Xiaoya had grown somewhat disillusioned with her family. Despite her earnest attempt to convey the events that transpired at the milk tea shop in the simplest and most reasonable terms, her family responded with disbelief and mockery. She simply could not comprehend why they would view her intentions with such skepticism. Since that incident, Li Xiaoya resolved never to discuss Yi Xiao with her family again. With this determination in mind, she said little as she bid farewell to her colleagues and returned home to rest. On the highway near Toktian Mountain, a black bin sped past. In mere minutes, it arrived outside the villa where Su Mingwei resided. "Brother, why are you back so early? Wasn't it agreed that you would stay there for 2 days? Are you in a hurry because something happened?" Su Mingwei asked, looking bewildered at the unexpected arrival of Su Qingshan. Confused, she wanted to inquire about what had transpired. She had yet to hear any news regarding the competition, but the expression on Su Qingshan's face indicated that something significant had occurred. Su Qingshan regarded her with a furrowed brow. "Quickly call Su Xilan and instruct her to return home at once. She should not linger outside. Just gather a few essentials, only the necessities, nothing excessive. We must return to the capital without delay." His urgency struck Su Mingwei as unusual, prompting her to frown at him. "Brother, what are you talking about? I have been managing this area. If I leave, the absence of a suitable supervisor could lead to chaos and considerable losses for the Su family. Even if you have certain unique ideas, you cannot gamble with the interests of the family." Su Mingwei spoke very tactfully. Aware that the pressure she had been facing from the family stemmed from Su Qingshan, she did not wish to create a rift between them, so she refrained from being overtly confrontational. However, while she could accept familial pressure, she could not agree to leave with no justifiable reason, becoming merely a pawn in some arranged marriage scheme. Su Mingwei possessed a keen awareness of her own capabilities, understanding that if she were truly a daughter of the Su family, she would not be subordinate to Su Qingshan. She could potentially vie for the position of heir. For Su Mingwei, her ambition was strong, yet she had no desire to compete with Li Xiaoya. However, if Li Xiaoya were to unjustly strip her of everything she had, she would not concede without a fight. Su Mingwei's resolute stance momentarily stunned Li Xiaoya, who then awkwardly chuckled. "Haha, sister, what are you thinking? I am merely concerned for your and Su Xilan's safety. I have no ulterior motives." Indeed, I previously pressured the family regarding you. But it was all for your benefit. I believe Yi Xiao is unworthy of you. However, my urging you to leave is still for your own good. Su Mingwei scrutinized Su Qingshan, finding his words contradictory. In her view, whether it was the prior familial pressure or Su Qingshan's current insistence on her swift return to the capital, the underlying motive remained the same, to distance her from Yi Xiao. Su Mingwei did not believe that he had her best interests at heart. Consequently, she fixed her gaze sternly upon Su Qingshan. Brother, I know you have always looked down on Yi Xiao, but I think he is quite remarkable. And I will not leave with you. I want to be with him. Her sudden declaration took Su Qingshan by surprise. You've misunderstood, he said, shaking his head in resignation. Sister, please let me finish. I understand your feelings, and I also recognize that Yi Xiao is indeed a capable man. If everything were as it was just a few days ago, I would not interfere with your relationship. But now, things have changed dramatically. Do you have any idea whom Yi Xiao offended at the competition? It was the Namling sect, a prestigious and formidable family we cannot hope to rival. Their disciples would never pledge allegiance to a family like ours. Consider the magnitude of their influence. You must leave with me immediately, while they have yet to investigate Yi Xiao. Otherwise, when the Nanling sect arrives to retaliate against him, you will undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. While Han Tianhe's influence might not surpass that of the Su family, the Nanling sect was undoubtedly more powerful. If they were to uncover that Yi Xiao had been relying on the support of the Su family, and that Su Mingwei shared a special relationship with him, they would not hesitate to target her. Indeed, Su Qingshan was wary of his capable sister, yet at this moment, he held no selfish motives. He simply wished for her safety, hoping that she would remain unharmed amidst the brewing storm. Chapter 100, reluctant to leave to be honest, at this moment, Su Qingshan, the young master who had emerged from the struggles of his family, found himself in a profoundly sincere state. However, he was taken aback when Su Mingwei suddenly burst into joyous laughter after hearing him speak. Brother, are you saying that Yi Xiao now possesses the ability to defeat the disciples of the Nanling sect? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and, almost unconsciously, Su Qingshan nodded. This answer was, without a doubt, affirmative. Yi Xiao had not only triumphed over the disciples of the Nanling sect but had also taken a life, demonstrating an undeniable prowess that Su Qingshan could not dismiss. Yet, he could not fathom why his sister was so elated. Stop your merriment. Do you understand the gravity of this situation? Hurry and pack your things. We must return to the family estate. Su Qingshan pressed on, urging Su Mingwei. But Su Mingwei merely smiled at him. Brother, rest assured, I will be safe. Yi Xiao will protect me. If you are anxious, you can return now. Su Xilan and I will not leave. What is happening? Su Qingshan stared incredulously at Su Mingwei, questioning, You actually refuse to heed my words. Are you feigning ignorance or misunderstanding my intentions? I have no desire to usurp your authority. I merely wish to ensure your safety. He feared that Su Mingwei might misinterpret him, prompting him to elaborate further. However, Su Mingwei shook her head with utmost seriousness. Brother, I am fully aware that you are concerned for my safety, but I assure you, I have faith in Yi Xiao's abilities. The Namling sect is certainly formidable, yet I believe Yi Xiao can safeguard me. He is an exceptionally capable man. Now, I must take my leave to find Yi Xiao and celebrate our victory in the competition. With that, she turned and walked away without a glance back. Su Qingshan stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, before finally regaining his senses. What on earth is this foolish sister thinking? He sighed heavily, never expecting that Su Mingwei's affection for Yi Xiao would lead her to overlook her own safety. This cannot continue. I will bind her and take her back. Su Qingshan gritted his teeth, contemplating calling upon Uncle Wu to intervene. Yet, Uncle Wu looked at him with a troubled expression. Young master, it is not a matter of disrespect. Consider Yi Xiao's strength, and then reflect on my own capabilities. I simply cannot execute such an order. Uncle Wu's voice bore a hint of helplessness. Though he was not yet as powerful as the disciples of the Namling sect, he was indeed a renowned expert, sought after by many esteemed families. Who could have predicted that a mere visit to Yun City would result in such turmoil? Being publicly confronted by the disciples of the Namling sect would likely tarnish his reputation in Yanjing, where no one would acknowledge him as a master henceforth. Indeed, Su Qingshan thought, realizing his earlier frustration had driven him to a point of stubbornness. But with Uncle Wu laying the facts bare, he understood that further protestation would be futile. Young master, let us return to the family estate. All matters should be decided by the family head. If Miss does not wish to leave, that is her choice. If anything should happen, it is not your responsibility. The conflict with the Nanling sect was of greater significance and required immediate strategizing. Uncle Wu's words successfully swayed Su Qingshan. He cast a glance in the direction where Su Mingyue had disappeared, shaking his head in resignation. Frankly, he cherished Su Mingyue as a sister, believing her no less worthy than the daughters of the main family. Yet, he had already warned her of the dangers of remaining here, and she remained obstinately resolved in her belief that Yi Xiao could protect her. Her insistence on staying was akin to courting disaster. Since she was determined to ignore his counsel, he saw no need to take further action. At that moment, Su Qingshan contemplated relinquishing his concerns for Su Mingyue. Just as he prepared to depart Yun City, he decided to call Su's island. He thought that, even if he could not persuade Su Mingyue to leave, perhaps Su's island could rescue her. However, Su Qingshan was met with disappointment. His call went straight to voicemail, with no indication that Su's island was inclined to answer. Forget it. Not a single one of them shall escape unscathed. Su Qingshan fumed, hanging up and tossing his phone aside. The young master of the Su family believed his sisters were walking a perilous path, unaware that at that moment, Su's island was blissfully ignorant of the unfolding chaos, enjoying herself with friends at a nightclub. Suddenly, she received a call from Su Mingyue. "Sister, why are you calling me at this hour?" Under normal circumstances, Su Mingyue would have known that her sister was out having fun and would not disturb her unless it was urgent. "I have something important to tell you. Hurry and come out of the bar. I'll take you somewhere." Su Mingyue's tone was urgent. "What is it?" Su's island pressed for clarification. Yet, Su Mingyue abruptly ended the call. Hastily bidding farewell to her friends, Su's island exited the bar and spotted Su Mingwe's car. Once inside, she noticed nothing amiss. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation, Su Mingyue started the car and drove off. As they drove, Su's island suddenly realized where Su Mingyue was headed. "Sister, do you not recall that not long ago, brother instructed the family to hinder your closeness to Yi Xiao? You were exhausted from the last incident. Do you truly wish to invite more trouble? I understand you have feelings for Yi Xiao, but perhaps it would be wise to avoid him for now." Witnessing Su Mingyue's determination to bear the family's burdens in order to be with Yi Xiao, Su's island had become less opposed to their relationship. Yet, she remained more rational than Su Mingyue. The Su family had initially nurtured the two sisters with the intention of utilizing them for advantageous unions to further the family's interests. Su Mingyue had performed commendably over the years and had not opposed the family's wishes, which is why they allowed her to remain in Yun City. Recently, the pressure exerted by the main family was not solely due to Su Qingshan's discontent. It was also intended to convey to Su Mingyue the necessity of adhering to the family's directives. Children of collateral branches like them were merely tools for advantageous marriages, with no entitlement to pursue romantic love freely. What the main family desired was simply an obedient daughter. Chapter 101. Sisterly banter. What could be the reason? Su's island gazed at her sister in confusion. Surely, it couldn't be that Yi Xiao had been accepted by the Su family. Ha, that's impossible. Despite the absurdity of her conjecture, Su's island found herself amused by her own words. The Su family held high expectations for the two sisters, desiring them to marry into genuine aristocracy to bolster their family's prestige. How could they possibly consider a nobody like Yi Xiao? She laughed heartily, and Su Mingyue, resembling a cunning little fox, appeared equally entertained. "You truly would not believe the reason. Do you recall what I mentioned about the Southern Martial Arts Tournament? Yi Xiao made a remarkable debut, turning the tide of the battle. He is now hailed as the new emperor of Yun City." "What?" Su's island was momentarily stunned. The Yi Xiao who merely treated ailments and got into scuffles was suddenly so accomplished. Su's island's eyes flickered with uncertainty. This doesn't necessarily prove anything. Observing her discomfort, Su Mingyue's amusement deepened. "Are you perhaps recalling your previous words? Such as, if Yi Xiao were to gain the world's recognition, you would be willing to become his wife?" Su's island's face flushed instantly. That was merely a fleeting jest. How could you take it seriously? She felt her sister was being utterly mischievous, as she had once believed Yi Xiao would amount to nothing significant. In a moment of bravado, she had declared that if he really did grow stronger, not only would she accept her sister's relationship with him, but she would also be willing to be her sister's little wife. Su's island had always thought Yi Xiao would never rise to prominence. Who could have predicted he would actually achieve something noteworthy? "Sister, what on earth is going on with Yi Xiao?" She was genuinely curious about what Yi Xiao had accomplished at the tournament to make Su Mingyue so elated. A glimmer of joy crossed Su Mingyue's eyes as she was about to speak when Yi Xiao suddenly appeared beside the car. "You arrived quite promptly. I just stepped out. What were you discussing?" He had keen hearing, but only grasped the general idea. Yi Xiao was also curious about what Su's island had said to make her so bashful. Nothing much. Su Xilan appeared anxious, fearing Su Mingwei might inadvertently reveal too much. After all, she had previously believed Yi Xiao to be inconsequential and had even gone to his home to warn him to stay away from Su Mingwei. If Yi Xiao were to hear her past remarks, she would surely become the subject of his ridicule. Little did she know, the more nervous she became, the more curious Yi Xiao was. However, noticing that Su Mingwei was reluctant to disclose what Su Xilan had said, he refrained from pressing further and led the two sisters into his home. Once in the living room, Su Mingwei finally revealed what Su Xilan was most eager to know. Yi Xiao, you are truly remarkable. You made quite the impression at the martial arts tournament today. I never anticipated it. I hear that everyone in Yun City now holds you in high esteem, even calling you the new emperor of Yun City. Su Mingwei's face beamed with delight. Yi Xiao, however, maintained a calm smile. What new emperor of Yun City? They are being overly dramatic. I am just an ordinary person. I have no desire to be an emperor or anything of that sort, nor do I intend to bully anyone. He aspired to a broader and grander stage, seeking recognition from a larger audience rather than ruling over this small Yun City. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare some drinks for you. Yi Xiao turned and busied himself in the kitchen, while Su Xilan moved closer to Su Mingwei. Sister, your exaggeration begs belief. Did Yi Xiao actually defeat many opponents and seize their territories? Su Xilan gazed at Su Mingwei incredulously, convinced that her speculations were impossible. It was said that these leaders were competing for territory through this tournament, but in reality, it was merely a series of small skirmishes. The true power lay with the organizing families. With the Su family overseeing matters, such a monopolistic scenario would never occur. Just as Su Xilan began to think Su Mingwei was merely teasing her, Su Mingwei suddenly wore a mysterious smile. You have misunderstood. Yi Xiao did not defeat those big shots. Instead, he stepped up when they were unable to contend with the eighth disciple, protecting all factions, including the Su family. What? Su Xilan gasped in disbelief. She never imagined Yi Xiao could be so formidable. He protected the Su family? Was his cultivation level surpassing even that of their fifth uncle? Sister, you must be joking. Their fifth uncle was a renowned master in the capital. Many families sought to recruit him, and yet, Yi Xiao was somehow superior? What is going on? All of this is true. Su Mingwei regarded Su Xilan earnestly, her expression unmistakably conveying the urgency of fulfilling a promise. This simply cannot be. Su Xilan was adamant. She could not marry the seemingly inconsequential Yi Xiao based on mere words. Although Yi Xiao had indeed achieved some recognition, it paled in comparison to the accomplishments of those from prominent families. After contemplating this, Su Xilan's expression became considerably calmer. Sister, this is not what we wagered on. Please do not speak carelessly, for I fear Yi Xiao may misunderstand. Su Mingwei gazed at her with a knowing smile, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. Sister, how have you still not grasped the situation? Yi Xiao has not reached his pinnacle. He is merely beginning to shine. I believe that in the near future, he will undoubtedly carve out his own place in the provincial capital, if not the capital itself. At that point, you may find that becoming his woman is no longer an option. From the moment she met Yi Xiao, Su Mingwei recognized that this man was extraordinary. He would undoubtedly astound everyone and leave them in awe. Seeing her sister's unwavering conviction in Yi Xiao's potential, Su Xilan was at a loss for words. She simply picked up a glass, claiming she needed to fetch some juice, and left the living room. As she stepped into the kitchen, she unexpectedly caught sight of Yi Xiao. A sudden shyness welled up within her. In terms of appearance, Yi Xiao undoubtedly met her criteria for a partner. However, his lack of significant achievements rendered her unable to consider him for a lifelong commitment. Reflecting on her family's expectations for her future spouse, Su Xilan shook her head. No matter how hard he tried, Yi Xiao could never meet even one of those standards. Chapter 102. The conclusion. What are you staring at? The gaze of the two sisters left Yi Xiao feeling quite perplexed. Oh, it's nothing. Su Xilan had not anticipated that she would be so lost in thought. Fixating on Yi Xiao, a hint of embarrassment crept onto her face. At that moment, Su Mingwei cast a mysterious glance at Yi Xiao. I know what my sister is thinking. Yi Xiao, would you like to hear me reveal her secret? What? Just as Su Mingwei was about to disclose their wager, Su Xilan rushed over to cover her mouth, glaring at her sister as a warning to cease her words. Observing the sisters' interaction, Yi Xiao found it rather odd. Yet he held little interest in the secrets shared between women. With no substantial topics to discuss with the sisters, he expressed his intention to prepare a meal and invited them to join him. The meal was quite ordinary, yet, following this dinner, Yi Xiao sensed a notable shift in the way Su Xilan regarded him. On the way home, Su Mingwei formally broached the subject of future matters with her sister. The conversation was simple, yet it left Su Xilan astounded. Su Mingwei believed that Yi Xiao was a man of limitless potential. Being with him was far more secure than Su Xilan marrying someone else in the future. Sister, have you lost your mind? Su Xilan stared at Su Mingwei in disbelief, choosing to end the conversation and retreat to her room. Although she had firmly rejected the idea, once alone, she pondered her sister's words and found them somewhat reasonable. The sisters had seen their fair share of individuals over the years. In a remarkably short span, from an unremarkable young man, Yi Xiao had transformed into a figure of prominence in the city. They had not encountered anyone quite like him before. Yi Xiao was undoubtedly destined for greatness, yet Su Xilan harbored doubts about his ability to soar to the heights of power. Indeed, her aspirations mirrored those of the Su family. She too wished to wed a man who had reached the pinnacle of success. The Su sisters believed in Yi Xiao's potential. Conversely, some individuals clung to their absurd notions while celebrating. The Li family prepared a lavish feast and invited numerous relatives to join in their celebration. Li Tongtong presented a protective amulet to Gu Nan, not only easing relations with the Gu family but also receiving delightful news. Yi Xiao was to be eliminated by the experts of the Namling sect. Wonderful. Li Tongtong raised her glass in celebration. Yi Xiao's demise brought her immense joy. Although it was Yi Xiao who had once helped the Li family escape a crisis with a substantial sum, in Li Tongtong and Appo's eyes, he was a mere incompetent, unworthy of her time. A beauty like her should aspire to be a wealthy matron, not waste her life on someone like Yi Xiao. The sentiments of the Li family's relatives echoed Li Tongtong's as they raised their glasses in jubilation. Just then, Li Xiaya entered the room. What are you all talking about? Yi Xiao is perfectly fine. He hasn't been killed by the Namling sect. Sister, do not underestimate Yi Xiao. He is truly a capable man. You will surely regret this in the future. This marked the first time Li Xiaya fiercely defended Yi Xiao. Unfortunately, Li Tongtong remained unyielding, stubbornly believing that Yi Xiao was nothing more than garbage. However, Yi Xiao was indifferent to their opinions. His foremost desire was to enhance his cultivation. Initially troubled by the lack of access to high-quality medicinal herbs, fate intervened, and the Gu family unexpectedly provided him with a solution. After the competition, the Gu family found themselves targeted by the Su family and on the brink of bankruptcy. In desperation, they devised a plan to salvage their family by seeking the aid of the formidable figure known as Smiling Tiger. To curry favor, they lured several female university students to charm him. Smiling Tiger was quite taken by this approach, yet their choice of location was ill-fated. Yi Xiao happened to be dining in the adjacent room. The cries of the girls drew his attention to the unfolding situation. Upon learning the backstory, he swiftly dealt with the perpetrators. What began as a simple act of kindness led to an unexpected revelation. One of the university students was actually the daughter of the Sun family in the capital. The Sun family wielded even greater influence than the Su family. In gratitude, the Sun family assured Yi Xiao that he could have anything he desired. With their assistance, sourcing medicinal herbs became significantly easier. A plethora of rare and precious herbs soon fell into Yi Xiao's hands, utilizing them as cultivation sword, reaching the level he had long aspired to attain. Upon achieving his desired cultivation, Yi Xiao made his way to the capital. Initially, he intended to reveal his true identity to the Su family, but the emergence of remnants from the four dark forces rendered his surroundings perilous. To protect the Su sisters and the Sun family's daughter from harm, he resolved to keep his identity concealed. Yet, as the head of the overseas financial titan, the Greedy Wolf Consortium, his aura was distinctly different from that of ordinary individuals. Upon his arrival in the treacherous capital, many eyes were drawn to him. The patriarch of the Sun family recognized Yi Xiao as the ideal son-in-law the moment he laid eyes on him. Soon, various other families sought to engage with Yi Xiao. Surrounded by numerous women, Yi Xiao's original intention was to continue his training, eliminate the four remaining factions, and reclaim his former glory. Thus he declined their advances. To his surprise, some families, fearing the Sun family's growing power, even issued a bounty for Yi Xiao. Consequently, Yi Xiao found himself facing an increasing number of adversaries, postponing his plans to clarify his identity. Fortunately, the women by his side were genuinely devoted. Su Xilan, who had previously viewed him with disdain, nearly lost her life in her efforts to protect him. After enduring numerous trials, not only had Yu Zhao's cultivation strengthened, but his bonds with the women had also deepened. At last, after acquiring a millennium-old ginseng, Yi Zhao's cultivation ascended once more, elevating the abilities of his subordinates to an extraordinary level. Yi Xiao made his triumphant return. After years of lurking in the shadows, his re-emergence sent shockwaves throughout the world. The four great factions were completely eradicated by Yi Shao. All forces that opposed him were vanquished within a mere 6 months. Yi Shao had returned. He reclaimed his position above the world. The Greedy Wolf Consortium and the Blood Wolf sect. Merely uttering their names sent shivers down spines. Su Mingwei and the others welcomed a life of greater happiness. Once Yi Shao had resolved all matters, he accompanied Li Xiaoya back home. Upon seeing Yi Shao again, Li Tongtong was devoid of her previous arrogance. She endeavored to win his favor, but received no response. Yi Shao did not harm her. Yet witnessing the remarkable achievements of the man she had once rejected drove Li Tongtong to madness. However, her demise garnered no attention. All eyes were fixated on the legendary Yi Shao.